So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher.
How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reactive video / leave stream. So basically, in the manner of speaking, if y'all are new here, what we do is we put on videos in a queue, and even when we fall asleep, we leave them on for y'all to stay entertained, and so you know when I'm waking up. But without further ado, let's go check out these awesome videos. And if y'all haven't had a chance to do so yet, check out our Patreon too. What's up, honey? Yes, please. Okay, there's something I needed to do real quick, but I can't remember because you just distracted me. I said I can't remember now. How you doing, Elizabeth? Welcome back, welcome back. Oh yeah, streaks. There we go.
Drew, he recently got scammed buying a PC from Facebook Marketplace. On top of that, his current PC broke down and started having issues. And if all that wasn't bad enough, he recently got into a car accident. Needless to say, he's had some really bad luck lately. So I decided to step in and do something about it. I've ordered a bunch of setup gear, built an epic gaming PC, threw everything into a trailer, and drove over an hour to go and surprise him with his dream gaming setup. But there was one big problem. I couldn't just show up unannounced. I needed to come up with an excuse to meet him in person before I broke the news. And well, I came up with an amazing plan. You see, just a few months ago, Drew actually ended up buying a PC from me through my Flip or Flop series. That's how I met him originally, and that's how I found out that he got scammed. Fast forward a few months later, the PC started having issues. So I told him that he can bring it back and I'll fix it for him. Well, he never showed up because I found out he got into a car accident and wasn't able to drive the car. Alright guys, I am almost at Drew's place. Audio show will be here to help out, but I don't want to park in front of Drew's house because if he sees I have a trailer, then he'll know I'm up to something. So I'm actually going to park a few blocks down and get Aria to drive.
Yeah, if somebody saw a trailer pulling up to their house, they definitely know something fucking going on.
There's no way he would assume that I am there for anything else other than to fix his PC. Yo, come pick me up. I'm here. I'll send you my pen. Okay, I'll send it to my now. There it is. You found me. Got the spare PC parts in here. Which is the main reason why we're here, to him. I need to figure out where to park the truck with the trailer. That's a better question. Is there space in his garage? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there, I guess.
Right.
What's up? How are you guys? Good. It's been a minute, man. Oh, yeah. This is Aria. He's here to help record.
I pretty much used everything that you gave me so far. I actually just cleaned this morning real quick.
Alright.
Been using it all. I've been loving it all, so it's been great. Occasionally, like
This motherfucker's got his PC set up in a fucking garage?
You see a little black?
Yeah, like,
That's a new one.
Just restart.
I don't think I've seen that.
For the company of the motherboard,
I haven't seen anybody ballsy enough to put a fucking
They would say, like, diagnosis, and then it'll go by.
PC set up in a fucking garage.
Yeah, and then I can just, like, use it again. Sometimes, I guess, like, if I try to open something while it's, like, booting everything up.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, let me take a look at this. I think raise this, right?
Yeah.
So this is Drew's current setup that he built inside his garage, so he can stream without worrying about making too much noise. And the only thing worse than his aim is his setup. We have a broken monitor, a PC that keeps crashing, and a desk that is struggling to stay alive.
No.
You see that? You can hear it too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
In all honesty, I got it off Facebook Marketplace
okay.
for like $50.
$50. Okay, well,
So
there's your answer. Cool. After spending about 15 minutes pretending to find a fix for his PC, I ended up revealing the real reason why we were here. But no, man, the main reason we actually came here is not to fix the PC. I actually came here to build you a new setup. What? Yeah, this is just to show up to your place. We're actually here to move here.
are you serious?
Yeah. This is just up the side to kind of show up. That's what I'm going to see. You think I need 2 people to fix the PC? This has been, what, 2 months now to make it? Yeah. It's been a long time planning. But congratulations. You are contestants number 13 for setup makeover. Thank you.
Damn. I'm like shocked and all nervous now.
Yeah. Don't think yet. Got a lot of work to do.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So.
He's like, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Saturday, well, I'm hoping you're going to be home on Sunday too.
Yeah.
No peeking. Always we're done.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. That's wild.
If you need anything, let me know.
We'll do, man.
I'm here to help as well.
Sure.
You got
Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay. Well, this is going to be a pretty straightforward setup makeover. Because normally when we do one of these, we have the entire room like 3D modeled and rendered out with proper measurements. We essentially have like the blueprints for the setup before we arrive. But this time, we have none of that. This is the first time in setup makeover history where we didn't have measurements for anything. We only had one photo to go off of the entire time. We didn't even get the floor in that image. That's the worst. We couldn't even get the floor, so we had no idea the flooring was this bad. I couldn't ask for any measurements. I couldn't ask for additional photos. Otherwise, you would have caught on. You would have known something was up. So we had to keep the element of surprise. But I know for a fact whatever we do here is going to be 1,000 times better than his current setup anyways. And that's what matters most. So with that said, out with the old, go with the new, and with the new. Whoa. Oh, no. It's catching on the cable. I'll just go up. Cable. So we spent a few minutes taking apart his current setup and cleaned the area before we did anything else. That's interesting. Fine. There's so much dog here. I don't know why my wife will never allow dogs or cats in our house. Another one. Oh, spider! Clearly, I don't do well with spiders or anything that crawls.
He fucking booked it.
You think this is nasty? You have no idea what I go through on a daily basis on Flip or Flop. Which is this disgusting, filthy abomination, which most likely hasn't seen an air duster since it was built. None of this phases me. Okay, I've been through a lot worse. The spider was a jump scare for sure. Design something simple, something that we knew would fit in the current space, but it also had to be a huge upgrade from what Drew was using. And I can confidently say, based off his reaction, we did just that. So that's a good question, actually. Let's measure it with the Fiance. Is that just a measuring tape? It might seem like that for a simpleton, but this is actually a 3-in-1 digital laser tape. Okay? Let me show you. So not only can you measure the length, but it will display the exact measurement down to the 1/8. As you can see, 63 and 1/8 of an inch. Right on the money. So that's your question. It's about 63 inches wide, which is more than enough for his monitors, peripherals, and even his PC on the desk. It even comes with a built-in laser, which lets you measure the distance between you and the nearest object. So, for example, if I stand here and press the button, it will tell me the exact distance from here all the way to that back plane. 15 right on the money. It's going to come handy, actually, for future makeovers, too. It is going to come in handy. I don't know where this was the past 13, 12 seasons I've done of setup makeover. And to top it all off, it even has a cross laser. Oh, yeah. Check that out. I don't have to bring my laser level.
So you're telling me this entire time when we could have brought a measuring tape, a standard laser, and that, we could have just had one of these?
We could have just bought this instead. I know. I'm literally finding out this like 2 weeks ago. Cut me some slack, okay? So Drew's last desk was also motorized with a wood tabletop. So I wanted to give him something similar, which is why I wanted a motorized desk with a built-in cable management tray and a beautiful walnut tabletop, which personally I think looks the best. But they do have different versions like oak.
Cheers, everybody in chat.
But this is what separates this desk from all the competitors. The D-board system, which is, think of it like a pegboard system. Right? This is a pegboard. Yes, you're right. It is technically a pegboard system, but it is desktop's pegboard system. And you can add a bunch of accessories on there. So let's say containers. Here's a Nintendo Switch. You can add to help your desk. It's even a for the keyboard. You can mount a bar directly on the keyboard. Like I've never seen that anywhere else.
Question is, how heavy of a monitor can it actually be?
That's a good question. I have no idea, but I'll put it somewhere on the screen. I know for a fact it's enough to support the monitor we're giving through. And lucky for you guys, they're actually giving away one of these to one of you. A full-size desktop Bifrost Elite in any color you want,
along with a basic accessories bundle that includes a headphone hook, cup holder, container, and a hook. All you guys have to do is be subscribed to the channel, drop a like, and comment desktop along with what you liked most about the desk. And I'll pick a winner at the end of the month. Good luck. So Asus is hooking up Drew with a nice little upgrade, the ROG Strix OLED XG27. A huge upgrade from his current monitor because now it's an OLED display. But aside from it being OLED, we got much better specs.
What do we got?
1440p at 240 hertz and 0.03 millisecond response time.
Okay. You didn't hook up the mount, did you?
I was like, where's the monitor stand? But I'm like, wait, we have to mount this. And look, we even got cutouts inside the D-board so that we can pass through the cables. How clever is that, huh? Now, we just slide it on the mount. And just like that, you have a floating monitor. Just pass the cables through, pull it all the way. Yeah, there you go. How genius is that? Like, honestly.
Extremely. You don't need time to screw on the back?
Nope.
So it doesn't move?
I mean, you could tie it up here so it doesn't magically float up with a Wingardium Leviosa spell.
I mean, with our luck, I don't know, man. It could happen.
It just floats away midnight.
Isn't this the true black glossy coating?
As a matter of fact, yes, you're right. It is using the new True Black Glossy OLED panel, which has deeper blacks and reduced reflections by 38% compared to previous gen glossy OLEDs. Once he plays on this monitor, he is never going back to any other display. I can guarantee you that. We know that Drew likes to stream on his spare time, so I feel like we should give him a second monitor. That way he can also multitask while he's gaming. And I bet you didn't know that Asus makes 12-inch displays.
Oh, they make one too now?
You had no idea, huh?
I had no idea.
I found out about this literally like 3 weeks ago. So get this, it's a 12.3-inch 1920 by 720p touchscreen with IPS and a 75 hertz refresh rate. This is gonna be perfect for him while he's streaming. He can read chat and interact with his audience and also use it as a like media player, Spotify.
YouTube. Maybe watch YouTube
exactly.
on it.
His second monitor unfortunately was busted. What did I just do? I literally, look what I just did. You didn't even say anything. I just literally plugged the device in itself.
Guys, thank God. Let's.
You were just standing there watching me. You didn't even correct me. So we got USB-C for power, but then for display, we got to plug in the HDMI. There you go. That's how you set it up. And it's got a pretty cool kickstand in the back. So we're gonna put this right underneath here. And here's another awesome thing about this desk, the built-in cable management system in the back.
Okay.
You can just route the cables through here like they never existed. There is one downside, however. If you do use the built-in base adapter for the D-board system, you can't exactly adjust the height. It's obviously you have to use the pre-cut holes. So you can either go up an inch or down an inch. And if you go down an inch, it's gonna be hitting the display. And obviously if you go up, there's gonna be a bigger gap. So this is the closest I can get towards the bottom. So we're gonna see a bit of a gap, which honestly isn't like the end of the world. It's still already 1,000 times better than his previous setup. Look at the difference in reflection between both displays. This is a really good example of the true black glossy coating coming in play. You could see more of the reflection on the bottom monitor. Look at that. You can see like the color of the walls too on the bottom monitor. You see that?
Yeah.
The Asus OLED monitor absorbs more light. All right, let's put the mouse pad next.
Is this one of the new designs?
I believe last season actually, but this is one of my favorite designs, the Phoenix. Comes in a bunch of different colors. I think this one matches the setup's theme a lot better, so that's why I went with the Phoenix design. But we have a bajillion different designs you guys can choose from techstoreshop.com if you want something to complement your very own setup. It's a pretty sick design.
Oh yeah.
Phoenix is one of our top sellers, believe it or not.
All right, what do we got for peripherals?
I'm glad you asked. Don't worry about it. There's nothing in the box. Look. Except cables. So Drew likes to play CSGO based on his streams. So we got to give him a competitive keyboard that gives him the edge over his opponents.
I know just the thing. RGB?
No, not RGB, you buffoon. A faster keyboard. Specifically, the EpoMaker HE75 V2. Doesn't that sound so creamy?
Oh yeah.
Check that out.
It's giving me the G-Skill Trident Z Royale vibes, the RGB.
Oh, with the crystal design? Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, you're right. I'm low-key digging the transparent keycap style.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that sick?
You're making me want to get one now.
You should. They make some really good keyboards. I actually own the TH80 V2 Pros for my personal setup, and it's one of the best keyboards I have. But this one is a little better because
How much better though?
It's got Hall effect switches, so obviously it's a lot faster. And it's got 8,000 hertz polling rate. If you're playing competitively, everyone knows you need an 8,000 hertz polling rate keyboard for the fastest response times. And this is gonna give Drew the edge. Music to my eyes.
Bro, my aim's just so bad right now.
But it's not your fault, okay? You're just not using the right gear. That's why we gotta give Drew a competitive gaming mouse to complement the fast gaming keyboard. And there's really nothing else out there that's better.
What's up,
than-
guys?
Obviously the Magic Mouse.
Your days are numbered. I'm talking about the ROG
Yo, can y'all hear me?
2 Ace.
Are we just gonna pull random items out of every part of this house now?
Welcome to Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's setup. I don't know. So I actually own the same mouse, but in the color white, and this has single-handedly helped me hit diamond in the finals for last season.
Actually, I have the white one, ironically.
You have the white one too?
I have the white one too, yeah.
Then you know this is an amazing mouse.
It is. It's a game changer.
Yes, sir. 42,000 DPI, 8,000 hertz polling rate. and it weighs at just 48
Yo,
grams.
Splasher.
Okay, so we got a keyboard mouse monitor. I feel like it's missing something.
Light bar. We so happen to have one right here.
Again?
The ROG Aura light bar. Did I say that?
Why are you ignoring us, man?
What does it have? Aura or something?
Aura. It does have aura. 1,000+ aura. Funny enough, I actually have the same one for my own setup. And that's what I like to do in these setup makeovers. I don't like to randomly just give them gear. I like to give them gear that I personally used or vouch for. So they definitely are getting the best of the best gear for every single setup makeover. And Drew's setup is no exception, which on that note, I still get so many of these questions on every single one of my setup makeover videos. Ed, when are you giving me a setup makeover? How can you come over to my house and give me a setup makeover? Please give me a setup makeover.
I have the answer.
What is the answer?
If you guys joined the Discord, we have a special channel called Setup Makeover. If you go there, after every setup makeover, the applications are always open.
What people don't realize is that it is extremely easy to receive a setup makeover. There's really just 2 steps. Step number 1, you join my Discord server. Step number 2, you toss an application. And that's it. Me and my team then go through every single application and we pull out all of the qualified applicants, which usually is around 15 to 20. And out of that 15 to 20, I send a friend's request on Discord so we can do an interview. And unfortunately, every single time, only about half of the people accept my friend's request. So we narrow it down to maybe around 10 people every single season, and I interview the 10 people. Then out of that final 10, the person who scores the highest on the interview gets a free setup. It's really a simple process, but the first 2 steps are done by you guys. You have to literally join the server and toss an application, because if you don't, how on earth will I know that you live in Brazil or Argentina or Florida and you need a setup from me? Okay, you gotta toss an application. That's the only bridge between you and me. So don't rush the process. It takes about 30 minutes, but it is well worth it, because I could be in your garage cooking with no AC, building your dream setup. So I happened to catch a few of Drew's streams, and he has a pretty decent webcam. Like, it's not terrible, it gets the job done, don't get me wrong, but I feel like we gotta level up the webcam game so it's on par with the rest of his setup, which is why I'm hooking him up with the new Insta360 Link 2C Pro.
Is this the same one that you have?
It is actually. It literally is the same camera that I'm using in my current setup.
Are we just doing a copy and paste of your setup now? Is that what's happening?
This has, oh my goodness. This has literally the best low light performance I've ever seen on a 4K webcam, but that's not the main reason why this is awesome. It has AI tracking built in. It literally tracks your movement.
So you're saying, let's say for example, he wins a match, he wants to celebrate, he can start moving around, that thing's just gonna track.
Exactly, because static is, as we all know, it's boring, right? Dynamic is fun. So let's say he's playing CSGO and he happens to get a kill or a dub, he can actually get up, move around, dance, and the camera will essentially track him and his movements. It's gonna add more engagement, I feel like, to his viewers. It's also magnetic, so all we gotta do is attach it on the stand and make room for the camera over here. I mean, but apart from that, the quality on this thing is amazing. It has a 1 and 1.3 inch sensor that can shoot 4K at 30 FPS. I am super stoked to have him try this out once we finish the setup. It's funny you mentioned that we're copying my setup, because you remember what headphones I'm currently using?
Let me guess, it's the exact same one.
Bingo.
Where'd you put this one now?
I'm hooking up Drew with the ROG Catharas. Coming from the last pair of headphones he has, this is gonna be night and day. I think he's using like $20 cheap Chinese plastic headphones.
Can we just back up real quick? Who smells their headphones before they wear it?
There's a lot of dog hair everywhere, all right? I wanna be extra cautious.
Fair enough.
I don't even know how he was able to game on those things. Like, I feel so bad for the guy. But we are literally bringing him over to the top. Like, this is peak gaming headphones. You can't get anything better than this, okay? The soundstage on these headphones are insane. Unfortunately, it is open back, so some audio might leak onto the mic, but I mean, you can hear so much with these headphones. But how accurate is the audio when we're playing the finals?
Extremely. Literally stuff that I wouldn't hear usually. And keep in mind, I keep my headphones on like max volume basically most of the time when we're playing. And you're instantly picking it up, like from, I don't know, like 50 meters away.
Noises are coming from that end.
Do you hear from that far?
Yeah, it's like the most faint noises, like explosions. There it is, yep, there it is. On the left. Oh my days!
Like I know exactly where they're coming from, where they're rushing from, even the lights.
They're like cross map and you already hear them. I'm like, how?
Yeah, these are little hacks for your ears. My ears have been blessed and they've been spoiled. So I can't do any other headphones, unfortunately. So that's why I gotta give Andrew the best. I swear, if Drew still sucks at CSGO after all this upgrade, I'm coming back and taking this.
Imagine all of these upgrades and somehow you manage, you know, go lower in rank instead of.
I would be so disappointed. What's funny is that when I first heard about the story about him getting scammed, I gifted him some Fiance streaming gear to kind of like help him out a little bit. And here we are, yet again, upgrading him with more Fiance gear. But to be fair, the K688 is a better sounding microphone. So he's getting basically the next step up. And of course, we're gonna hook him up with the SC8 as well, which is a USB audio mixer. And last but not least, a nice upgrade to his boom arm. I think he's using like a cheap $15 flimsy boom arm from Amazon.
I don't even know what that was, to be honest with you. That boom arm was...
It was a budget boom arm, that's what it was. This one is made out of way better materials. I gotta hook up my boy. We're not giving him any cheap stuff. He is worthy of the best. This is upside down. You didn't get that, did you? I hope not.
It's caught on camera.
Caught in 4K on my own video. I promise, guys, I am not an amateur putting together setups, okay? I know a thing or two about putting things together. We're going with the... So this microphone actually uses both USB-C and XLR, but to get the best quality, it's a nice fresh microphone. I believe this also has cable management.
Do you know what this is reminding me of?
Yeah.
Okay, if you don't break it. Okay, I lied. It's not reminding me of anything. No?
Why is it so hard? That's what she said. You missed that opportunity. I had to take it.
I have no words.
Okay, I can't take this out. You want to try?
Hold on to this.
Let's see if my boy Arya can do it.
I feel like I'm about to break it. Oh.
It's like pretty tight in there, huh?
That's why.
What? Oh, you're supposed to like
You're
slide
supposed
it?
to slide down.
Oh my god, bro. See, this is why I bring
It literally has the arrow on it.
Are you kidding me? Bruh. So you slide up, right?
Yet again, I was right.
Aha! Witchcraft. Now for the second one. Look at that. How easy was that once you know? You better watch yourself. All right, so we route the XLR cable towards the back and we're gonna plug it into the SC8 audio mixer. You can control the output from the headphones and also the input from the mic. You can also set up some custom macros. And it's even got a voice changer.
So in a way, it's like a Stream Deck, but for audio gear.
Kind of, but not really. The voice changer is pretty cool though. You can sound like an anime babe, just like in your dreams.
That, right. No, never.
There you go. So now when he's streaming,
that is not the pose that.
This is not CSGO players?
I don't know, man. Not like that.
The desk is low.
What is this?
The desk is...
This man.
I'm tall. Here. Better?
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Average CSGO player right here.
Danny, can you please confirm? So, Drew's now going to a wireless keyboard now.
Yes.
So, let's say he runs out of battery mid-match. What is he going to do then?
That is a good question, actually. You see, that's where this comes in.
Microfiber cloth?
That's where this comes in. The Charge Ice Mag 3. This is a portable power bank that has a built-in USB-C cable. So let's say he's in the middle of teabagging someone on CSGO and the keyboard dies, right? All he has to do is pull this out of the cup holder and plug it in to juice up the keyboard. As you can see, it activated. There's an active cooling fan right on there, which has some RGB. This fan keeps the power bank cool because you get
max 35 watts of charging. You can technically charge up to 3 devices at the same time. Dual USB-C and one wirelessly through the Qi 2 wireless charger. You get up to 10,000 milliamp hours of juice, and it even comes with a kickstand. So let's say if Drew wants to watch something while he's gaming, bam. Either horizontal mode or you can put it on vertical mode, just so he can get notifications while he's in the middle of a stream. Let's say his mom is messaging him to come down for some meatloaf. Hey Mom, the meatloaf! So yeah, super handy to have around just for daily use, or even around your setup. I actually have a white one that I use in my own setup.
You actually mentioned on your setup video.
I did, yeah, I love it. I got the white one though. Perfect, look at that.
Poor guy's been sitting on this. There's like, what is this? Dog here? But the question is
it comfortable? Oh my god, it is creepy. Yeah, I heard that.
I can't even roll this. Look at this.
Literally, oh my god, dude, the wheels literally bent.
Oh, it's not even, how does it roll bending the wheel? Oh my goodness. I mean, no.
You're gonna break the damn thing before you even move.
Actually, wow. There we go. Maybe now. There's cushion on the base, but it's sinks so low that my cheeks are hitting like the metal plate. Yeah, I can literally feel the metal plate on the bottom of the seat. So what's the point of the cushion if I'm still sinking that low? The pillow's okay. I mean, I'm kind of digging the pillow back here. This is good back support, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't see myself sitting on this more than 30 minutes though. The comfort level for this, I would say probably 5 out of 10.
Okay. Oh my. This thing is, okay, my chair is bad as, well actually none of you guys have seen it, but in the Discord,
You guys have seen what chair I use.
Yeah, your chair is terrible.
Yeah.
How would you compare it to yours?
A 3.
3 out of 10?
3.
Wow. Every great setup needs a great chair to go along with it. I can argue and say that the chair is the most important piece of equipment for any setup, because if you have an uncomfortable chair, that's gonna affect your posture, and bad posture leads to back pain. Well, that is why we are giving Andrew the Sihudoro C300 Pro V2. This chair has more adjustment points than a Swiss Army knife has tools. Like, who needs an HD arms rest? Look at this, you can adjust the angle all the way to the top and even its backside over here. That's insane. Comfort is the answer. That is what separates this chair from all the other ergo chairs. It has so many adjustment points, but more importantly, the chair fully adapts to your body. So no matter how you're sitting or moving, the chair always adapts to your entire body. So when you're reclining, for example, the chair maintains a proportion to your body. So you don't have to move every single time you recline, essentially.
That's cool and all, but how's the lumbar support?
The lumbar support is actually the best part about this chair. It's a dynamic lumbar support, so it actually moves with you, unlike other chairs that have only static lumbar support. So you can also adjust the angle of it, which supports your sacrum as well. You can't support your lumbar without supporting your sacrum. The sacrum is just as important.
All right, so overall, comparing this to his last chair.
Oh, shit. Easily 10 out of 10 compared to his last one. He's gonna absolutely love his new chair, no doubt. All right, guys, we've been cooped up in this garage for the entire day. Me and Arya are exhausted, so we're gonna get some rest. We're gonna wrap up episode 1 of season 13. I'll catch you guys next week for the finale. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. I'm just kidding, guys. Don't go anywhere, okay? We're gonna finish up the season in 1 episode. We still have to bring in Drew and surprise him, but before that, there is one piece remaining for our setup makeover, and that is our custom PC. Wait till you guys see what I have built, Drew. I'm gonna need some help. This one. It's upside down, isn't it?
It is upside down.
Oh no, it's upside down. I swear I never struggled this much. It's just we have no space in this tiny garage to work with, okay?
Excuses.
We're gonna cut that out of the video.
That's actually a pretty cool case. What case is that?
It's pretty cool, right? Like, this is the first time I've built in it. It's the Inwin W50 full tower, and it's got this signature W-shaped triple glass in the front with like a mirrored finish.
I'm actually digging it.
Yeah, this thing comes with 4 pre-installed RGB fans and all the latest specs with back connect support for ATX and eATX motherboards. And it can fit up to 9 fans, which is wild. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to try something new and refreshing, you know, like build a PC in a case that I haven't built in before.
See, the case is great and all, but what I really care about is what's on the inside.
So this is a massive upgrade from his current system, which obviously has some issues.
Isn't it also on DDR4 as well?
It's also on DDR4, so it's like a dead-end platform. So we've upgraded him to DDR5, but we also have an Intel Core Ultra 7 270K Plus processor, which is currently one of Intel's best chips. Obviously, Drew loves to stream, so the 24 cores from the CPU are going to come in clutch and make sure his streams are not only running smooth, but also get the most FPS possible. But in order to take advantage of the CPU's full potential, we had to pair it with the right motherboard. The ROG Strix Z890E Gaming Wi-Fi is the perfect board that offers all the bells and whistles. We got Thunderbolt 4, support for memory speeds of up to 9,200 megatransfers per second, 7 M.2 slots, and built-in Wi-Fi 7. There is nothing this board can do. We also got 32 gigs of DDR5 memory from Lexar and the Asus Prime RX 9070 XT, which is the best AMD GPU currently in the market. It also has 16 gigs of GDDR6, which is perfect if Drew wants to play in 1440p or 4K in ultra settings. But he also has access to RDNA 4 ray tracing if he wants to play single-player story games.
Not to mention, he has another nice feature with that GPU. FSR 4.
He does have access to FSR 4, so he can boost his frame rates even more while he's gaming, and it's gonna come in clutch for streaming as well.
So what are we rocking for memory?
So as you know, in today's market, memory and storage prices aren't great, but we were able to bless Drew with a 32 gigabyte kit from Lexar. This is the Lexar Aries RGB running at 6,800 megatransfers, and it's also using the SK Hynix chip, so it's gonna provide more reliability, meaning we can actually enable XMP in the BIOS and achieve the full frequency, which is what I did in Drew's system. So right now it's actually running on 6,800 megatransfers, so he's gonna take advantage of all that. And of course, we had to give him a storage upgrade as well, a 2 terabyte Lexar NM790 Gen 4 NVMe SSD. As you know, storage isn't cheap, but we had to give him something faster than his current Gen 3 drive. And also a higher capacity means he can play more games. Hopefully something else other than CSGO. It's also great for streaming and recording videos because of its really fast read and write speed. So now the storage can actually keep up with his fast PC. You won't trip, I promise. But don't let go. Just go backwards slowly. It's quite the challenge. But I'm open for challenges. 3, 2, 1, bam.
I use potions. I use shadow exchange because the cooldown time. What? What the hell can I do?
That looks crazy.
You like it?
Yeah. I'm in shock.
Full
You
day
guys
job?
did amazing. What do you mean you did pretty good? That looks wild.
It's your setup.
This is amazing. I'm in disbelief. This is beautiful.
You like the touch of greenery?
Yeah. I did see that plant when I walked out there. I was like, oh, cool. They put some fake plants up. I wanted to do that. So, oh my God. Oh yes, I did notice the new chair. I kind of saw it yesterday because there were some kids that were looking in here when you guys were gone.
Okay. Have a seat. Let me know how you like it.
Your back will thank you later.
Your
Will
back
it?
and your cheeks.
Oh, it just goes back.
You can lock it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's neat.
You got lumbar support now, like
Yeah.
proper lumbar support.
For my lower back.
Yes, sir.
This is neat. Is this like an ergonomic?
It is ergonomic chair, super comfortable. And
I'm like in disbelief at how good this looks. In all honesty.
Is it at all what you expected?
No, nothing at all. I mean, I never even expected to get a new setup from you guys. I was still like, I mean, yesterday I was so caught off guard. I was like speechless. I've actually been like thinking about it, and I need to ask you why'd you choose to do this for me? Because I know normally like you have interview processes.
I do.
You apply through Discord, and like your first season, that guy sold it, and I know that's why you do it. So like I guess
That's
I've
a
been
good question.
curious, like why'd you just decide to do that for me? Because
the reason why I picked you is because ever since that story you told me when you came over to buy the PC and the story you told me about getting scammed, I obviously felt bad, so I gave you some like stuff in exchange.
you already did enough there.
Yeah, but then afterwards you start having issues with the PC, and then you're supposed to bring it back, and I was supposed to fix it, but then you went into got into a car accident. Yeah, so just like bad luck after bad luck after bad luck. I'm like, I gotta step in and do something. So that's kind of like my way of giving back to you. So,
Thank you so much.
Of course, man.
Thank you. That's actually
Of course.
crazy. I don't.
But we gotta seal the deal. It's not official until I give you this.
That is crazy. How'd you get this made as
The
well?
custom plaque for a setup makeover. You're officially the 13th.
Oh my God, season 3. Oh.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was just the tech source logo. That's crazy. Look at that.
That's official.
That's crazy. I'm still kind of shaking. Oh my God.
I got the stand for it too if you want to put it on a desk, but I feel like over there is gonna
No,
be
I like it
a
right.
cool spot.
That's crazy. This looks so cool. This desk is actually wild.
Check it out. It doesn't vibrate anymore.
Wait, it's not gonna stutter going up and
Okay,
down?
press 1. Yeah, it's not.
Look how smooth that is. Look how smooth that is.
Noise-wise as well.
Look how smooth. Yeah, it's quiet as well. Oh my. Wow.
Yes, sir. Upgraded your mic as well. Got a new, better B-Fine.
Absolutely. Oh my God. Wait. The cable management is crazy.
Yeah,
Holy crap.
You had some questionable cable management.
I had more than questionable cable management, and I know that for a fact. That's wow.
I personally think the best upgrade in the setup is this.
Yes.
The cup holder.
I saw that.
You sent me a photo of your
And
setup.
I had my cup
You had
on
a
the
cup
desk.
of milk. I gotta ask you, because I know people are gonna be asking me, is this dude drinking a cup of milk? Just raw? What's the story behind the cup of milk?
I'll be honest, I do drink milk raw sometimes. It's good. It is good. But like most of the time, I probably had some cookies before with it, like milk and cookies.
That
like,
makes more sense.
But
It's the calcium.
occasionally, I do drink milk raw. Like some people will, you guys will roast me in the comments. It's fine. Some people will find it weird.
It's like dairy, like 100% dairy.
2%.
Oh, there it is.
Fat milk.
We gotta get this on camera. 2% fat milk. That's what it was. For those wondering in the comment section. But now you have a dedicated place, so that you're not putting it on your table in case it spills. Exactly. The specs. We haven't talked about the specs.
No, we haven't. I've low-key been astonished by the aesthetics part.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you guys saw it before. It was like night and day. So
Absolutely. So Intel Core Ultra 7, 270K plus, the new one processor.
Okay.
We got 32 gigs of DDR5 memory, so now you're on
Shit.
DDR5.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
sir. And the Asus RX 9070 XT. So the
dang.
best.
Oh
core
wow,
from
that's a
Asus.
massive upgrade.
Huge
compared
upgrade
to the
from your
3080.
yeah.
Oh wow.
And you got MSR 4 on there as well, so you can
Okay.
boost your frame rates even more. Actually, in fact, we could
You can see the frame
check it
rates
out.
actually right now.
Go into a quick bot match. So you can have, like, when you're streaming, you can have your chat windows and
Yeah, that's
things
what I
at the
was
bottom.
thinking. The chat would be there
I
instead
feel like
of
an
like
extra-
a whole other monitor.
Yeah.
I didn't like having.
It's too bulky, I feel
Yes.
like, you know? How does it feel, like the fluid from the monitor?
The monitor feels crazy nice. Like it's so smooth.
So this is an OLED panel, so huge upgrade from my Anderson one. 1440p, 240 hertz. But it's got much faster response time, 0.03 millisecond. But I want to show you a new webcam for your streaming setup. So if you want to leave the game, let it recognize you real quick.
Like
there you go.
Folks, there it is.
So now let's move it. So won't move around.
That's actually really cool.
I feel like that's gonna help your streams become more engaging because you're standing up, you're moving around, it's more dynamic as opposed to static, which is boring. So it's gonna add that element.
I'm in awe, like this is beautiful.
All right, well, looks like our work here is done. We have another happy camper.
Extremely happy camper.
If you guys want me to fly over to your house and build you your dream setup, join my Discord server, toss an application, and next thing you know, I might appear in your garage building your setup for 2 days. Links to everything will be posted down below if you guys want to check it out. If you want to catch Drew on his streams, where can they find you?
Eagle Gamer 08 on Twitch.
Okay, I'll drop a link to his Twitch down below. If you guys have a chance, stop by, say what's up, and check in on his CS2 skills.
I will be streaming every day, guys. Every day. After 6 o'clock when I get home from the dog park, I promise.
Nice.
That's a promise I'm making to you.
I will tune in.
I'm making a promise to you for that right there. And you too, Arya, because you're here. But
yeah, I'll tune in for
I'll
sure.
make that promise.
But yeah, that's it, guys. Thanks for watching, as always.
See you next time. Don't forget, subscribe and like the button. Try it again. Don't forget, subscribe and like. Now like the button.
There you go. Good job, dude.
Well, hello there, all you beautiful people. Dre here, and today I'm just hanging out with my subscribers. Sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of you guys, alright? Welcome back to Low Budget Repairs, though. The game where we repair playgrounds for slammers because it's the 90s again, and that's the best time to be alive. Anyways, we fixed the playground last episode. We also had to work on some old Bag's house. It was fun. Now it's time to go home. Actually, I should probably grab all this stuff. That'd be smart. What am I doing? This is low budget repairs. We can't leave anything behind. I'm stealing the trike if I can. It's not letting me lame. Alright, unfortunately everything's bolted down. There's not much to steal around here besides empty bags. Oh, never mind, I lied. I forgot my one can of paint here, and this one's empty, so that one we don't need. Alright, back to the house we go to see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to today. Mixture 2 running, that's not a mistake, that's savings. Alright, here we are back home. Check available jobs. I kind of want to let's just take a pause for a second and see if there's anything around town that we could possibly steal. Do you do anything? You're still here? I can't even talk to you. Can I steal anything from your house? Looks like you actually got stuff over there. I am the worst jumper ever. Alright, well that was underwhelming. I can't steal anything in this damn town, unfortunately. So I guess we gotta go over here and check these out. Righty-tighty. Wadek isn't entirely sure why his wife wants to call in a professional. After all, they just need to assemble some furniture, hang some pictures on the wall, and fix a broken chair. Alright, so sounds like we're just going to be building some things. I'm assuming this is where I kind of am on my own, so we'll have to go buy this stuff. It does say go to the customer's house first, so maybe we should just do that and see what we're working with. So we'll go to the client. We can always go to the shop later if we need to. Alright, there he is.
Hey, customer is king, Messick. You found cabinets, so this works the same. Drill hole, drive screw, hang picture of voila.
Okay, simple enough. Okay, kids' room. This is kind of cute. What's up?
No idea how they got this thing in here, but it's not going out the window, nor the door.
So we break it.
We take it apart.
But how?
But how, he asks. You grab that unscrewer and you unscrew. God, the boys did.
That was a pretty dumb question, to be fair. Alright, is there anything in here? Not much. Well, that was easy. I just instantaneously did it. Alright, so this is the old one. We are gonna go have to do a shopping run later. Obviously, we'll take this. It looked totally fine. Take that home for later. Alright, hang the still food painting from the hallway above the radiator in the kitchen. Alright, so we want to go to the kitchen for this. That makes sense. It's called still food after all. Here's the kitchen. Where's the radiator? There it is. Alright, don't break anything. Slow and steady. Do we want to do it? I guess we want to do it there. Okay, so this one we're not doing it like the cabinetry where we actually score where we're going to be drilling. I think we just drill a hole and hope for the best. At least that's what I'm going to do. So, where do you want this thing? Right here? That's where you're getting it. Alright, now we should be able to just hang that. Hopefully. Stick. And drop. Okay. Alright, so next up, sorry, we got a screw in a screw. Makes a lot of sense. All I did was drill in a hole and then tried to hang up a picture like it's supposed to hang up with just a hole. Not the case. Silly me. Okay, back to it. So grab this. Don't break it. And... Oh, I had it. Hold on. Beautiful. Look at that. That is the most annoying placement ever, but at least it is actually somewhat level. Hang the court painting from the corridor on the left side of the table. That's very vague. So it's from the corridor. It's obviously this one. On the left side of the table. Does it want it here, maybe, you think? Is it that simple? I mean, there is a table there. That did not work. Okay, so that is not it, for sure.
Oh boy.
Hi.
You will need to cut tiles to size here.
Oh god.
And look at this, and I am actually starting to feel sorry for you.
And how do I do that?
Hold tile against wall. One quick pass with angle grinder.
That doesn't seem like the actual way.
It's not rocket science. Main thing is you do it by eye. Because if you don't, fuss. You will overthink it, and the tile falls off in a few hours anyway. Waste of effort.
All right, we'll get the tiling later. I'm trying to figure out where the frig I put this painting. Oh, I'm dumb. I need to read. Okay, so it says kitchen. So left side, hang the court painting on the corridor on the left side of the table. What the frig do you mean left side of the table? Maybe it's broken English and they want it over here? I mean, that would be silly, but I'm trying it. All right, that is definitely not it, but it looks great there. I mean, it's in the kitchen. Hang the court painting from the corridor on the left side of the table. I mean, it's got to just go on this wall then, right? Why would it not just say beside this or beside the radiator like the other one? I'm a little confused. We did it. Beautiful. Just as intended. That was the most confusing way to say put it on the wall by the table. On the left side of the table? What the freak do you mean? It depends on what side of the table you're looking at. All right. Well, I'm done. All right, we need to buy blue wave tiles, reindeer wardrobe, and that is it. So let's go see if we can maybe find those first. All right, so I did have tiles. Were these... What are these? Doesn't even say. Storm backpack. Does it even say anywhere? Why does it not say the tiles? It says what these are. All right, well, yeah, I have no idea what these tiles are because there's no name on them. So, we might need to buy those. So I have a workbench here, but aside from that, I just have the wardrobe that we stole, so I doubt I could change that back to the original one. That'd be kind of silly. I might try and just use these tiles, but let's go to the shop and see how much that wardrobe is, since I think we'll have to buy that. All right, and that is this one, so, oh my god, 450 zloty. I guess I got to. That's so much of my freaking money, bro. Oh, I wish I could find one, but yeah, I know I don't have one, so we'll buy that. I can't believe I'm doing this. And yeah, we'll use the other tiles, see if we can get away with those. But we're gonna have to use this, unfortunately. I actually want to look at those tiles and see what they look like, so I'm gonna bring mine in. Alright, tiles. Where are the tiles? Okay, there we go. So they wanted, I have clearly the classic. They wanted blue wave. I mean, you can hardly tell the difference. I should buy it. It's only 25 zlotys, so we'll do it. I'll be responsible. I'll just buy one now. I'm hoping we only need one. What the hell's going on? The music's playing now. People must be partying. Alright, so we gotta build this. So how did we do that again? Screwdriver. And then we just pre-build it right here. There we go. I wish this was a little more detailed, I guess. It's kind of weird we just automatically build things. Now it wants me to place it where the old one was. Now, okay, there we go. I was able to move it. I'm gonna break something trying to place this where it was. I've already got the damn check mark, but I don't want to annoy the kid. Yeah, it's stuck on that damn... Okay. Ah! Alright, you know what? That's good enough. At least it's not broken, okay? Where's your money, kid? Daddy's gotta eat. Oh, that's a cute little picture. I love it. Is that the little... Is this like a picture of this guy? That's so adorable. What is that? Binder with children's cards. Collectible cards were bought at kiosks and stationery shops, but the real excitement began during the exchanges on school breaks. Ordinary designs were everywhere, but scented, glittery, and embossed cards were treated as true treasures. All right, so we got a binder with children's cards. I think that was a collectible. All right, I did need... So we got different types of tile adhesive. Flexible and durable. We also have the bone dry tile adhesive, so we could use water for that, I'm assuming. That's only 10 kilograms. These bags, I'm assuming we're getting more. But then we have to mix it. So yeah, let's do my own. I'd like to try and mix it. Like I'm already getting a used bucket. Great. And yeah, we'll add the adhesive. There is, I'm assuming I could use plaster and sand as well. Maybe not. I don't know. We do have water. I'm assuming I'll be able to get water, though. I hope. So yeah, I think we should be good with just those. Let's hope for the best. All right, so can we use the sink? Yeah, perfect. Make some plaster over here. What the hell is that? Oh, that is my plaster. I'm not trying to make plaster. Sorry, I'm trying to make stuff for the tiles. All right, so we did 1.6 liters last time, I believe. We'll do about that again. I don't think it really matters. Put that back. And, all right, I'm assuming green's obviously good. That's a little too watery, but that's fine. I think that's all we need right now. Beautiful. Oh, I'm supposed to work in here. Crap, I didn't even need a bucket. I could have stole his. Damn it. Okay, so we just need to do these down here is what it wants me to do. Now, I said use an angle grinder, didn't it? Excuse me, what? Is there an angle grinder somewhere in here? All right, well, let's at least get this on here so it dries and then doesn't work, probably. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just what I wanted. Okay, so we can enter cutting mode. Sorry, I just saw this now with G. So, enter tile cutting mode with G. No. No. Okay, maybe. What the frig is that? Oh, God. It's not even there. Oh, God. What the hell? All right, so I obviously did that one wrong. Let's add cutting mode now. That's better. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't even place the first one. What the frick? Well, at least I got this one cut. Alright, stick to wall. You. Pick up. And at least we... Ah! Oh, there's already one there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's two now. They're together. Now I can take this one. I mean, who cares about the actual pattern? Stick it to the wall. I'm saving money using one tile for two pieces. Where'd my tiles go? Oh, they're in my person. Okay, that's looking good. So again, G cut mode. And that's satisfying. I like it. I don't know where that piece went. That's okay, though. We're gonna stick that there. Bam. Look at my tile work. Are you not impressed? I'm even using the right tiles. I don't mean to brag or anything. All right, back to it. And that's perfect. Boom. Ah, no! What the frig was that? Well, I hope I don't have to do that. Because I don't want to have to do more work. All right, we'll take that piece off. It's okay. It's okay. We're still doing totally fine. Okay. All right, so yeah, I gotta watch out, because every time I'm done doing that saw thing, I jump up, and that's what happened. I ripped the tiles right off the damn wall. I don't know how to stop that for the record, so I guess we're probably just screwed. That's fun. All right, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, thank you. Oh, don't break my damn tiles. I only have a few left. And the final one, at least for this area. All right, it's beautiful. Now, unfortunately, it is not saying good job. You did it all. So I think I do need to replace those 3 tiles that I unfortunately freaking murdered. All right, give me some of the droopy stuff and put it right on there. Okay, thank God I can't get it on the tiles. Make sure we get a lot on here, because this is some watery crap. There we go, looking good. All right, this should be a lot easier. We just need to get it in there. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, look at that. Calculated. Game? Game, I'm done. Game. Game, the tiles are done. Game! Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay, well, I see what's wrong now. Now, I've of course run out. So now I'm doing the stupid thing. Hold on. First of all, hopefully I have a little bit of this left. Indeed I do. There you go, big guy. This is gonna be so frustrating for so many people. We're gonna have one opposite. Nope, that's not working. Okay. So I don't know if that's not working because we're not done or because of this tile, but obviously I think we gotta go buy some more blue waves and at least do that, because if we don't get a check mark after that, I'm confused. Is there more? Is that broken there? No, I don't think so. I think it's just that one. I'm not seeing any other broken ones. I hate this. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I shouldn't be buying tiles right now. What the hell? I'm gonna be so mad if there's some in that house somewhere. I probably should have looked first. Okay, please. Please just give me a check mark and say, good boy, Dre. You did it. Oh, yeah, that actually was it. I was a little worried there that it wasn't it. Okay. Well, we can store all this. And that. And that trash can stay there. Oh, sick. All right, well, I guess we have lots of buckets, so I definitely didn't need to waste money on a bucket. That was stupid. Just want to do some snooping here. Oh, didn't know I could open this. Hello? Dude, a lava lamp? I'm taking it. That's mine. Add that to my house. Thank you very much. All right, assemble the bed in the bedroom. Where, oh, where is the bedroom? Well, obviously it's this. And there's the bed right there. Don't tell me. Okay, this is just a tall dresser. So, we'll assemble this. And we'll put it right there. Oh, why is it floating? Okay, whatever, I don't care. Oh, it's just floating because I'm building it. Got it. Look at that. Assemble the dresser. Yeah, this is a little too easy, man. I wish there was a little bit more to the assembly. But, great game, all things considered. Hang the clock from the corridor in the living room above the TV. Alright, there's the little clock. And above the TV. And then we're gonna do some serious snooping. Above the TV. Oh. The hell? You'd think the TV would go here, but I guess not in this facility. Alright. Just drop that, please don't break it. And there we go. We have hung... Well, hold on. I don't know if I gotta do something different here, but we should see that we have indeed hung everything. Fix the chair in the living room. What do you want me to do here? Enter fix mode. Oh yeah, we have to go to the sensei thing. I love this. Okay, cool.
What are you waiting for?
I'm working.
What happened to the discount store Zen Master?
Yeah. I missed that. Hold on, I want to finish in case this is important.
Mastercraft back in '74. For hours, I had to stand there like guard on gravel heap, holding the flash. For what reason? I have no idea. Could have just turned on the light, but my father is old-fashioned, and the whole time, higher, lower. That's where you're pointing that.
I think we've all had that experience.
Me? I'm different. Look how much room I give you.
Okay, I don't think this is going anywhere. I'm just gonna fix the damn thing.
Get to shine.
Mr. Zbiak.
Damn it! I don't know what he was gonna say. I should have waited. I'm too impatient. But to be fair, it's pretty easy to do that. All right, well, I guess we're done. Now for the fun part of snooping a little bit, of course. I mean, I have found money in these places before, so we gotta hopefully find something here. Alright, this has nothing in it. Nothing of interest. Damn it, I thought for sure we'd have something. What the hell is... Ah, I knew it! Okay, it's one. Let's not get too excited. But I did find money, so it wasn't all worthless. And another one. Don't mean to brag. Goggles. I thought that was a VR headset. Alright, we found the kids' collectible. So what the hell? I doubt there's going to be much in this room. I don't think that was intended to do that, but okay, thank you. Just a drawer for a cleaver. And was that a can opener? Yeah, you guys don't have many things in this house, do you? Damn, man. 2 zlotys is all I find? What the hell is this? I mean, I could steal their stuff. It's tempting to steal furniture. But I just don't want to fail these jobs as well. So, where's the phone? Oh, there it is, right beside me. Alright, we got 850 for that. I did get some sloppy work. What the hell did I get sloppy? Oh, I stole an item. Damn it, man. garbage bags left. Oh, hold on. I'll grab the damn garbage bag. So wait, if I steal more items, is it gonna affect that then? Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out how to dispose of this. Ah, there's my truck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm gonna get more impacted now. I don't even know what I broke. I thought it was the window. I mean, I broke something. Keys. Can I steal the car? Alright, well, if I get docked for stealing one thing, let's find out if we get docked more for stealing two things. Is the lava lamp worth 80 bucks? So, is it still gonna be 80? No. Okay, so we got lots of stolen items now. And I still have uncleared trash? Oh, yeah, because of the freaking glass. Me trying to make it better is making it worse. So we should probably go clean that glass now. I guess I'll give you your chair back since I'm a good individual. I hope it doesn't stay. Okay, so yeah, we're back to 80 on stolen zlotys, and I think once we clean my Probby Wobby... Where the hell did I do that? Over here. Oh, god damn it, man. More. Alright, and careful, careful. There we go. Clean up that. And is that better? Are you happy now? I think we're good. Alright, we still have one piece of trash somewhere. I'm stealing the lamp. It's worth it. It's worth the $80. I don't care what anyone says. Alright, look at me living in luxury. We're just gonna put that right there for right now. $80 well spent. Alright, it says do one more job. So I guess we'll just do the next one here one more time. Slowick's first partner is moving in with him soon. For this reason, he decided that he needs a light in the bathroom because he will no longer be able to use the toilet with his door open. He is completely clueless. Oh god, replace burnt cable on ceiling. Fill hole in ceiling after replacing the cable. Install switch on the wall, mount lamp. Alright, so I don't know if we need to buy anything. Obviously, we're getting into electrical, so that'll be fun. Haven't had to deal with that yet, and my master clearly doesn't know what he's doing with it, so we'll see what happens, because he's kind of dead now. Hi, I knew you'd be here. What's up?
So, what do we have here? Oh, electrical work. I do not know why, but I have a bad feeling about this.
I wonder why.
Okay, relax. I still remember something. Do not worry, Masiek. I will oversee everything.
Okay,
That's
good.
exactly what I'm afraid of. So, what do I do?
Start by replacing burnt
Start by
cables.
turning off the power.
And how am I supposed to know where the cables are? Let alone which ones are burnt.
Oh, Masiek. To know where the cables run in the wall, you have to hold other cables in your hand.
What?
Well, electricity is running through wall cables, right? So when you hold cables, you just feel it. That's how it works.
That's exactly how it works.
Induction, conduction, seduction, reproduction. You will get it one day. Just grab the cables and we get started.
Let's do it. Where's the cable? Oh, there they are. I found them. I should maybe deal with my inventory soon.
Alright, now we rip out burnt cables.
Where?
Shouldn't we cut the power first?
Yeah. Yeah. Just testing. First, you check which fuse is for what.
Okay.
Usually, one is lights for the whole place, one is bathroom and kitchen sockets, one is for everything else. Something like
Well,
that.
what the heck
Right.
is this? All right, hold on.
Pull
Go down.
first one you see and check if it is the one we want.
It's the middle one. It's not the middle one. Well, is it the middle one? No, it's not the middle one. Okay. It's this one.
There we go. You can chisel cables out of wall now. You're probably safe.
Probably?
All right, remove wire. Done. All right, super simple, actually. Shockingly. And we're just gonna put this over... Well, what the... Why is it so far away? I don't like that. All right, let's try that. Ah, damn it. That's okay. Continue.
Looks good.
Done.
Put the fuse back in. Okay.
We have light.
on to test it.
Oh, I gotta actually test it?
Oh, cool as shit.
What's wrong?
That's the thing. Nothing. it works. No surges, nothing. Strange. Could not have done better it myself. But now it gets harder. Run new cable, then, to quote the poet, take this wall lamp and hang it up. Can you do it?
Sure.
Let's do it.
What about the fuses?
Of course! Congratulations, you passed the second test.
All right, run a new cable and install the lamp in the bathroom.
Start with the switch, take off that one by the door, and connect it to the cable end by the mirror.
All right, so it wants me to move the switch, so we'll interact. No, we don't want to interact. Enter mount mode. We'll demount that. I don't specifically know what he said, so sorry if I'm doing this wrong. Okay, we got it mounted over there. Run a new cable and install the lamp in the bathroom. Whoops. Oh, what did I do? Oh, what am I doing? I'm not trying to do that. No, I'm screwing up everything. All right, well, I don't know what's going on. All right, I somehow have just destroyed these cords here. So I've redone this cord, hopefully. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. What? What do you mean? I know. All right, is this connected? Okay, this is connected then. And that's connected to that. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's done. Why is it move the switch to the cable next to the sink? I'm pretty sure that's done. Let's just do the other part. Ah, there's the lamp, I think. I'm assuming this is the lamp. It says install the lamp in the bathroom. I'm just going rogue now. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it right here. Mark those holes. Oh, yeah, let's maybe turn off the power before I forget. Because I pulled that out for a second just to test things. Okay, we got the hole. And we're mounted. Okay, so now... I mean, this should be easy, you would think. Just put that over there like that, and we are good. This is still... Alright, well, hold on. Let's see now. Huh? Well, the light's on. This is all good. What did I do wrong? Alright, so maybe I just gotta move the switch. What's confusing is I've also installed the cable in the room, and that's not working. I might need to actually do it. So let's... Hold on. Let's get rid of this. And put that there like that. I mean, I did it! Run a new cable and install the lamp in the bathroom. I ran a new cable, and I installed the lamp in the bathroom. It's not pretty. Also, for the record, I cannot interact with him. I don't know why. But he does not want to help me anymore. What are you doing here? I literally just loaded in. Why is this here? What the frig I just reloaded. Uh-oh. What? There's another. What the hell? Run a new cable and install the lamp in the bathroom. All right, let's just... This one's gone now, so this is working, I guess. This is our first bug experience, so this is kind of fun. I'm just going to delete this cable again, I guess. And maybe I can just... Oh, God. How did that... What? Ah! Alright, well, it's installed. It doesn't like where it's installed, though. What the heck? What am I doing? Oh my god! Okay, maybe the electrical needs some work. What the hell? What? I'm trying to mark a damn hole and these things are popping up. Pick up. Alright, can I please just... How did I break this? Okay, okay, now I have the drill. Okay, so yeah, somehow I broke the switches. Like, really broke the switches, and that's kind of ruined everything. I might need to replay this, I'm starting to think. Just gonna try and remount it once, only because I mounted it before I technically finished the switch. So I'm hoping... Yeah, that didn't work. So, when it says run a new, do you think it wants a new cable from the fuse box? Because, like, I'm running new cables. It's working. Unless it's the issue that I cannot delete for some reason, I don't know what I could do. Okay, so I'm glad it wasn't a me problem this time. Yeah, we kind of broke the game there. So hopefully this goes well. I was thinking I'd have to run a whole actual new cable, which would be insane for one light. But I was starting to think that was what I was supposed to do. No, indeed not. There we go. Mounted, and now it should hopefully be as easy as running from this switch over to this light. Why did you break? I was so scared for a little bit. All right, fuse is back on. I've already installed this light like 5 times. There we go, though. Look at that.
Everything elegant works perfectly.
Damn right it does. Look at that. It only took 3 tries.
Over where you lay the cables, or
okay.
Just cover them with something. Your call.
Yeah, let's just.
I am off. See you at the next job.
Okay, thanks for your help. Fill the hole left by the wall cover. Any putty in here that I can use? Any I don't know, Play-Doh? Is there a kid's room? Alright, hold on. What's in here? Besides awful music. Alright, we're in. The lock has been opened. I just wanted to open that to turn that off. What do we got here? I wonder how much I lose if I steal a piano. I feel like there's something behind these boxes. There's a dead body or something. You watch it. Why has everyone got boxes everywhere? There's gotta be something in here. Oh, baseball bat. Cool if I could actually use that. Come on, man. Nothing? Why was this locked if there's nothing in here? Government control. What? One zloty. It was all worth it. Never mind. We're basically rich now. Is it always one? Ew. I have to look for safes. There's gonna be a safe behind one of these one day. You watch. Alright, well, unfortunately, that's it for there. What's that for? Probably something stupid. More. What is this thing? That's a box. Oh, God. Oh, she leaning. Whoa! That was satisfying. She's got a flute drawer. It's a badass drawer. Alright, we got a violin as well. Oh, God, no. I was just looking under the couch. What did I break? Damn it. I didn't find anything. It was all a waste of time, too. Can I just have some putty? I just want some putty, man. What do we got in here? Jar. Nothing that I can use for putty, unfortunately.
Is that the man?
I'm back, everybody.
Oh, no. Oh, God, I just went to the pizza. Alright, yeah, we're not finding any free putty. Sorry, I was just trying to be absurdly cheap. I think I have... Is this... Yeah, this is the stuff. Yeah, I don't have much left. This is gonna have to do.
Huh?
Alright, hide the evidence. More or less all of it.
One more what? Yes. This is all off of one cam. So I'm gonna help you make those sandwiches tomorrow. We'll just share together. Well, we can make them together if you want. Okay? I'm not hearing an answer. I said okay.
This is my longtime subscriber, Drew.
Oh, motherfucker.
Anything better than this. Okay, the soundstage on these headphones are insane. Unfortunately, it is open back, so some audio might leak onto the mic, but I mean, you can hear so much with these headphones. But how accurate is the audio? They're upgrading your mic as well.
Oh, yeah, I already seen this. I already watched it all.
Welcome
Welcome back, everyone. Today I have a totally random collection of gadgets for you. From a random Temu phone stand to a potentially useful ice cube tray to an even more bizarre Shark Tank item. Let's get started with the first item. It is the Lazy Person's phone holder from Temu. This bizarre looking piece is a bedside phone holder. I paid $2.67 for this. They say it offers hands-free anti-drop.
And the onions and the avocado was a nice touch, eh?
Lazy people. Ideal for watching videos while laying on your side. Also has charging port access back here. Ideal for the couch or the bed. Before I try this in a real let's try it with an actual phone. Now my first thought is an iPhone 17 Pro Max. The case is pretty thick. Will this hold it? That is the question. If it can hold this one, it can hold anything. And oh, it holds it. Actually, it's pretty snugly in there. Nice fit, and even the orange matches by complete coincidence. I mean, that feels pretty snug. Let me try it out the case. Even out the case, it doesn't really move around too much. There's a little bit of play in there, but not too bad. It does seem to fit better with the case on, though. So perhaps, ironically, it seems to be better for the components. But now that I know it fits, let's go try this in a real-world situation. Let's try this out now here. I don't usually do this, but let's see. Well, first of all, the reading glasses aren't good on my side, but I'll try anyways. And the first thing I'm noticing is that the angle of my head is not the same angle as this device. I need to be more like this. So laying down, this is kind of what I'm saying. I need to be like this, not like this. It's close, but not quite there. I may not be able to use these glasses there. All right, it's all blurry, but I can adjust this. All right, let me just try scrolling around. I'm going to scroll some mindless social media. Let's take a look at Instagram. That's pretty scrollable. I need to be like 3 inches higher. Fine, I'll try a second pillow. Now that's closer to the angle here. That's closer. I need some glasses here. Now that's pretty much the right angle for me. Now my only problem now is I'm have to hold my arm up to scroll. If I'm going to be this lazy,
It has like the same canned flavor as tuna. You agree?
I guess I can't do that.
Like, you know it's chicken, but it kind of has like that oily flavor that that tuna does also.
So first impression is that once you get the right angle, it's kind of cool. I mean, what if I want to lay on my right side though? Then I have to switch everything over. But what I'm going to do now is tonight, when I get in bed, I'm going to bring this back in here. I bring the camera back in here and use it in a real world situation. I think I got the right angle. It seems like it's working. So let me try it for real tonight when I'm actually going to bed. So that's next. All right, this is it. I usually spend the last part of my evening in bed on my phone. I'm going to do this. I'm going to lay on my side, and I'm going to scroll the phone with this little gadget. I'll let you know tomorrow how it held up, if I have any more observations. So now it's time to scroll Reddit until I go to sleep. So in the end, I guess technically it works, but to me it feels a bit gimmicky. Not everyone's gonna lay at the right angle to make this work. I'm sure some people may find it useful, but I didn't. Next up, if you've watched my channel at all over the years, you know how much I love my ice making gadgets. Well, today I have a product that's supposedly an upgrade to traditional ice cube trays. Let's take a look at the flip cubes. Let's take a look at the flip cubes. These are about $20 on the official website. Not currently available on Amazon. Oh, that could change. They say it's a better way to make ice. Still resist the lid. Flip release design that makes retrieving your cubes easier than traditional ice cube trays. Simply fill and freeze like a standard tray. Then you crack it back and forth, place it upside down, and lift the top to reveal your beautiful cubes. Each tray holds 14 fluid ounces, and they insist that you do not overfill it. Even here, you can see it says do not overfill. These are also dishwasher safe. I don't really see many reviews online out there, so I'm kind of on my own as far as this goes. But I'm going to jump right into it. First thing I got to do is go wash these off. We are all washed off here now. Now again, they say not to overfill it, and it holds 14 ounces of water. So I want to try 14 ounces of bottled water and 14 ounces of tap water, see if there's any difference. But I have exactly 14 ounces of water here. Let's fill it up. Now they show it in their picture, in their instructions, and filling it underneath the sink. But I don't have a sink here, so I got to use a measuring cup. All right, this looks like it's perfectly evenly filled here. Tray 1. Snapping it locked, moving to the side. Tray number 2, we're gonna go with some bottled water here now. All right, that one is filled. So we're gonna drop these in the freezer. I'll come back tomorrow, and then we'll start cooking. Although I have to put them in the freezer, I realized with that lid there, it makes them stackable, which is kind of nice. I had an OXO ice cube tray that also had a lid on it as well. So I do like the lid, but we'll see if that lid comes in handy tomorrow when I do my cube flipping. It is time. I've just pulled these out of the freezer. Let's see where the flip cubes land on the path of success. Will it be a flipping victory or a cube defeat? Whatever that means. Here we go. Putting one aside here. I'll follow these instructions very dutifully. Next up, steps 3 and 4. Crack it to the right and left, holding handles only. The handles are well defined. Oh, I can feel it releasing. They released. I can feel it. I don't think it's doing more cracking. I can feel them pop out of there. So just drop upside down. Not the only one to drop it, but I will place it upside down. Uh-oh. I heard the cubes move. Lift this up. And, oh, wow, look at this. Perfect. All of them. Here we go. Every single one of them released, and they are sitting there for the taking. So what you can do now is just take the cubes you want, put them in a glass. In fact, I'll do that. I'll put a couple in the glass here. My Coast glass, which does not leave a ring on your table. Check out my review for that. Well, these are nice big cubes, by the way. These are big cubes. So now what you're supposed to do is close the lid. I'm assuming
holy fuck. That is a lot of protein.
So, I'm kind of a fan of this. I like that so far. Let's try the other one. We're going to go 2-0 on this one. Here we go.
They're just
oh, yeah, I can feel them release.
jam-packed with fucking chicken. With normal chicken, it has fucking separation in between the fucking layers. This shit is just straight fucking chicken paste.
Let me bring the original one back over here real quick. On this side, we have the tap water, and this side
Fucking filling.
Huge difference. I mean, it's really work, but this is much more satisfying to look at. It is like glass. Very nice. Take a couple more of these out of here. Throw my Coast glass once again. And you can even see the difference in the top from the bottled water versus the bottom from the tap water. Big difference. Now all I have to do is close these up. Flip back over. Close up. Flip back over. Stack them up for the freezer. Gotta say, as someone who's tested a lot of ice cube trays over the years, a lot of ice cube products over the years, as far as reinventing the ice cube tray, I think they did it. First use, second use, flawless. So I think this is a great product. Next up is an item that looks kind of fun. It's a mold to make candy spoons. I tried it several different ways. Some worked, some didn't. So let's take a look at my review of the Wilton candy spoon molds. Let's take a look at this Wilton Candy Melts Candy Spoon Mold. I paid $8.49 on this on Amazon. We're currently at a 4.5-star rating among over 1,300 reviews. There it is. How much to it, right? Now, they claim it's a mold that makes spoon-shaped candy using candy melts or other candies. Just melt in the microwave and let it cool. They say the spoons will dissolve in any warm drink. Now, people online like it. They say it's a good quality mold, easy to use. They say the spoons are durable and great for hot cocoa in the wintertime. Those who didn't like it, they say the handles break easily.
I'll start buying canned chicken.
Got some instructions back here. I'll read those over and then get started. All right, I'm ready to get started. In fact, I already did get started. I'm skipping ahead because my first attempt was a complete fail. I used their suggested technique of breaking candy melts in half and putting it in the microwave. The problem is you really can't, candy melts need to be stirred during the heating process, and you really can't do that when it's already in the mold. So my first attempt was complete bust. Here's a couple quick scenes from that before I move on to my attempt number 2. All right, it's time to mix some spoons here now. Look at the instructions. It says break a handful of candy melt wafers, about 12 candy wafers in half. Their Amazon page shows 9 halves per spoon, which is what I'm going to do. That's 11 halves. That looks probably more like it. So let me fill all these with 11 halves and move on to the next step. Now, according to the microscopic instructions, I'm supposed to microwave at half power for 1 minute. Gently jiggle and lightly tap the mold to smooth the candy, and continue that at 30-second intervals. You know what? This first test was a bust. That's right. I'm not going any further. This is getting brown on this side. I'm just gonna know all the candy melts beforehand using their alternate technique because this method ain't working. It's too hard to get the right amount of candy melts in there. The microwave isn't cooking the meat. Forget it. Get rid of this mess. Clean it off. Let it cool off and we'll start over again. Oh wow. All right, and I'm back. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna pre-melt the candy melts and fill the molds after the fact and then put them right in the fridge. None of this microwaving stuff here. Let's see if I can have enough candy melt to fill these up for that last test. Candy melts are not cheap, by the way. They are not cheap. So let's fill this up. See what we got. Much better. All right, we get a 6 out of 8. My first test used up most of my candy melts. But this looks much better. Look how much better that looks. Comparing the difference in techniques, I'm not even sure why they would suggest it. This worked perfectly. I'm kind of bummed I don't have enough to the last two. All right, so I'll come back a little later after these are cooled off and we'll see how they are. All right, I said be back in a few hours. Well, it's day 20. So this better be chilled. I have problems with my fridge. I've got 2 things to worry about from this point onward. Number 1 is getting them out of here because that's going to be a big problem on Amazon. Some people say
this is more filling than a normal fucking dinner. What the fuck?
Gently push on the bottom of the cavities to release the candy. I'm not sure if they mean push downward, face down, or push upward. I don't know. I'm just going to figure it out.
Oh my god.
Away from it, it feels like it might be working. This is the most treacherous part of the entire process here. Because you do this, you got to break that handle. I'm almost out. Almost out. I feel like they're so delicate. I'm going to break them. Oh, I think I snapped it. I just broke my first one. Come on, man. All right, since that one's broken, I can test this one a little bit. They're easy to get out once they're broken. Man, I really didn't want to break it. I mean, it looks nice. Look at that. Nice and shiny. It looks like a legit spoon. But it's broken. I have 5 more chances to get these out of here unbroken. Oh. I did. Look, I have an unbroken candy melt spoon. Yes. Absolutely perfect. Now, let's see what my break ratio is going to be. I'm going to try to go slowly and get these all out of here. I feel like if I push the mold kind of down around it, it seems like it's working. You got a second one. You got a second one. We're 2 for 3. Let's keep going. I feel like I'm getting better already. Oh, yeah. 3 for 4. Oh, I broke it. Man. Come on, man. I broke the last 2. Get out of here. There's the final result. 3 unbroken, 3 broken. Now, baseball, 50% is pretty good, but I think with making spoons, it's pretty bad. The ones that aren't broken, they look so nice. Like, look how shiny that is. I mean, it's beautiful, but still, to have half of them break, very disappointing. I'm going to buy one of these broken ones here. Yep, that's getting all right. I'm going to try in a hot drink and see how it goes there. Let's see how long it lasts. I'll take one of my unbroken spoons. I'm just going to stir it in here and see what happens. How long will this coffee's right out of the coffee pot here. Oh, it's already.
My tummy, guys.
It's already getting gooey and soft. Oh, it's already home. Look at that. Wow, that didn't take long at all. Oh, it just dropped in. The spoon just dropped in and out. I really do have to stir it. I can feel in the bottom there. As I was stirring the rest of the handle fell in there too. Yeah, it's some sweetness. It's not bad. I just feel like the break ratio is so bad, man. I don't know. Before I give my conclusion, I want to very quickly do one more type of spoon here. It's also people talking about on Amazon. So let me get set up for that and see if I can do a completely different type of spoon and a completely different method. See what happens. Alright, so what I did was took some peppermint candies and crushed them up. Filled the mold the best I could, stuck in the oven at 30 degrees for about 7 minutes. After that, I filled it in again with more crushed candy and went another 5 minutes. I let it cool, and here we go. Did it look perfect? Probably not. Now, it was hard to get all these little bits out of here, so I did. So it may not look aesthetically pleasing, but hopefully that's the only issue. Even with refilling that, they didn't completely fill the mold, so I'm not sure how he's going to turn out. They look a little bit on the thin side. I'm kind of curious, but I'm also kind of leery at the same time. Let me try some more of these. It feels kind of treacherous getting these out of here. It feels like they're going to break them. They actually seem to come out easier than the candy melts. Although I don't know if they look as good. I feel like I had higher expectations for the final result. I'll show you a close up when I'm done pulling these out of here. But so far I haven't broken any. All right, none broke. And there is the final result. What do you guys think? Some of these are better than others. Some have this kind of bubbly texture going on in there, which doesn't look so great. I'm sure it'll taste fine and look fine, but still, I'd say this is probably the best of the bunch. I've never done these before.
I love you, MJ.
Those little bubbles, but for the first attempt, not too bad. I made some coconut white with my velvetizer. Let's throw one of these in here. I'll put the worst looking one. This chocolate is hot, by the way. This came out of the velvetizer. It does seem like it's kind of maybe slowly melting the spoon. Christmas in August. Here we go. This is already a good flavor as it is, but add a little bit of peppermint in there. It's quite nice, actually. It even looks at the spoon. I would say this was a success. The first attempt was a bit of a learning process, but after that, it seemed like it worked pretty well. I like the peppermint. I'm probably going to try to refine this for the holidays. I'll try to make more of these. I think they turned out okay. I'm sure I could probably do better with multiple attempts. With a little bit of practice, the mold does work quite well. Hot cocoa when it's 112 degrees outside. Next up was an item that I'm not sure solves a problem. It hasn't already been solved numerous times over. But I had a request for it, so let's try out the Chef Craft bag clips. Unless they look at these bag clips, I think.
What's up, Bill? How you doing?
For a 6-pack. 4.7.
Nothing much. My stomach is currently killing me, bro. I said some canned chicken and I'm stuffed, bro.
Tailgate parties and more. It's faster and smaller than typical bag.
I'm pretty sure it's my first time having canned chicken. It was good as fuck. I don't know what the fuck people be hating on it for. It's high in protein, it's healthy for you, and it's already pre-cooked, so you don't even gotta fucking cook it. Awesome. So I just took that shit, cut it up into slices, put it on a sandwich with some fucking lettuce, cheese slice, shredded cheese, chopped it like some fucking sliced onion, and then some mayo and avocado spread. It was good as fuck. But my tummy hurts now because I misjudged how filling that chicken is. So, yeah, I'm in a situation right now.
Wow. What do you know? It worked. How about the...
Ow.
That works too. Honestly, when I put them side by side, this big bag clip has such a wide opening.
It hurts so bad.
And the bag's just kind of
but in a good way.
Have to use 2 hands for this one. When it's loosely folded.
My stomach's so full.
I can kind of slide this clothespin over, and then. And this one is so large.
I can literally feel it. Like my stomach is literally pushed to its max right now.
It's like it's a little bit more.
Any more food, I'm gonna fucking explode.
Now the package says on it, if you says great for breakfast.
You see it, brother? Look at this. Oh, my stomach's sticking out right here. It like never fucking does that after I eat.
They're not really that much of a problem. They do take 2 hands though.
I definitely pushed it.
I mean, it's gonna be hard to compete with this.
But how you been, brother?
It has the magnet on there, and it's easier to open. But let's keep going. All right, the star of the show here. Now that does hold it pretty well. I can tell it kind of pinches it off. So you know, maybe it's a little bit more airtight. Clothespin seems to work pretty well too. I don't think it's as airtight though. It seems to hold pretty well. Go back and forth here. Clothespin. Clothespin's working well too. Big clip. I see a pattern arising here. Bag clip. No difference. The only thing I'll say about this that it seems I have an advantage over the others is because that spring is so strong. It holds it like a vice grip.
So many comments and everything. Look at.
Maybe it is making it a little more airtight. Maybe. Let's try some red now. This has the old school twist tie, which once again, I guess it takes more effort to use a twist tie on there, but it still works. Let's go on the line here. Star of the show. That does hold it really securely. Not going anywhere for sure. Clothespin. Probably not as secure, but also significantly cheaper. Big clip. It's just so large. Even though maybe the spring isn't as strong, it's so large it just seems to hold everything in place really well. And because it's so large, it's also the fastest one to clip on everything, so you don't have to worry about using two hands for it. So as far as what I can tell, the only real advantage this has is that strong spring does hold it really tight, but it also takes more force to open too. I'm not sure the difference in air tightness between a clothespin, this other bag.
I still can't believe I'm able to make money off of fucking Instagram now.
We're not talking about something that needs to be vacuum sealed. So, I mean, they do work. I have no complaints about their function, but I also have no complaints about the alternatives either. If you like the way they look, if you like the way they are smaller. They're a small footprint, I guess, but if you like the way they look and function, they certainly work for you, but so will these. And finally, it's a novelty item that not only was on Shark Tank, but actually got a deal. If you've ever wondered what your face might look like on a potato, this company has a solution for you. It's a Potato Pal from Potato Parcel. So all I had to do was go onto the website, upload a photo, drop a cool $25, and select the date I want it shipped out. So it arrived a few days later, and here's how that went. Look what just arrived in the mail. That's right. It's my potato. It arrived quickly, so I give you credit for that. Let me crack this open. I've not even opened up yet. See you at the same time. And, that's pretty funny. Look at that. Whoa, that's awesome. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. I have no idea how long it's going to last. But while it lasts, it looks pretty awesome. I mean, that's it. That's me. That's me on a potato. So there really isn't much else to review about this. That's pretty much it. It is certainly the gift for those that have everything. What I'm going to probably do is display this while it lasts, and then when it decays, I guess I don't think I'll eat it, but I'll probably, not sure what I'll do with it. For now, I'm just going to leave it out. It looks cool. Let's compare that side by side with the photo I sent. What do you guys think? It's exactly. There's a few moments of pleasure, but it is worth it. I think I've heard that before in other contexts, but not for the potato face. It might be fun and silly and serve no purpose at all, but I can at least say I've finally seen my face on a potato. Well, that's about it for this collection of products. If you've used any of these items, tell me
Yeah, I know.
in the comments below. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you next time.
Because my hand cam.
Welcome back. We are getting stuck in right away with our next project. I'm making an integral Damascus steel stiletto dagger. That means that everything is going to be from one bit. The guard, the blade, the handle, the pommel, all one forged bit of steel. Now do it hot. Off to a good start. My shimmer's come out. The power hammer guy going to the ram with a key and a dovetail, and there is a shim that I need to have in there to make sure that it fits. Otherwise, it's too loose. And when I drive the key, it sticks out of the end of the ram, which is obviously not going to work. That's going to hit the machine. This one looks like 0.07 millimeters or so. This is a pack of shim stock. This will do it. Slip that bad boy in. Happy days.
might have got to me, so I'm only 90% sure this is what I did. I started with a bit like this. Alternating layers of different alloys of steel. You know the drill. We don't get new subscribers on this channel, so you've watched me make a lovely Damascus. We forged it down, turned it 45 degrees, then flattened the thing, and all the pattern squished up nice and made these nice little SE things. Made a billet of 8 out of that. Squished that down. We've now got a nice fat square with some cool stuff going on. The plan now is I'm going to slice off a chunk and we'll put it back in the board. And on this chunk, all the pattern is going to be running this way. And my plan is to take this, much like what we did up here, rotate it 45 degrees and re-square it along this axis. So that on this new face from the re-square, you get all of the cool fancy wavy stuff we made as well. The more simplistic straight line pattern. And that's something that I've never done. And I want to see how this works. Now I'm feeling a little bit peckish, so it's a great time to talk about today's sponsor, which is Magic Spoon. The sad thing about growing up is some of the childlike joy that we used to have is often hard to come by in the seriousness of adulting. Well, Magic Spoon is here to do something about that. They make cereal with the taste and experience that we loved as kids, but jam-packed with nutrition. One serving of this stuff has 13 grams of protein, which is enough. It's got 4 net carbs and 0 sugar, so it's perfect for the carb conscious. It's gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, keto-friendly, and naturally flavored. Plus, the packaging is going to ensure childlike delight while you eat your breakfast and try and complete the mazes and word puzzles on the back of them. Their variety pack includes fruity, frosted, peanut butter, and my personal favorite, cocoa. So please go grab yourself a variety pack by going to magicspoon.com/board. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen. And using code FORGE at checkout will get you $5 off your order. They're so confident in their product, they've got a 100% happiness guarantee. You don't like it, a refund, no questions asked. So please go check them out down below. Let's get back to the video. Well, we'll see what the pattern looks like now. Woo! Ah, yeah, so that was a little bit different. But it looks awesome! Lost. Trying to spot where the pattern is. I'm completely lost. I have no idea where my pattern is. Just gonna fall down and hope for the best. Gonna be what I have to do. You know, usually while it's hot, you know, you give a little brushing, you hammer on it, the pattern will start peeking through. And I can get some of the pattern peeking through. But my gosh, it's Spain. Every side looks the same at this temperature, which is a bit concerning. So if I force this out the wrong way, we might not get the pattern quite how we want. At this point, it's gambling. Right now, I got this one forged out about 5/8 inch thick, 4 inches long, and 1.25 inches wide or so. The question is, how do I divide this up to make our stiletto? Well, I've got the proportions of the stiletto that I want here on this piece of paper, and I've calculated what volume of steel I need to make the blade. And that's 1.25-inch cube. The guard, another 1.25 cube. The handle, 1.5 cube, which means, knowing that that block of steel is 0.9 inches cube per inch of length, we can make some assumptions. 90% of 1.25 inches, we can make a little mark. 90% of 1.25 inches, we can make a little mark. We then have a look at the difference of 1.75 inches. Sweet. So then what I'm going to do is going to spread this stuff out a little bit, get a little extra padding. Boom. Blade, handle.
seeds, Mr. Purple with the sledge, nice and gentle. Wow, off to a good start. Okie dokie, all that's next is to make the pokey pokey. Oh, I'm very excited. This is going to be a super rough forging because I need plenty of room to grind. Off the hammer, the odds of me getting anything perfectly straight are quite slim. So I want a vague idea of where our dagger is going to be able to grind it exactly where it needs to go up. This thing right now is heavy and unwieldy. The proportion, however, pretty much bang on. It's just a smidge too long at both ends. The guard is obviously way too bulky, and so the thing needs to go on a diet. We're going to begin to do that. Now, what I would love to do, and this is something that I find a really interesting challenge, is to find a way to get this thing in the lathe so that I can take what is a very rough forging and get this thing bang on. Make sure that our blade and our handle just dead nuts in line with each other. Make sure that our guard is square to both of those. So if I could put this in a lathe, I'd be able to really efficiently get stuff straight and square. But putting a tapered, square, soon to be not square blade in a 3-jaw chuck, that ain't gonna happen. Putting this ugly mess of a handle in a 3-jaw chuck, like, yeah, we could maybe put it in there once, but there's no getting it in and out. This gives me an opportunity to learn about a skill that I have never used, and that is turning between centers.
You have definitely done this before.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah,
Your son?
I'm 100% certain.
But I've turned between two centers.
Yep, you've made this exact same thing before.
Wow. I really should do something about my memory. Because I'm certain I haven't. I'm so certain. How weird. Alright, so here's what we've got. I've made a little bar that goes through here. It's got a little flat ground on it. So I can take a little screw, drop it in here, crank that sucker doom, and that arm can then push against this guard to make this thing spin. Yeah, got to adjust some measurements. And then what we've got to do is we've got to grind the tips here, and we have to put a little center drill, a spot drill in there. So this center and our other center line up. This goes in that center, this goes in that live center. When the spindle side of the lathe spins, it has a dead non-spinning center here, and from the spindle we're transmitting force onto our workpiece through this bar that's hopefully going to be strong enough to make this all work. Otherwise, I'm a bit pooped. Through that, let's square some stuff up. I think I'm going to start here at the guard, make a nice cut into there, work the transition, and see if we can do something to this taper. It works! Oh! Let's go! What progress looks like. Not a lot. This is some of the sketchiest turning I've ever done. This is just terrifying. Making all sorts of funny noises you don't like to hear. I do need to get this to go in a little bit so I can work on the ends of the guards. So I have this interface turned, both sides. We have the outer edges of the guard turned, and I've started to make progress getting our section turned here. Now, this is going to have to go a good bit further. What I don't want to do is get this blade really, really thin, close to where it's going to be when it's done, before I touch the handle. So while it's still a little bit stout, I'm going to flip it all around. And this is where we see one of the additional benefits of turning between centers. Every time we take something in and out of a 3-jaw chuck, it is never going to be exactly dead on when it goes back in. However, if we're turning between centers, all I have to do is retract the tailstock spindle, pop that out, and the only thing that ever moves is this tailstock coming in and out. And now I'm going to flip this little bracket I made over so that it can support. Oh, would you look at that? It's now not long enough there. Yay! This is just awesome. Turning the entire stiletto back into the center. So there is tons of chatter, but it's working. I've got an insert with a super chunky tip radius on. Compare that to that, and that means it's been holding up great to the chatter. Getting the job done, and I would really like for you to hit subscribe if you haven't, because part 2 of this episode is going to come out in a couple of weeks. We have something incredibly exciting lined up for our next episode, and of course, please do check out today's sponsor, Magic Spoon, at the link below. Thank you so much for your time and for watching. Bye-bye.
Oh no. Oh god, I just went to the pits of hell. Alright, yeah, we're not finding any free play. Sorry, I was just trying to be absurdly cheap. I think I have, is this, yeah, this is, yeah, I don't have much left. This is gonna have to do. Alright, hide the evidence. More or less all of it. Paint the fixed walls pearl blue color. Come on, man. See, I don't know if I have to or not. So, like, I did have to be specific with the tiles to get that check mark. So I don't want to have to go buy the paint, but I feel like I have to if I don't have it. I might actually have that blue, though. Let's go check. We have vanilla cream. No, oh, damn it. Spilled that all over. Wild orchid, snow white plaster, fresh basil. I mean, I'm trying it. Screw it. Basil green is close enough to blue. I hope they're colorblind. All right, just don't turn on the lights too much and you'll never notice. There we go. Everything's fine. All right, stop. Really? The whole point of this game is to be jank. Why am I being penalized for being jank? Just let me finish the damn job. Yeah, I think I pretty much covered that thing. And unfortunately, it's looking like, oh, man, maybe I'll just move the mirror. Nice. All right, I came back and plastered the hole even better in hopes and dreams that I could do this for free. I can't do this for free. It's so stupid. Is green and blue not the same color? The hell, man. Oh, wow, that was instantaneous. Sometimes it takes forever to load. Well, thank you. Because I need some blue paint. Pearl blue. There it is. 25 zlotys. So, what happens? You know, what happens if I just run? What the frig? Why am I not doing that? I feel like that was a bad idea. Did I get it? What the hell? I didn't even get it. So you can't steal. You can't steal. Just like tell me that then. Just wasted so much time. Wait, what the hell? Dude, I broke the game so hard. It doesn't let me put it. It doesn't exist. As in, I can't put it in my inventory. Like, I can put this in my inventory. So I stole it, but it's just an image of it. It's not real. What the frig? Come on, man. So wait, hold on. I just want to see if I can maybe utilize this though. Does it still work? No, it's dud paint. It's dud. I'm still gonna keep it to see if I can fix it, but I guess we do have to buy it. This lady's gonna be very confused after she just saw me run away with one, and now I'm actually buying it. All right, so what the hell? So I can't use this other blue paint? Oh, it doesn't even load in. That's so buggy. I love that I'm finding the bugs now in the game. So yeah, you can still see it at the store, but it doesn't actually work as paint. Anyways, we got the blue paint. Let's get this done, finally. All right, doesn't that look so much better? And we'll just try and fix any problems as I do get less money, and evidently it's going to be very hard to earn money in this game. Let's go see my damages right now. So I got damage walls, dirty items, and surfaces. What do you mean damage walls? Oh, I should patch that. That's probably the problem. I have other problems, though. Well, hold on. I got a little bit. Go. Oh, what the hell is that? That's the worst. Okay, well, it's a bit of a thick line, so that's about all we got. Did I save money by doing that? I actually did. Okay, so that is our problem. So we do have one more plaster in here. Let's go deal with that. And get this nice and patched up. Fluffy white? What the frick is fluffy white? Alright, well, I just need
Barely
a plaster.
fucking reach.
Damn it. Do I go buy fluffy white now? I have wild orchard. Is that not enough?
Oh my god.
Brown. Alright, that would be good. I do have vanilla cream. It's tempting, but I think we've learned. You first of all can't steal paint, but you also can't use the wrong paint. They're very serious about their paint colors in this game. So fluffy white. There it is. Good old fluffy white. Stupid name. Stupid name. Oh, I did it again. Why am I so good at pouring out paint everywhere? Now I gotta clean that up. Let's do that before I forget. Paint everywhere now. Is there any more over here? I know I did get a bit on the ground. I'm just trying to save money here. All right. Worry about that later. Let's get this thing painted more or less. All right. I did get a check mark technically. Now, do I still have a sloppiness bonus? No, I don't. So that's all you're getting. Look it. You can hardly tell. All right. It's perfect. So now we got some white paint. Well, you can have that. And I can get out of here with my 638 zlotys. I'll deal with the $2 I lost because of dirty items. Oh, look, there's another letter on my door. It seems like a common occurrence here. What's this one say?
Oh, no.
Prison.
They probably don't know if I have factory cheese walls with sand.
You're dead. It doesn't matter.
Once more, you are dead. Told you like 70 times. Are you a goldfish? Memory resets every 3 minutes.
I have that problem.
I mean, good. They won't look. Not that good. That part I wouldn't exactly remember that. But hey, hangover headaches, so there are some upsides.
What the fuck are you babbling about?
Forget it. No point getting philosophical about that. Let's get to work and grab another trophy. I can already taste the wind. Pungent like freshly distilled moonshine.
Okay, so I don't know anything about these whole backstories. Now we're going to a prison, I guess? So this is part of that competition, I guess, which I think I'm in 5th place now, it said. So let's go to the client. All right, here we are, prison. At least I'm not inside of it yet. Okay, that one's unlocked. That's shocking. Hi. Locked. That one is locked.
No, Tuesday. Wait, does that even matter? Isn't someone supposed to be on duty at a police station?
In theory, reality, Vladek is still cheap, right? Then he's probably snoozing in his always out there so nobody bothers him.
Okay, we need to find the police chief. Well, hold on, let me do some snooping too. A lot of good stuff. Like there's actual furniture here, so I don't know if I can steal that or not, but I will try later. That looks like about it. So I guess we're going through the parking lot. You in here?
Have a good night, Tank.
There he is. Wake up.
Hello, sir. Are you asleep?
What?
Much love, brother. Much love.
I'm doing surveillance. Get lost.
But
Surveillance work.
I've got renovation.
Slitter.
It's you. Yanush said some young fuck. I mean, funny guy would show up. Yeah, that's what he said. So, what are you waiting for? Grab the tools and get to work.
Small problem. The station's closed. Locked up tight. Bars, padlocks, the works.
Closed. Ah, that's right.
What do you mean, that's right?
See, yesterday, me and the guys, well, we disposed of evidence in this one smuggling case. Funny story, really. Some peasants tried to smuggle 2 liters of rectified spirit inside himself.
Rectified spirit.
The thing's been a little extra. But what were we talking about?
The key to the station?
Oh, yes. The key's there somewhere. We just don't know where.
Thanks. You're very helpful.
Right? I wish. All I remember is we locked the place up and did it well. So well, it hasn't turned up since. But once you find it, you can go in and get to work.
Great. Thanks for allowing me to work on the prison station after I do an Easter egg hunt for a freaking key. Some dumpster books, isn't that great? They're all science books. The irony of science being in the dumpster right now. Alright, well, it's got to be over here in the junk piles. And I would probably, if I was a developer, put it on this side. So let's look around here. The hell? Wait, why are the physics different? Is this thing rideable, you think? Is that... What was that about? Why is this thing floating? That was weird. Oh, I was thinking it'd be in the toilet. Shockingly, there's money in the toilet. What the hell is this thing? What the hell is it? Is that some sort of... That's a sideways stove. Alright, well, Oh, it's just going to show me where it is. Help!
Any idea where that key might be, sir?
Maybe.
Get out of here, bro.
Right, fine. We're gonna be beware of dog sign.
People are horrible.
Probably put it up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why wouldn't you just tell me that? I've been looking for so damn long.
But Aaron will not fix it. We'll rush over there. Spray cans next to.
Okay. Jesus.
Then splash on.
So we're planning, or we're redoing the bars, I guess I should say. Well, that's satisfying, actually. Kind of weird we didn't read any of the letter, though, so I don't really know why we're here. The whole competition thing is really weird to me. It's not really making much sense. Okay, this side's looking pretty good. Obviously, other side actually looks really good. All right, we're done. Paint the bars teak. All right, we got teak spray. We finally got their spray paint. Oh. Not my problem. We'll worry about that later. Why didn't we have this for the playground? This is so much better. Actually, it's really not. I'm making... Hold on. I think I should go the other way, maybe. I don't know, honestly. Oh my god. This is so annoying. I hate doing it so much. I'm doing more bad than good. Like, look at this. Alright, I can finish if I want to. At least make this side, and I'm just making the roof look even worse, but just wanted to finish the rest of these bars. Alright, that's good enough for me. I mean, it's brown. I guess that's what you want. Oh, what the hell? So it really only does one side. Oh my god. You know what? I'm not doing the rest. Alright, and I guess we're working on, it looks like 2 cells. What is that? Well, there's some electrical in here. Grab the tape. Awesome! So I don't paint it by accident. Oh. Alright, we gotta clean the graffiti on the wall. Ew.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a good smelling place. Ow. Alright, so we need to replace the bed. Oh, what did I just notice? Okay, sorry, I was gonna try and disassemble this. I think I found someone's stash, though. Get rid of this thing. I don't want to look at that anymore. What's this? Ah, yes! And a freaking shank, of all things. I also love that the prison is the place that I get the most money from, so, maybe I should look at the houses a bit more. I'm gonna look under their bed and stuff, too, you know? Okay, so we gotta throw the burnt lamp in the trash on this other room. Where is the trash? Assume there's one outside. Is this the trash? There we go. Alright, throw it out. Alright, so the one thing we need to figure out is technical room. Is that this room? No. Where's technical room? Clean this up. Don't know if we need to, but may as well. And yeah, I gotta find the damn technical room. Is there another room outside, maybe? Because there's this, but that doesn't open up. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, geez, this room does open. Okay.
The kind of sample of where reflective gear is just a child. Secure weapon is not a toy. Keep it secured before the bang does the job for you. Indeed. Okay, so we got the new light here. There's some spray paints here. I'll have to remember to steal those. Oh, don't break the light, please. Get that over here. Put this on the table for right now. Okay, so we got... Here's the cables here. So the cable is totally busted from there. Let's not touch the freaking stuff. I didn't accidentally hit it, so let's just turn off. We'll just lift. Alright, we need to replace that one. We'll just lift all those. Alright, and we'll remove that wire. And can I just reinstall right now? Let's reinstall this first. Wait, that's the wrong way. Change. Orientation. There we go. Alright, yeah, I'm not sure how we really... Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, mark holes. So we can probably just use this again, can't we? Looked like we could for a second. Yeah, we'll mark holes like that. So there's just one hole for some reason. I'll just redo the holes. Actually, it does look like that one might be okay. And then if we just kind of eyeball this, as professionals do, hopefully that's the right distance apart. Oh yeah, we're good. Look at me being a professional and whatnot. Mount that thing. All right. We did that. Now we just need to do some cable management. Now this is kind of buggy, so I'm getting used to this. You definitely don't want to do it down by the line. You want to do it up the rope even if it doesn't look like it connects. And there we go. Connect it, and then patch the holes. Let's just make sure this works. And I do need another fuse, I believe it said, didn't it? So I don't even know. Is that one's not even gonna work? I need a fuse first to find out if that works or not. Just says buy a new one, so I guess we're gonna go buy that Spriggan bunk bed and fuse. Alright, we got the Spriggan bunk bed. Jesus Christ. Never gonna have money in this game. And then I don't think I can buy small items in here, but I can dream. Just gotta find the fuses on the shelf somewhere. Ah, there they are. Okay, so all the power related items are here. We got one fuse. Thank you. Alright, let's get back with my very expensive friggin' prisoner bunk bed. So let him sleep on the floor. Okay, and this is bunk bed boy. Oh yeah, that's that other one. You know, I don't even want that. Maybe I do. You never know when I need another bunk bed, you know? Just get your stuff out of the way, your special picture. Alright, and screw drive it, rotate it, and build it. Beautiful. Man, your bunkies are going to be jealous with how nice this bunk bed is. Alright, now blown fuse. We got that. Test out our new light that we installed. Alright, dismount fuse. Little dud, get out of here. And mount fuse. Oh, hold on. No, mounted. Okay, we're good. It's so funny if I lock myself in there. Alright, and would you look at that? I did it perfectly the first time this time. Oops, I did that again. Oh, that's fluffy white paint here. That's not what I need. Oh, crap. Do I not have any? Oh, hold on, let me fix this or I'm going to get some dollars. For the record, I can't just wipe this up, so I'm not doing that. I don't know how I would get rid of that. Alright, I just have plaster. I know I had a whole thing, so it should be good. There's the plaster, right? Is that plaster? Pretty sure that's plaster. Submit the job. Well, hold on. I mean, this is a prison after all. I should probably patch up the holes in the wall, you know? Kind of silly not to, and that was really satisfying, actually. Okay. We are done. Let's submit this. Well, hold on. Let's not submit this job yet. We need to steal things first. We do have paints in here. What's interesting is I can't put the paints in my inventory, so I don't think spray paints will be used for much. But I can tag the wall if I wanted to. Take that, jerks. Cell locking control system. Oh. Is there something to this? So are they... I did try to open the doors for the record by getting rid of the power. Could not open the other cells. Alright, yeah, unfortunately not much to steal. I mean, obviously there's furniture out here and stuff, but we've already looked through all that, and I'm not going to steal furniture and get dock points. Hey! Jobs well done. Wrongly painted walls. Dirty items and surfaces. Okay, so the wrongly painted walls are the tape that I did, obviously. We're not fixing that. 30 items, whatever. I'll take the $10 hit. That was a really good payday.
Hello! Jesus, it's you. That was quick. So, did you do it properly?
Kinda.
Of course I did. RSP did, lights fixed, nothing stinks. That's where you messed up. It was supposed to be shot, so the inmates wouldn't want to come back. That's exactly what I did now ago. Walking through a brick wall. Ah, well, I'll square it with the warden somehow. What's done is done. Here's a little something from the renovation budget. Case closed.
Money! That's all I care about. And it's time to drive back home. All right, we're back, and would you look at... Oh, God, there's so much crap around. Would you look at that? We did it. We got another trophy. Trophy for taking 4th place in the Super Handyman 95 contest, for completing stage 2. Says I'm unstoppable. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude. You not impressed? Oh, electrical. I didn't know that was down there.
Must be shaking in his boots.
I don't think so.
He should. The police station thing might be something. See that? I think it's very, very useful things. For the life of me, can't remember the download combination.
All right, well, we'll just keep trying it. Well, guys, I hate to end off on a cliffhanger, but if you want to see what's behind the padlock door, you'll have to wait for the next episode, because this one's getting long enough. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed Low Budget Repairs. What are you doing down there? You're supposed to be up there. Another awesome episode unlocking more of the tools. We still have 3 things we need to unlock, so we are still very much scratching the surface of this game. And yeah, maybe one day I'll actually furnish this place and make it look somewhat decent. But yeah, not right now. As always, guys, thanks for watching and liking, and I'll see you in the next one. Well, hello there, everybody. It's Ray here, and welcome back to the game all about these little guys, ducks. The pit is back, and we're gonna have to get busy here. Welcome back to Project Pit, ladies and gentlemen. This is a game we checked out the demo for a few months ago now. It was a fantastic incremental game about feeding the pit, as you can hear, which is over here. Now, what do you feed the pit, you may ask? Well, that's a stupid question. It's ducks, of course. So we got a manual duck spawner here. There's one, and you are the one of many. You are the first lucky idiot. Get in the hole, you big dummy. Okay, and there we go. We just do that a million, billion more times, and we'll have lots of money. $1 a duck. That's life now. All right, I have now spawned 2 ducks. It's actually, well, hold on. Let's see if I can throw these in there. What? Rotate. Scroll distance. How far can I? I can't. Oh, okay. So we have to let go at the right time. Oh, almost. All right. Let's just throw a bunch of ducks over there. All right. I've got none in, so that shows how good I am. Let's just drop a few of these. I doubt I can buy anything for $1. So let's try and get these combos as well. This is how you do it. Did I really not get a combo there? Dude. Okay. I thought I would have these close enough together to get the combos, but I did want to show you how the combo kind of works. And clearly I'm bad at it. I got a $2 bonus though. Evidently the physics is a little bit work in this game. I'm having a hard time grabbing the ducks for some reason. But there we go. We at least got $11. That's got to be at least one upgrade. Carrying solution authorized. What? What do you mean? So what is this place? I don't know if they added anything new here. Let's maybe go look around. See if there's any secrets, you know? It actually feels a little bit brighter than before. A lot of secrecy for whatever this facility is. Oh, there we go. No filming. I'm filming right now here. Not seeing anything up top. There is a camera watching me. All these, every pole has a camera on it that's following me. That makes me feel pretty good. And almost missed this. Don't go up. Okay, well, how do I go up? Tell me not to do something. I'm going to do definitely that. Well, what do we find here? A gambling wooden crate. What the hell does that mean? All right, well, hold on. I didn't expect to find so many goodies. It's a good day when you find a gambling crate. Like those CSGO boxes, right? So, you think I should put it in the hole? Actually, I think this should be my friend. I now have a gambling wooden crate as a friend in this game. This is my Wilson. For the record, I can't jump, so I was wondering if I could like parkour up. It'd be very hard to parkour without a jump. They see you. Well, I already saw that. I mean, you can see the little camera lenses everywhere watching me. The twinkle in their eyes. There is something up there. I don't know if it's under the camera or what. All right, yeah, we just got a couple cameras in the middle. No way out. That one I didn't actually see. This one didn't say anything, I don't think. So that should be all of them. This is where we got the gambling crate. All right, well, aside from the gambling crate, we didn't find much besides some lore. Audit says don't go up, though. So how would we go up? That's what I got to figure out now. Well, what I should be figuring out is what we do with our $11 that we earned, 20 minutes ago. All right, box costs 5. We definitely want that. I don't think this box is going to work the same way. I really want to throw it in there, but also let's just hold it for a bit. So obviously this crate is pretty much just designed to catch ducks, so we can get crazy combos. So I'll manually hold my manual duck workbench. All right, that should be good. Let's lift that. Slow and steady. Now I think these crates come back, so I should be able to just jump it in there and drop it. Goodbye. 9 combo, baby! And that gave me $9 bonus. And yes, as I assumed, out pops my little crate. So how does the gambling crate work? Gambling wooden crate. Is there just I was hoping there'd be an opening. That'd be great to just find that. Obviously, let's drop it down the hole, I guess. As much as I want a Wilson wooden crate, this might help me with a lot of money at the start or something. Oh, it is gambling, so I think it's 50-50. Uh-oh. Common. 1 out of 10. Alright, so I can get rare crates that spawn ducks. Got it. Unfortunately, I got a common. Alright, well, that was exciting. I wonder if I can buy those things or where those come from. I'm excited to see where this game goes from the demo, because we played a lot of the demo. But yeah, I want to see what kind of tools we can get into later into this game. Alright, another crate of ducks. Grab that one, drop that in if we can. Damn it. 9 again. Duck optimization available. Okay, $45. I still haven't upgraded any of my stuff. We definitely want to do that as well. But I now have products. Craft value, craft speed. Alright, well, we'll upgrade. Oh, wait, there is a jump. Hold on. So we have to buy the jump. Interesting. So maybe I can actually parkour in this game. All right, let's just get craft speed for right now. We'll get craft value after that. We just need 15 more. How much did that help? It's still extremely slow. Maybe I'm saving 10% of the time, it feels like. All right, crate numero 3. Get those going, and another 9 combo. Seem really good at that. Reorientation module authorized. What does that mean? Reorientation module instantly squares a held asset upright and facing you. Non-compliant angles will be corrected with or without consent. So I can essentially get my boxes upright immediately. I don't really care about that. I care about value, damn it. All right, and we got our first combo 10. $11 bonus. Throwing arm improved. Maximum bounciness. Something else. All right, time extension. Time extension. Time extension. A lot of this stuff is new. Bumper. All right, well, what we will buy right now is another box. Amazing, I know. Let's get sprint as well. All right, so the time extensions for combos, combo consistency. So that's how long it lasts, and then bonus amplifier, 20% combo bonus. Okay, so that's all for combos. Now, I got an extra crate, because we obviously can stack these crates together as well. That's sprint, actually nice. All right, so we got crate number 1. Again, combos are life, so we'll just put this over here for right now, and fill up crate number 2. All right, that is a nice crate of ducks. Everybody stay in. Damn you, you didn't listen to me. All right, and middle mouse button. Grab the other one. No! Keep the combo going, keep the combo going. Okay, we did it. We did it. Deborah's management. Something. That was a great combo. Combos are addictive in this game. All right, we finally got the broom. I don't think I'm going to get that yet, only because I know of the tools later on. With quick protocol, bind a held instrument to your hand for direct operation. Okay, so I need to get that to even get the broom. Let's get that jump. It's $5. I just want to see if I can maybe jump up. And then I'll get time extension as well, just because those combos are going pretty fast. So this bumper is a pinball deflector. I don't know if they got rid of the fans. I believe the fans were the first things in the demo. Obviously, I would love the fans again if we can, but I want to see what else we're getting into. I like that this game doesn't show you the upgrades until you get enough money, I think. All right, there is another one. Please don't lose it. And you. I must have missed the combo. Oh, what did I do? Why did I go down there? What the heck? I don't like that. Okay. Well, I can dream. At least I didn't die. That's a deep hole, man. Okay, so we do have this jump now. Bigger than I thought, honestly. I still don't think we're going to be able to get up. I will look around now. I'm really focused on the don't go up aspect. And there's even, yeah, definitely we can get up there. You can see there's some sort of console. So I don't think there's 3 levels of the jump. I'm going to assume I need at least the max level to get up there. But there is multiple floors, so maybe I don't think there's a way up over here. Not seeing any easy accesses from the middle. I'm definitely thinking it's using these pipes somehow. Just we don't have the jump yet to do that. All right, let's buy the broom. I mean, obviously it's going to come into hand, or it's going to come in handy. Now, can I use this? So I do actually have to get that thing to actually use it. That's hilarious. Interact. Okay, I can kind of sweep it. I have to hold it the right way. Yeah, no thanks. Okay, so, oh yeah, quick right here. Okay, so we can upgrade that. Sorry, I need a little more money so I can upgrade my broom. So I guess we're not getting to use the broom yet. We'll do one more run of the crates. Use my combo again. That's okay. We got 2 combos, and we're sitting at $93. All I needed was the 25 to put that. I should probably unlock throw as well as crouch, just in case you need those for something. So we have the broom. This is all locked, unfortunately, now. Okay, we're kind of on our own for the time being, but at least now I should be able to equip the broom. And there we go. So much easier. Okay, no, man, actually. Might just be better to just use the broom now. I think we're beyond the crates at this point. All right, we got a small loan of like 100 ducks here. There we go. Oh, this thing. I remember the broom sucking in this. I don't know if they made it better. It's almost too good now. But this should obviously be lots and lots of money. This is where this game gets satisfying. Look at that beautiful combo. Look at larger container requisitioned. Sorry, big words are hard for me. There we go. Yeah, the broom was a major upgrade. Screw the crates. I should have got the broom much earlier. Oh, what are you doing up there, broom? Come down. Thank you. All right, now we have slide. Okay, is this turning into a freaking parkour game? We have slide now? What do I want to get next? We do have a new box. It's a much more expensive box than the other one. I don't think I'm going the box route anymore. Oh, thank God. Screw everything else. The auto machine is here. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to grind for that auto machine. All right, my duck pile is looking marvelous. Get out of here. Shoo. Yeah, I remember, like, this worked well for, like, 5 ducks, but then if ducks got in front of it, it just didn't work really very well at all. But I guess now it does. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that, too, to be fair. Oh, damn it. No, I missed my freaking bonus. All right, maybe I should get some upgrades, because I did nowhere near as well as last time. No, we're so close. Let's just keep grinding it out. All right, you listen here, you little yellow bastards. If you don't give me $1,000, I gotta be mad, because I gotta hold the freaking mouse for way too long in this game to get money. Please. Please. No! Ah! Frick. I screwed up. Hold on, we might have enough. Let's not get too excited. We gotta bring them all together. This has to be $100 in ducks. It's not looking good, honestly. Come on, crates, you can join in. I don't give a damn. Get them in there. Get them in there. All the combos. Oh, crates are getting in the way now. Damn you little freaking yellow bastards. I'm so freaking close. Now I just do this. And stare. Stare for way too long. Oh, this is the slowest incremental game I've ever played. To be fair, I am trying to buy a 1K thing way too early into the game, probably. But that's the way I like to play, damn it. Okay, And that's gotta be like $20 in ducks, man. My crates are. You know what I should do? Bumper behind. That's a good idea. Because I was wondering how to use those bumpers. We got just enough. Keep duck efficiency. Indeed, keep duck efficiency because we have the auto machine. All right, now from what I remember, this is not the auto machine. That's the auto machine. Of course, it's further away. So, automated duck workbench off. No, on all the time. Why the hell would it be off? All right, look at it go. Look at it making my ducks. What is it doing now? Oh, it's like stamping. It's forming them. All right, it's actually faster than I remember. I thought it was a lot slower. So now I can do nothing if I wanted to and still gain ducks. All right, and we do have the fans now. First span is $200 and panels. So I don't know if we used any of the panels before, but now we're getting into the real fun stuff. So I guess what I'll do, I'm still doing this, but obviously we have to work as a team. Man and robot work together to form ducks. In this game, I have like 3 items. How did I lose my broom? Oh god, I kind of need that. Oh, what are you? You're literally hiding on me. I don't even know when I went there. All right, so I need to strategize this. We need $80 right now to up our duck value. Now, I'm assuming ducks on the ground. Let's just get them all in now. I want to make sure I get the $80. All right, there we go. Magnetic field authorized. Chill out. I don't have an... Okay, so that's what happened to the room. Whenever I go into there, just stand. All right, but yeah, I wanted to upgrade the craft value, obviously, before we put the other ducks in. And I don't care about craft speed really now. Time extension makes a lot of sense. We just don't have enough money. Sticky tools. Adhesive protocols. Freeze tool position on contact with surfaces. Okay, so that's good to know before we get into automation. Grid alignment. Toggle grid snapping. That's actually really nice to know, too. There's a lot of cool new features in this game. I'm excited to find out soon here. All right, well, we got a lot of automated ducks, as you can see. Now the value is up. So we'll start to bring these over, and this is where this place is going to get really messy, probably. Thank you for your donation of ducks. And we now have lots of ducks. All right, this should be... I mean, I gotta assume this is like a grand at least. And now I am, as you can see, struggling a little more. I don't want to get any in the hole. I just want them close. Let's try and do this right. All right, I think that should be pretty easy to get most of these in. So let's start going. Go, go, go. Bro, what the frick? The combos are too fast. I need to upgrade that. Damn it, I ruined everything. So yeah. We still earned $870, but royally screwed up that combo, unfortunately. Wonder if I should go for the magnet. The unfortunate part of the magnet is $1,000, so we really got to strategize now. Fans, obviously a little more chaotic, but should do the job. So I think I'll at least buy one fan. We'll get that going. With that in mind, though, we probably want that lock option. So we'll upgrade sticky tools. I want to upgrade these as well. Time stability. Okay, so that's the DK rate. That's what we want. Bonus amplifier. Let's upgrade that as well. And what's chain combos? Chain reaction. 10 consecutive combos within 2 seconds. Each chain level grants 10% total bonus. Okay, so I just get 10% more for the chain combos. We'll get that later. I think I will buy the bumper. I want to see what this looks like. I don't know if I'll use it. It's a literal bumper. I was hoping it was a beam, though. All right, I'm just going to put this behind the wall and hopefully bump things mostly into it. I'm bumping myself, for the record. That's what was happening there. It's not a big bump, but that should keep, hopefully, things pushing back into it. All right, but here is the one that I'm excited about. So how do I lock it? Maybe to lock it. Oh, it just freezes on contact with surfaces. Okay, so it should stick, because yeah, the demo of these things were falling over. It was chaotic as hell. I loved it, actually, because it was pretty jank, and that's really where this game shines, I think. All right, how do I turn it on? I'll run my pushing myself. I am building a sail. The first human sail ever. Okay, sorry. All right, well, goal with this fan, pretty simple. Just bring them closer. It's not really doing anything else. All right, and craft speed is pretty cheap at $80. I can't upgrade the next one. I am going to be crafting still just because we're a little bit slow. That's much better. Okay. So I'll let the fan as well as the automation try and push some ducks over. Rinse and repeat. We need to get a lot of ducks in that hole so we can get some money because I want to buy some supplies. All right, another big collection, probably our best collection yet. As you can see, my fan is doing, well, it's doing fan things. So I don't know if it's helping much right now. We need a lot more fans to actually utilize this, but I've got to start somewhere. At least they're a bit closer, I guess. And now we're really struggling to push all this. Just want to obviously not get them in the hole. So we want to get, oh, it's them going, isn't it? No, we're good. Keep them together. Just like the mighty ducks, they travel in packs. Quack. Quack. What was the saying? I don't know. It's been so long. All right. Well, there is by far our most ducks. Let's get them in the hole and get donating. We need lots and lots of ducks. Combo. Come on, don't lose it. Man, that combo goes quick. No! All right, we can chain the combos together, though, so we do have that. Oh, no, I don't have that chain, do I? I don't know. Regardless, we got $2,000. That bumper's, well, not doing much. Let me actually see. So if I bumper the whole back end, no, like, what the hell was that? Where are you going? You think it would bounce back? Okay, they do kind of bounce back. I don't know. It seems to have a mind of its own. All right. Well, regardless, with that mess, we got $2,000. Let's actually invest into some decent things here. Craft value again is upgradable. Let's do that. I mean, that's no brainer, and an upgrade speed as well. Oh, how do I upgrade the auto machine? Bonus amplifier. Profit multiplier 40, sorry, plus 40% combo bonuses multiplier, 1/4x enhanced bonus calculations to extract maximum value. So plus 40% for combo bonuses. We already got that once. We'll get the chain combo. Not cheap, but we obviously want to unlock everything, at least I feel like. So we do have these panels. I might actually just want a panel. What's the mode? What does this do? Multi-assistant coordination device. Field observations show employees manually toggling 3+ devices per cycle. HR has approved this coordination device to reduce unauthorized cardio. So we can toggle device. That's way beyond us right now, but it sounds like we can get in some cool stuff. Right now, I'm just going to buy a panel. I'm going to buy another fan. Maybe 2 fans. Yeah, let's do 2 fans. I want to see how big those panels are as well. Oh, well, that's a freaking small panel, isn't it? All right, but at least now I can use these, and it does freeze them. So obviously what I want to do is kind of just build a wall this way. I guess what I should be doing is doing a different path here. Let's do this right. We'll go over on the other side. I want to get them as far as possible. There we go. Those are ripping. So yeah, we'll do that, and we'll build a panel on this side, actually, trying to obviously kind of file these things together. But yeah, for right now, it's just that one little pan. And for right now, we're just going to try and use these fans to just really direct where we want these to go. I'm just trying to collect fans, essentially. We're not really utilizing them yet. We need lots to really automate this. So hopefully I can get one here flowing pretty much all the way there. So we'll put that down there like that. And hopefully we can kind of chain these together while that one lands in there, and that will keep going sometimes. Obviously, it depends on the roll of the duck, but we're at least getting them a little bit closer. And what I'll actually do is just take this one fan, because I'm still doing some automation as well. Let's try and get them into the hole with this. That'd be great. And there we go. So let's see how fast this is now. Hell yeah, brother. Just chucking ducks. Got one in. Got 2 in. I got a chain, actually. That's shocking. Trading authorized. What do we trade? Ducks? Alright, I think that's good for right now. This is getting absurd. Alright, I should just assume my room is by the store, because I'm always going right to the store after I'm done grooming like crazy. Alright, well, it's chaotic and messy as hell right now, I know, but at least the ducks aren't going in the general area that I want them to. So we just need a little bit more fan power. As well as I feel like I might get into magnetry. It's just kind of insane that the magnets are $1,000 and the fans are only $200. So yeah, I don't really want to invest in them yet, but I definitely feel like magnets are the way to go. It's a little bit more controlled. These things are chaotic as hell. All right, but we should have about a comparable amount of ducks as last time, maybe even a few more, since I'm so fast at shooting them down now. And I don't need to rush because we can get those chain reactions now. So there we go, combo one, and now I think they chain the combos together essentially. Damn it, we fully reset it there though. But we still got $2,800 and almost all the way in. I don't know where that duck came from. So we got chain times 5 of that. I think I understand the chains. I'm not too sure though. Regardless, lots of money. Let's spend some of it. All right, so the trading terminal, a little more expensive. Trading terminal, recycle all tools or products in the room for a fraction of its cost to try and get more from them. Brilliant, because I was worried I was going to go hard into the fans and whatnot, but I was worried that they're not going to be too fun late stages. So now you can essentially just sell your entire systems if you want to get into the more expensive stuff like Magnet Trick. And this remote thing, I still don't know what that's about. We'll worry about that later. I just want to invest into fans as well as boring as they are, those panels as well. So we're going to invest a lot into panels. Just realize damn it! Why do I look now? I got enough money to upgrade the auto machine, and well, now I don't. So I guess we're going to stop spending money, and this should do a decent amount anyways. So yeah, I think I'm going to change my mind. I think I want to try and combine these two together. So I am going to build kind of like a panel wall over here. And honestly, we'll just see what happens. I don't know if I'll keep this or not. I like that you can kind of just experiment in this game, though. I really wish I bought that orientation thing now. This is taking me forever. But as you can see, ducks are landing here, so I'm kind of just trying to funnel them in this way. If we can get a few more fans over there with some more power, we should be able to get them all the way to the next stage of fans, which will hopefully push them to the hole. Ultimate goal, obviously, is to automate everything. I don't think we're there yet. I'm having a hard time putting panels on the ground. Oh, hey. I guess they're working. That was the intention. How are you guys angling so hard? Like, gotta keep going on this wall because I keep seeing... Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying so hard. But I keep seeing friggin' ducks hit it. Alright, come on, get the wall down. Alright. Why is it not... Here we go. Got it. Sorry. But yeah, how... Okay, yeah, that fan is way sideways there. I forgot I was trying to go the other way. So let's put that right direction. I want to make sure we're getting as much momentum as possible. So I think we do that. And that's looking good. So we'll maybe widen this out a little bit. Start widening it. I just want some more room for error. Now, it's not like a duck is around. These things kind of bounce everywhere. Oh, hey, you're not supposed to go over the wall. Well, we're just going to have to deal with that. I mean, I guess I could build multi-walls. That's freaking a lot of work, though. Stop. That's wedged between the two freaking ducks. Stop bouncing so high! Alright, we're obviously not getting them all with this. I'm trying to just control some of them. Alright, so now that we have kind of a baseline, I still have a lot more of these to put down, but obviously we want to combine these fans together. So I'm going to put one down this way, pushing obviously that way. Good. Obviously another one on the other side. And we'll have that pushing this way. Alright, so now we just still have to manually move the ducks on the ground. The fans don't really work good against ducks on the ground. So let's just clean the place up a little bit. Obviously, I will be doing lots of that. I think this is a little bit better, though. At least now we should have the other machine mostly go into this machine. And there we go. I might want to move these, maybe put them sideways. At least have them off the ground. So yeah, we'll change this one. I think I might... I'll turn it off first. But yeah, I can put that on that, and there we go. We can have something like that. I just want it off the ground. All right, and let's see, is that going to help with both? Indeed, once we obviously clean the ground. All right, let's just clean up these ducks. I don't know how many we have, but just trying to clean the floor, honestly. Hydraulic press authorized? All right, where are we getting with this? I'm still building my damn little SAG course here. I'm unlocking all these things. All right, well, there's a nice 60. And keep the combos going. We got another chain. All right, I think that's good for right now. I just want to clean up this area because the goal is obviously to not have many ducks over here now. I just want to make sure that's actually happening. Oh, no! Ah, damn it! I'm trying to build a damn wall here. I hope I get that back. Thank you. All right, so yeah, we got a back forward wall now too. I'm just using the rest of these pieces for something. See, it works. It actually did it. Can you stop hitting me? I need to get rid of this damn thing. Maybe it'd be fun to build a bumper course, though. You can definitely do something with these. Maybe later. Get it in there. Ah, you missed my wall and everything. All right, is that it? All right, we still have lots of fans. I'm a fan of those. All right, there we go. Perfect. So yeah, I want this over here up a little bit so we don't get ducks stuck. Turn that on. Essentially, I don't want any blockages here. I'm already having issues, as you can see, but just kind of unblock those from time to time, I think. I don't know what else I could possibly do. And those are wedged in there. Stop! Okay, so yeah, it's like sucking them in the back, and I might just always have a little bit wedged in there. Get this fan a little bit closer. Maybe I can... Yeah, what if I... No, that would be chaotic as hell. But what if I... No, maybe. What if I do something like that? I don't want things in here. There we go. I turn that on. I turn that on. That should hopefully deal with my blockages. We still got some over there. That's fine. All right. It's not perfect, but that should help a bit. Oh, this is annoying. I gotta sit on this side because I get bloat everywhere over there. Yeah, over here, obviously, it's pretty bad. And the important part is I gotta keep this area clean so they can bounce everywhere. So I might add a few more fans here. Shift is optimized. What do you mean? I don't know what that means, but thank you. All right, we're going to put one here just to block it. We have more fans. We may as well utilize them. I'm trying to just clean this ground or keep this ground more or less clean. Oh, hey, where'd that go? Oh, my God. No, my fan. Where the hell did that go? Ah! Does anyone see the fan anywhere? Where's that? Oh, it's a duck. That would be a duck. Damn it. Did you put it all the way back? Oh, is that it? Ha-ha! I found you! This place is a ducky mess already. Alright, we got another fan this way. We're just going to put it right there like that. Alright, now we should be launching ducks. Damn you bastards on the ground. But yeah, if there was a smooth ground, we'd be able to go a lot further. I'm just going to get a bunch of ducks over there right now. Actually, honestly, we should have enough by now. Big goal right now is to speed up that automated system. So let's get these ducks in a row. And at least we're not getting many bottlenecks here. Obviously, we have one pretty major one I've been trying to deal with. So we'll just angle this out, drop that there. I mean, the goal is to not have anything behind because they're just going to wedge in on each other. So if I was like extremely sweaty, obviously what I'd want to do here is just kind of blockade this so it doesn't keep ducks stuck there. Same idea over here. So I'm just going to move this out. And hopefully that helps. Goodbye, ducks. Alright, cleaned up some back-end ducts too. The downside of this platform is obviously I can't put them in from the back, so that kind of sucks, but whatever, it's fine. 2,000, trying to get these chain combos together. I hope I get enough. I just want that automated machine. Come on, baby. And I don't think that's enough. Damn you. I think I need 3,500. Oh, never mind. The auto machine is only 3,000, so that is locked again. But now we should see. Oh yeah, we're chucking them now. Perfect. And yeah, as you can see, my walls are just a bit short. I think I'm gonna wait for the stage 2 item. There's a stage 2 panel, so obviously right now it's just kind of chaotic until then. All right, we're at least getting chains now. Obviously, I'm never gonna say that this is working as intended yet, but I am getting chains, so some of them are going in. I just need a lot more money to kind of wrestle these guys together. I think next up I want to work on magnetry. Now we've kind of pushed everything towards the hole. Now I want to pull everything in with magnetry, or at least try. Well, I seem to have spawned a problem in. Let's see if I can maybe solve that problem. Obviously, spawn is most important. Is this thing even working? We got a duck in it. I think I need to change. This one didn't push everything. Okay, I just want to move this one a bit closer. The important part is we always keep that spot clean. We lift this up a bit so ducks don't get stuck underneath. Hopefully. And that's looking a lot better. Yeah, I'm not really liking fans now that I'm getting more complex with them. This, I mean, it's doable. It's just it would take a lot of work to do this right. I'm not really sure how to fix this right now, if I'm honest. Yeah, it's just making more of a big deal now. It's almost like I need to have it upside down. Alright, well, regardless, I'm too worried about that. We have a few ducks over here. I think we should be good to get some money so we can hopefully upgrade the system a little bit. And at least, yeah, there is a lot by this hole, so this is good. We are expanding our hole out a little bit. Looks like we are about to hit stage 2. I'm not too worried about combos right now. I'm just trying to get everything in here. How does my combo reset that quickly, though? That's insane. All right, maybe I should focus more on combos. Sorry, I thought I would have a little more time. And another big combo. Got some ducks coming in from my automation as well. All right, and we're sitting with 3,000. Obviously, there's quite a few ducks over here. I think I will. Oh my god. I need to build a giant wall. I don't know how to deal with this. Unless I just put a million fans down here, pushing them back. All right, well, we got about 3,500. I don't even remember what we had unlocked. Magnet press. I don't know. Hydraulic press. Crush unused tools for 10% scrap value. Sometimes press interact to activate. All right, so that's just another way to sell things. I'd rather just live in chaos personally. So yeah, let's finally buy this magnet. Now what I'm hoping, oh, it's a lot smaller than I thought it would be. So how? Okay, that is a very small pull. I didn't think it would be that small. Huh. Can I use this for anything? I mean, I guess it actually is kind of nice for picking up these straggler ducks, so I can use it for that. I was hoping to have this in the middle of the hole, and I could pull everything around the hole directly in. I think my dream of that is not going to work, but this is actually great for this, so we can always just use this to clean up. So not all is wasted. It's just not working as I intended. All right, we have this new luck thing. I'm assuming we get lucky ducks from time to time, so we'll do that. I gotta assume they're worth a lot. Asset surfing. Stand on any held asset to ride it through the air. What are these upgrades, dude? All right, I do need orientation reset just for my sanity. Thank you. And yeah, I guess, honestly, we might have to go hard with fans, as that magnet was a bit of a letdown. You know what? I should buy the schedule here. We're basically at it, just to see how that works. Oh, we actually got enough as I was looking for my room. Perfect. All right, we'll buy that. And clips onto toggleable tool, or press and runs it on a schedule. So, shift scheduler. I was hoping I just put it on this. I don't really use it. All right, so what does this say? Off every 4 seconds for 1 second. So yeah, you can automate with this. I don't know what I'm automating though. I guess I haven't unlocked it yet. Unless I can turn this off and on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. Interact. Pulse on, pulse off, square off. So obviously this has to do with automation, but yeah, I don't think we need that just yet. So I guess we're back to fans. So what's a toggleable tool? Because this thing I have to toggle on. I mean, yeah, this is toggleable. So how do I'm just trying to figure out how to work this. I don't need it for this specifically. Maybe it's not considered a tool because it's not in the tool emblem thing. So, can I schedule the magnet? It's like, where's my magnet? Oh, it's in the pile of ducks because I forgot to turn it off. Yeah, I don't know how the schedule works. I just spent a lot of money on that too. And evidently I gotta fix this. But, cause for celebration, we did get one of those lucky ducks. Yeah, I might just get rid of this fan and work more on fan power through this. Nice low fan on the ground, so we'll put that there like that. Might do that on the other side too. Yeah, I gotta go buy some more fans. Never mind, I forgot. I'm out of cash. What did I spend all my money on? Oh yeah, the sketch. Experimental stimulants allowed? Well, that gets me excited. Let's see what that's about. I got 925 now. That should give me a few fans at least. I'm not sure what that stimulant thing was about, unless, hold on, it might actually be remote level. All things supported by field observations show employees manually toggling 3+ devices per cycle. All right, we need time extension, we need time stability. What's the bonus amplifier? Oh, I don't know what it does. It's at 40%. What's it at now? 60. Okay, so that should help immensely. I know I said I wanted fans, and now I can't. Everybody in chat. Damn it. At least we got more ducks all the time. And yeah, we're just kind of struggling right here, as you can see. Just need... I need a fan here that doesn't block everything. Maximum throughput achieved. Well, that's good, I guess. I feel like I'm hardly doing anything right, but thanks, game. Alright, maybe get some in there. Get in there, we should have time now. Damn, man, the combo just resets immediately. So the DK must rapidly go down the more ducks you have, because yeah, I cannot get enough in here. Thankfully, with those new bonuses, making the ducks worth more, as you can see, we're at almost $5 grand probably by the end of this. And indeed, look at that, $4 a duck. Look at that, 5,606. We might actually get some decent upgrades now. I said I wanted to buy a lot of fans, and then I didn't, but I didn't really have much of a choice. Auto machine, I can upgrade it again. I just want a bunch of things to upgrade my facility, but I may as well, that would be the best thing to buy. Because the faster this goes, the happier I am. So I'm going to take my magnet. How did I drop my magnet? And let's go pick up some ducks. How does this wood? Make no sense. So heavy. It's so heavy. But this magnet is actually pretty great. I'm just cleaning up all my problems in the distance here.
Cheers, everybody.
Okay. I think it actually does work. You just put it beside something. So here we have it on right now. Pulse off, and then when I get near it, it turns on. Square. I don't know what these mean. Pulse on. I have pulse off, but it does turn on. All right. Well, I'm not really sure if we're gonna use that for almost at the $7 grand. Way help out a little bit. Yeah, I am not like that is stuck here, as you can see. So, why is it so stuck? Why are they not moving there? Did someone put glue on the ground? What the freak is wrong with these ducks? What was that about? So yeah, I am just struggling. Right, I'm really hoping this works. Stuck in the damn thing. I don't think I'll get many ducks over here. I'm just trying to get these things away from the spawn zone. I need these things floating away like crazy, like that. Unfortunately, I'm going a little too far this way, so I'm going to take this one. Exactly, that's exactly what I want to happen. We'll use that as a bank a little bit, so should probably bank off that one now. Yeah, and there we go. Bounce over there. That's what I want. Perfect! Direction! Yay, we're getting some in. It seems to be way faster, too. Ah, sick. This is working well. So yeah, you can see, I mean, it's a little chaotic over there, but if we build some sort of catcher, at least now they're ripping that way. We actually are getting combos. Look at that! Freaking combo 9! Crazy what one little fan does. I think it's 12 combo now. This is working really well. I'm not joking. Like, obviously, it's a little chaotic, to say the least, but look at this, 20 combo? It's hardly working, though. There we go. I think I'll be able to pay for the upgraded unit with just doing this, and then I'll probably get rid of all the ducks. What the frick was that? Oh, that didn't happen in the demo. Second channel authorized. Oh, God, there's a phase 2? I don't feel like I completed phase 1. I've been just rolling along. What the hell's that? Oh, that's a very lucky duck. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh, God, what are we getting into? Manual cash register workbench. Okay, manual. What are we freaking doing? Oh, is it shooting ducks? What are these? Cash registers. Wait, what? I thought this game was about ducks. That's $100. Okay. Come here, big guy. Come here, big guy. You have a job now, I think. All right, yeah, I don't know how to use this damn thing. Where do I plug it in? Is there a plug in the back? All right, well, obviously I have to be doing this, but... All right, well, maybe I should... Well, first of all, let's get some upgrades. So is this it? Remote multi-assisted coordinated device. Field observation show employees manually toggling 3+ devices per cycle. HR has approved this coordination device to reduce unauthorized RDA. Is that what I bought? No, that's not what I bought. What is this? Okay, what is... So, can I put this here? Why is everything confusing for me? Off and on. There's 2 buttons. It's faster. Okay, maybe it's just faster? He's like, hold on, let me just make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah, that's way faster. What the frick? I just want you to click this for me, bro. Maybe it's not faster. Maybe I'm insane. I don't know. Oh, hey! A gambling crate critical. What does that mean? Okay, so this is new. Obviously. Should I do it? It's critical. Sure, let's do it. It's already chaotic enough here. What do we get this time? Where does it even come? I forget. Oh, there it is. There it is. What do we get? Common? 2 out of 10. Damn it. Oh, look, a productivity display. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me see how I'm doing. I can't even read in this game. All right, put this down here. Hold on. Total spendings. This is pretty neat. Peak productivity rate. This is insane. There's so many things. There's so many things. More inventory. Actually, that could become in handy just to see. There's a bunch of useful things on this, but there we go. We can at least see the floor inventory. I got bigger problems. I gotta figure out everything in this game. All right, well, we'll upgrade the bonuses, change combos. I know I wanted to upgrade that unit, but let's just do these right now. I got a lot of ducks to put in. Yeah, it says flips onto a toggle floor press and runs it on a schedule. Interact with cycle modes. Where do you clip it on? It's not clipping on. All right, you know what? I've been spending a lot of time troubleshooting that clearly. Let's maybe get some ducks. There's my magnet. And we already got, damn man, these combos go too quick. But yeah, we got a lot of money here, obviously, so all good. All right, well, at least we should get the 7 grand that we need, hopefully. Oh yeah, we got lots. So now I can make this place even more chaotic. How many do we got now? 438, so we got like half of them. Let's finally get that auto machine maxed out, so I don't think that's getting any faster, and it should be chucking out ducks now. Actually, slower than I thought, but still good. All right, so now at least when I'm troubleshooting this, we're still earning money via ducks on the floor. But it does say that this thing clips to this. Like, freaking where? So yeah, this remote just toggles devices on or off. I don't think that's really going to help me until we get into automation, of course. All right, doing a lot better. Just doing some cleanup right now. The bonuses are insane. I got 13 grand now, so we're really pushing some profits. I wish I could figure out these tools. I'm so sorry. I don't think I want to buy. Actually, now that we have some money, I'm just gonna put that one so we can find it. I want to buy the hydraulic press. We don't need it, but it does say. Oh, it's right here. Damn, son. It does say that you can attach this. Where did it go? Sorry, I think I was playing with it. Yeah, I attached this to figure it out. It does say you can attach this to the hydraulic press. So I want to see. Okay, so there's no way to attach it. Okay, it just worked. Okay, so yeah, it is working. So I don't think on Square it was working. I unfortunately don't think this thing's gonna work with this. Unless there's a specific spot. And that being said, I don't really know what it means by square. But that is connected to it. So yeah, very vague. But yeah, at least now we know. I mean, this thing doesn't have an attach point. It just, if you actually connect it to the unit, I believe, yeah, after a while it just works. So this will be great for getting rid of old stuff at least. Thank you. And I guess we'll just have this doing this for right now. Not that it's helping. It's not killing you. It's just. Goodbye, little guy. $4, just like a normal duck. I wonder if you can get sweaty and make the duck smaller with this or something and actually get into automation with that. That'd be hilarious. All right, well, we got a luck upgrade. I can upgrade that again if I wanted to. Grid alignment I'll get just because it's cheap now. Slide I still haven't gotten. Very expensive for whatever it does. Let's upgrade our jump max. I just want to see if we can get somewhere with that. And we'll get time extension upgrade. Actually, can we do all these? Indeed we can. That's beautiful. Mega combo is new. Okay. After 100 items spent, activate mega mode for 70 items, all bonuses times 2.5. That's actually really easy. I got 100 with just the magnet alone a second ago. All right, so yeah, the magnet can hold quite a bit, as long as you're not doing fast movements, like that alone is 47. I'm halfway there. So we get some of these as well. I haven't grabbed any of these big guys. They're not moving. How the hell are cash registers not metal? What is? And that was 70 in that one. All right, yeah, it should be pretty easy to get some crazy combos. Alright, so that upgraded jump still doesn't get me up there. Now, can I use this to kind of jump around? No, not even close. Is there anyone that seems lower? Like, why was the jump so expensive? Oh, another gamble. So these must randomly spawn. I just want to see what happens when we get a really good one. You know, obviously a bunch of ducks will come out, but it'll be satisfying. Oh, come on. Rare! 3 out of 10. Oh, it gave me a broom. I didn't notice it was giving me random items. Sorry, I can take a spare broom. I'm losing my broom all the time anyways. So yeah, now we gotta figure out cash registers though, because I can't magnetize those. I wonder if brooming them is possible. Not really, dude. Like, manually doing these is going to be the way. Maybe getting that bigger crate. Oh, weird. What's the fire? That looked like fire from far away. Damn, I thought someone started a fire in the back. Alright, well, we can get the mega combo now, so we should probably just try and start comboing, see how much that's worth. I haven't really done the other machine much, but yeah, honestly, okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, wow, we do have a new box. It's $8,000. Carrying solution 3. Around 50 ducks. I don't care about ducks, I just don't want to move these. Look at this combo! I haven't even been trying the automation, but a 57 combo, that's pretty damn good, actually. I'm just getting some more ducks right now. For obvious reasons, I don't think I need to explain why I'm getting more ducks. Alright, I believe it was 8,000 for the mega combo thingamajigger. Oh yeah, sorry, I wanted this for the box first, and then I was going to get the mega combo. I just wanted to get a big box. So now, hopefully, I mean, moving one of these at a time is insane, but now I should be able to at least do this instead of doing simple, cheap $4 ducks. And does that go right in? Indeed it does. Perfect. Alright, now hopefully that's a big hundo on the top. Can I just lift this? I am that strong. Alright, well, that one's gone. It's just these. Alright, but now I can at least manually do these. And honestly, don't know if I should be doing ducks or this. What I really want right now is that mega combo. One day I'll buy more fans. It's just not today. I'm sorry. Okay, I got it. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say. I forgot I could equip items. So now, can we link this? I can't link it. Because there was a link button on the fan. So this is essentially just a toggle on and off for normal items. Can I please link this though? It didn't link it, no. So yeah, but if you saw over here, let me show you. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. So now I can link, oh, it even shows the feedback. And now I can turn it off whenever I want it. For whatever reason, obviously that'll be really helpful for automation later on in the game. Right now we're on chaos time, baby. Alright, I'm glad I figured out that one now. So yeah, this thing does seem to make this faster though. I could be wrong, but I swear it seems faster. So I'll use the shift schedule over here. I don't need the hydraulic press anyways. Oh, I already got the mega combo. I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, because I was focused on the box after that. Alright, so we do have mega combo. That's good. So now I actually just want to spawn some. Actually, we should have it. We can only use 100 ducks. So now we're going to collect said ducks. I think magnet is the answer. Oops. And then I'm going to try and get a massive load here. So we're just going to take our time, bring the ducks over. We need to clean up. I can't believe my PC can handle this. It's just bringing everything. I don't care. Alright, well, love the magnet. I will say that. I got a few ducks here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, that was just a 40-foot combo anyways, no big deal. Where's one of my 2 new brooms? Alright, let the duck commence. Oh, mega combo already. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Combo 2.5 again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe I should have collected my ducks earlier. That's a lot more money than I thought, to be fair. But at least we're utilizing that new mega combo. And now we got $68,000. Well, I guess we can upgrade the chain combos now. We can definitely afford it. Alright, well, we're still extremely far from trading, but evidently this has become a pretty large game. So I think we're going to stop this here. I was really hoping to get deeper into the automation today, but obviously it's an incremental game, so we had to do a bit of grinding beforehand. Now, as you can see, we can earn some serious cash by utilizing those combos, and I'm thinking we're moving on to cash registers after the ducks, obviously. These are going to be a lot harder because we can't move those easily. But yeah, super impressive, automation-focused, incremental game. I'm excited to get deeper in this one. It seems a little weird. And yeah, the demo was fantastic. The release is even better. As always, thanks for watching and liking, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slapped Hand. Now today we've got something a little bit special for you. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going around. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. In 2016, keen-eyed fans spotted something very unsettling during a telecast of an English sports program. As the host discusses a recent football match, a groundsman who appears to be wheeling equipment off the ground suddenly disappears. What makes the footage even more mysterious is the fact that a short while later, a second man can also be seen disappearing from the ground. When the footage first aired, fans immediately began debating what they had just seen. Experts were initially stumped. However, some suggested that the disappearing groundsman might have just been an illusion created by some sort of video edit. Despite this, many thought that the clip did indeed show something paranormal. While some viewers were convinced that the camera had captured ghosts, it's difficult to know for sure without further information. What do you think? Does this clip really show proof of ghosts lurking inside this football stadium? Or could there be another explanation for this bizarre footage? In this creepy video, the YouTube channel On Demand News shares what looks like an ordinary piece of footage filmed live following an accident on the M11, just outside of London. However, those of us with a sharp eye might notice something odd on the highway just behind the broadcaster. A dark shape appears to descend from the sky, and then seems to move across the road. Shortly after the clip was posted online, it quickly went viral, racking up millions of views. While some supernatural enthusiasts have speculated it could be a spirit returning to the scene of the accident, other, more skeptical viewers were not so sure. The clip's attention was so overwhelming that the producers were even forced to investigate. Their conclusion was that it was simply a bug crawling across the camera's lens. However, without definitive evidence either way, it seems that we'll have to leave the identity of this mysterious figure up to you to decide. In 2017, Debbie Merrick from King's Lynn in Norfolk, UK, purchased 3 dolls from a second-hand store. Soon after taking them home, she began to notice that strange things seemed to occur in the presence of one doll in particular. One night, her husband awoke to find scratches all down his leg that seemed to match the hand size and shape of the doll. Concerned, Merrick decided to put it in a box and lock it in the garden shed. A few days later, Merrick returned to check on the doll and was shocked to discover that it seemed to have removed a small pearl necklace from around its own neck. In this footage taken from an interview on ITV's This Morning program, the Merricks described the eerie events. As the hosts questioned the couple, the rocking chair in which the doll is sitting suddenly begins to rock back and forth. Shaken, they continue the interview. The Merricks then revealed that while staying in a hotel the night before, Debbie had awoken at 2 a.m. to hear a creepy swishing sound moving along the side of her bed. Frightened by the whole experience, the Merricks eventually decided to sell the creepy doll on eBay, where it was purchased by paranormal investigator Lee Steer from Rotherham in South Yorkshire, UK. The day the doll arrived, Steer live-streamed its unboxing, where more than 35,000 people tuned in to witness the event. Some viewers even claimed that they could see the doll's eyes moving on camera. Since then, the Steer family say they've witnessed flickering lights and heard strange noises in their house. Lee's father, Paul, has even found scratches on his arms similar to those experienced by Debbie Merrick's husband. Journalist Carlos Molina became the story when he had a ghostly experience on live television in 2015. The presenter was filming a live broadcast on the Honduran Telesiva channel when a glass of water was caught moving across a table on its own.
You can see the haunted cup just to the left of Melina's hand in the footage. It makes a very slow and steady gliding motion that covers a few inches in the blink of an eye. The movement did indeed catch Melina's eye immediately. The disturbed and confused presenter pointed out what he had just seen to the colleague sitting right next to him at the table. Melina has since confirmed that the production crew working on the program were not behind any kind of hoax. He's also shared that he felt a shiver going through his body just seconds before the cup moved on its own. More, he describes the strange sensation that he felt throughout his body as a supernatural phenomenon. However, whatever was behind the incident was not giving off good vibrations. Melina claims that he was left feeling traumatized following the incident. He also said that he was unable to move the glass with his hands following the incident because it was stuck to the table. Skeptics would surely need more convincing with important details about whether there was any moisture between the cup and table. That detail could quite literally throw cold water on the entire ghost theory. In this case, it's possible the condensation that formed on the bottom of the cup was responsible for the slide. So was this a case of a real ghostly encounter or just some real fake news? At this stage, it's almost impossible to say. When an Australian reporter travelled to a supposedly haunted pub in the English county of Kent, he seemed rather sceptical. However, as this footage uploaded to 9 News Australia's YouTube channel shows, he may very well have changed his mind after the visit. Security cameras set up inside the Tyler's kiln look to have captured several supernatural events, from a chair being mysteriously pulled through the beer garden, to doors slamming shut, and stools being moved away from the bar. But perhaps the most chilling thing caught on camera is this footage of a cushion being lifted into the air and thrown across the room by some unseen force. Unconvinced, the reporter attempts to recreate several of the events himself. However, he seems unable to do so, while attempting to lift a large umbrella without appearing on camera. So I'd be in shock. Would you be in shock? The pub's owner, Alistair Collins, thinks the old landlord, Gilbert, might be responsible for the creepy activity. As Collins explains, Gilbert, who passed away in 1978, was apparently a stickler for tradition, and maybe doesn't like what's been done to the pub since he passed away. While it doesn't seem that Gilbert the Ghost means any harm, he could be responsible for the mysterious happenings in this quaint English pub. An electrician tells of the time he was working in the building when he suddenly heard the bar doors begin to swing back and forth, closely followed by footsteps making their way upstairs. When he called out to the only other person who was in the pub at the time, he came out of the kitchen and there was no one upstairs. While it's not uncommon for pubs and bars to claim they're haunted in order to attract more patrons, the security camera footage captured at this particular venue was certainly creepy, and, if authentic, possibly some of the best paranormal evidence out there. So if you happen to be thirsty while travelling through rural Kent, remember to keep your eyes open for this potentially haunted pub. On the 27th of December 2018, a massive blue flash lit up the sky over Queens, New York. The blast could be seen right across the city as the Manhattan skyline and East River bridges were silhouetted against the eerie blue light. Scared witnesses took to Twitter looking for an explanation, while others posted their videos of the blast. One local tweeted, "The electricity went out in the explosion. My building humming and shaking. Sky was lit up blue, green, and white." Another wrote, "Terrifying. Thought it was the end." After the blast, LaGuardia Airport was briefly engulfed by a total blackout. Planes were temporarily grounded and some flights had to be rerouted to another airport. Within minutes of the explosion, the internet was rife with theories about what was causing the intense blue light. Everything from alien spacecraft to the supernatural was suggested. However, the actual cause of the light turned out to be far less fantastic. It was a transformer explosion at a Con Edison power station. Shortly after the blast, the police arrived on the scene to investigate, as the fire department confirmed that the fire was under control. Luckily, there were no reports of damage to nearby houses, and residents were advised to avoid the area. In November 2010, a news channel reported on an 11-year-old boy from Spanish Town, Jamaica, who claimed to have been haunted by a ghost. His family claimed that they prayed for him and even tried taking him to church, but said that the ghost would have followed and ended up causing havoc inside. The clip begins as the boy is being interviewed by the reporter while sitting in a chair. Suddenly, he appears to be grabbed by some sort of unseen force from behind. A woman, presumably his mother, quickly catches him before he's thrown from the chair. Shortly after, the boy tells the news crew that he can see the ghost standing by a wall and walks over to stand next to it. Just as before, something appears to grab at the boy, this time pulling violently on his leg. The boy claims that the ghost was actually a friend of his who passed away 4 years prior. He says that it appeared to him one day and has been causing chaos ever since. Even his neighbours are spooked by the haunting, claiming that they too have been terrorised by the mischievous ghost. While it's unclear if the boy ever managed to rid himself of the spirit, this footage certainly qualifies as one of the creepiest things caught on live TV. If anyone has any further information on this story, we'd love to hear about it in the comment section below. In July 2016, the model began to exhibit some very strange behaviour during a live interview on a Thai talk show. Tipperwan Chapapon told the host of the show that a spirit had attached itself to her during a recent vacation to the city of Rayong. In the clip, she explains that the ghost, known as a pop in Thai culture, has an insatiable hunger and at one point springs out, bringing me pig's blood. After explaining her story, Chapapon's demeanour suddenly changes as she appears to become possessed by the spirit. The demon then begins talking through her as she starts to act very strangely. After several attempts to convince the spirit to leave the girl, the host tries to place a necklace of Buddha around her neck. The act makes the woman fall in fear as she begins to shriek uncontrollably. The host finally manages to get the necklace on her and then immediately seems to silence the demonic voice. When the clip first appeared online, it immediately went viral across Thailand, racking up millions of views in just the first few days. Opinions were divided about its authenticity, however, with some viewers suggesting that the woman appeared to be acting. Despite this, many still believe that the model was the victim of a demonic possession. If anyone can help translate the original video, there's a link in the description box below. We'd love to know exactly what both the woman and the host are saying during the interview. In October 2021, WNYT News Channel 13 seemed to catch something eerie on live TV. Journalist Sam Hessler was doing a live early morning crossover from Greenridge Cemetery in Saratoga Springs, New York, when the cameras caught something unusual. Hessler was reporting on the spooky twilight tours that are being run in the cemetery, and she seemed to have an encounter of her own. No.
As you can see behind me here, we have a few gravestones, but what you can't see because it's dark out, as you can see behind me here, we...
It can be hard to spot at first, but if you slow it down and brighten the image, you can make out a transparent figure moving from right to left in the background. Greenridge Cemetery is full of bizarre stories of murder and mishap. One famous grave belongs to Charles Doe, the man who first proposed multiple time zones for the railway network in the United States in 1869. In 1904, while crossing a road in Saratoga, Dowd was struck by a train and killed instantly. Some say his spirit lingers in the graveyard to this day. So what did WNYT's cameras actually capture? Could it really be a ghost? Given the lengthy history of the cemetery and the haunting stories attached to it, it certainly does make you wonder if this old graveyard really is haunted. First up on this list of mysterious things caught on live TV is this ghostly footage. While it's not unusual to encounter plenty of team spirit pouring in from the stands during a football match, in this instance it seems that the cameras may have inadvertently caught an actual spirit during a game between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. This video, uploaded to YouTube by Metal Video Blog, shows what appears to be an extra player sprinting across the field during the match. The ghostly figure appears to be running as they move toward the other players before suddenly disappearing. Interestingly, the players themselves don't seem to notice anything unusual. The fact that something appears to be moving across the field becomes more obvious when you slow the footage down. While skeptics have suggested it's likely to be a shadow or camera glitch, it's certainly hard to deny the shape does indeed look like a person running towards the ball. So what do you think? Could this really be a ghost caught on live TV? Or is there another explanation for this figure's sudden appearance? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. There's very little information available about this clip, other than it was taken from a live broadcast by a Russian news crew. The reporter begins her story normally when someone with camera suddenly says something that causes her to quickly turn around and move behind. As she turns, a glowing orb begins to move in from the left side of the screen. The strange shape appears to be just meters from the reporter, who looks on in total amazement. The orb hovers for a few seconds before ascending into the sky. As it's unclear where the footage was taken, it's difficult to give the video any context. However, the crew all sound genuinely shocked at what they're witnessing. Is it possible that this news team actually captured proof of an alien spacecraft, or is there another explanation for this strange phenomenon? If anyone can understand what the reporter and crew were saying, we'd love to know in the comments section below. This unsettling video was uploaded to Yorkshire Conspiracy UFO's YouTube channel in May 2019. The footage, which was supposedly captured at a football match somewhere in London, has many claiming that it shows proof of a UFO. Near the beginning of the video, there's a sudden flash in the sky. This is shortly followed by an orange-coloured orb that slowly descends from above. It hovers for a few seconds before suddenly disappearing. The players don't seem to notice the strange light as they continue their pre-match warm-ups. While several skeptics have noted that the descending light could simply belong to a drone, this theory doesn't explain how the object could suddenly vanish. So what do you think? Has this footage actually captured an alien craft curiously watching a local football match? Or could the orb be something else entirely? The Israel-Gaza border is a place that's well known for drama and conflict. However, it was also the setting for one of the best cases of mysterious things caught on live TV. Footage of the BBC broadcast shared on Isra Ahmed's YouTube channel appears to show a ghostly figure racing past a correspondent as he reports on a story. While the figure is difficult to make out in the initial footage, when it's slowed down it becomes somewhat easier to see. It also highlights just how close the mysterious figure actually gets to the broadcaster. The reporter seems completely oblivious to the entity moving just feet away from his back. The reason why so many people think this could be a ghost is its seemingly unnatural speed. Whoever or whatever is gliding past the reporter is moving far too quickly to be human. Some skeptics have dismissed the mysterious shape as a mere blur on the screen. Others think it might be the shadow of a person passing by on a bicycle. However, this doesn't account for the figure's great speed. I'll throw this one out to the audience. What do you think the camera's captured? Is it really a ghost? Or could the strange figure actually be something else? Unfortunately, without more information, we may never learn the truth behind this so-called mysterious ghost of Gaza. Could the White House be haunted? It has an eerie similarity to the silhouette of Michael Jackson. What's notable about the figure in question is that the posture witnessed here does seem quite reminiscent of the way Jackson was commonly seen walking onto the stage, with his head tilted down with his shoulders hanging over just slightly. We can see the shadow pass over a wall though.
Alright, so you got the only game where your entire job is to make money with numbers so big they shouldn't actually exist. It's Pegfinity. In Pegfinity, there are pegs. You must throw marbles and have them do all kinds of things to the pegs and then make money. Basically what you do is you go ahead and you... Oh! That was a terrible idea. I guess the idea is to only do like part of the way so that it hits some of the pegs. Oh, we made $10. How about if I do a little bit harder? $10. Can I get like a 20? Oh, okay, $20. One last ball. What? Hey! $60. Upgrades. What kind of upgrades are you looking at? Add 5 more pegs. Okay. Add 1 ball. Add 2 more baskets. Raise the point value or increase the chance. I need more money. So it looks like kind of the good areas to try and get to are way up either here. Oh yeah, $40 easy, or way over here. Which is hard to. So I was gonna get ball in this little area. Does it do anything, or we made $140 so far? That's like way more than we made before. We're at $150. New high score. How insane does the money making get? You can buy it. It's $150. Right about here seems to be kind of like like a really good spot for getting a lot of points. Like right around here. Okay, never mind. I got 20. I'm not right there. Okay. 30. Okay, that was like 50. Last one. I can at least get an upgrade for this. Got 434. Okay. Raise base points. Add 2 baskets. Sure. Just a taste of what's coming. Why is there a cactus on it? What does this even do? I almost got into the $100 basket. Well, if I can just kind of like limply throw it. Yeah, I can get kind of close. Ah, the random cactus is chilling out over here now. Interesting. I assume it like stabs the ball and then murders the ball or something. Ooh. I made all my money in the last ball. After going big. Hey, $50 to murder the cactus. Hit the mysterious guest cactus peg. Is there a lot of guests in this game?
Oh, there's an achievement for that.
Every single time? Like it's not hard to do. Oh, right down to 100. Come on, game. All right, we can just murder this cactus over and over again. Okay, $520. Give me the upgraded like point values right now. Increases the chance of power ups. Right, bonus basket, pinball time. Oh, my cactus is gone. Makes me sad. Okay, you got a couple like 15 spots right there. 15, 165, 555 total. I haven't gotten any of the baskets yet. They're actually kind of hard to get. Oh, come on, Gabe. What is I talking about how difficult they are to get? I was literally tapping dancing. All right, now we can get at 5 more packs. All right, so I went from getting like $40 to getting maybe like $500 per one. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oh yeah, right around here. This is a good dancing area. Look at that dance right there. $405. Last one to go. We're gonna get 500, no problem. 555, baby. New high score. Oh, we got a power. Let's see what it does. I have no idea what it does. Oh! isn't that hard shot. Like every once in a while, it seems like the ball just kind of defies the logic of gravity and hits the pegs like 5 or 6 times in a row. What kind of upgrades do we get here? Oh, 1 extra ball. We like that. That's, what is that? 20% more balls. Like 20% more. Okay. I've got to see the power. Win your first permanent power. Oh, well, I got to beat it up. Echo Smart. Each one the first hit. Oh my god! All the first hit. So, like, if I get 15 on it, it would be a 30. That's not too insane. It's not bad. I'll take it. Hey! I can hit that again. No. Okay. No. Okay, nice one, though. Oh, another 100. Oh! Give it to me again! Give it to me again! Oh, it's very satisfying getting like 60 bounces. So I think the best we had was like 37 bounces or something. So not only do we have a high score, we should have like a bounce, like a new bouncing too. So 30. Okay, new high score though. Height meter. Unlock the height meter. Chain magnets to build bigger and bigger. Okay. Overcharge. 20,000? Let's see what kind of combos we can get up there. Let's go right up. 1, 2, 5. Okay. I mean, that's really good. We weren't getting any combo multipliers before. We just got a ×2. You like that. That was absolute trash garbage. 2. Okay, another 2. Okay, got 100 as well on that run. Rare head chance. Score 2.5. Okay. More cactuses. Okay. More rare pegs. Bouncing pegs. Oh, wow. Okay. When it said that it can spawn the rare pegs, that is a lot of rare. I expected like 2 on the board at a time. Oh my god. Okay, we just got $287 on one go. 6, 374, 820. We're gonna have a personal best. It's gonna be a personal best big time. Height meter all the way up. $1,068. Give me the upgrade. Peg density. I mean, realistically, every additional peg is another chance for it to be a green peg as well. There's 600. Okay, that's nice. 845. We like that. Oh, I literally got the same thing twice in a row. Like, I'm talking, is it the same balls and everything? It's crazy. There it is again. That's crazy how I'm doing that. Oh. Almost $400 in one go. Okay. Yes. Okay, that was probably the best I've ever gotten on one single go around. Because not only did it get the big bonus thing, but it hit the greens like an extra 10. Got another bonus for $100. We might get that again. Close. Wow, we get the personal best by like $1,000. Oh my god. We take it like total 255. What kind of crazy we got here? Ball 4. Okay, that sounds cool. Ball gadget, launch fire rate, or head value. Like, I kind of just want more money. Let's give me more money. What kind of money are we talking? How good is this money? Okay, the money's disgusting. It was like $15 before, now it's 40. Oh no, it's 20. We just got the extra bonus of getting double for the first game. I'm hitting the portal, and now we just have a rapidly moving portal that I assume will just allow our ball to continue to do ballish things. That's nice. Now it is very small. Okay, it's not a very large portal. I'm trying to get this upgrade too, because that's a permanent upgrade. Yeah, this is a good run. $1,991. Not our best score, but still really good. Give me the upgrades. Oh, you get the cap. Yeah, sure. All right, so how do I use these? What do I need to do? Oh, and I don't think I need to do anything. I think it just exists. So I go super hard for that. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. $50 for hitting the path. Huh. Still haven't been saved by the portal yet. Kind of interested to see where the portal drops the ball when it's saved. Hey! That goes back to the beginning. I literally just talked about wanting to see what the portal did, and then the portal completely provided. So basically, the portal gives you a second, like another extra ball. Increases the chance of green ball. Huh. Or increases the chance of power-ups. Give me the power-ups. What's interesting is the hype meter saves when you get your ball returned to you, so you can kind of like continue the hype train. Oh, 1997 with you. We gotta power up. Gotta see if I can touch it somehow, though. Okay, I need more than here. Yeah! Epic Negs. Epic Pegs. What's that? I haven't seen an Epic Peg. I didn't even know it was a thing that could spawn. So I need to unlock Epic Pegs to see Epic Pegs. Because I have a feeling that in order to see an Epic Peg, you must first understand the Epic Peg. I'm actually getting pretty good at getting the extra 100 points here. Look at this. Like every single 5 green. Okay, we've got 1 green ball. 20% more money on your green ball. Not bad. Trying to kind of fish around for the extra 100, like wherever the 100 would be at. Getting close. There it is. We're making like 1,400 to 2,000 or but I feel like we need something to give us like way more money. Bonus basket value, 2 more baskets, increase the chance of green baskets. Green pegs, we'll have those. Red pegs. Fiance pegs. Alright, give me the cactus just to see what. Oh wow. Thermometer peg? Fire. Frog. UFO. Trying to get the cactus. Here? There it is! Okay. I'm curious. Okay, so I can definitely hit the extra pot all the time. I'm trying to get into the corner. But I'm just getting 100. Like, that's fine. I do enjoy getting the extra 100, like, literally every single time. There's, like, very, very special ways for you to hit the ball, like, with a certain pressure to probably even go infinite. Okay, so how about now? Okay. How about now? Oh, that's too much. Never mind. It's not too much at all. That might be too little. We're not. Okay, so I can literally go infinite. What? Oh! Wait until it gets all the way to the edge. Oh, that might be too much. Nope, we're fine. Wait until it gets to the edge. Fine. This is crazy. Fire. You're probably better off just playing the game, but that is pretty funny that if I wanted to, I could just go infinite there. What do you know? It's a new high score. How incredible. You can have a laser beam. Unlocks laser beam. Okay. So what exactly is required for the laser beam to laser? You know what I mean? That was cool. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. The laser's kind of cool. I don't know what causes it to do its lasery thing, but when it does its lasery thing, it's kind of amazing. The point of this laser's getting is crazy. There's the lightning, man. There's no way that we're going to have an incremental game without lightning. You already know. Like, somewhere around here, there's going to be chain lightning that gives the pegs extra, like, value or something. Like, it has to happen. There's no way it does not happen. Cactus. Oh, and we got the cactus and the return ball. That was pretty hilarious. Come on, cactus. Come here. That was disgusting. Got the cactus. Got the cactus. Oh, that was too much for the cactus. That was way too hard. Still though, new high score, 75 pegs in a single run. Give me them upgrades. Bouncy peg, rare peg, cactus, we already have that one. Oh, 5 more pegs. Are we smashing cactuses now? Smash! Oh, I missed the cactus. There we go. Got the cactus. $2,000. Bonus baskets or green baskets? 3 bonus baskets. Yeah, this basically doubles our potential baskets, which is awesome. There we go. There's a basket right there. I will say though, so far, the money doesn't seem like unbelievably ridiculous. Like there's a couple of ways to kind of manipulate the system. So like I said, we could go infinite, but the problem is that the money doesn't come in quickly. I don't want to see $1,000. I want to see like $1 million. I gotta keep getting all the upgrades until I find something that's stupid. A beach ball. Ah, sure. Let me see what it's like. Okay, we got a beach. We got several beach balls. There's a green ball, beach ball.
From the front, this looks like an ordinary monitor, but hidden behind it is a complete standalone PC. By the end of this build, it'll be all in one unit, complete with built-in speakers. The best part is that almost everything in this project came from hardware most people would have thrown away, like this broken laptop and this monitor with black spots all over the screen. So let's build it. It all started with this poor laptop. The screen was completely smashed. The display was so badly damaged that I could barely see it. And there's a huge dent along the edge of the chassis, courtesy of me accidentally dropping it. You might remember this machine. It's the $1 laptop I was lucky enough to buy about a month ago. At this point, there's no way I can use it like a normal laptop anymore. Before giving up on it, I needed to find out whether the important parts, the motherboard, CPU, and RAM, were still alive. So I plugged it into an external monitor. Perfect. The laptop motherboard powered up immediately. That's a great sign. Even better, the display worked perfectly right away. I didn't have to mess around with any complicated setup or configuration. Everything just worked. The system booted up without any issues. Honestly, I was amazed. Considering how badly the laptop was damaged, I expected much worse. This is an HP ProBook 4430X, released around 15 years ago. Its hardware is pretty outdated, and repairing a broken laptop like this simply isn't worth the cost. So instead of fixing it, I came up with a different idea. I'm going to turn it into an all-in-one PC. The first thing I needed to do was completely disassemble the laptop and separate all the components from the chassis. To be honest, that was a lot harder than I expected. I'm definitely not a professional repair technician, so one careless move could snap a cable or damage something important. After nearly an hour of wrestling with screws, clips, and plastic panels, I finally freed the motherboard from the shell. As you can see, the heatsink fins didn't survive in perfect condition. It bent pretty badly. But fortunately, the heat pipes and more importantly, the motherboard itself escaped without any major damage. Now comes the important part. I need to find out whether the system still works after taking it completely apart. The first challenge is simply getting it to power. Luckily, the power button on this laptop is a separate board instead of being built into the keyboard. That means I can easily relocate it later and mount it wherever I want. The next challenge is the display. Since the built-in screen is gone, the laptop will normally try to output video to its internal display first. That could leave my external monitor with no signal at all. There's only one way to find out. Let's hook up the power adapter, connect an external monitor, and see what happens. Now that I've confirmed the motherboard still works, it's finally time to start building the all-in-one PC. One of the biggest decisions is choosing the right display. I had a few simple requirements. It needed to be thin, lightweight, and as clean-looking as possible. That's why I went with an inexpensive slim monitor. Its flat back panel will make mounting the hardware much easier, and hopefully give the finished build a much more professional look. But there's one problem. This is actually an old monitor I already own, and it's developed a rather annoying issue. As you can see, there are several black blotches on the screen. They look terrible. If you've watched my previous projects, you'll know I'm a bit obsessed with making everything look as clean as possible, so I decided to fix it. After opening up the monitor, I discovered that those black marks weren't dead pixels after all. They were caused by adhesive that had slowly seeped down from the edge of the display. So I carefully cleaned it away using a high concentration isopropyl alcohol. Alright, let's hope. Perfect. The black marks are completely gone. Alright, now it's time to mount the motherboard on the display. To hold all of the hardware, I'm going to use a sheet of foam PVC attached to the back of the monitor. I absolutely love working with this material because it's lightweight, easy to cut, and incredibly versatile. After figuring out the best position for the motherboard, it's time to start mounting it. The first step is marking all of the motherboard mounting holes on the phone PVC. Then I'll drill them using the appropriate drill. On the backside, I'll countersink each hole so the screw heads sit flush with the surface and won't interfere when the panel is mounted against the back. Next, I'll install a set of 8mm motherboard standoffs. But before attaching the motherboard, I'm going to wrap the foam PVC with a layer of carbon fiber vinyl. It doesn't improve performance, but it definitely makes the whole build look much cleaner and professional. Now, I'll install the remaining standoffs and secure the motherboard in place. Originally, I planned to reuse the laptop's battery, but after taking a closer look, I realized it was completely dead. So, there's no point keeping it. In fact, trying to use a damaged battery would just be asking for trouble. It could become a serious safety hazard, or even catch fire. So, I'm leaving it out entirely. That means this system will simply run directly from the power bank, just like any other all-in-one PC. With the motherboard finally secured, it's time to work on something every all-in-one PC needs: a decent audio system. I have to admit, the original laptop speakers sound pretty terrible. So instead, I'm going to reuse this LG wireless speaker. Even though it's designed to play music over Bluetooth, it also has a 3.5mm audio input, which makes it perfect for this project. To connect it to the laptop motherboard, I first need to remove the small daughter board that holds the 3.5mm audio jack. It's connected to the main board with a flexible ribbon cable. Some of you might be wondering why the audio jack isn't built directly onto the motherboard. It's actually a pretty clever design. The headphone jack is one of the most frequently used ports on the laptop, so it's also one of the first things to work out. By putting it on a separate board, manufacturers can replace just that small part instead of replacing the entire motherboard. To make the system even more practical, I also want the speaker to charge automatically whenever the PC is turned on. So I'll power it with a USB cable connected directly to the laptop's motherboard. The problem is that the motherboard's USB ports are a little too far away. Luckily, I can reuse the laptop's original USB 2.0 daughter board, which connects to the motherboard through another ribbon cable. That way, the speaker charges itself automatically whenever the all-in-one PC is running. The audio cable is much longer than I need, so I'm going to coil it up underneath the motherboard to keep everything looking neat. I'm also mounting the USB 2.0 ports right next to the speaker, making them much easier to access later. Now seems like the perfect time to reconnect the power bank. After that, I'll permanently secure both the motherboard and the speaker in place. At this stage, the system is almost ready to use. There's just one important component left: the storage drive. Installing it is easy enough. I just need to connect the SSD to the motherboard. The only problem is that I don't want it moving around inside the case. My solution is simple. I'll place a small piece of foam PVC underneath the SSD as a support. Perfect. That holds it firmly in place. Next, I prepared 3 strips of foam PVC, each about 5 centimeters tall, to form the outer frame of the all-in-one. I'm only installing 3 sides for now. I'll explain why in a bit. To give the frame a cleaner finish, I'm cutting both ends at 45-degree angles, so they meet neatly at the corners. Then I simply glue all the pieces together. That's one of the reasons I love working with foam PVC. A little glue is all it takes to build almost anything. When I got to the third side, I ran into another issue. I needed to cut openings for all of the USB ports, HDMI, and the other connectors, so I could still access them if everything is assembled. Thankfully, everything lined up perfectly. But then I noticed one more thing. The laptop's cooling system exhausts hot air from this side. Laptop designs always leave this area open for air, so I also need to cut a vent here to make sure the hot air can escape properly. After that, I'll glue the final side panel into place to complete the frame. Next, I'll wrap the entire outer edge with carbon fiber vinyl, so everything matches and the finished build looks much cleaner and more professional. Alright, now it's finally ready for its first power. My plan is to build a rear cover later, turning the whole thing into a clean enclosed box that hides all of the internal parts. But before I spend time making that final panel, there's one thing I absolutely have to do. I need to make sure the entire system actually works exactly as intended. Perfect. Everything is working. The display, the audio, it all came together exactly the way I wanted. To get the most out of this laptop, I decided to reuse the 2 Wi-Fi antennas from the original display assembly and reconnect them to the wireless plug. That gives me built-in Wi-Fi without needing an Ethernet cable hanging at the back. Next, it's time to build the rear cover. Just like the rest of the project, I'm using foam PVC, but this time a thinner sheet. First, I need to cut a large opening that lines up with the speaker so the sound isn't muffled by the back panel. Then I'll make another opening directly above the CPU, allowing the fan to pull fresh air in from outside instead of recycling hot air trapped inside. Finally, I'll secure the power jack to the edge of the case using 2 small foam PVC brackets. That way, plugging in the power adapter feels just like using a normal all-in-one PC. As for the power button, the original one was tiny. Pressing it directly would be pretty inconvenient, so I took a closer look at how it actually works. Turns out all it does is momentarily short 2 contact pads beneath the switch. That gave me an idea. You grabbed a much larger push button and soldered it directly into those 2 contacts. Now let's see if my plan actually works. Perfect. It works exactly the way I wanted. All that's left is to drill a hole in the side of the frame, mount the new power button. Just like that, it's done. Next comes one of the final steps, wrapping the top cover with carbon fiber liner. It really helps tie the whole design together and gives the project a much cleaner, more finished look. To secure the rear panel, I'll drill 2 mounting holes and install a pair of screws in the bottom. From then on, removing the cover is as simple as undoing 2 screws. You'll probably notice that I left the bottom edge open. That wasn't an accident. It allows fresh air to flow through the system more easily, improving overall cooling. Next, I'll attach the 2 external Wi-Fi antennas to the bottom of the case to give the wireless card better signal reception. And with that, my DIY all-in-one PC is finally complete. Now for the moment of truth. Let's press the power button and see if everything still works. Oh my god, we've got a picture. Now it's time to put it through a few everyday tests. Watching 1080p YouTube videos is surprisingly simple. There are hardly any noticeable stutters, and the audio sounds much clearer than the original laptop speakers ever did. Now it's time for the real test, Minecraft. I'm using version 1.8.9. The frame rate hovers around 100 frames per second. The highest number I managed to record was 218 frames per second. Not bad at all for a 15-year-old laptop that's been turned into an all-in-one PC. Another thing I'm really happy with is the temperature. Even under load, the system stays at around 60 degrees Celsius. That's cool enough that I feel completely comfortable using it every day. So, what do you think of this project? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If I can tell you, you'd probably never guess that this tablet started life as this completely destroyed smartphone. Honestly, I've been obsessed lately with giving broken hardware a second chance, and this phone is no exception. I've already turned it into a mini PC, all-in-one PC, and even a laptop. Then I came across a video from a Korean YouTuber who transformed a smartphone into a tablet. The idea immediately caught my attention, so today I'm going to build one myself and see how it turns out. To make this project work, the first thing I need is a broken phone. And I think I've talked about this one enough already, so I'll keep it short. It's just a badly damaged Samsung S9 that I picked up for around $30. I don't even remember the exact price of it. The next thing I needed was a touchscreen display, so I jumped onto eBay and ordered one, along with a bunch of other small parts for the build. About a week later, everything finally arrived. Let's start with the display. Wow, it actually looks pretty premium. I paid $60 for it. It's a 14-inch full HD touchscreen with a 60 Hz refresh rate. Alright, moment of truth. Let's hook it up to the phone and see if everything actually works together. Perfect. I can control Samsung DeX directly from the touchscreen. That's exactly what I was hoping for. But now comes the tricky part. If I want this build to look clean, I need to hide the phone inside the display itself. The problem is, this monitor is incredibly thin. It's only about 1 centimeter thick, so I was honestly worried there wouldn't be enough room inside for the phone. First, I had to figure out how to open the display. That turned out to be harder than I expected. There weren't any visible screws anywhere around the frame. I spent about 15 minutes trying to figure out how to get inside. Eventually, I found the trick, although it also meant instantly voiding my warranty. Well, I guess there's no going back now. The next challenge was separating the LCD panel from the outer frame. It's glued down at all 4 corners, so I had to carefully slide a thin blade underneath and slowly work my way around the edges. This definitely wasn't the time to rush. I really didn't want to ruin a brand new display. Oh my gosh, they used a lot of adhesive, way more than I expected. The whole time I was thinking, please don't let me break this. Thankfully, it finally came apart. And here's the good news. Once everything was opened up, I realized there was actually a surprising amount of empty space inside. More than enough to start fitting the extra hardware for this project. Things get a little easier from here. The next step is simply disconnecting the display cable from the controller board. Now, I need to figure out something much more important. How to power both the display and the phone without plugging them into the wall? The answer is batteries. The challenge is that there's only about 7 millimeters of clearance inside the case. That's not much to work with, so I chose ultra-thin lithium batteries that are only 6 millimeters thick, each with a nominal voltage of 3.7 volts. It actually takes 4 of these cells to provide enough power for both the display and the phone. Don't worry, I'll explain exactly how the power system works a little later. For now, I need to make as much room as possible, so I'm removing every unnecessary plastic support from the bottom of the case, allowing the batteries to sit as low as they possibly can. I decided to keep all 4 basin mounting points intact. Once that was done, I started figuring out the best layout for all the components. After moving things around more times than I'd like to admit, I finally settled on this arrangement. But there was one more problem. Every time you want to use Samsung Next, you still have to press the phone's power button to wake it up. If I completely hide the phone inside the display, that button becomes impossible to use. So I positioned the phone right next to the edge of the enclosure, allowing me to cut a small opening for easy access to the power button. To make that work, I had to trim away more of the plastic supports around the inside edge of the frame. Once that was finished, I started thinking about how I could press the phone's power button from the outside without taking the whole thing apart. Then an idea came to me. What if I attached a small rubber pad directly to the power button and let it stick out through the side of the case? It turned out to be a surprisingly simple solution. Now I can press the power button from the outside just as easily as if the phone was still in my hand. I also wanted to make the most of every feature that still worked on this phone. That included the camera. Instead of hiding it away, I wanted to reuse it for things like taking photos or scanning documents. The solution was pretty straightforward. I simply drilled a small hole in the back panel that's just the right size for the camera lens. Simple, but surprisingly effective. With that done, the phone is finally taken care of. Next, I need to work out the battery charging system. I bought a charging board that also includes an LED battery level indicator. The plan is to mount it along the left edge of the case. That way I can easily check the battery status from the outside. To make that possible, I first marked its position, then cut a small opening so the LED indicators would remain visible. And with that, the charging board is in place. Now it's time to arrange the battery cells inside the case. Once I was happy with the layout, I trimmed off the original battery tabs. The next step was wiring all 4 batteries in parallel. That means connecting every positive terminal together and every negative terminal together. This keeps the voltage the same while increasing the overall battery capacity. After that, I connected the positive and negative outputs from the charging board directly to the battery pad. One thing I noticed was that the wires on the charging board were incredibly thin. So before going any further, I replaced them with a pair of thicker wires that should handle the current much more reliably. Once all the wiring was finished, I made sure to cover every solder joint with heat shrink tubing to prevent any accidental short circuits. As you can see, the charging board is working perfectly. It's even showing that the battery pack is sitting at around 70% charge. The next challenge was all of this messy wiring. I needed to keep every cable as low as possible so nothing would press against the back of the display. After a lot of rearranging and maybe a little bit of creative cable management, everything finally fit nice and neat inside. With everything wired up, I wanted to check the battery pack's output voltage. Perfect. It's reading 3.9 volts, which is exactly what the phone needs. As you can see, the original phone battery operates at almost the same voltage. Alright, now it's time to modify the phone itself. I'll remove the back cover and power it directly instead of using the original battery. To do that, I'll use the phone's battery connector and solder the positive and negative leads from my battery pack directly to it. Next, I need to power the display controller. A USB Type-C power cable is connected directly to the positive and negative terminals of the same battery pack. Once all the wiring is finished, I plan to mount the controller board right here. After fixing it in place, I'll connect a USB-C cable from the phone to the controller board to carry the display signal. The original cable is far too long, so I'm replacing it with a much shorter one that can bend in any direction, making it much easier to route inside the enclosure. Finally, I'll secure the controller board in place using double-sided adhesive tape. Next, I'll mount the 2 speakers here and connect all of the control cables to the controller board. That done, every component inside my DIY tablet is finally in place. Now it's time for the moment of truth. Let's see if it powers on. No way. The display came to life instantly. That's a very good sign. But then I ran into a serious problem. The touchscreen had completely stopped working. What's strange is that I'd already tested it earlier, and the touch function worked perfectly. So something must have gone wrong along the way. Right now, the only way I can control the system is through the phone itself. I went through every setting I could find in both Samsung DeX and the display's menu, hoping I'd miss something. Nothing. I also checked every cable connected to the controller board, and everything appeared to be plugged in correctly. At this point, I was completely out of ideas. But then, after taking one more careful look, I spotted the most ridiculous mistake. I installed the touchscreen ribbon cable backwards. Seriously, it was such a simple mistake. The moment I flipped the cable around and powered it back on, the touchscreen worked perfectly. I couldn't believe it. After all that troubleshooting, the problem was entirely my fault. Alright, now it's time to put the display back on and finally finish this tablet. Carefully. Oh yeah, everything is finally together. After all the planning, cutting, wiring, and troubleshooting, it's finally finished. Now it's time to sit back and enjoy the results of all that hard work. I think I can officially call this a tablet. So let's try a few everyday tasks and see how it performs. First, some simple web browsing, and yeah, it's surprisingly smooth. The touchscreen is especially impressive. It feels responsive, and every tap registers almost instantly. Next up is YouTube. The display is a 14-inch Full HD panel, so while it's not the most stunning screen you'll ever see, it's more than good enough for everyday use. For someone like me, it's exactly what I need. One thing I wasn't particularly impressed with was the audio. In my opinion, the speakers don't sound all that great. Now, for the real test, Minecraft. With the render distance set to the lowest setting, this DIY tablet is pushing around 200 FPS. That's an incredible result. And that's not all. I can still take photos and record videos using the phone's camera, just like a normal tablet. When the battery gets low, I simply plug in the charger and keep using it. I can even adjust the display settings using the physical buttons on the side of the screen. It's a small feature, but it's surprisingly convenient. Shutting the tablet down is just as simple. All I have to do is exit Samsung DeX and press the phone's power button. That turns off both the phone and the display. To power it back on, I just press the same button again. The only thing you need to do beforehand is disable the lock screen in the phone settings, so DeX starts up without asking for a password. And with that, I've successfully turned a broken phone into a fully functional tablet. It does everything I hoped it would, and all the essential features work exactly as they should. The entire project cost me around $120. Honestly, I don't think it's nearly as difficult as it looks. I believe you could build one too. So, what do you think of this DIY tablet? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Smartphones are amazing devices, but all it takes is one bad drop, and you end up with a cracked, broken screen, just like this Galaxy S9. Most people will throw it away, but don't do that just yet, because a broken phone can become something far more interesting. I'm already one to a mini PC, and even an all-in-one PC here in the channel. But today, we're taking things even further. I'm going to transform this broken smartphone into a fully functional laptop. Let's get started. The phone I'm using for this project is a Samsung S9. I probably don't need to spend too much time introducing it because I've already covered it in my previous two videos. The most important thing about this phone is that it supports video output through its USB-C port. Samsung calls this feature DeX. Without it, this entire project wouldn't be possible. That brings us to the next essential component, the display. For that, I'm reusing an LCD panel salvaged from an old broken laptop. And to connect the phone to the screen, I'm using a controller board that converts the video signal into something the display can understand. If you'd like a more detailed explanation of how all of that works, feel free to check out my previous video where I covered it in much more detail. When it comes to building the enclosure, you could use aluminum sheets or almost any other material you have available. But for this project, I wanted to try something a little different. So I chose PVC plastic. More specifically, I'm going to recycle this PVC pipe. The idea is pretty simple. First, I'll cut the pipe lengthwise. Then I'll use a heat gun to soften the plastic until it becomes flexible. Once it's soft enough, I'll place it between two heavy flat surfaces and compress it. The goal is to reshape the curved pipe into a flat sheet. After waiting about 30 minutes for the plastic to cool and harden again, it should hold its new shape. And just like that, we'll have a flat piece of PVC that can be treated like a normal building material for the rest of the project. It does feel fairly thin, but in terms of strength, I'm confident it'll do the job. What I like most is that it adds almost no extra thickness to the build, which is important when space is already limited. Alright, the next step is to cut a panel that's roughly the same size as the display. Once that's done, I'll use epoxy adhesive to bond the two pieces together. After that, I'll drill 2 holes near the lower corners of the plastic panel so I can mount a pair of sturdy hinges. As for the hinges, I'm not buying anything new. Instead, I'm going to salvage them from an old broken laptop. I chose a hinge design with a long support. The plan is to mount it as close to the display as possible. That way, when the screen is opened and closed, most of the force is distributed through the support arm instead of putting all the stress on the hinge pivot itself. But after stepping back and looking at it, I noticed another problem. The edges of the display were still completely exposed. So the next step was to build a proper frame around it. To do that, I bonded 2 pieces of PVC together to create an L-shaped screw, then cut them to fit each side of the display. These pieces will act as a protective bezel around the screen. For the corners, I cut the ends at 45-degree angles so they meet cleanly and form neat joints. Once everything was trimmed to size, I glued the pieces into place and let them set. And this is what it looks like. Honestly, it's starting to come together. The overall shape looks much cleaner, more organized, and almost industrial in a way. But there's one thing I still wasn't happy with. Color. The raw PVC just doesn't look very pretty. I wanted something with a more polished appearance. So I decided to paint the entire enclosure in gloss black. Before painting, I lightly sanded the surface to get rid of paint settling at the bottom. Hopefully that'll lead to a smoother approach. And once I peeled off the masking tape, it actually looked surprisingly clean. At this point, the display was basically finished. Now it was time to work on the laptop's base. For this part, I prepared a new set of aluminum extrusions and cut each corner at 45 degrees, so everything would fit together perfectly. For the bottom panel, I used a flat plastic sheet. Then I drilled evenly spaced holes through the aluminum frame and transferred those exact positions to the bottom panel. This would allow everything to be securely fastened together with screws. Before installing the aluminum frame, I needed to secure all of the components inside the system. First up was the display controller. Once I found the right position, I marked and drilled 3 mounting holes to match the screw locations. Then I installed 6mm threaded standoffs and secured them from the back side of the screws. With that done, the controller board was locked in place. Next came the power source. I decided to use a high-capacity 30-watt power bank to power the entire system, including both the phone and the display controller. After figuring out the best layout, I drilled an opening for the Ethernet port. Since the phone would be enclosed inside the chassis, I didn't want the metal and electronics affecting Wi-Fi performance. Then I mounted the USB hub and the power bank. As for the phone itself, I used a flexible phone case attached directly to the base panel. This keeps the build lightweight and also makes the phone easy to remove. That way, if I ever want to upgrade or replace it with another phone, I can simply slide it out and drop a new one in. Next, I needed a way to keep the power bank charged without constantly emptying the laptop. So I routed its charging port to the back of the system. The process was actually pretty simple. I cut a USB charging cable and wired it to a female USB connector. Once installed, this port can be connected to a USB adapter, a phone charger, or just about any standard USB power source. That means the power bank can be charged directly from the outside without taking the laptop apart every time it needs power. That's when I realized I had completely forgotten to install the display hinges. So I went back, marked the mounting points, and drilled the necessary holes. At first I was worried that mounting the hinges directly to the bottom panel wouldn't be strong enough, but I was wrong. Once everything was tightened down, it felt far more solid than I expected, with almost no noticeable flex or wobble. After installing the rest of the aluminum frame, I still wasn't completely satisfied with the overall precision of the build. But considering this started as a spontaneous idea with no professional drawings, no CAD models, and no real plan, I'd say the result was more than acceptable. Now it was time to work on the top cover. Just like the bottom section, I used a flat plastic panel and cut it to fit the frame. Another important step was adding a keyboard and trackpad so the device could actually function as a laptop. For this build, I picked up a Bluetooth keyboard designed for tablets. It comes with pretty much everything you'd expect from a regular laptop keyboard, along with a built-in trackpad, making it a perfect fit for this project. To mount the keyboard, I placed it on top of a plastic panel and traced its outline to create a cutting edge. The shape is a little tricky to cut accurately, so I used an angle grinder to smooth out the corners and clean up the edges. Eventually, everything snaps flush with the surface. It may not look perfect, and I'll admit it's a little rough around the edges, but it's the best result I could achieve with the tools and materials I had. One more thing, I was able to remove the keyboard's rear cover and get rid of its internal battery. Instead, I wired it directly to the power bank, so the entire system could run from a single power source. After that, I secured the top panel in place. And just like that, my laptop was finally complete. As for performance, this thing definitely isn't breaking records, but it does exactly what I built it to do. I can watch YouTube videos, browse the web smoothly, and handle everyday tasks without any major issues. I've already covered the performance side in some of my previous videos, so if you're curious about the benchmarks and gaming tests, feel free to check those out. And I know some of you probably won't be impressed by the design. Industrial design isn't my specialty, but I genuinely wanted to take this project seriously and build something functional from scratch. This is the result of 2 days of work. To be honest, I'm still not completely satisfied with how it turned out, but every project teaches me something new, and hopefully the experience from this build will help me create something even better next time. I just built a mini PC on an incredibly small budget, around $50. And what's interesting is that it's completely different from anything you've probably seen before. You can use it like a normal PC, watch 2K videos smoothly, and even enjoy some games at 60 FPS. It's not the most powerful machine in the world, but it might be one of the cheapest PC builds you'll ever see. You may have already noticed that the operating system looks nothing like Windows. That's because it isn't Windows at all, it's Samsung DeX. While browsing eBay one day, I came across a Samsung Galaxy S9 with a completely shattered screen for just $22. I didn't think twice. I bought it immediately. A few days later, the package finally arrived. And now it's time to see what kind of condition this thing is actually in. This is the Samsung S9 I bought from eBay. Cosmetically, this phone is in rough shape. The exterior has taken a beating, and the display isn't doing much better. The screen flickers constantly. Around half of it has severe color issues, and parts of the panel look like they're on the verge of giving up completely. Which, to be fair, is exactly why the phone was so cheap in the first place. Thankfully, the touchscreen still works. And for this project, that's really all I need. What's interesting about the Galaxy S9 is that it comes from the early days of Samsung DeX. Samsung originally created DeX to make better use of the hardware already sitting inside a smartphone. The idea was simple. Connect the phone to a monitor and transform the Android interface into something that feels much closer to a desktop PC. It was designed to improve multitasking and make mobile hardware more practical for productivity-focused workloads. The DeX platform was first introduced in 2017 alongside the Galaxy S8 and S8 Plus. Then, about a year later, Samsung released the Galaxy S9, the very phone sitting in front of me right now. Turning it into a PC is actually much easier than you might think. All I needed was a 5-in-1 USB-C hub. That's it. And the best part is that these adapters are everywhere. You can find them on eBay, Amazon, or pretty much any online marketplace. I picked mine up on eBay for around $12. It comes with all the ports I need, including USB, HDMI, and power level. So let's plug everything in and see if Samsung DeX is actually as good as people think. And no way. The display appeared the moment I connected it. No complicated setup. Just honestly, I was surprised by how responsive it felt. Within seconds, I was moving the mouse around, opening windows, and using the keyboard just like I would on a normal desktop PC. At this point, it didn't feel like I was using a broken phone anymore. It felt like I was sitting in front of a surprisingly capable little computer. Before we dive into the performance of this little PC, I wanted to solve another problem. Right now, everything is just sitting on the desk. It works, but it doesn't exactly look clean. Another reason is that the phone is heavily damaged and looks pretty terrible cosmetically. So I started looking for a small enclosure that could hold the phone and the USB-C hub together in a more organized way. Naturally, I searched online first. I checked eBay and a few other marketplaces, hoping someone has already made a mini PC case specifically for Samsung bags. But after a lot of searching, I came up empty-handed. Nobody seemed to be selling exactly what I needed, so I decided to make my own. I designed a custom enclosure and sent the files to a friend nearby who owns a 3D printer. I'd love to own a 3D printer myself one day. That's a hobby that can get expensive very quickly, so I don't have to wait. Anyway, after about a day of printing, this is what we ended up with. The entire print only cost me about $6. As for the design, I wanted to keep it as simple as possible. Both ends are ventilated to help airflow, and the top panel can be removed without using a single screw. Instead, it's held in place by 4 magnets, one in each corner. That makes it really easy to open whenever I need access to the hardware inside. I also added an Asus logo on the top panel as a little design touch. If you don't already know, I'm a bit of an Asus fan. But the logo isn't just there for looks. The cutout actually serves a second purpose. On the inside, I designed a set of mounting clips that allow me to install a cooling fan directly beneath it. So naturally, I picked up a small RGB fan for about $5 and mounted it inside. Because if I'm building a tiny PC, it might as well have RGB. And just like that, the mini PC case was almost finished. But we're not done yet. In fact, one of the biggest challenges was still waiting for me. This phone is old, really old. The Galaxy S9 was released nearly 8 years ago, and age is starting to show in one particular area, the battery. The battery health isn't great anymore. I can literally watch the percentage drop during use. And there's another issue. Whenever the phone is charging, it generates a surprising amount of heat. The entire device becomes noticeably hot. That might be acceptable for normal use, but if I plan to use this as a desktop PC or play games for extended periods, that battery becomes a concern. Not just for longevity, but for safety as well. On top of that, once the phone starts getting too warm, the performance can become inconsistent. Sometimes the system begins to lag or stutter as the temperature climbs. At this point, I needed a solution. The battery was old, worn out, and generating far too much heat, so I decided to remove it completely. Instead of running the phone from its battery, I would power it directly through the battery contacts. That means the phone can operate without a battery installed at all. Of course, I couldn't just connect a random power supply and hope for the best. To make everything safe, I bought a voltage regulator board that can provide the phone with a stable output voltage. That way, the Galaxy S9 always receives the correct amount of power and can run reliably for long periods of time. While I was working on the power system, I realized I could also add a Molex connector to power the RGB fan from the same source. So that's exactly what I did. Now came the fun part. A lot of solving. I connected everything together, carefully checking the positive and negative terminals before making any permanent connections. Once that was done, I soldered the wiring to the USB-C breaker. Then I added one final piece, a power switch. I wanted a simple way to turn the entire system on and off without constantly unplugging the power cable. With everything assembled, it was finally time to test it. I connected the power leads to the phone, flipped the switch, and perfect. Even better, when I flipped the switch off, the phone shut down instantly. Turn it back on, and it booted right back up. Everything worked exactly as planned. By the end of it, I had spent roughly another $5 on wiring, connectors, and power-related parts. The next step was securing the phone inside the case. For that, I reused a phone clamp from an old camera mount and attached it inside the enclosure with strong adhesive tape. It's not the most elegant solution in the world, but it does the job surprisingly well. The phone stays firmly in place and doesn't move around at all. But then I ran into another problem. The USB-C connector was too long. Once plugged into the phone, it stuck out farther than the case would allow. So once again, I had to find a workaround. My solution was a U-shaped USB-C adapter. It only cost about $2.50, and it redirected the cable neatly back toward the inside of the case. Problem solved. After that, all that remained was organizing the wiring and securing the remaining components. Nothing exciting, but it was the final step before this project could officially be called finished. And just like that, the build was complete. In total, I ended up spending around $52 on the Samsung DeX Mini PC. Looking at it from the outside, it actually resembles a proper mini PC. It's compact, clean, and surprisingly lightweight. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out. But enough talking about the hardware. Let me know what you think about this build in the comments. Now it's time for the part that really matters. Let's see how this thing performs. Next, I wanted to test the highest resolution this setup is supposed to support, 1440p. Or at least, that was the plan. Unfortunately, I couldn't get Samsung DeX to output at that resolution. I tried installing Good Lock and digging through the available settings, hoping to unlock additional display options. But there was no multi-star module and none of the DeX-related features I needed. At that point, it started looking less like a software limitation and more like a hardware restriction. So for now, I'll leave that mystery unsolved. Instead, let's move on to something a little more practical. Video playback. And, oh my god, it's actually really smooth. The response is almost instant when scrubbing through the timeline, and videos start playing immediately without any noticeable delay. Honestly, this feels much better than I expected from an 8-year-old phone. Then I switched over to a 1440p video, and surprisingly the Galaxy S9 handled it without any trouble at all. No stuttering, no lag, no dropped frames that I could notice. Alright, now it's time to try some PlayStation 2 games. I'll be using a wireless controller, and thankfully connecting it to this mini PC is incredibly easy. All I had to do was enable Bluetooth, put the controller into pairing mode, and the system recognized it almost instantly. For the first test, I chose Gran Turismo 4, and honestly, it runs surprisingly well on this machine. The image quality is also impressively sharp when displayed through Samsung DeX, making it feel much closer to a real console experience than I expected. That said, we do have to remember what hardware we're doing. This is still an 8-year-old smartphone, and its age definitely shows when the workload starts increasing. In Gran Turismo 4, the frame rate can occasionally reach 60 frames per second, but it doesn't stay there consistently. During heavier scenes, it can drop quite noticeably, sometimes falling to around 25 frames per second. At the same time, the CPU is working almost flat out, spending most of its time very close to full utilization. Next up is the King of Fighters, and overall the experience is much smoother. I spent quite a bit of time playing it. For the most part, I didn't notice any major frame rate drops. The game stayed consistently around 50 frames per second, which made it feel responsive and enjoyable. Of course, the phone isn't getting a free ride. The CPU is still working at full speed to maintain that level of performance, but at least in this game, it's managing to keep up. I also wanted to try something a little more demanding, so naturally I loaded up God of War 2. And this is where the limitations of the hardware become much more obvious. The system struggles quite a bit here. Frame rates hover around 33 frames per second most of the time, making the experience noticeably less smooth than the previous games. If you really wanted to improve performance, you could lower the rendering resolution and gain a few extra frames. But even then, this is clearly pushing the hardware close to its limits. That said, when you move down to less demanding systems like the PSP or Dreamcast, this little machine feels much more comfortable. And of course, there was one game I couldn't leave out, Minecraft. For this test, I decided to keep things simple and use version 1.7.10. And honestly, the results surprised me. The frame rate wasn't bad at all. In fact, it could climb past 200 frames per second in some situations. Now, it wasn't perfectly stable. There were plenty of moments where it dropped down to around 150 frames per second. But even then, the game still felt extremely smooth. Overall, it's a great experience. And what makes it even more impressive is the fact that all of this is running on a homemade mini PC built around a broken Galaxy S9. Overall, this was a really fun project. And I think the result was worth the effort. Now I have a compact PC that I can take almost anywhere for work or light gaming. If you enjoyed the build, don't forget to leave a like on the video. Thanks for watching.
I want to see like $1 million. I gotta keep getting all the upgrades until I find something that's stupid. A beach ball. Oh! Sure, let me see what's fun. Okay, we got several beach balls. There's a green ball, beach ball. Okay, the beach ball is pretty cool. I like that. Okay, got almost $4,500. Yes. Oh! Oh, the beach ball almost got returned to us. I gotta remember that you barely need to put any effort into hitting the beach ball, and it just goes crazy on its own. All right, give me the bouncy pegs, I guess. Oh God, there's a lot of them. How much do they? I was gonna say, how much bounce do the bouncy pegs give you? They have some pretty good bounce. Light on the wow, even that light. Whoa, light. Okay, that was a pretty good score. $6,300. There's $5,000 of work from single run. Cool. Okay, the bouncy pegs are an unreasonably good buy. Oh God, there was so much money. Oh, and the return on top of it. And the $100. You like that? Remember how I said I was waiting to see how this game would start to get out of hand? We are slowly getting there. Like now we're starting to beat our high score every single time. So what did I get from here? This is phenomenal. Launches lava bubbles. What else do we got? Rare pegs. Rare pegs are fine. Rare baskets are fine. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take this. Okay. 350 points on the rare basket. Here. Okay, we got the cactus. That was cool. We got the cactus again. Just screw around with it. 3 grand. And more pegs. Oh yeah. Another bonus basket. That literally just sent my ball right back from rare sticks games for me. And I guess just keep the rare chances going. Okay, here's the epic 55,000. Okay, got the 350. 350 again. Frog peg licks nearby pegs. Or raise the, you know what? Raise the base points. You gotta do it. As much as I want the frog, I assume it's like another 5 points or something. Ooh, that was a pretty good return. All right, I got the thermometer tag. We have one on the board. Whatever that means, whatever it does, it's there. Oh, that's cool. Our beach ball came back to us. Oh, wow. Another ball came back to us, too. Okay. Okay, $2,300 on one single go. Hey! Okay, so the little lava chunks just rise up off the ground and get stuck. Almost got a personal best. So we've got fire, we've got frogs, we've got bouncy, we got laser. Still don't see any lightning. Still waiting on the lightning. Frogs. I'm not gonna lie, the frog is kind of. I was gonna say the frog is hideous. Never mind, the frog is amazing. The frog is unbelievably incredible. Oh my God. Man, frog! There's so much stuff that happens in this game, it's kind of hilarious. Like, eventually there's going to be like a chicken peg, you got the frog peg, you got the lava peg, you got the bouncy peg, there's probably going to be like a black hole peg. I'm still waiting on the lightning peg. We both know it's coming, but we got over $10,000. That's 20 grand to spend. Oh my God. I don't know what the UFO tag does, but I want it. We're almost there. Like, we just have to do a couple of more, like $5,000 or something, which should be really easy to get. Woo! All right, we got the 5,000 I was talking about. UFO peg, welcome to the party. What's this? Firefly. The UFO peg is right there. Okay, we got the frog. That was cool. That was cool. There's the UFO. Oh, the UFO peg is blooping and flopping all over the place. It's kind of amazing. Yeah, the UFO is disgusting. Frogs just jacking up tons of points over here. 11,000 points. Frog blowing it up again. Crazy. Frog doing it again. We got the cactus. We got a new high score. 16,169 peg hits. Right now, I can tell you what we're going to try and do is get as many additional pegs as possible. I want all these additional special peg types. We're going to have it. Man, that is crazy. The thermometer just carrying right now. The thermometer continues to carry almost $15,000. Almost $250,000 for that thing. Oh my God. 10 more pegs. What's this? A watermelon. It's crazy the droplets. Oh! Give me 10 more pegs. See, here's the idea. Eventually, there's not going to be a spot to not hit. I think that's what we're going for here. Come on, yeah. Good. God! Yes! And the balls. Well, more green balls, I should say. So, the lava can hit the frog, which does like a massive chain effect. And I can almost hit this lava thing like every single time. What? 13,000. Oh, I missed it. No! That's okay. 14 grand. Only got the frog. I need less though to get the. There it is! Nice! Frog, just keep doing what you do, man. You're the hero that we needed. Is that your personal best? Why, yes, it is. We got a watermelon ball. After that, the glass ball. Oh, we're actually starting with the watermelon ball. Hey, get an upgrade! Hey! UFO's rolling. I repeat, the UFO is rolling. Oh, the watermelon thing? We got the power first off, but the watermelon can do many, many droplets. Oh, a lot. Still more. Okay, sure. All right, fireworks tag. Whoa! Fireworks tag did this thing. That was pretty cool. Bonus basket. We need that number up, man. I want these. Okay, now we're starting to talk. $980. We like that. Oh yeah. Oh, we're hitting the 980s now. We're getting it real smooth and real sweet. There goes the frog. Oh, we got a firework. I want to get the fireworks. There it is. Multipliers are good. Okay. Beach ball is going crazy. Beach ball's going crazy. Wow. Getting that thermometer over and over again. We're gonna have a personal best. It's gonna be nasty. Yep. 23 grand. Like the epic peg. Finally. Yes. 400 each. Thermometer. Plus the frog. That was $6,600 in one go. Why do you afford it? Okay. I'm still waiting for my lightning. I still haven't seen lightning yet. There's toxic. There's chickens. There's cannons. I don't know. Does that portal seem wider to you, or is it like a placebo effect? Oh, 3 beach balls on this one. That's kind of crazy. The chances. All right, faster balls, I guess. We can have multiple balls on the screen all at once. All right. Peg value's going up. We had 60 grand in the bank over here. I want to know if the peg value eventually gets like way out of hand. Like eventually gets like a times 10 modifier or something. Ooh. Oh my God. Hello. That's unbelievable. This frog is in a very, very, very good spot. The frog kind of gets up in there every single time, and it's so good. We got a new best. It's a new best by quite a bit. Yep, high score almost 29,000. Oh, 2 more baskets? Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's just baskets everywhere now. There's the lightning hats. I need to get more pegs. We get this toxic peg. Very toxic peg. Rain cloud. Okay, we're starting to get close to where I feel lightning is going to come. 3.8 million. Jesus. I'm trying to get it. Oh, I'm trying to aim for that toxic peg. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. I told you it was here somewhere. There it is. Electric pegs. I just had to find it. Oh my God, I've got explosive pegs, I've got electric pegs. I really limp wristed that other electric peg though. I have to do the second electric peg much more justice. Hold on. That was terrible. Come on. Give me the there it is. And all right. Cactus with the explosions. 250 bonus basket achievement as well. How long I've just been like grinding on this game. 32,000, y'all. 6,000, 37,000, 40,000, 42,000 more power-ups. The power-ups are definitely very, very rare. There's the cannon, by the way, that I've gotten. 15 grand, 2 grand, 25 grand, 26 grand, okay, 20,000. The glass ones are kind of interesting too. They just like explode, so they don't get extra bounces, but the glass shards just hit a ton of stuff. So the second potentially raise your bleed. Sure. It's just more brain density, more explosive chance, those donuts. But probably this. Just to get the raw amount of money up to keep that going. So I mean, yeah, the point totals. There's so much happening on the screen that sometimes I'm legitimately getting my frame slowed down because I'm already up to $30,000, $31,000, $43,000 right now, $52,000. It's disgusting. Gumball machine. All right, let's see if we can activate the gumball machine. Well, we're going crazy here. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Extra gumballs, extra gumballs. I think the gumballs can get returned back to you as well. I got like a golden gumball. Oh, I've reached the limit. My gumball machine has actually shattered. Oh my God, it's great. My gumball machine. I immediately got a gumball. Oh, by the way, I got the chicken. You can hear it screaming in anguish when I hit it. Whatever it is, fucking kind of melancholy. Right there. There's another gumball. There's the chicken getting blasted again. And there's the last gumball. Actually, I hit the chicken so much, the chicken had to just leave. The chicken's like, I had enough. Just please stop, right? Oh my God, 87,000. Which is crazy because without that extra building that we were doing, where like it went off the board, I got 104,000 on that run. I was wondering how I was getting $1 million. Now it's not saying less than like that far away. Gumball capacity, just 2 more. Actually, all these gumballs are good. So we do have some explosions and a lot of stuff all together. Yes! Oh, give me that cactus. I'm breaking the gumball machine like every time, so anything that can get me more gumballs is going to be incredibly valuable. Dude, we're going over 100,000. We're probably going to go over 110,000, to be honest with you. We might actually go over 120,000. Yeah, 122. 15 more pegs. Okay, almost every single peg space has stuff on it now. We've broken the gumball machine again. I'm gonna end up getting audited for the gumball abuse over here. 99,000, disgusting. 103,000. Probably gonna get like, can I get like 150? Or, oh yeah, we got a return. We're going for 150. Pipe meters built all the way up. Keep it going. We're gonna get 150. 157 in a single run. We need the neutron cannon. How's it going, chicken? Good to have you with us again. I'm coming for you. Oh, come here. Hey! Hey! More green balls, I guess. Green balls. Ooh. Give me all them multipliers, game. Give me the pink balls. Oh, we started right off with a pink ball. How about that? Pink ball's back. Get up in there, pink ball. Another pink ball. How many more upgrades are there? I do believe we may be getting a relatively high score on this run. Especially since we got that return. That was pretty nice. Okay, 130. 122. Just give me 5% to everything, I guess. More explosions. There's gonna be a lot. Oh my God. I was gonna say, there's gonna be a lot of explosions right now. We might throw 250,000 on this run. Come on, I want to see a $250,000. Come on, game. Give it to me. Get that poison in there, too. I totally missed it. 165. 200? 201,000. Epic caskets. I'm sorry. Epic baskets. All right, I'll grab the firefly. Why not? Let's see what it does. Well, we already have a firefly on the board. That's cool. If I can get it. We got it. I guess they just kind of like linger around and give me bonus. I'm actually getting to the area where like I'm running out of space to put more balls. I don't know what happens when I max out on the balls. Okay, there goes the fireflies again. That's cool. We like that. More. Oh. Gonna power up. Oh, hype lasts longer. The firefly peg is okay, I guess. I don't know. Oh, we gotta power up. Got it. It is explosive pegs. Score more. Okay, I like that. Oh. Let's find out we got it, and immediately the explosive pegs did their explosive thing. Yeah, the extra gumballs is crazy. 162,000. We're going to be going more, I think, than 200,000 here. 211. Right. Actually, I want the new abilities. Epic head chance. More epic balls. I kind of want the baskets, which we should get almost immediately. I mean, we're gonna be if we get 100,000 every single one, like at the bare minimum. Usually it's closer to 200,000 now. Yeah, we're already past 100,000 with our bonuses. All right, cool. Chris, 169. New basketball. Oh, soccer balls. We're going for all of them. Here's the basketball. I didn't do very much. Just get right back. We're gonna have new personal best right now. We're already past it before the bonus. 260. Oh my god, you might be going for 300,000. 245, 260, 269, 270. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We're gonna have 300,000. 357,000. All right, I'm going for 1 million. Well, oh my god. Of course, it gets a return. We got 1 million, which means I can buy the upgraded bumper tank. Want to see what that does? Okay, right there. So every time you hit it, it goes up and up. The problem is you gotta hit it that first time. It looks like any of the abilities that hit it don't count. It has to be like a legitimate hit. Okay, there's ×2, ×3, ×4. So if you can get some like big bonuses on top of it. If I can get like 3 or 4 more hits on that thing, it would give me thousands of points. We're already almost at 300,000 again, you understand? That was 21,000 for 1 hit. Oh my god. 34,000. I'm sorry. 340,000. What a fool I am. Give me this. ×4 on it right now. Come on, baby. ×5 on it. Oh wow. I actually hit it so many times it disappeared. Oh, Gabe. You gotta let that peg grow like infinitely forever. Come on now. I mean, don't get me wrong. It got us a brand new high score. All right, I'm going for 600,000 so we can get a higher height meter. Because we're starting to get to the point where, like I said, I want to be getting like $1 million per run. All right, height meter's going up. So height meter goes to 385 now from 345. Gold pegs. Score 10 times more. I just need to get there. What am I saying get there? Getting there is not going to be an issue. Like I said, we're getting 300,000 per run right now. Easy. All right, legendary gold pegs. The question is, how much will the gold pegs actually change the trajectory of the game? They do give you like $1,700 every time you bounce on them, which is kind of insane. The millions are coming, boys. The millions are coming. Because right now we're up to 350,000. Electric pegs. Oh, we got even more electricity in the game. Hold on. Every time I hit this like bonus peg over there, there's like 37,000. 16,000. Oh, I finally beat it up so much it's gone. Give me the electric pegs. All right, so we've got electric balls. We've got electric pegs. So yeah, the electric pegs are. They're the same as any time electricity is inserted in any incremental game ever made. They're probably like the most OP thing there is. Yeah, remember how we were getting like 350,000 at most before? Yeah, that may be slightly more this time. And by slightly more, I mean we're going to have 500,000. And by 500,000, ooh, they go above 500,000. Yep. 557,000. Good lord. Does it cost a little electricity? 800,000? Take my money. I've lost 2,000 balls. Glad someone was keeping count. Oh god, I'm out of ball space. Go faster. 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 I cannot use the balls in time. 400,000. 430,000. 440,000. 400. Jesus. 500,000. Well. 696,000. Base value. Up. Power ups. Up. Oh, I actually got my last. I think we're going to actually like start maxing out on ups. Oh my god, what happened? I have no idea. I love that now I can just throw a ball at the screen and the apocalypse occurs. Like civilizations are destroyed when one of the balls goes across the screen. That happened really that one time, wasn't a fluke. I think that's just the new norm. Alright, yeah, give me this ice pick one, I guess. There's a golden thing. Oh, we got an upgrade here. We got an upgrade if I can get it. Come on. Oh, that was right there, game. Come on. Yeah. It is a legendary pegs. I don't even know. I assume the gold ones, if I remember. Like, it says gold. I assume that is synonymous with legendary. There's a lot of lightning pegs all in the exact same area now. 500,000. I guess I can get like the donut ability or whatever it's called, the one that normally costs a ton of money. It's like 2.5 million or something crazy. I mean, I thought it would take forever for us to get there, but we're gonna get there very, very quickly. We're going way above half of. Okay, we might get a million. We're gonna get a million. Oh my god! The lightning is killing it! It's gonna be like 1.1 million. Oh my god. 1,000 pegs in a single run. Oh, the rain cloud as well. Oh, which one I want more? I think I just got to 3.2 million. Hold on. Oh, 2.8. 2.8. Okay, like one more run. And we'll have it. Oh my god. The ice is exploding. The explosions are exploding. The glass is exploding. The lightning is exploding. The light on the beach balls today. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're gonna have the fourth total necessary. Oh my god, we get the rain clouds! Another million. Another easy million. Give me the rain cloud game. Right, rain cloud tag. I see you there. Go ahead and do the rain. There it is. Oh my god, the rain hits everything. I had no idea. I thought it was like the other ones where it's like, yeah, it'll hit a couple of things on the board. No, the rain hits everything. I need to get more hype up, I guess. I kind of neglected the hype for a while because I've been so focused on getting the weird different peg types. We could probably just max out most of the hype at this point because the amount of points we get from every single run is closing. It's closing in on getting a million every run. Okay, what can we do with hype? Let's see. Max combo multiplier, longer hype. Okay, so we have maxed out this. Hype goes to 4.3. Some explosions, some rain, some fireworks, some poison, some death, some lightning. Pretty much got every natural disaster happening in like the most ridiculous environment it could be happening in right now. Another million? Okay. Give me the donuts. Wow. Alright, we got a donut peg out there. Although it's hard to tell when it gets hit because there's so many other pegs doing so much crazy stuff at any one time on the screen. Yep. Yeah, we're hitting the donut over and over again. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, make it stop. Stop. 1.75 million. New high score. 1,700 pegs hit. Give me more gun balls. Alright. Yeah. I love how you start with like 5 balls or whatever, eventually gets to the point where you get like 20. I've already maxed out on gun balls, you understand. It's already happened. chicken has finally fallen. I repeat, the chicken has fallen. New high score with it. So, yeah, to the portal, more orbital cannons. Want to afford anything else? Yes, you can, Greg. More baskets. Alright, we got an upgrade here. Gotta try and get it, and then I'll be able to upgrade space. Got it. It is a woman. Oh my god. This is getting pretty big. Like, the portal is very big right now. It's already happened. It's given me balls back like 4 times so far. And I'm not aiming anymore. I'm just kind of holding down and throwing balls at the wind just to see what I get. For the million. Oh, I'm sorry. Only 950,000. So at this point, I'm just shooting balls as fast as I can. That's all maxed out. Baskets. That's all maxed out. Baskets. That's almost maxed out. Now we can get gold baskets. I may be going for a brand new high score here. We'll see. It's 127, 135. I got a ball back. That's incredible. Oh my god. Come on. Yep, 2 million. Lightning. Okay, lightnings are maxed out. So yeah, we're starting to get to the end of everything now. We might as well unlock every single upgrade. There are baskets now worth 4,300 points, which usually gets like quadrupled because of the height faders. Oh, epic balls, legendary. That's gonna be a big explosion. There's so many explosive things on this now. Sorry, what the? Disco balls! Oh, we're getting the disco balls next. They're already now. I just got a bowl and it gave me 75,000 points for one single ball. Of course, I can't not get a goal because every inch of the bottom just about is covered with baskets. Disco ball. Lava ball, crowning yourself with Infinity Master. Oh, we got a disco ball. Oh my god, the disco ball is pretty good. So yeah, getting 2 million points now per run might be kind of like what we're shooting for at this point because we are gonna have well over a million on this run. We got 124. Y'all like points. I like points. Let's see, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000, 900,000. That's very good. A million, excellent. 1.1 million. 1.3 million. Raise base points. How much did it raise the base points by? No clue at this point. Every single point hit is worth like over 1,000 at this point. So I can't really tell the difference. Lava balls. Chicken balls? Oh, rubber duck balls. Sorry. Oh, wow, we got a lava ball right away. Oh! Oh, no! There is a chance that is slightly beyond relatively good that we will obtain a brand new high score. I can't be certain, but it's looking rather probable we did indeed get a new high score. Alright, got a beam. Get the rainbow beam. Alright, all the gumballs over here are maxed out. I have to max out this one. The cool thing about the lightning is that it can trigger stuff like the frog without actually touching the frog. Like, watch, boom, frog gets triggered. 2.1 million. More gumballs. Rainbow laser. More beam. Okay, so the lasers are now fully upgraded. Where's my rainbow laser? Oh, there it is. So it's like a totally separate. Like all the lasers are independent of each other. That's crazy. Cage baskets are fully upgraded. The portal is now fully upgraded. The balls. So we now have a portal that if any of the balls go inside, they just go back to the very top of the board and do their run all over again. That's wild. 2.2 million. Oh, hello there, Cactus. I haven't seen you in a while. It's time to get absolutely decimated. Yeah, so we're getting like 2 million now every single run. There's 2.2 million. Maxed out everything over here. Oh, I haven't maxed out that yet. Okay, now that's maxed out. These ones are expensive. This one is 90 million. I mean, yeah, I'm getting over 2 million per run now, but man, 90 million is a lot. Like, that is a lot of runs. Actually, now I'm starting to get closer to 3 million per run. When I score 3 million. All right. Basket's completely upgraded. Wonder if we can get 4 million. We're already at 1.2. We've got the multiplier pegged so many times, it's gone basically immediately. We're going to have 2 million with no effort. It's probably going to be closer to like 2.5 by the time this gets done. Yeah, 2.8 million. Okay. I've been grinding. I got this thing here. It says it spawns a lucky peg. Oh my god, I think there's really no. Yeah, here we go. And it scores 100 times more than normal. Oh my god. Oh yeah. 1.8 million, 1.2 million, 3.4 million, 3 million, 3.5 million. We're going for a new PB. I did get another PB, but it wasn't like super crazy. This one's gonna be pretty disgusting. New high score. 6.2 million. Do I need for this? 7 more upgrades. And I got all these. Get this one, I guess. I'm literally running out of upgrades. Like, just playing the game is an absolute war zone at this point. It's just non-stop explosions and fire and rain and death and lasers, lightning and lava. I don't even know if I said that already. At this point, there's so much of it. Might as well just double up on it. 3 hours later. After what I can only describe as the most unreasonable grind, I have the money to buy the graveyard peg chance. I need this because I think there's something after it. There is. Atomic bomb peg chance. But the crazy thing is, it's less than the ghost peg. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Don't get me wrong, I'm okay with it, but oh my god. I had to do like 60 runs to get the money necessary to buy that. And we're going to get that last upgrade freakishly quickly because I'm hitting $4 to $6 million every single run now. Like, we're going to have $5 million on this now. Like, it's not even a question at this point. Ready? 7.1 million. We've got the socks ball. We've got the legendary ball. We've got the epic ball. We've got the green ball. We've got all the balls. I wish that there was a upgrade you could get to get rid of all of the junk levels of pegs. I wish there was an upgrade that got rid of the junk balls so that only the better balls were made. Upper dog! Something's got us 200,000 points on the road. Okay, one more run. I think it is, and then we'll be able to get the last upgrade that we need to get the last upgrade. There's so many different sounds. Because, like, you got the dog, you got the lightning, the lasers, like a yo-yo or something that's happening. We don't get any upgrades anymore because we have, like, I'm talking about, like, the permanent power-up. Because we have every single permanent power-up right now. Alright. Give me the upgrade. One last upgrade. What happens when you hit the atomic bomb? Never mind. I should have seen that coming. Give me your wallet, Pennywise. Okay. The top one. I got a new high score. The time has come. Claim the golden board. Give it to me. All right. What kind of points do you get on the golden board? Do you get like times 10 points or something? Oh my god. Oh, yeah. points or anything. I mean, it's a lot of points. It's a lot of points. It's no joke. I'm not really sure. But 3.1 million. I thought it would be my previous high score, right? 3.5 million, 3.7, 3.9. That's not enough. We need more than that. 4.3, that's pretty good. 4.5, we'd like to see that. 4.9, not too shabby. 5.1. All this work for the golden board. I want to see impressive numbers, game. That is not impressive enough. That said, we have gotten every single upgrade there is to get. I'm not gonna lie, I was not satisfied with our previous best, especially considering we got the golden board. So I went back in here, and this setup that we got on this go is really good. With the ghost, and the mirror, and the lasers, and the yo-yo, and I have gotten a lot of ghosts, and so that will give us a brand new high score, baby! Well, I guess this is the obvious joke, but yeah, so we went to Peg Fitting and beyond. Hey, bro, from Jersey episode of Peg Fitting. Till next time. Say bye to myself.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slack Ham. Now, today we've got something a little bit special for you, some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going around. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Paranormal investigator Lalo Escalante is dedicated to exploring some of the most notorious locations in Mexico. Whether it's abandoned buildings, sites of urban legend, or cemeteries, more often than not, Lalo Escalante captures some real freaky stuff on camera. In this episode, he's exploring an old graveyard. Many locals believe the property is riddled with tormented spirits, and often report sightings of shadowy figures lurking in the dead of night and objects moving seemingly all on their own. Disembodied screams are also said to be a common occurrence. It isn't long into the exploration before the OP begins hearing things in the distance. Moments later, as the camera holder's torch begins to flicker, he asks if there's any spirits nearby to make themselves known. That's when this happens.
Si una tía se quiere manifestar, dame una señal. ¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí?
Watching that again, a nearby tap mysteriously turns itself on, scaring the cat away.
¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí?
¿Qué pedo?
Se abrió la llave.
He then turns the tap off, but seconds later, it turns itself back on.
Se abrió la llave. Uy. ¿Quién anda ahí? Se abrió la llave. La llave salió. ¿Sí la vieron? Ay, Dios mío. Mira, 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 mira. Otra vez, hermano. ¿No salió?
Later, the uploader explores another part of the cemetery, and something eerie is caught on camera. Watch.
¿Quién está aquí? ¿Alguien está? Bien, 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 bien. Bien, cómo el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, vean, vean, vean.
Somehow, the toy appears to move on its own. He even checks to see if there's batteries, but there's none there.
¿Quién eres? Vea por favor que no estoy desenfocando esto. Se está moviendo el tren. Dios mío de mi vida. Vea. ¿No tiene tiras bien?
After hearing numerous strange sounds, the explorer is soon confronted by a terrifying sight. Take a look.
Se ve que tiene muchísimos años. Mira. Ay, se vio una mujer. Se vio una mujer.
Here it is again, slowed down. There appears to be the figure of a woman moving to the right. The OP is so freaked out, he begins to recite a prayer in Latin.
Pater Noster, qui in celis, sanctificetur nomen tu adveniat, regnum tu fiat, voluntatus sicut, in cielo in the terra.
Before long, yet no strange activity is recorded.
Quiero que te presentes. Preséntate. De nuevo.
The candle seems to move by itself.
De nuevo.
The camera holder then decides to go investigate the tap once more, the place where all the eerie activity began in the first place. Eventually, the noises and bizarre activity become too much for the explorer, and the video abruptly ends. So what do you make of this eerie encounter? Could this old cemetery in Mexico really be haunted? The moving toy, the tap, the strange vanishing woman, it all certainly makes you wonder whether something supernatural is at play here. But ultimately, I'll let you be the judge.
So I'm here. This is the entrance to the bunker.
In this video, YouTuber ILMN Barno Paranormal explores an old bunker hidden somewhere deep in the woods.
I have to say this is much creepier than the factory because it's on the ground.
Ask any supernatural enthusiast and they'll probably tell you the best place to come into contact with the paranormal is somewhere that's seen tragic events, and old military fortifications certainly fall into this category. Early into his investigation, the YouTuber enters a room that's not too far from the entrance. This is supposedly where he stores some of his equipment. As he does, he closes the door behind him.
This is the my stuff.
Suddenly, the YouTuber is startled by a noise. When he turns around, the door is wide open. He searches for an explanation, but the area is empty. Confused, he carries on. He makes his way down a dark corridor, penetrating deeper and deeper into the darkness. It soon becomes obvious that the maze-like structure is vast, an easy place for someone who isn't paying attention to get lost. As he navigates between a series of rooms, he captures something chilling on camera. Take a look. A piece of rubble, perhaps wood or a tile, seemingly lifts itself up off the floor. It stands up straight for a few seconds before crashing down. Understandably, the YouTuber runs away in terror. Yet somehow he gathers his composure and manages to continue exploring the vast complex. Soon after, however, he admits that the previous incident rattled him and decides to end his investigation. Then, as he heads back to the room where he left his gear, he captures one final chilling moment. Watch. In a blink and you'll miss a moment, a shadowy figure peers out at him from around a corner. It seems as though the YouTuber didn't even notice it. Could this figure have been some sort of paranormal entity? Or was it more likely to have been a squatter, one perhaps that was keeping a watchful eye on the YouTuber, hoping he wouldn't discover his presence? Lots of children claim to have imaginary friends. They laugh and play with people that can't be seen. What if these beings were real and we just couldn't see them? This next clip, posted to Reddit by Summer1116, might just prove that they really do exist. The poster claims that their son would occasionally have conversations with someone who wasn't there. On this particular night, she decided to film his antics. In the clip, we can see the young boy hiding behind some clothes. However, the boy's mood suddenly seems to sour. He stomps back and forth across the room and begins to talk angrily in a childish voice. He even slams his hands on the furniture, apparently frustrated by something. At one point, he stops to take a breath. It's then that a ghostly voice seems to answer him. If you listen closely, you can hear what sounds like a female's voice whispering the word, sorry. The Redditor states that she didn't hear the voice at the time, and it wasn't until she watched the video back sometime later that she noticed it. This isn't the only mysterious activity to occur in the home either. The boy's father also claims to have heard a little girl laughing in the wee hours of the morning. Could it be possible that their house actually is haunted, and the poster's son has made friends with these entities? Some viewers believe that the voice is just a sound made by the toddler. But what do you think? Have one more listen and let me know where you land on this in the comment section down below.
Recently talking to him. Who are you yelling at?
This next one is an old school ghost sighting that's been haunting the internet for over 16 years. In April of 2006, the investigative group Western New York Paranormal was spending the night at Valentine Museum after hearing rumors that the property was heavily haunted by spirits. The original clip was uploaded to YouTube by Nitro Sejo. It's after midnight when one of the museum's security cameras shows one of the team members searching the room. That's when something very eerie happens just next to them. Watch. On first watch, it can be hard to see anything at all, but if you brighten the image, you can see a dark figure walk right past one of the team members. Here's a different filter again. Located in Victor, New York, the original building was called Valentine Hall and was built in 1879. Levi Valentine built the grand five-story structure with plans for it to become a sort of shopping plaza. However, when the planned railway line set to come through the town was never finally built, the area suffered a sharp decline. Valentine Hall was ultimately abandoned and left empty for decades. Over the years, locals began to suspect that the building was haunted. Some say that in the middle of the night you can sometimes hear a music box playing in the empty building. Visitors have claimed to have seen tools and other objects moving on their own, and even full-bodied apparitions have been reported. This security footage, now colloquially known as the Valentine ghost sighting, has become somewhat notorious in the paranormal community. Dozens of experts have attempted to debunk the footage. Some say it's nothing more than another person walking by. Others claim it's been altered, and some insist it's the real deal. It's strange, but no one seems to be able to come to a clear consensus, and so the footage plays on. Year after year, it continues to intrigue those looking for proof that ghosts really do exist. When Redditor Random Doge 47 decided to visit the abandoned Hartwood Hospital in Scotland, they were probably hoping to capture some creepy footage. As it turns out, they may have caught more than they initially bargained for.
Oh my god, an evil.
Formerly known as the Lanark District Asylum, the complex was opened in 1895. At one time, it could accommodate up to 500 psychiatric patients and included staff houses, a farm, railway line, and even a cemetery. In 1906, a tuberculosis sanatorium was also built on the property. After undergoing a period of decline, the hospital eventually closed its doors in 1998. The buildings were then used briefly by Lancashire Television as a film studio. In 2004 and 2016, fires left the property significantly damaged. In this footage, we see one of the buildings. It's immediately obvious that it's in disrepair. We can see that the lower windows are all boarded up. The poster also notes that the upper floors have even collapsed. As the camera holder pans around the building, keen-eyed viewers might be able to spot something moving in the top left-hand window. Take a look. If you zoom in, you can see a figure with a pale face. It seems to notice the group down below and quickly disappears from sight. At first, several viewers thought that the figure might actually be a bird. However, the poster noted that this was unlikely, as the first time we see the shape, it's in the middle of the window. The camera then briefly pans away before we see the shape again. It's still in the center of the window. If it really was a bird, it would have to have hovered in place without moving. While several viewers turned to the paranormal for answers, others thought that even though the building looked sealed from the bottom, it was probably a squatter who had found a way to get inside. But what do you think it could be? Hovering bird, squatter, or a ghost? Let me know in the comments down below. Many people believe that animals are more sensitive to the paranormal than humans are. This clip, uploaded to TikTok by Whitmarie1, might show that this is true. The video begins as the TikToker is heading out to see her horses. However, they appear to be acting strangely. The horses seem completely transfixed, staring at the nearby trees. She calls out to them several times before they begin to acknowledge her. As the horses approach the woman, take a listen to what the camera has captured. Sounds like a disembodied voice saying, "Hey," followed by eerie laughter. Several viewers have theorized that the culprit in this case may be a skinwalker. Skinwalkers are a type of supernatural entity rooted in Navajo mythology. According to the theories, they can use their powers to take on the shape of different animals. Typically, the skinwalker does this to trick or manipulate others for its own malicious purposes. Is it possible that this video has actually captured evidence of a skinwalker? Perhaps it is hiding in the nearby trees and even possessing one of the TikToker's horses. Watch the footage again and let me know what you think. Is a YouTube channel based in Thailand. A team of paranormal investigators travel around Southeast Asia looking for proof that ghosts really do exist. In this episode, they investigate an old abandoned property that they had heard rumours about. Locals say that the area is heavily haunted by spirits and other supernatural beings. One shack in particular is said to be where most of the activity happens. The team heads in to take a look. The surrounding jungle is dense and overgrown. While the area is clearly abandoned and eerie, nothing particularly strange happens at first. Eventually, the team decides to set up a makeshift altar. They present an offering to any nearby spirits that may be present. It seems the offering works as things quickly take a turn for the worse. Watching that again in slow motion, a dark figure crawls up the wall and escapes out the top of the roof. You can hear some clunking sounds coming from on top of the roof. The team runs to safety and tries to make sense of what just happened. Eventually, they muster up the courage to take another look in the shack. As they look around, there's no sign of anything at all. So are the local rumours true, after all? Is this abandoned shack home to something supernatural? Take another look at the siding and make your own judgment. Staying in New York State, our last entry comes from another one of our viewers, Angie May Ordway. Angie runs a paranormal investigation group called Paranormal Souls on YouTube. In this clip, the team are exploring the old lighthouse in Dunkirk, New York. As evening sets in, the team explores the old property. Built in 1827, the light tower was first established on Point Gratiot, and worked in tandem with a pierhead beacon to guide ships into Dunkirk Harbour on Lake Erie. Over the years, the property has become infamous for being haunted. The old lighthouse keeper's living quarters are said to be full of mysterious happenings. Employees and tourists alike have reported music playing, disembodied whispering, and doors opening and closing, seemingly all on their own. In the late 1800s, the lighthouse keeper at the time and another worker tried to rescue two children who were drowning in Lake Erie. Sadly, the rescue attempt didn't go well. The worker and the two children died. Many locals believe that their spirits linger around the lighthouse even today. Back in the tower, Angie and the team begin to hear some strange noises. Later in the evening, one of the team members tries to communicate with any resident spirits. That's when one of the cameras captures something strange.
Have conversation if you like.
Slowing that down, a dark shadow walks by from right to left. The investigators didn't notice anything at the time, but there's clearly something going on in that room. This isn't the only time something strange has been caught on camera in the Dunkirk lighthouse. Some years ago, during another paranormal investigation of the property, a mysterious orb of light was captured in a photo. If you zoom in, you can see what appears to be a face inside the orb. What makes this sighting particularly eerie is that the face bears a striking resemblance to Peter Dempsey, one of the original lighthouse keepers. Dempsey worked on the property from 1885 to 1902. He always sported a striking mustache, one that appears to be a close match to the face seen inside the orb. So is this old lighthouse really haunted? Given the reports from employees and locals alike, the mysterious orb of light, and now this shadowy figure, certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on in Dunkirk Harbour. This clip was sent to us by one of our viewers, Natalie Jean Bonovich. It's a home video that Natalie's brother-in-law took while renovating his house to put on the market. He was using the video to show all the work that he had done on the building. He didn't actually review the video until a year later. That's when he spotted something in one of the windows. Take a look. While in real time, the light in the front left window looks like a reflection. But if you play it in slow motion, it starts to look a little more mysterious. Some viewers think it looks like the light is coming from inside the house. The brother-in-law said that while living there, it always felt like there was a ghost lurking nearby. He also later found out that the previous owner, an elderly woman, passed away in her home. The comment section was almost 50-50 divided on this sighting. Some say it's just a reflection, others think there was more to it. So where do you sit on this one? Let us know down below. This eerie video, captured by Airy with Fear, was uploaded to the Instagram account Viral Cat. It seems to show a passenger being welcomed aboard a plane shortly before takeoff. As the camera holder makes their way down an aisle, pay attention to one specific seat on the right-hand side. Watching that again, it appears to be occupied by a dark, shadowy figure. The figure then briefly turns its head as if looking back at the oncoming passenger. As the camera holder gets closer, the figure suddenly seems to disappear. What do you make of this mysterious footage? Could it be possible that there was already someone seated on the plane? If this was the case, then why did they just vanish? Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think's going on here. YouTuber Jojo Owens claims that they, along with their wife and several other guests, have seen a mysterious shadow moving around in the back room of their home. On this particular night, after the uploader heard some strange noises, they grabbed their camera and began filming. Take a look at what they've captured. Sure enough, it isn't long before the mysterious shadow can be seen moving in the room. It passes from left to right, then vanishes for a few seconds before briefly reappearing. Immediately, the YouTuber heads to the back room. However, even after a thorough investigation, they seem unable to find any explanation for the shadow. Could it be possible that the uploaders caught a shadow person on camera? This might explain the fleeting glimpses that the uploader, his wife, and other guests have experienced. Sticking with the summoning of animals, a viral clip on TikTok purports to show a man's ability to control a flock of birds on command. User JessBlaze35 was taking a break at a local park when she spotted something truly odd. Take a look. As you can see, a man on the boardwalk is holding his arms out wide in a commanding stance. A flock of birds hover overhead. He then lowers his hands, and it looks as though the flock obeys his commands as the birds all immediately fly to the ground, out of sight. Naturally, the comments section had a field day with this bizarre piece of footage. A whole gamut of hilarious suggestions spewed forth. People said he was a wizard, a bird whisperer, a dude having a main character moment, and one person even said he's the final boss of New York. While this sighting probably is just a coincidence, there's almost no doubt that the man would have felt proper majestic as the birds seemingly obeyed his bidding. In Nuevo Leon, Mexico, there's an urban legend that one of the back streets on the outskirts of the city is haunted. The myth says that if you drive past a roadside monument where a vicious murder took place, you can hear an ambulance suddenly play over your car radio, right where a makeshift cross is placed by the side of the road. The eerie thing is, the legend is based on some truth. On March 26, 2016, a murder took place out the front of a glass factory in the San Nicolas district of Nuevo Leon. Flowers and a makeshift wooden cross were placed on the side of the road where the incident took place. Spurred on by the rumours, local resident Sammy Arone decided to film himself driving past the area. The legend says you must have your radio set to station 690 on the AM frequency in order to hear the ghostly ambulance. This is what he caught. As it passes, you can indeed hear the siren of an ambulance. The clip was uploaded to Facebook where it started to go viral. Eventually, it caught the eye of several paranormal investigators who went to the scene to investigate it for themselves. They too could hear the eerie siren, but they suggested it could be some kind of interference. While this theory is plausible, it's still incredibly creepy that it just so happens to occur right where a murder took place. So is this just a coincidence, or are we witnessing some genuine paranormal activity here? Watch the footage again and make your own mind up. Ihab Kasmia is a popular urban explorer on YouTube and Snapchat who often investigates eerie abandoned buildings, and more often than not he encounters some very strange things. The building that he explores in this video appears to have been a residence at some point. It's old and largely empty, but a few decrepit furnishings remain. For the first few minutes of his exploration, everything appears to be fairly normal. He seems to be entirely alone in the building. However, a few minutes into poking around the empty rooms, a noise suddenly startles him. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم 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 تعال. He spins around just in time to see a head disappearing behind the door. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. He gives chase, but the shadowy figure is gone. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تعال. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. There are further indications that he's not alone in this creepy old house. As he's examining a bathroom mirror, he's startled when something is caught on camera. يما يما بسم الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. A hand seems to reach through the doorway. يما يما بسم الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. But there doesn't appear to be anyone there. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Not long after, the shadowy head makes another appearance. The explorer this time doesn't seem to notice it.
Yeah, Jen.
Then things escalate to off the charts creepy when he decides to look into the mirror once again. Oh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة.
Watching that again slowed down, an eerie face can be seen looking back at him from the mirror. When he swings around, there's nothing there.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة.
So who or what was watching this YouTuber as he explored the old house? Was someone following him around as he documented the building? Is the place truly haunted by some sort of spirit? Either way, one thing is certain, he wasn't alone in that house.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
This footage put Ehab on the paranormal map as he's since garnered a healthy following on both YouTube and Snapchat, as viewers tune in every week to follow along on his explorations. His channel's well worth a look. As always, there's links in the description box below. TikTok user Throat Sinking regularly uploads clips of himself practicing the ancient art of throat singing. This unique style of singing originated in Mongolia, but it's practiced the world over, often in Buddhist chanting. Throat Sinking regularly practices these skills isolated in nature while meditating or chanting. However, one encounter in the woods has left over 1 million TikTok viewers stunned and confused. Take a look at what happened.
All right.
While singing, the OP notices the deer has approached in the background. However, it's not the deer that's left viewers so freaked out. Also in the background are two dark figures lurking among the trees. Shortly after the video went live, hundreds of comments suggested that the chant had summoned some kind of forest spirit or cryptid. Throat Sinking is dedicated to his art form and isn't known for pulling publicity stunts or pranks. This is why this sighting has drawn so much attention. It appears to be genuine, and no one can quite explain the mysterious figures. So unless this happens again, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery. This creepy video was uploaded to the Instagram account Unanswered Universe. According to the description, the footage was originally captured by someone whose mother was minding their own nephew. The nephew supposedly told the mother that he had met a boy and was playing with him. Take a look at this eerie CCTV footage captured inside the house. You can see there is indeed another child present. After the nephew enters the room, the top of another child's head can be briefly seen. The mysterious child's head appears once more just before the nephew returns to the back room. If the nephew really is an only child, then who or what could that second figure be? Children have vivid imaginations, and many of them claim to have imaginary friends. However, this video shows that there's a very real, or at least very visible, second child present. Is it possible that the nephew's newfound friend is actually some sort of paranormal entity? Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think this is in the comment section down below. There are many mysteries in our universe that science has yet to explain. One question that many people are still waiting to find an answer to is the question of whether we're alone in the universe. This video from amateur UFO hunter Arslan Warich could help provide an answer to that question. Warich shot this footage in Islamabad, Pakistan. He began filming when he noticed something unusual high up in the sky above the city. He states that the reason the strange object in the sky caught his attention is because it was so still. Most of the time when we see things in the sky, such as birds, planes, or balloons, they're moving about. This object remained in the exact same spot for the entire 2 hours that he watched it. The object appears to be round and entirely dark grey or black in colour. However, Warich states that when he was able to zoom in with his camera, he saw that it was roughly the shape of a triangle with a clear bulge on the top of it. He also states that the object reflected little light and didn't appear to have any lights on it, as we might expect from a plane or drone. At times, we even see several birds pass by, which clearly shows that this object isn't avian in nature. So what is this mysterious object spotted in the skies above Pakistan? Could it be some sort of strange hovering aircraft, the likes of which we've never seen before? If so, is that aircraft extraterrestrial in origin? Take another look at the footage and let us know what you think in the comments down below. Many people believe that strange creatures still lurk in the far reaches of the earth. Known as cryptids, these mysterious beasts have yet to be classified by modern science. This footage, uploaded to YouTube by Vision Paranormal, might just show one such cryptid, the legendary Wendigo. The Wendigo is a mythical creature that originates from North American folklore. It is described as having huge antlers, an emaciated body, a nauseating stench, and in some cases, a heart made of ice. However, its most terrifying characteristic is its insatiable craving for human flesh. Even when it's just fed, its hunger is insatiated. Legends say that humans can also be possessed by the Wendigo, causing them to turn against their own kind. The YouTuber who shared this footage claims it comes from the recovered camera of a young couple who disappeared after getting lost while hiking in the Emerson County forest. As the footage begins, we can see the dense foliage as the couple walks along the path. Suddenly, the camera stops moving as they seem to have spotted something moving in the trees. If you look closely closely, you can see a shape moving through the thicket. However, it's difficult to tell whether it's extremely well camouflaged or actually semi-transparent.
You see that?
They watch it for a few seconds before it lets out a terrifying screech. The hikers quickly run, the camera jostles violently, but we can still hear the creature shrieking as it chases them through the trees. A few seconds later, the camera falls to the ground and the sounds fade into the distance. So did these hikers really fall victim to the legendary Wendigo? The creature in the video blends into its surroundings so well that it's difficult to tell what it is we're actually seeing. I'll throw this one out to you. What do you think this mysterious video actually shows? Let us know down below.
You see that?
This footage, uploaded to TikTok by elkukui.tv, was supposedly recorded in a Mexico City metro station at 2 a.m. According to the TikToker, this particular station is known to be haunted. As the video begins, we see an employee walking in front of the camera. Suddenly, the voice of what sounds like a very young boy can be heard echoing through the station. Have a listen. The workers follow the voice in an attempt to find the boy. As they ascend a flight of stairs, the voice seems to get louder. The workers then attempt to call out to the boy.
I'm Dave. I'm Dave.
Soon, a strange rattling sound can be heard. They ascend even more stairs and begin scanning the upper level of the station for the source of the voice. The clip then abruptly cuts out, and we're left with the sense that the workers never actually found the young boy. What would a child be doing in a metro station all alone at 2 a.m. in the morning? Perhaps there never was a child to begin with. If this station really is haunted, then it's possible the voice captured on this clip is that of a ghost echoing through the hallways. Unfortunately, as there's little information to run on, this video will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being. This next creepy video was uploaded to YouTube by Believe, a Paranormal Experience. It showcases one of their investigations when they were called to a supposedly haunted restaurant named The Great Escape, located in Schiller Park, Illinois. The building in which the restaurant is located has a rather interesting history. As the current owner Brian notes, it was once a speakeasy during the days of Prohibition, with gambling downstairs and a brothel upstairs. In recent years, several eerie incidents have been reported on the premises. These include sightings of a clipboard-carrying man in a black suit who walks into a closet and suddenly vanishes. There's also the sounds of 1920s music coming from the basement after hours, and even stories of an antique radio that began playing tunes even though it wasn't working. At the beginning of the video, we see a photo that was supposedly captured by a customer after he thought he saw a shadow figure. In the picture, which was taken just outside the women's bathroom, we can see what appears to be a ghostly young girl wearing an old-style dress. In an attempt to contact the girl, one of the investigators enters the bathroom. Using an EVP device, she asks several questions. Is there a little girl here? The answers she receives are certainly open to interpretation. However, what the investigator captures on camera visually will likely send chills down your spine. Take a look. At first, you may not notice anything out of the ordinary, but if you focus on the gap between the door, there appears to be a face staring back at the camera. Next, several more investigators attempt to make contact, this time in the basement.
What used to happen in this basement a long time ago?
Firstly, they ask any present entities to state their name. The EVP device then seems to pick up on the word "mind."
Can you tell me your name?
They then ask several more questions, listen to the chilling answers that they receive.
Mike, what did you do here, Mike? What was the basement used for during Prohibition? How many spirits are we talking to?
Could this old speakeasy still be haunted with the ghosts of yesteryear? Judging by the evidence gathered during this investigation, it certainly seems possible.
Speak nice and loud for me, Mike.
The team from the YouTube channel Paranormal Me often find themselves in some rather frightening situations. In this video, they're exploring a dark forest. According to them, a mysterious figure is being seen in the area. It isn't long into the clip before the team thinks they can see something lurking among the trees. I've watched this footage several times now, yet I don't seem to be able to see anything unusual. Take a look and see if you can spot what they're talking about. The explorers move on, but soon appear to spot something lurking in the darkness once again. As before, it's difficult to see anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, the team reaches a cleared area and discovers a mysterious hatch. After some debate, they decide to open it and see what's inside. Take a look at what they see. As they pan the camera around the area, they suddenly catch sight of what appears to be a dark, ghostly figure hiding in the corner. It's semi-transparent and somewhat amorphous, yet there's no denying that there's something there. As soon as the explorers spot the figure, they quickly close the hatch and move away from the area. However, it seems that curiosity eventually gets the better of them and they return to take a second look. They pan the camera around the space, yet this time there is nothing there. The uploader thinks that the dark figure might have been a jinn. Jinns are supernatural beings rooted in Islamic mythology. They're said to be invisible. However, they can shapeshift into several different forms, like animals or even humans. While jinns are considered to be neither innately good or evil, if one is wronged by a human, it may seek revenge, possibly through possession. Could the dark figure seen in this video actually be a jinn? If so, was it following the team the whole time that they were exploring the area? Let me know where you land on this in the comments down below. We've been following the eerie happenings of Diego Spickers for quite some time now, and it seems that his alleged haunting just gets stranger and stranger as time goes on. Diego believes that a ghostly presence has taken up residence in his apartment in Mexico. These are just the latest incidents to take place in his home. In this first clip, we can see his pet dog hiding in the corner, clearly having been spooked by something. That's when he finds a torn apart doll on the ground. Inside of it, he finds a mysterious package. In this next clip, he finally works up the courage to open whatever it was he found inside the toy. Watch what happens. Watching that again, as he opens the piece of cloth, some fingers appear from under the table. He steps back, but there's clearly nothing there. Eerier still, inside the cloth, there appears to be a locket and some kind of dusty substance. Many viewers have speculated that they're the ashes from the cremation. In this final clip, things get even creepier. Breaking this one down, you can hear the door handle to the bathroom violently shaking. In the glass, you can clearly make out the face of a young girl. But when he opens the door, there's nothing to be found. It's a small room with nowhere for an accomplice to hide. Some commenters said that the cloth in the second clip looks like a hex bag. These are sometimes used by practitioners of black magic to form a curse on a specific place or person. So are we witnessing the fallout of the dark curse? For now, we'll have to wait and see as more haunting videos are captured in the home of Diego Spickers. Doll collectors Lee and Lindsay Steer were shocked one morning in March 2022 when they discovered one of their newest additions was in a different position. They checked their CCTV and were stunned at what they saw. Whoa. Doll just tilts forward seemingly for no reason at all. Lee and Lindsay run a haunted objects museum in Rotherham, South Yorkshire. This particular doll appeared one day on their doorstep with no note or any other information. It would appear it was donated by an anonymous benefactor who perhaps no longer wanted the doll for what are now very obvious reasons. When the couple uploaded the footage to social media, they immediately received a strong response, with many of their followers claiming it looks like the doll's being hugged by some invisible force. They say that the way the doll slouches forward, it looks like a young child is clutching at it. Lee, who's been involved with paranormal research for over 20 years, claims he's never seen anything like this before. The couple open their Haunted Objects Museum to private viewings and paranormal investigators regularly. The store contains allegedly haunted and cursed items from all over the world. So what do you make of this moving doll? Is it just gravity, or is there a spiritual presence attached to the doll as suspected? Let me know your take on this in the comment section down below. YouTuber Hassan Baba is certainly no stranger to creepy experiences. He often explores old abandoned buildings in a hope of catching something supernatural on camera. This video begins as the YouTuber cautiously enters a building. He shines his flashlight inside and calls out to make sure he's alone. The property is clearly derelict. This is evident even as the YouTuber makes his way up the first flight of stairs. Debris lines the floor and holes have been smashed into the structure itself. Eventually, the explorer makes his way to the top of the stairs, where he enters a large space. The area is big enough to be a theatre or even a ballroom. He quickly notices that the floor remains incomplete. The structure seems to be in place, but there are no floorboards covering the gaps. This makes it hard for the YouTuber to traverse the area, but he cautiously makes his way across. Suddenly, he hears a loud sound and turns around just in time to see a plank of wood fall into the floor. The explorer decides to turn around and make his way back to the entrance. However, as he does, he notices something strange in one of the gaps in the floor. Take a look. It appears to be a figure wearing some sort of dark hood. He watches the camera for several seconds before slowly lowering from view. Shut up. Carefully, the explorer makes his way closer. For the next few minutes, he painstakingly searches the area. However, the figure seems to have completely vanished. Salam alaikum. What could this mysterious entity have been? If it was a homeless person, then surely the explorer would have found some evidence of them being around. Is it possible then it was actually a ghost, as a lot of commenters speculated? Let me know your thoughts on this down below. Sticking with eerie dolls, this next one is believed by many paranormal investigators to be one of the most haunted dolls in the world. The doll, known as Let It Be Out, was discovered by antique collector Kerry Walton. Walton found the doll underneath a house in Wagga Wagga, a rural town in New South Wales, Australia. It's thought the doll is over 200 years old and once belonged to a fortune teller in Europe. Soon after bringing the doll into their home, the Waltons began to hear strange noises in the night and discovered scuff marks in their hallway as though something had been running around. The eerie nighttime activity became so frequent the family had the doll looked at by a local psychic. The medium said the doll once belonged to a child who had drowned. Allegedly, as the psychic made this claim, the clock on the wall fell to the ground and the doll shifted its position. Animals don't respond well to the antique figurine either. Dogs often bark ferociously as soon as they see or get near the doll. Interestingly, the Waltons don't believe the presence associated with Let Her Be Out is malevolent. In fact, quite the opposite. They believe that once the doll came into their lives, their fortunes changed for the better as their antiquing business took off. The doll's infamy has grown over the years, and it now even has its very own Facebook page and Insta account. Let Her Be Out even does countrywide tours on occasion. So if you're lucky or unlucky enough, you may get a chance to see this eerie doll for yourself. I'll put a link to its socials in the description box down below. Not much is known about this next eerie sighting. It often floats around old ghost investigation forums with claims that it's a real ghost sighting. This version was uploaded to TikTok by To-Do Contenido Top. The story goes that this man was grieving at his late wife's grave. He can be seen crying and covering his face. Just behind the man, you can make out some movement. There's a vague outline of a figure that seems to be reaching out towards the man. For years, viewers have speculated that this is the spirit of the man's dead wife. They believe she's reaching out to try and console her husband. Unfortunately, the quality is low and it's hard to make out what's happening with any great detail, but it certainly seems like something is moving behind the man. Just whether it's his wife or not remains unknown. Coulrophobia, the fear of clowns. It's more common than you might think. After watching this video from YouTuber World Paranormal, you might begin to develop this phobia yourself. The video shows an eerie night vision view of a display of dolls and other vintage toys. The fact that someone set up a camera to record the toys suggests that their owner may have spotted something strange happening there in the past. It doesn't take long for us to see why they're suspicious of the antique playthings. The first indication that something's amiss comes when a small orb of light floats past the camera. Could it just be a speck of dust floating past the camera? Maybe, but then something else unusual happens that's harder to explain. Clown's hand seems to move slowly downward. A little while later, the camera begins to move or shake, although there's no one in the room to touch it. Seconds later, the clown's hand moves back to its original position. What's going on in this creepy video? According to some viewers, if you listen closely while watching, you can also hear some odd sounds happening in the background that don't seem to have an explanation. So is there a playful poltergeist in this house, or is the doll haunted? Either way, the toy's owner should certainly be wary of this strange clown. This next bizarre piece of security footage was uploaded to TikTok by Jitter-less. It was captured back in 2019. Take a look and see if you can spot anything unusual. While everything looks fairly normal at first, if you watch closely right at the beginning, you can see that there's no one actually driving the vehicle. A second camera catches the action from a different angle. Here we can clearly see that there's no one driving the vehicle. While the three-wheeler could have slipped gear and rolled out, it's the fact that it reverses, turns, then accelerates forward that makes this footage so mysterious. If it were rolling backwards in neutral, surely it would have kept rolling in one direction. So what's actually happening here? I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. So if you love this massive compilation, then why not check out our other ones here? Or there's a giant playlist here that you can binge on for hours. Leave a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the weirdest or scariest. We love getting your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, this is Slack Ham. Now today we've got something a little bit special for you with some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going around. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. YouTuber Donnie Drunkard is certainly no stranger to the supernatural. We've featured several of his videos before, and in this clip has yet another terrifying encounter with a shadow entity that is said to be haunting his house. The video begins with text explaining that the shadow figure had just charged at the YouTuber in the hallway. He felt a hard slap across his face before retreating to the safety of his bedroom. There he lies on the bed while petting his dog. Even the dog seems uneasy, possibly aware of the otherworldly presence. The YouTuber soon sums up the courage to investigate the rest of his house. He opens the door and points the camera into the hallway where you can see a ceiling light swinging around slowly by itself. He walks towards the light, giving viewers a close-up before turning the camera down a set of stairs. Suddenly, there's a loud bang. The video then cuts to footage from a static camera that's been placed in the basement. Check out what we captured. As you can see, an ominous black figure flies out of the darkened passageway, disappearing over the top of the camera. While it's difficult to make out the shape in any great detail, if we slow the footage down, it becomes a little clearer. It looks like something wearing a dark sheet or robe. Viewers have suggested that Donnie Drunkard should seek out a priest to bless the house and hopefully force the entity to leave. Others think the situation could be even more serious and that this YouTuber should immediately look for someone else to live. Walking alone during nighttime is creepy enough for most people, as we usually associate the evening with the mysterious and scary. For instance, some may fear coming across a sinister individual with evil intentions. On the other hand, others become much more terrified at the thought of coming face to face with a supernatural being. A chilling TikTok video uploaded by Ashmore YT gives us an example of the latter, creeping viewers out. A man walks down a sidewalk at night time, flashlight in hand, to illuminate his view. As he passes a wall, a black entity seems to emerge straight from the wall itself. The man stops walking and slowly turns around, his light illuminating the mysterious figure, which sits completely still. The man then walks near the black mass to give it a closer look. As the man continues to approach the entity, it seems to grow smaller until it slowly vanishes from view. Here's another look in slow motion and zoomed in. As it's night time and the black mass appears near a wall, the shape could be explained as being the shadow of a street light or other lamp being turned on. However, the fact that the mass only appears after the man has walked by is strange on its own, not to mention the vanishing after he inspects it. Either way, the man should be happy that nothing bad happened to him. His bravery should be applauded. Battlefields have long been a hotspot for paranormal enthusiasts. After all, we're better to catch a ghost on film than at the sight of so much death. When Instagram user Tony Bruschi and his two daughters decided to explore an old schoolhouse located at the Prairie Grove Battlefield State Park in Arkansas, they may have managed to capture a glimpse into the world of the supernatural. During their visit, they decided to set up a camera within the crawl space underneath the schoolhouse. Take a look at the footage they captured. Moments into the cliff, two shadowy black shapes pass in front of the camera. The way the figures seem to glide certainly has some viewers wondering if they could actually be ghosts of former soldiers, still lingering around the battlefield. Others are not so sure, however. They've suggested that the dark shapes could simply be shadows of people walking nearby, even though the uploader seems to imply that there was no one else in the area except for his daughters. So what do you think these amateur paranormal investigators have managed to capture on camera? Are they really ghosts, or is there another explanation behind this spooky footage? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. This short little clip purports to show a shadow entity of some kind haunting an attic. The video was uploaded to YouTube channel Carl Humberg in 2012. The description claims that a paranormal investigation team was sent to a 120-year-old building in an unknown part of the US to take a look at some strange activity. An infrared camera was set up to film around the clock. It would appear some kind of shape or figure has been caught moving in front of the camera. On the left-hand side of the screen, a shadow moves in and out of shot. According to the timestamp, this occurred at 3:19 p.m. Unfortunately, the clip is short and it's difficult to see if anything could be causing the shadow. The uploader claims that the video has been analysed by paranormal experts such as Bill Murphy from Fact or Fake and the founders of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. It's unclear as to their stance on the video as the uploader never posted their opinions. The general consensus is that it's an interesting video that does show something strange, but it's just too brief and unclear to make any definitive judgment. This next clip was originally posted to the Home for Scary Ghost Videos, the Facebook page Do You Believe in the Unexplained? Host to a vast array of similar videos, this clip in particular is sure to give viewers the creeps. Recording an empty hallway, the majority of the clip plays out with no one in sight. The quiet emptiness of the hallway is exactly why it's so frightening, when the smallest of shadows appears to creep around a corner, only to quickly creep away in the direction in which it initially arrived. The small shadow appears to be about the size of a small child, moving as a person would. It walks around the corner, then darts back in the opposite direction. The appearance of the small shadow is even more shocking due to just how quickly it appears and then leaves in the midst of the complete stillness of the hallway. No human attached to the shadow, it appears it could be some kind of supernatural being. But without further evidence, we may never know the truth about this mysterious clip. So we'll throw it out to you, the audience. What do you think that strange shadow is? Let me know in the comment section below. When these three women had their photo taken out the front of their home, they couldn't have known the chilling image that would develop. Behind the three ladies, you can see what looks like the shadow of a man wearing a hat. If you look closely, you can see that the shadow figure has placed a hand on the shoulder of the woman on the left. It is said that 3 days after this photo was taken, the woman died in a horrible car accident. The photographer claims that there was certainly no hatted man standing behind the woman when the photograph was taken, and is simply baffled by the image. Perhaps this strange shadow appeared as a sort of omen, foreshadowing the tragic events that would unfold just 3 days later. The first video on our list of shadow people videos was uploaded by YouTuber HRDE2. This short clip shows a completely still computer screen. Not much to see, right? Actually, it's the reflection in the screen that holds the key to the mystery. In the top right corner of the screen, you can see the reflection of a window somewhere on the other side of the room. If you watch closely, you can see something pass quickly in front of it. It moves so fast that if you blink, you would probably miss it. However, if you slow the footage down, it becomes clear that the figure passing in front of the window is indeed human in shape. However, it moves at a speed that seems to be unnatural. Extreme speed is often thought to be a common characteristic of a shadow person. Just one of the reasons why it's said to be difficult to see shadow people in anything other than our visual periphery. To make matters even more eerie, the slow-motion replay reveals that the figure's body remains perfectly upright and doesn't change position as it flies across the room, not at all natural for a human. According to the uploader, there are walls on either side of the window, which suggests that it would be impossible for someone to run past from the outside. Furthermore, they were supposedly alone in the room, so no one could have passed by on the inside either. They believe that the mysterious entity in this footage is evidence of the existence of shadow people. Beverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky is one of the most notorious asylums in America. Built in 1910, the hospital was used to house patients suffering from tuberculosis during what was considered an outbreak of the White Plague. At the time, there was no known cure for the disease, which was mostly treated with plenty of fresh air and sunshine. However, the Beverly Hills Sanatorium was also tasked with finding more effective measures to fight the infectious disease. Controversial methods were tested, with some patients having their ribs removed and their lungs inflated with makeshift balloons. It's thought that many thousands of patients died at the sanatorium. The death toll grew so high that the facility was forced to build an underground tunnel, affectionately known as the Death Chute, that would be used to ferry hundreds of diseased corpses to a nearby railway station. Some estimate that as many as 64,000 patients died at Beverly Hills over the years. Visitors today often report the echo calls of children singing down the long abandoned hallways. Cold spots are often experienced, and an ominous feeling of being watched is ever present. This photo was taken by an intrepid explorer who decided to visit the hospital alone. He said that nothing particularly unusual took place while he walked around the facility. However, when he reviewed his photos later that night, he noticed something very strange. In one image, a black entity can be seen obscuring the lens of the camera. It lacks definition and is devoid of any light whatsoever. It looks like it has a head and body and is perhaps moving away from the camera. The man is certain that no one else was around as he was exploring the old hospital alone. This next eerie photo was uploaded to our Facebook community page by Jocelyn Default. Jocelyn writes, "This picture is about 10 years old. The cousin of my daughter's friend was babysitting this young girl and was taking photos of her dancing to a Disney movie. This very creepy dark figure showed up behind her in one of the photos. This is 100% authentic and very upsetting to all involved. In the picture, you can indeed see a shadowy figure standing behind the young girl. It's dense and amorphous and seems to be devoid of light altogether." In a follow-up comment, Jocelyn notes that she expects doubters and that it's good to be skeptical, and agrees that the photo is almost hard to believe, but maintains that the image is 100% real. Most of our viewers who saw the image posted agreed that the figure was frightening. A lot of people were genuinely concerned for her family's safety and recommend calling a priest. All these years later, the family and everyone involved still can't explain the ominous figure in the photo, and say it's still incredibly unnerving to see. There's very little information available about this video. In many ways, it makes the footage even more mysterious. However, it could suggest that it might be the work of a clever editor. The clip appears to have been captured in a snowy backyard or possibly even a cemetery. It shows a dark figure running through the snow, and it's not long before you realise that it doesn't appear to be a normal person at all. Its body looks like a shadow, and its eyes glow in the darkness of the night. The camera follows the shadow person as it makes its way through the snow-covered grass. It almost seems as if it's attempting to sneak through the yard without being seen or heard. The truly unusual thing about this shadow person is that it clearly appears to have feet, yet it doesn't seem to leave any footprints in the snow. Those who suggest this video might simply show a human or even an animal will likely change their minds at the end of the clip. After creeping across the yard for a few seconds, the entity vanishes without a trace, disappearing back into the shadows that it came from. The owner of this home kept telling her kids that she was seeing a strange shadow person out the corner of her eyes. She said she always felt uncomfortable in certain rooms and thought she was being watched by some unseen force. Her kids would often laugh it off, telling her that she's going mad. That was until this creepy photo was taken on Thanksgiving Day some years ago. Prior to lunch being served, the daughter was taking photos of her boyfriend sitting at the table. This is what she captured. It shows a very tall, dark entity dominating the hallway. The edges of the figure look smoky and translucent, while the center appears to be devoid of all light. When the mother saw the photograph, she almost cried. She said that's the exact spirit she keeps seeing out the corner of her eye. What do you think this is? Is this house haunted by some unseen force or shadow spirit that's making itself known to this poor family? It's not known exactly where this next eerie piece of footage was captured, but it's believed to be somewhere in India. The snippet was shared to Twitter by CTO Paranormal. The clip is taken from a security feed at a train station. You can see a few people walking by, and suddenly something freaky happens. Watch. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears and starts following a man and a young boy. It looks like the dark presence enters the man just as he pauses eerily right on the train track. Thankfully, he moves on and the pair leave the area unscathed. Still, we're left wondering what that strange shadow might be. All sorts of theories have been thrown out there. Everything from ghosts, demons, and astral planers have been suggested. There were also some more down-to-earth explanations like a bug on the lens or even a malfunctioning camera. So which of these theories do you think is the most likely? Let us know in the comments down below. This is allegedly a photo of a shadow figure that haunts the shores of Paul's Island, South Carolina. For decades, residents have reported sightings of a strange, shadowy man that appears on the beach right before severe storms and natural disasters. They say he comes as a premonition for the local people, warning them of impending danger. Legends say that the Grey Man is the ghost of a young traveller who tragically died many years ago. They say he was on his way to see his fiance when he got caught in quicksand in the marshland that once surrounded Paul's Island. Now his shadow is left behind and forced to eternally wander in search of his lost love. Couple Jim and Clara Moore claim they saw the Grey Man on the beach the day before Hurricane Hugo battered the region in 1989. They said they saw a strange, legless man down on the beach. When they called out to him, the figure vanished from sight. The following day, the Category 5 storm hit shore, causing more than $7 billion worth of damage. When the Moores were allowed to return home, they found their house completely intact. However, the neighbours on all sides had their homes obliterated by the raging storm. The Moores swear that the Grey Man appeared as an omen, warning them of the catastrophe that was yet to take place. They feel they were blessed by the spirit who spared them from the storm. According to YouTuber Whatever Entertainment, his family had been hearing some scary sounds coming from the basement of their Pennsylvania home for several weeks before he managed to capture this chilling footage. At first, he thought they were just hearing their cats going up and down the basement stairs, but soon realised that the pets were not to blame. The video begins as the brave YouTuber starts listening to the sounds that were the initial cause of his suspicions.
So anyways, I'm just going... Sound like someone walking up down the steps.
When he begins to hear footsteps and banging sounds, he heads for the basement stairs, hoping to at least capture the sounds on tape as proof of the bizarre happenings. However, what it does capture is much more than he bargained for. He flicks on the light and heads down the stairs, calling out to any noisy entities that might be occupying his basement. After taking a few steps down, he's shocked to see a dark, shadowy head peering around the corner of the stairwell. It's only visible for a moment before disappearing back into the basement. After a moment of shock, he runs down the rest of the stairs to chase the shadow person, but it's once again disappeared into the darkness.
There's nothing down here. There's nothing down here.
This is some very creepy footage uploaded to a channel on YouTube called Faceless Nights. In it, we see a gamer setting up his Xbox Connect while testing a live stream. He browses a few options, changes a few vision modes, but when he changes to night vision mode, he captures something truly terrifying. On the right of screen, you can clearly see a shadow person lurking in the rear of the room. The figure almost looks like it's wearing a black robe. It has long, slender fingers and strange floating quality to it. The entity darts off screen as soon as it notices it's visible on camera. The guy filming looks very startled as he double-checks the room for anything resembling the strange black spectre. When the video went live, it quickly got spread around social media, racking up nearly 2 million views. Skeptics thought that there were jump cuts edited into the clip, but as Faceless Nights explains in another video, the Kinect changes aspect ratio every time a new vision mode is used, so it looks as though things move on the desk or the person changes position. Faceless Nights doesn't have an explanation for what he captured, but he fervently denies that he tampered with the footage in any way. With this encounter in mind, how creepy is the tagline, "What else does Kinect see?" And paranormal investigators, Proving Demons and Phantoms Paranormal, Elemental Encounters, teamed up to explore an abandoned rundown hotel, capturing shadow people videos probably wasn't even on their radar. As professional paranormal investigators, they're well aware of how difficult it is to capture shadow people on film. These entities are known for moving very quickly, which is why many people who see them tend to question their own senses. However, the investigators hit the jackpot when one of the cameras they had rolling captured this shadowy figure. The team member who captured the footage didn't even realise he had recorded the shadow person until he reviewed the footage sometime later. He was getting shots of one of the hotel's hallways when the shadow creature made its appearance. As the camera pans down the hallway, the shadow person speeds away from the film crew, barely staying within the frame of the camera. We see one last shot of it before it disappears inside one of the rooms on the right side of the hallway. One of the most intriguing things about this shadow person is the way a dark mist seems to trail behind it as it moves. This is often thought to be one of the key characteristics of these types of entities, indicating that they're not a corporeal body, but a creature of mist and shadow. Queen Mary is reported to be one of the most haunted ships in America. Guests and tourists often claim they see and hear things they can't quite explain. The ship even runs its own ghost tours on board, showing paranormal enthusiasts parts of the vessel that are normally off limits to regular visitors. Legends say that one of the staterooms of the ship is haunted by a man who was allegedly murdered there, while staff and crew have given first-person accounts of a little girl who stalks the long hallways of the ship. They say the girl tragically drowned in the A-class passenger swimming pool back when the ship served as a luxury liner. This photo was taken on board the Queen Mary sometime in 2008. It shows a robust, shadowy figure that resembles the infamous Hat Man that we just talked about. Again, the centre of the entity is devoid of light and the edges are like vapour. Many consider this photo one of the best pieces of evidence that the Queen Mary is indeed haunted. YouTuber Average American 2019 was surely not expecting to record any shadow people when he captured this creepy footage. The video begins as two friends are seen descending several flights of stairs in what appears to be an old apartment building. The audio is difficult to make out at times. However, it sounds like one is talking to the other about the strange things he's seen in the building. Then, as he and his friend head down another flight of stairs, we can clearly see the shadowy head of a human figure passing by, moving up the stairs as they continue walking down. Neither of the men seem to notice as they continue on by. It was only upon later review of the footage that the shadow person made its presence known. The sighting of the mysterious figure here is quite unusual too, as the stairwell is brightly lit, but its appearance is unmistakable. This photo was taken in Alcatraz, a former prison complex often cited to be one of the most haunted locations in the US. Visitors to Alcatraz often report strange phenomena while touring the site. They feel cold spots, hear whispers in empty rooms, and often experience inexplicable feelings of despair or rage. People claim to see shadows moving and cell doors opening on their own. When photographer Glenn Shelton took this strange photo, he believed it to be definitive proof that the prison complex is haunted by otherworldly beings. While the photo doesn't depict a shadow person as such, it has captured a long black shroud of some kind. It has many of the properties that witnesses report when seeing shadow people. If you look, the object doesn't seem to react to lighting in the same way the other parts of the building do, and it has a sort of misty or smoky quality to it. Could this be the spirit of a former inmate who is now forced to eternally linger in limbo among the dark halls of Alcatraz? One of our viewers, Marcel VDW, shared an unsettling video to our Slaphand Facebook group. Marcel says he's from South Africa, and every so often the local residents have something called load shedding. Periodically, the power is cut off for 2 or more hours to ease the load of national power usage. During these load shedding periods, Marcel uses his camera app and hits record, which automatically turns on the camera's flash so he can see and navigate around his house. The result is that Marcel has a lot of pointless videos of himself walking around the house in the dark. However, in one of these clips, it seems something rather unsettling was inadvertently captured. Take a look. Load-shedding video shows Marcel getting a drink in the kitchen. However, watch closely as he walks down the hallway, see if he can spot anything strange. It is hard to see at first, but at the end of the darkened hallway, you can just make out a figure as it slips around the corner. If we brighten the image, you can see that it's actually a shirtless man. So there's three possible explanations here. The first is that this video is all a hoax and that we're just seeing a roommate or friend. The other two options, however, are a little more creepy. The second is that we're seeing an intruder lurking in the dark. This option's pretty chilling considering Marcel claims that he didn't know anyone was there. So it's possible a prowler was lurking in the dark the whole time. This is conceivable given the scheduled power outages. Perhaps some burglars plan their break-ins during these times. The last option is that this is a full-bodied apparition caught on camera. Perhaps Marcel's apartment is haunted by some kind of presence. So, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Which of these three options do you think this most likely is? I'd like to hear your opinions in the comments below. This eerie photo was sent to us by Josh Nemo Fernald. Josh says that about 6 years ago, he and his friends were staying at this hotel in the Detroit metro area when another friend was coming to visit. The visiting friend snapped this photo to let the group know he was just out the front. The group didn't think too much of it. It wasn't until they had a closer look at the snap. In the image, you can make out a strange dark figure. Whatever it is, it seems to have a large torso and short, bendy legs. It even looks like it might be wearing a hat, but the whole figure appears to be devoid of light altogether. The eerie thing is, there was no one standing out the front of the hotel when this photo was taken. To make things even creepier, there's been numerous deaths reported on the property. There's been several overdoses and even a murder that took place in the hotel. So what's to be made of this eerie dark figure? Could it really be a lingering spirit that's tethered to the site where they lost their life? Take a closer look and judge for yourself. This next series of photos was sent to us by one of our viewers, Yolanda Dominguez Beatty. In the first photo, Yolanda was home alone watching some TV when she took a casual snap of her new shoes. When she looked at the photo, she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. In the reflection of the TV, you can see a shadowy figure. Again, Yolanda was home alone and has no idea what the figure is. There was nothing there that could have cast a silhouette. Could a shadow figure be lurking in Yolanda's home? In a second photo shared, we can see Yolanda and some of her friends at a bowling alley. Strangely, in the background, we can see the transparent head of an older male. The group is adamant that there was no one behind them at the time the photo was taken, otherwise they wouldn't have taken the snap in the first place. It is possible this second one could be some kind of malfunction with the camera, as there's a little bit of motion blur evident throughout the photo. Yolanda showed the picture to the bowling alley manager. They were freaked out and struggled to explain the strange transparent head. So does Yolanda have a knack for capturing evidence of the paranormal, or are the photos just a coincidence? Let me know where you sit on this in the comments down below. This photo was posted to a ghost investigation forum with a chilling story attached. Late one night, Michelle was up cleaning her fish tank when she noticed someone standing in the other room. At first, she thought it was her husband and simply dismissed it, saying, "What's the matter, dear? Can't sleep?" When she turned and looked at the person standing in the next room, she went completely cold and nearly fainted. Standing in the room was the clear outline of her ex-husband who had died of cancer several years earlier. Michelle panicked and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the spirit had gone. In a fit of panic, she ran upstairs and told her husband what had happened, but he assured her that it was nothing to worry about. Several weeks later, Michelle's in-laws were visiting, so she decided to take some photos. When she reviewed the photos later that night, she went numb at what she saw. In the photo, behind her mother-in-law was a shadowy figure lurking in the corner of the room. It was exactly like the figure she saw just weeks earlier. Did Michelle capture the shadow form of her ex-husband? Love to hear your thoughts in the comments section below. There's not a lot of solid information about these two photos. They often appear in ghost investigation forums, but no one seems to know their origins. The two photos, presumably taken one after the other, show a smoky black entity hovering in the middle of the room. The first photo looks like it has thin, outstretched arms as though it's about to grab at someone. Plumes of a strange, translucent aura seem to waft up towards the roof. The second image looks as though it's caught the moment the shadow is disappearing, almost as though it's been blown by the wind and is vaporizing into nothing. Could these photos be some kind of glitch, or have they captured something far more sinister? Our last clip of the day seems to show something genuinely terrifying. It was sent to the paranormal Facebook page El Mundo DKBZA. This family was out camping when a series of photos were taken to remember the occasion. Everything seemed perfectly normal and the photos didn't show anything strange either, and so they thought. iPhones have a live photo feature that captures a few seconds of footage after a photo is taken. You can then press on a photo and it will play out a few seconds of movement. It would appear this live photo has captured something chilling. Take a look. Just next to the boy on the left, you can make out a grey, transparent figure crawling on all fours. Whatever it is, it seems to scurry out of view. So far, no one's been able to explain this eerie sighting. Is it a ghost, a cryptid, or something else entirely? Take another look and decide for yourselves. This is some strange footage that was captured live on the Larry King Show. Live on air, CNN is doing a tour of Michael Jackson's home in Neverland shortly after he passed away. As the camera crew walk around the house, a shadow figure can be seen passing quickly down the end of the hallway. It looks to be a lurching, transparent presence, as though it's the shadow of someone walking by. This footage has been seen by millions of people, and some say it's the ghost of Michael himself. Skeptics claim it's nothing more than a shadow of one of the film crew or staff that can't be seen on that angle. Others say that it's impossible for a person to cast that quick-moving shadow without being seen. Whatever the case may be, it makes for some very compelling footage, one that has captured the attention of millions of people. SEK Paranormal is an up-and-coming ghost investigation channel on YouTube. Based in Sweden, they travel around the country looking for evidence, afterlife. In this episode, Emil, the lead investigator, explores an old train station where allegedly several people have died. He begins by setting up his equipment in the dark industrial lot. So,
What I will do now, I will try an EVP session, and I will just going to start those two here.
While setting up for an EVP session, Emil hears some eerie sounds.
Right besides this. Right besides this. No, I heard it. Something.
Dislike.
Again, dislike. Vad är... Camera again. Vad är du inte tycker om? Kan du berätta för mig vad det är du inte vill eller tycker om nu?
Then the communication device is using keeps repeating the same name.
Är du här med mig nu?
Dislike. Pamela.
Dislike Pamela.
Dislike. Pamela.
What is happening? Vad är det du inte tycker om?
Pamela.
As if this isn't eerie enough, things begin to ratchet up a notch when more noises are heard.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ooh. You heard that. Oh my god. I have chills all over my body. A plank here just moved.
Later in the investigation, Emil suspects that a person may be lurking nearby, eyeing off his camera and other equipment.
Hey, hello. What the hell?
Now it's quite clear that there isn't anyone nearby despite the unnerving sounds.
I 1000% thought that there was coming a person walking right up to me here. Okay, that was creepy. I thought that I was going to be attacked, but maybe some psycho have seen my cameras and stuff, so...
But watch what Emil's static camera has managed to pick up. Grey face looks around the corner of the wall. Here it is again, brightened up and slowed down. Around the corner of that wall is just a dead end with nowhere for anyone to hide. Emil says this could be one of the greatest sightings he's ever managed to capture on camera in all his years of investigating the supernatural. He's certain that no one else was nearby and thinks this could indeed be a ghost caught on camera.
I directly got, to defense mode, like, what the fuck? But then I came here, and as always, there is not a single person.
A TikTok account called Our Haunted House has gained quite a following on the popular social media platform due to their extremely chilling videos. Their content is centered around their house, which is allegedly haunted, as evidenced by the many clips they've published. In this first short video, we watch what appears to be a security camera of the front door. All seems normal until the door suddenly opens. While this event in and of itself could be explained by a sudden gust of wind or the door wasn't actually closed properly to begin with, what happens next will likely send chills down your spine. As the man approaches the door, it appears to close by itself. Naturally, ever since this video was published, viewers have been divided. Some have called for the homeowner to protect the property with salt and sage, while others think the door's unusual movement might simply have been the result of string or fishing wire. However, in a subsequent post, the TikToker released this video, which might prove that something paranormal really is at play here. Take a look.
Holy shit, there's somebody out there.
Watching that again, when he peers through the window, there appears to be a dark, menacing figure in the shadows. However, when the man opens the door, the figure is gone. He searches the surrounding area and finds nothing. It's like the figure simply vanished. In a later video uploaded to the channel, it seems that whatever was standing at the door might now be inside the home. As the footage begins, we see the man setting up a camera in an effort to catch the entity on film. Take a look. What will eventually captured. The door in the background slowly opens, and suddenly a pair of intense glowing eyes appear. They soon vanish from sight, but the creepiness continues when a dark shape seems to rise from behind the couch. A few seconds later, the door slams shut. In this clip, the TikToker claims to have captured the voice of the mysterious entity that's been plaguing them. Have a listen. So is this house really haunted? With so much video evidence, one certainly has to wonder. Head over to our haunted house on TikTok and judge for yourself. As always, I'll leave links to the channel in the description box below. When YouTuber Sesh27 decided to take a cute video of his dogs, he might have inadvertently managed to capture a shadow person on camera. The video begins as he's recording the dogs playing on his bed. He then puts the camera down for a few minutes as he takes them outside. Shortly after leaving the room, the camera captures something very chilling indeed. A strange shadow passes across the room. It moves quickly and is very light in colour, making it difficult to get a clear picture of what it actually looks like. However, if we slow the footage down, it's clear that the entity is human in shape. To make matters even more terrifying, mere seconds after the shadow person passes across the room, a framed picture on the wall begins to shake back and forth, as if disturbed by a strong wind. The YouTuber returns to his room and appears to be totally unaware of what happened in his absence, and it wasn't until he reviewed the footage that he made the startling discovery. Gangwapi is a YouTube channel based in Thailand. The team of paranormal investigators travel around Southeast Asia looking for proof that ghosts really do exist. In this episode, they investigate an old abandoned property that they had heard rumours about. Locals say that the area is heavily haunted by spirits and other supernatural beings. One shack in particular is said to be where most of the activity happens. The team heads in to take a look. The surrounding jungle is dense and overgrown.
ใช้เวลา2 อาทิตย์ก่อนในการสำรวจในการสืบ
While the area is clearly abandoned and eerie, nothing particularly strange happens at first.
4-5 ปีมาแล้วถึงจะเจอมาหลวงหลังที่4-5 ปีมาแล้วที่มีคนผูกคอตายอ่ะ
Eventually, the team decides to set up a makeshift altar. They present an offering to any nearby spirits that may be present.
ตอนนี้เราก็เลยต้องนอนแป๊บนึงว่าจะเกิดเป็นผลไหมซึ่งตอนนี้
It seems the offering works as things quickly take a turn for the worse. Watching that again in slow motion, a dark figure crawls up the wall and escapes out the top of the roof. You can hear some clunking sounds coming from on top of the roof. The team runs to safety and tries to make sense of what just happened. Eventually, they muster up the courage to take another look in the shack. As they look around, there's no sign of anything at all. So while the local room is true, after all, is this abandoned shack home to something supernatural? Take another look at the siding and make your own judgment. The Hat Man is one of the most creepy and pernicious sightings of the Shadow People. A tall, slender male presence is often reported by people all around the world. They say a shadowy figure watches them sleep, and it always has a wide-brimmed hat on. Thousands of individual sightings have been described by people from all walks of life, yet somehow they all characterize the same figure. This photo was captured by a woman who was dozing in her bed in 2017. She was listening to a podcast and felt herself drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a dark, ominous presence in the room and glanced over to the window. She claims that a tall figure with a hat was standing by her bed, watching intently. She grabbed her phone and took a quick photo, but realised there was no one else in the room. When she looked at the photo, she couldn't believe what she saw. Indeed, there was a solid black entity standing in the room, wearing what looked like a top hat. There are several scientific explanations for shadow people sightings. People who suffer from sleep paralysis often report being watched by shadow beings. They say dark entities enter the room and watch them sleep. Some neuroscientists suggest that these conditions cause the sufferer to wake in a heightened emotional state, which can cause mild hallucination, in this case moving shadows. The most striking aspect about this phenomenon is that the reports are also congruent. They all describe almost the exact same thing, a dark, ominous figure that likes to watch people sleep. The Hat Man is the most troubling of all because it's such an oddly specific sighting. How is it that thousands of people all around the world all characterize the Hat Man exactly the same? No one knows exactly where this video originated. However, the man who recorded it supposedly heard mysterious noises in his home in the nights prior to capturing the footage. As he cautiously explores the darkened house, he notices a strange flickering light coming from another room. Whoa! Suddenly, a dark, shadowy figure can be seen walking up the stairs. Oh my Only its legs and feet are visible. However, there's little doubting that there is indeed something there. The man immediately begins to freak out and contemplates leaving the house. However, he soon remembers that he's left his phone upstairs. He bravely makes his way to the base of the staircase, and just as he's about to go up, a chilling sound rushes out of the darkness. Clearly spooked by the noise, the man decides to leave his phone behind and exits the house immediately. So what do you think this man has managed to capture on camera? Could it be an elusive shadow person? I'll have to get your opinions on this one in the comments section below.
Since moving here, I have felt like this house just didn't want us here.
In May 2022, mother of two, Jessica Cantonese, shared a clip to TikTok that seems to show something lurking in the family's house. The clip went viral, cementing Jessica's suspicions that the house is haunted. Take a look at what's been captured. Jessica and her daughter dance for the camera and all seems perfectly fine. However, if you pay close attention to the bedroom in the back, you can clearly see a dark shape move past the doorway. In a comment on the clip, Jessica confirms that she and her daughter were the only ones in the house at the time, and her husband was out with their dogs, so nothing should have been moving in the back bedroom. What makes this video even more creepy is that Jessica had always suspected the military housing they live in is haunted by some kind of presence. 1 year prior, when the family first moved in, the floor in the kitchen became unusually hot. Builders had to replace the entire floor and couldn't quite explain the reason for the high temperatures. The family also began seeing things like shadows, doors would open and close, and lights would turn on and off, seemingly all on their own. In another video, Jessica explains that her toddler has begun talking to an invisible friend.
Is everywhere now? Where's Jessica? I'll say hi to Jessica.
The toddler says that the friend is also called Jessica. It's a shadow, and he only talks to it down the hallway. Spurred on by these eerie events, Jessica does some research on the property and discovers that a lot of the military houses in the area were built on top of an old cemetery. Just to add more nightmare fuel to the fire, some Ring home security footage shows more eerie activity in the hallway of the home. In this footage, the house is empty, yet you can clearly see shadows appearing in the hallway. In another update, Jessica says that shortly after moving into the house, she randomly passed out, despite having never fainted before in her life.
About a month ago, I was on the couch and I just passed out. Never in my life have I ever done anything like that before, and thank God my husband was home.
In another clip captured by their Ring security system, we can see the front door to the house open. It seems to open by itself, despite Jessica and her husband diligently locking it every morning. The house was empty when this footage was captured. With the alleged haunting just getting more and more strange, the family has since applied to the military to move house. They have had a pest inspector check the entire property. The family were hoping a wild animal living in the roof might explain the eerie noises and the moving shadows. However, the pest inspector found no sign of animals or bugs of any kind. They also invited a priest to come and bless their home. He stayed for several hours, said prayers with the family, and offered spiritual advice to the family as they transitioned to a new home. Jessica says that they found organising the move challenging because everyone in the family keeps getting sick as other obstacles keep arising.
My toddler, my baby, and my husband are all super sick. So now we can't get the house blessed and we can't move out. So
thousands of viewers offered their support to the family in the comments of the video. Some said they should be careful as it appears whatever's haunting the home may be keeping the family sick so they can't leave. This is definitely an eerie story backed up by equally unsettling videos. It's a developing situation, so as always, I'll put links to Jessica's TikTok in the description below. It's well worth checking out. While our previous clip wasn't as mysterious as it first appeared, this next one is a little harder to explain. It was uploaded to Instagram by Paranormal. It's some security footage taken in a back alley. You see some young kids taking some bikes. However, one of the kids goes back for another bike in the background. Something truly odd happens. Watch. A pair of shadowy legs walk to the right. The figure then returns and seems to reach out to the boy, who turns around to have a look. It returns once more before the clip abruptly ends. A lot of people in the comments said that this is a shadow person sighting. Many paranormal investigators believe that shadow people are a type of spiritual entity that work in our world. Some say they're lost souls, others have suggested they could be interdimensional beings or aliens. Regardless of what they are, tens of thousands of people all around the world have reported seeing these beings with remarkable similarity. People suffering from insomnia or sleep paralysis often describe shadowy people watching them out of the corner of their eyes. So are these shadowy entities real? Judging by the reports, the thousands of testimonies and the countless videos that seem to show them, one can't help but wonder about these things when it's pitch black at 3 a.m. and you're all alone. Good thing everyone knows they can't get you when you're under a blankie. This photo was taken in the attic of an unknown restaurant in the US. For over a decade, employees reported strange sightings in the roof of the restaurant. They say they've seen shadows lurking, felt nauseous for no apparent reason, as well as had feelings of dread wash over them. Finally, one employee took a photo when they felt they were being watched. Later that night, when reviewing the photos, they spotted this ominous shadow figure. It has the clear outline of a head and shoulders, but its lower body looks almost like vapor and lacks any real definition. When co-workers saw the image, they all agreed that this is the shadow entity they had all seen over the years. Now, if you enjoy these longer episodes, then check out our previous compilations. There's one right there. Otherwise, you can binge on our giant paranormal playlists right here as well. Now, leave us a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the scariest or weirdest. We love getting your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. Now, today we've got something a little bit special for you. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going around. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. This next eerie piece of footage was uploaded to Reddit by user RegularJoe500. It's a clip taken from their home security system facing their carport. Take a look at what's been causing a stir on Reddit. As you can see, out of nowhere, a white horse appears. It trots from right to left. Now, at first, this might seem fairly mundane. However, the Redditor says that a horse died in the pastures next to his house just a few years ago. When this footage was captured, there were no animals whatsoever in the paddock. They also noted that the horse that died was black, and the horse we see here is clearly white. While this could simply be a real-life white horse, it just seems strange that he would trot by in the middle of the night. When the OP saw the footage, they double-checked the property and there were no animals either in the paddock or anywhere nearby. They even looked for hoof prints but found no evidence of anything walking through the yard. Considering that a horse did recently die in the nearby pastures, many commenters speculated they were actually seeing its spirit caught on camera. So what do you make of this eerie equine? Share your theories with the community in the comment section down below. This next video was uploaded to TikTok by user Monique Hernandez. The clip is taken from a home security camera positioned at the front of the TikToker's house. They asked their viewers for an explanation, posing the question, is this a ghost caught on my Ring camera? Take a look, it's been captured. The caption reads, why can we see the truck through him? Which is a valid question. If we watch it again, zoomed in and slowed down, you can indeed see details of the truck as the figure walks by. Furthermore, it almost looks like the figure appears out of thin air at the beginning of the clip. A lot of strange sightings captured by home security cameras can be explained by poor compression rates and low resolution. However, this sighting was rather odd. The visuals are quite crisp, making it even stranger that you can see through the person. Whatever the case may be, the sighting was enough to freak viewers out on TikTok. Some people called it a ghost, a shadow figure, and even a time traveler was suggested. Unfortunately, this short clip is all we have to go by, so for now, unless further info comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery. Quite a while now, we've been covering the alleged haunting of Diego Spiggers. For over a year, Diego's been claiming that his apartment is occupied by the spirit of a little girl, an entity that appears to have a worrying fascination with Diego's own daughter. Here's a taste of some of the latest sightings happening inside the apartment. Take a look. Really? Watching that again, we can see a hand banging the back of the open door. However, when Diego moves the door, there's nothing there. In this next clip, Diego has set up an experiment to try and catch some more paranormal activity on camera. That's what happens. As you can see, finger marks seem to appear in the floor on the floor. Then, in this final clip, something even more chilling is captured. Breaking this one down, you can see the face of a young girl lingering over the shoulder of Diego's daughter. He runs to take a look. The figure seems to vanish into thin air. Then his daughter sits eerily on the couch as if in a trance. Naturally, a lot of comments were worried for the safety of Diego's daughter, wondering why the family was still in the apartment after all that's happened. So where do you sit on this? Are we just witnessing some immaculate video editing, or is the family really haunted? Share your thoughts with the rest of the community in the comment section down below. For most people, caves can be eerie places at the best of times, and this video shared to TikTok by Scariest Posts may show why. It's dark inside the cave, and the only light present is the one coming from the OP's camera. Being in such a claustrophobic place would put a lot of people on edge already. However, in this case, there could be extra reason for alarm. Take a look and see if you can spot anything out of the ordinary. As the camera holder pans around the cave, something appears to be moving. Because it's so dark, it's hard to make out exactly what it is. It almost seems to camouflage into its surroundings. The figure looks to be black or dark brown in colour, or perhaps even a transparent grey. Some viewers have suggested that it looks like it's made of a thin mist. Watching it in slow motion seems to show that the figure has a large head and possibly even a human-like face. Then seems to dissolve into the darkness. What do you think this mysterious figure could be? Is it some sort of shadow person, or perhaps an unknown cave creature? Or is the light simply playing tricks with our eyes? Watch the footage again and let me know what you see in the comment section down below. Every amateur paranormal enthusiast thinks they want to encounter something supernatural. It happens if they actually do. During a tour of the allegedly haunted Hillview Manor in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, YouTuber SCWC and her husband may have experienced a little more than they bargained for. During the tour of the former mental institution, the Redditor claims that their husband felt uneasy, as if someone was touching his arms. There were also certain areas of the building that he refused to return to. Later, they explored with a small group. At first, nothing unusual happened, and they were starting to get disappointed. Then, just as they were preparing to head to another area, one member of the group knelt to charge their phone. Take a look at what happened next. Everyone began hearing mysterious footsteps so intense that the walls around them shook. Security footage from the hallway shows all four of them simultaneously reacting with intense fear, even though there's no indication of what could be frightening them. The experience spooked the couple so much that they left the tour early. However, before they did, they were sure to remind the spirits that they had no permission to follow them home. Hopefully, whatever spooked them so intensely listened to their plea. This next video shows another creepy encounter that takes place in a cave. It was sent to our Slacktown Facebook group by Marie Louise Montero. She says that her father, a cameraman for a TV channel in Aruba, inadvertently captured the footage while filming an interview with a man who had just stayed in the cave for 100 days in order to break a world record. According to Montero, her father didn't even notice anything strange until he reviewed the video sometime later. Take a look at what's been caught on camera. As you can see, there is a mysterious figure present in the upper level of the cave. It's only visible for a brief second as it seems to dart behind the wall in an effort to avoid the camera. The figure appears to be wearing a green top or jacket. Apart from that, there's no other distinguishable features. The poster notes that in the video, the crew is speaking their local language, Papiamento, She says that they're actually talking about how many people have died in this very cave. So what do you think this mysterious figure could be? A homeless person who lives in the cave, perhaps? Is there a more paranormal explanation for what's being caught on camera here? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comment section down below. And security cameras are designed to make you feel safer in your own home. But what if they capture something that you would rather have not seen? Shortly after moving into their new place, Redditor Emily Sims 3 found that their security camera had snapped several chilling images. According to their post, they received a notification that motion had been detected inside their house at 1:32 a.m. As they were still awake, they decided to check their device. Look at what they saw. The Redditor says that they live alone and didn't hear any sounds at the time the photos were captured. They also said that in the days prior they had felt a strange presence around, so they had felt uneasy. Several viewers have suggested that the camera might have actually captured evidence of a break-in. They suggested that the OP search any crawl spaces or hidden areas in the home just to make sure that there's no one lurking. However, the poster doesn't seem to think it's an intruder. They're convinced that their house is haunted. Regardless of what the figure is, spotting something like this on your home security camera would likely terrify most people, especially if you've just moved in. So what would you do in this situation? Call the police or call a priest? Let me know in the comment section down below. Donnie Drunkard is a well-known paranormal YouTuber. His channel showcases the supposed supernatural happenings that take place around his home. This clip is from a live stream that played out in real time right in front of the eyes of Donnie Drunkard's audience. Near the beginning of the stream, Drunkard notes that he feels as though there's some sort of presence in the hallway. Earlier, there's a shadow figure that I saw. I don't know if it came through. And then the SLS is going crazy. There's presence in the hallway. Soon after, the program on his computer picks up evidence of a humanoid shape in the darkness. Watch. Felt that somebody was up in the hallway. Clearly. During the live stream, several keen-eyed viewers alerted the YouTuber to some strange occurrences. One in particular, Callie Morrison, provided a playback showing a possible paranormal entity. If you take a good look down the hallway, you can actually see a shadowy figure moving around. When the footage is brightened up, the figure's presence becomes even more apparent. So what do you think this creepy clip shows? Does it prove that Donnie Drunkard really is living in a haunted house? I'd love to hear your theories on this in the comment section down below. It's like probably somebody's up in the hallway. This last video on our list was uploaded to the YouTube channel Hunting the Dead. In it, the investigator visits an allegedly haunted house in the middle of the day. I am here to investigate the paranormal. Now we're just going to do a little quick walkthrough, guys. And I can tell you, as soon as I came in here, I started feeling energies. The creepy activity begins early, as he initially explores the rooms and inadvertently catches something chilling on the camera. Oh, I really miss this.
Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty. But we do have the mirrors, and we do ask for the spirits to come through and communicate.
It's quite subtle, but just as the investigator enters the bathroom, a shadowy figure can be seen in the mirror.
Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty.
Next, he takes out an EVP device in an attempt to communicate with any spirits that may be nearby.
But you basically can speak to me through this. Will you do that?
Shortly after he turns it on, he hears a distant door slam. Then, as the investigator approaches the kitchen, a voice can be heard saying what sounds like it stinks.
That was a sound. Did you do that? Who was that?
A few seconds later, another crash echoes through the house.
Come on, give me a sign. Show me where you're at. So just grab my ankle. Shut that door.
He continues the exploration of the property and soon asks the alleged spirit if it can make another noise besides tapping.
Can you do something other than tap? Can you make a scratch or something?
A few seconds later, the spirit seems to oblige as a mysterious sound is heard in another room. The investigator runs towards the source. Then, as he enters a storage closet, he hears what he describes as a growling sound. Take a listen and let me know what you think this could be.
It was just something that just like robbed it.
Finally, the investigator asks if the supposed spirit has any messages he wants to pass on. The voice seems to reply, "Help."
Listen to me, I'm giving you a platform for a lot of people who experience you. Is there anybody who needs you to give a message to before you die?
If there truly is some sort of paranormal entity trapped in this house, it doesn't sound as though it's at peace. Hopefully the next person to enter the property is able to remain safe while spending time there.
Dude, we just seen it. We seen it.
In this video, TikTok user Chase the Base shares some security footage from inside his parents' home, showing what he believes to be a ghost. In a separate clip, he mentions that he was initially hesitant to upload the footage because he didn't think people would believe it.
My parents have security cameras in their living room, and 2 months ago they caught a telescope camera.
In the security footage, we can see that the lights are on. Then, just after they click off, something eerie happens. Oh. A figure walks from one side of the room to the other. It's pale and seems to be somewhat transparent. The footage has left some wondering if that house has a tragic past. Unfortunately, the uploader doesn't collaborate. So what do you think's been captured here? Does it really show a ghost? Or is the camera somehow distorting the details of a regular person? Let me know your theories on this one in the comment section below. clip uploaded to the YouTube channel Cazadores de Sombra, Brazilian-based ghost hunters conduct a terrifying exploration of what appears to be an abandoned town. At the beginning of the video, the team explains that this area is a tragic past. A child was supposedly playing nearby when they fell into a well. They were eventually rescued, however, sadly passed away soon after. After the boy's death, people began to report strange occurrences in the house he used to live in. Freaky things also started happening to others who lived in the area, and soon spooked locals began to move away. The team began their investigation by entering one of the houses. It's run down, and water leaks in from the rain that's pouring down inside. The explorers continue to move from house to house, searching the empty buildings. And as they look around one house in particular, they hear a sudden knocking sound, as if someone's banging on one of the walls. They begin searching for the origin of the noise, which leads them into one of the adjoining rooms. There, they shine a light on something unsettling. There appears to be a child-sized figure watching them through one of the windows. They run out into the night, but the figure seems to have completely vanished. Could this mysterious figure really be the ghost of the young boy who fell into the well? Was it simply a curious squatter who was keeping a cautious eye on the team as they explored the area? Unfortunately, it seems that the figure's identity will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being. Our next video, uploaded to YouTube by UBXMX, documents a possible ghost sighting that took place in a cemetery near Culiacan, the largest city in Sinaloa, Mexico. The video starts with footage of the cemetery at night time. As the team carefully weave through the tombstones, they likely have no idea what's in store for them. Less than 20 minutes in, they think they hear a faint cry in the distance. Seconds later, a woman spots something eerie. It's easy to tell the cameraman is distressed after what he saw. The group moves in for a closer inspection. They search the area for the figure, and it seems to have completely vanished. Soon, the team approaches a grave and discovers a creepy doll inside. In fact, you may have seen this very same doll featured in one of our previous videos. Here's the footage we showed last time when YouTuber Lalo Escalante encountered this very doll in the same grave. After encountering the creepy doll in the Urbex MX exploration, one of the team members thinks he sees something moving up ahead. They search the darkness with their lights. Suddenly, something darts out from behind one of the graves. It moves so fast that if you might just miss it. Could just be an ordinary shadow, or is it something paranormal? It seems that this particular cemetery is a popular destination for ghost hunters, and if the events seen in this video are to be believed, it's with good cause. Could this overcrowded cemetery be one of the most haunted places in Mexico? This video, uploaded to YouTube by Latrine, appears to show something truly bizarre. Look. The dashcam footage shows the rear of a white SUV. It's snowing outside and the visibility is poor. At first, it appears as though the SUV speeds up and the snow is actually masking the location of the vehicle. However, once the line of vision clears, the SUV is nowhere to be seen. It seems unlikely that it sped off or even turned off suddenly. So then, where would it go? If you play the clip in slow motion, it also offers little clues as to where the mysterious vehicle actually went. Take another look and see if you can spot anything we might have missed. So what do you think? Is the snow somehow playing tricks with our eyes? Or is there another way to explain the mysterious disappearing SUV? Let me know your theories on this and share them with the rest of the community in the comment section down below. In February 2022, something truly bizarre was caught on the security camera in Chicopan de Juarez, about 20 miles east of Mexico City. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by Nelson TV. Camera overlooks an empty lot, where stray dogs are spooked by an unknown floating object that hovers about the area. Here's the object through an infrared filter. It looks to be an amorphous blob that drifts through the air. Initially, people thought the footage was edited with CGI. However, the fact that the dogs interact with the object seems to discredit this theory. Some comments speculated whether the object is alien in nature, perhaps a craft of some kind collecting data here on Earth. Of course, there's a possibility it could just be a drone or perhaps a deflated balloon, but the amorphous quality of the object casts some doubt on this theory. It's definitely a strange piece of footage, and as of yet, there's been no official word on what this object really can be. This next bizarre little clip was uploaded to Instagram by Strange Activities. The footage has been dividing the comment section on what it's actually showing. Take a look and see what you think. You can see an unknown creature clinging to a branch out the front of the house. Some commenters were calling it an undocumented cryptid, a creature that's yet to be classified by modern science. However, the majority of comments thought it had to be CGI, which most likely is the case. I have to say though, whoever made this really should be working in top-tier Hollywood movies, as the animation is outstanding. Paranormal investigator Lalo Escalante is dedicated to exploring some of the most notorious locations in Mexico. Whether it's abandoned buildings, sites of urban legend, or cemeteries, more often than not, Lalo Escalante catches some really freaky stuff on camera. In this episode, he's exploring an old graveyard. Many locals believe the property is riddled with tormented spirits, and often report sightings of shadowy figures lurking in the dead of night and objects moving seemingly all on their own. Disembodied screams are also said to be a common occurrence. It isn't long into the exploration before the OP begins hearing things in the distance. Escucho un grito.
Hola. Bueno, a ver, no vea.
Moments later, as the camera holder's torch begins to flicker, he asks if there's any spirits nearby to make themselves known. And it's when this happens.
Si una tía se quiere manifestar, dame una señal. ¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí?
Breathing? Watching that again, a nearby cat mysteriously turns itself on, scaring the cat away.
¿Alguna entidad se encuentra aquí?
Breathing?
Se abrió la llave.
He then turns the tap off, but seconds later, turns itself back on.
Se abrió la llave. Uy. ¿Quién anda ahí? Se abrió la llave. La llave se abrió. ¿Sí la vieron? Ay, Dios mío. Mira, 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 mira. Otra vez el uno. ¿Y no salió?
Later, the uploader explores another part of the cemetery, and something eerie is caught on camera. Watch.
¿Quién está aquí? ¿Alguien está? Vean, 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 vean. Vean cómo el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, el tren se está moviendo. El tren se está moviendo, vean, vean, vean.
Somehow, the toy appears to move on its own. He even checks to see if there's batteries, but there's none there.
¿Quién eres? Vean, por favor, que no estoy desenfocando eso. Se está moviendo el tren. Dios mío de mi vida. Vean. No tiene pilas, vean.
After hearing numerous strange sounds, the explorer is soon confronted by a terrifying sight. Oh.
Mira. Ay, se vio una mujer. Se vio una mujer.
Here it is again, slowed down. Oh, there appears to be the figure of a woman moving to the right. Oh. The OP is so freaked out, he begins to recite a prayer in Latin.
Pater Noster, qui in celis, sanctificetur nomen tu adveniat, regnum tuus fiat, voluntatus sicut, in cielo in the terra.
Before long, yet more strange activities reported.
Quiero que te presentes. Preséntate de nuevo.
candle seems to move by itself. The camera holder then decides to go investigate the tap once more, the place where all the eerie activity began in the first place. Eventually, the noises and bizarre activity become too much for the explorer, and the video abruptly ends. So what do you make of this eerie encounter? Could this old cemetery in Mexico really be haunted? The moving toy, the tap, the strange vanishing woman, it all certainly makes you wonder whether something supernatural is at play here. But ultimately, I'll let you be the judge. Sounds like somebody walked around. For quite some time now, TikToker Alex Calvo is haunted, as suspected his house is infested with spirits. We reported on his initial videos quite a few months ago. First was this encounter with a shadowy figure.
I'm out here in my living room again, which is right by where that chair moved the other night. And I don't know, there's just been like scary going on around that. What was that? Oh.
Then Alex was convinced he saw the spirit of his deceased grandmother after this incident.
I'm up here where all the different like scary activities happened, and I'm hearing what sounds like somebody walk around on the floorboards. As I'm up here, I can feel like the pressure of steps landing around me. I don't really know what's going on, so it just seems pretty crazy to me. I just, I don't know, this is not what I signed up for when I got this house. This is not what I signed up for when I got this house.
Well now, yet more eerie activity has been captured inside Alex's home. This clip starts when he hears a strange noise coming from upstairs.
I just heard a really loud noise coming up there from the same place where all the other stuff has been going on. Like something was dragging across the floor. I don't know why it's like everybody says. I heard something.
He searches his house, but can't quite find the source of the noises. At first, Alex didn't think too much about this encounter until he reviewed the footage. Take another look and see if you can spot anything out of place.
Something.
In the shadows of the slightly ajar door to his laundry room, a pale face stares out at him with eerie black eyes. Because he doesn't see the face initially, it's only on film for a moment. A moment is all it takes to make this footage truly chilling. The TikToker stated that after seeing the face, he searched the laundry room to make sure that there was no one hiding in there, but there was no one to be found. Given that this isn't Alex's first brush with alleged paranormal activity, many viewers are inclined to believe that this is indeed genuine haunting. According to the description of this next video, YouTuber Vault of Fear seems to believe that his house is haunted by a poltergeist. When the footage begins, we see the YouTuber running into what appears to be a child's bedroom. Clearly, they've heard a noise coming from the room and have grabbed their camera to investigate. You can quickly see why they're concerned as the camera captures some eerie activity. They continue filming the room for a while longer. During that time, a flurry of transparent white orbs flit across the screen. Orbs are a common way for spirits to manifest, according to some paranormal experts. It's rare to see so many in one time. According to the YouTuber, this isn't the first time that paranormal activity has happened in their house. Some people have apparently spotted an apparition that looked like a person's torso. There's also been intense poltergeist activity and demonic growling. The homeowners even attempted to have the entity expelled from the house using an exorcist, who claimed it was one of the strongest demonic presences they had ever felt. So what then is going on in this child's bedroom? Is it a demon, a poltergeist? If this was your home, would you let your child continue sleeping in this room? Let us know down below. Exploring creepy abandoned places is the specialty of Korean YouTuber D.Michael. In this video, he heads to Japan to investigate a building that at first looks relatively modern. Turns out to be extremely run down. As he explores the building, he calls out to any resident paranormal entities. Shockingly, it seems he receives an answer in the form of a mysterious knocking sound. Not long after, as he's looking around what appears to be an old kitchen, he becomes distracted by a noise. Then, as he turns, he notices that an object that had been resting against the wall moments earlier has now mysteriously vanished. Seconds later, he gasps while pointing the camera towards a dark window on the wall. From the fear in his voice, it's clear that he can see something terrifying watching him. The wheel. The wheel. Wheel. Oh. Clearly spooked, the investigator decides to keep exploring the building. However, it all becomes too much when he hears what sounds like footsteps emanating from the darkness. He then hurriedly makes his way out of the building. It's now raining outside, yet the explorer continues to shine his flashlight into several of the building's windows. It's now that he finally catches a better look at the figure that was seemingly scaring him inside the building. Whoa. Some viewers have speculated that the explorer has captured some sort of creepy face staring back at him through the window. Others think it's actually something crawling across the floor. Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think this could be. Whatever this eerie footage shows, one thing's for sure. It's unlikely this YouTuber will return to this place anytime soon. Are aliens visiting our planet? It seems that more and more UFO footage surfaces every day. This clip was uploaded to the TikTok account UFO Videos. Take a look and see what you think it shows.
Anybody's on one of those? Middle of the ocean. On the ferry. Nothing around. Nothing around. No land, no nothing.
Above the twilight horizon, we see a group of small white or yellow lights hovering in the sky. They don't move at all throughout the footage, remaining closely grouped together. According to the man behind the camera, this mysterious footage was captured from a ferry in the middle of the ocean. As he records, he pans the camera around, showing us that there's no land or any other boats anywhere to be seen.
We're in the middle of the ocean. On a ferry. Nothing around. Nothing around. No land, no nothing.
Commercial aircraft wouldn't fly in such a close formation, and it would be unlikely to see such a large group of helicopters flying together in the middle of the ocean. So what then could these objects be? Some viewers have suggested weather balloons or drones, but why would so many weather balloons be grouped together so closely? It also seems unlikely to be drones, as the footage appears to have been captured far out at sea. Who then could possibly be controlling them? This has led many viewers to speculate that these strange objects could actually be piloted by aliens. This next video is certainly creepy. It was posted to the YouTube channel Santiago Sanchez SRS, a channel known for posting inspection-style videos of houses that are up for sale. However, this particular house is a little different. This one is believed to be haunted. In the video's description, the YouTuber notes that the former owners abandoned the house at 2 a.m., claiming it was haunted by demons. One of the first things that he finds upon entering the house is a sink full of insects. This is certainly unnerving, but not necessarily a sign that something paranormal is afoot. Shortly after, he walks into a room that's completely empty, save for a few miscellaneous objects, including a single chair. He looks around, then moves on to what is likely a bedroom, where he finds a child's bike and a pile of clothes hangers on the floor. Surely this is evidence that the owners did indeed leave in a hurry. While the exploration is certainly eerie up until this point, it isn't until the YouTuber returns to the room with a single chair that we finally catch a glimpse of the reason why the family probably left. Watch. chair suddenly begins rocking and falls seemingly all on its own. Clearly, the YouTuber seems spooked as he quickly exits the house. While the YouTuber only spends a few minutes in the house, it's more than enough to send him running for the hills. Unfortunately, it seems we may never learn the true extent of what the former owners experienced that really caused them to leave the property in the middle of the night. If you've ever come home to an empty house and thought it felt a little bit creepy, perhaps you should watch this next video. Uploaded to YouTube by Carrero Mask Channel, the clip shows a man as he returns home to his 5th floor apartment. The place is dark, but when he turns on the entrance light, he's immediately startled. He appears to be a hand resting on the arm of his sofa. At first, it looks as though the hand belongs to someone that's hiding on the other side. However, when the camera begins to pan out, it mysteriously vanishes. The YouTuber eventually enters his apartment and begins to look around. Yeah, he's unable to find anyone. The clip is certainly a head scratcher. If the hand did belong to a person, then where did they go? It would be almost impossible for someone to escape from a 5th floor window, and even harder to do so without being seen. There's also the fact that the hand suddenly disappears. It doesn't just slink back over the sofa as you'd expect if it belonged to someone. It just seems to disappear into thin air. Another chilling aspect to this video is that the YouTuber usually posts normal content about his day. He's not known for posting paranormal clips. So what do you think this footage shows then? Did the hand belong to a human intruder? Or is there something supernatural at play here? Watch the clip again. Judge for yourself. For many, Christmas time is the happiest time of the year. Imagine then if you glanced outside only to realise you were being watched by a Sasquatch. According to YouTuber North by Wild West, that's exactly what happened. Captured somewhere in northern Minnesota, the video begins as the camera holder films their family's Christmas celebrations. As she pans past the Christmas tree, she notices something slinking into the woods out of a nearby window.
The trees? Oh my god.
At first, the figure's hard to see, just a dark shape against the trees. Everyone heads outside to get a better look at the creature. Now, its size and shape become more apparent. It's tall and appears to be covered with dark hair.
Oh my god. No way.
The creature also walks upright, unlike a bear. It clearly isn't a trick of the eyes. The family dog notices its presence and soon takes off after it.
Oh no.
Both the dog and the creature disappear into the woods. However, the creature reappears a few minutes later. This time, it's much more clear.
Oh my god.
It moves through the trees, eventually disappearing from sight. Frightened, the camera holder then ushers the rest of the onlookers back into the house.
We're back inside, guys.
So could this video really show the elusive cryptid affectionately known as Bigfoot? Many photos and videos claim to provide evidence of the mysterious creature. Yet, today, no one's been able to definitively prove that it really exists. This next puzzling clip was uploaded to TikTok by user Jitter-less. Shows what many are calling the glitch in the Matrix.
The lights are on. But the lights are not on.
The TikToker shows that the light in his living room is off, yet in a reflection on a glass frame on the wall, the light appears to be on.
But when I'm looking at it, I can see the light bulb on.
At one point, he shows both the lines and the reflection in the one shot, and you can see there's a difference between the two.
Hang on. See it? You still see it? You still see it. Lights are off. You can still see it. I'm like crouched down to show you. That's a glitch in the Matrix, my friends.
This bizarre clip has since gone viral, racking up thousands of views with hundreds of comments trying to debunk what's actually going on. Some people think perhaps it's all a trick of perspective and that the reflection is actually showing a different light just in the room down the hallway. However, others aren't convinced, saying that the angles aren't right for that to be the answer. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Where do you sit on this? Is it all an illusion, a trick of perspective, or is there another way to explain this bizarre situation? Let me know in the comment section down below.
It's a real glitch in the Matrix live. I'm moving closer to my front window where the sunlight would supposedly come in. But there's no sunlight coming in and hitting that light, right? So I'm holding my phone, I'm just gonna walk closer and closer. As we walk closer, look at the reflection.
This curious snippet of footage has been doing the social media rounds lately. It purports to show a time traveler at an Elvis concert in the early 1970s. Look at that. As you can see, there appears to be someone in the crowd holding what looks like a modern smartphone. They're pointing it right at the stage as though filming the event. Obviously, tech like this didn't exist in the early 1970s. Some people thought it looked like the Kodak 110 camera, a slim cartridge-based device released in 1972. While this could be a possibility, it looks like the person's filming continuously in portrait mode, up and down. The Kodak camera takes still images and needs to be held horizontally. Another suggestion is that it's a cigarette case and that the person just happens to be holding it up while being jostled by the crowd. Others noted that an Elvis concert would be a worthy event to time travel to. So what are we actually looking at here then? An old Kodak camera, a cigarette holder, or a genuine case of time travel? Take another look at the footage and decide for yourself. This set of photos was submitted to us on our subreddit by VRX Mum. In 2017, Yopi and her family all got together for the passing of their great-grandpa. They took a series of photos at the cemetery as a keepsake for the day. Although somber, everything seemed perfectly fine. It was until the family reviewed the photos they had taken that day. If you take a close look, there appears to be an extra hand. It looks like dull grey fingers. Some viewers suggested it might be the woman in green's hand. However, the OP remembers that she had her hand on her back at the time. Plus, the fingers are a dull grey colour and don't match the tone of any of the people present. Given that the photo was taken at the cemetery within the mere suggestion of grey reaching fingers appearing out of nowhere, it's unsettling. Sticking with backyard sightings, here's another one from our subreddit submitted by Parrot. The OP said that they had a cat for 15 years who recently passed away, so when they saw this footage, they couldn't help but wonder whether something mysterious was afoot. Take a look. As you can see, a faint, almost transparent cat runs by. It crosses the yard, then seems to turn into an awful ball of light and flies off. The OP clarified that a stray cat does sometimes pass through the yard on occasion, but when it does, and it's caught on camera, it looks more solid with much more definition than what's been spotted here. They couldn't help but wonder whether this was their dear pet who had recently passed on. Whether this is the spirit of their cat or not remains to be seen. The fact that this sighting has brought some comfort to the uploader is surely all that matters. Sol Mori is an artist and TikToker that lives in an old giant mansion in the UK that looks like something straight out of a horror movie. They claim it's haunted as bizarre, unexplainable things happen almost every day. The house is a sprawling manor built in 1902. The OP and her family only recently moved in and are just getting used to the house's eccentricities. Here's a clip explaining some of the odd details about the house.
Weird things in my creepy haunted house. Plants that only stay alive in this specific room. Modified cloth and animal bones. The cellar windows. Pills and bottles. Loads of chandeliers. You have to chain them up, otherwise they should. Lots of cows. Animal bones that appear every morning. Places in the garden. Overgrown tennis court. Bottles of blue liquid. Clocks in every room. Piano that plays on its own. Unsteady balconies. So many staircases. Paintings of the dead. Abandoned public theatre. Gilbert lives here is not very nice. I feel weird here.
In the attic is an old abandoned public theatre with a giant sun mural painted on one of the walls. The name Gilbert is etched on the top left. Shortly after moving in, the family began to suspect something strange was happening with the sun painting. They felt like a dark energy was attached to it, giving the whole room an off vibe. Before long, the OP overheard her niece talking to someone in the attic. When she asked who she was talking to, she replied, Gilbert. Here's a little chat they had with her niece. Did you like him?
Yeah. Gilbert's like one of my best friends.
No. Where did he come from?
I don't know. I think the man that used to live there painted it.
Is Gilbert friendly? Can you speak to him?
Yeah.
What does he say?
Not long after, they discovered a Ouija board hidden under one of the floorboards in the attic. It had a sun on it that closely resembled the Gilbert painting. The OP claims that she started having dreams about a little boy. Being an artist, she was able to paint the visions she was seeing in her dreams. Shortly after, Denise discovered a small doll hidden behind the Gilbert painting. It closely resembles the boy that was visiting the OP in her dreams. Wanting to learn more about the house and its history, Sol Mori investigated the census records for the property.
There is a photo of the house from 1960 when it was built in 1982. This would be the first group of the first families to live in this house. As you can see, there are 6 people present in the photo. When looking at the English census records, I found that the father was called John, and the mother was called Maud, who was 25 years ago to Darrenfield. 12 years ago, the job was also registered here with 1911. So he would be about 5 or 6 in this food. I'm sure that was not the rest of his family in the photo. What they were doing was all over the world and this is really terrible happened to you when you took the same thing. The weirdest part is that this is where the civil person is situated in the house. That's his room.
Here we can see a photo from 1916 showing one of the first families to live in the house. As you can see, there's a little boy in the attic staring out the window. The TikToker suspects that this is Gilbert. For some reason, he seems to have been ostracized from the family. Creepier still, this window is the exact room where the Gilbert painting now sits. As the OP and her family started settling into the house, they began to find old dolls all over the property. Dozens and dozens of them hidden in the garden, in the attic, behind walls and under floorboards. Over time, Sol Mori amassed a collection of dolls that she found around the house and on the grounds of the property. Over the course of several months, the dolls began exhibiting some strange behaviour. Have a look.
Hello, Maud. I'm asking for clarification as to the existence attached to the doll. If so, would you please give me the source of sound?
Here's another example for you.
One of my dolls just moved the voice of my when I was talking, so I want to see if I can get on camera. Hello. Oh, hi. Oh. Oh my god. I can't believe I just got that on camera. Wow.
As you can see, the dolls seem to move along the road. Sol Mori believes that each doll is trying to communicate with her and that they all have their own unique story to tell. What we've covered here is just a small part of the overall story that Sol Mori has to tell. We haven't even touched on the eerie doll she found in a crawl space behind the Gilbert painting. We may need to do a part 2 on this story just to do it justice. In the meantime, I highly recommend you go check out Sol Mori's page for yourself. It's a fascinating story, and I highly recommend you start from the very beginning to take it all in. As always, there's links in the description box down below. So if you love this massive compilation, then why not check out our other ones here? And there's a giant playlist here that you can binge on for hours. Leave us a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the weirdest or scariest. We love getting your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slack Cam. Now today we've got something a little bit special for you. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going around. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. In 1561, something strange happened in the skies over Germany that has left a lot of historians mystified. This event was a mass sighting of unidentified flying objects over what is present-day Nuremberg. A part of the Holy Roman Empire back when the sighting took place, Nuremberg remains on the radar of UFO enthusiasts centuries later. It was daybreak on April 14. Early risers throughout the city were witnesses to terrifying visions over the sun. First, it took the form of blood-red coloured arcs peppered with black spears blotting out the sun. What came next was said to be worse. A series of blood-red crosses appeared beside the black globes. The images in the sky all seemed to battle amongst themselves in a torturous upheaval as the people of the city looked on. Finally, the objects all appeared to burn out from exhaustion before falling in the sky with puffs of smoke. Naturally, the people of Nuremberg applied a Christian interpretation to the incident. Many saw the blood-red crosses mixed in with a scene of turmoil and destruction as a call to repentance. However, many other interpretations have been floated around since. Many people believe the globe-like balls mixed with fiery blood-red puffs of smoke were cannons from a nearby military exercise. Others believe that the people of the city were simply applying their overzealous religious beliefs to a particularly red sunrise. Some took it as a sign of an impending apocalypse. Curiously, 5 years later in Basel, Switzerland, another very similar sighting took place. Over the course of 3 days, on the 27th, 28th of July, and again on the 7th of August, mysterious black shapes were spotted in the sky. First, it was reported that the sun lost its luster, before blood-red tears seemed to form in the sky. On the 7th of August, the black floating balls appeared as though they were embroiled in battle. Some of the balls turned a fiery red colour before extinguishing. Again, through a modern lens, this event can be interpreted a number of ways. The most common explanation is that overly religious witnesses expounded the sighting of a solar eclipse as apocalyptic. During the 16th century, throughout Europe, there was significant conflict between Catholic and Protestant factions during the Reformation. It's possible villagers witnessed military conflict without realising what was happening. Still, there's no concrete evidence that explains what witnesses saw in both Switzerland and Germany all those years ago. Strange flying balls in the sky that appeared to be engrossed in battle certainly does pique one's interest, but ultimately these incidents still remain a complete mystery to this day. Broadcasting at a frequency of 4,625 kilohertz, an Erie radio station of unknown origin sends a mysterious code out into the airwaves. UVB-76 is a radio station in Russia that no one claims to run. It emits a mysterious buzzing of 25 tones per minute, around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The exact start date of the station is unknown, but many speculate that it began sometime in the early 1970s. Day after day, it sends cloaked messages intended for an audience that hides in the shadows. The station does occasionally break through with a series of nonsensical words uttered in Russian. In this video from Mr. Dr. Smith Jr., you can sample the bizarre and mysterious buzzing sound that is emitted from the so-called ghost station. People from all around the world tune in to try and make sense of the station, crack the code behind the mysterious messages it's sending, and anticipate what type of potential doom the mysterious messages could be conjuring up. Is it a communication method for spies, a calling card for a secret society, a hoax, or a dead man's switch for nuclear retaliation? Nobody's certain. To deepen the mystery, in September 2010, the broadcast broke its monotonous tone to play a short excerpt from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Listen. The theories behind why this station exists are intriguing. A popular one is that the channel's used for Russian military communications. Under this theory, the buzzing sound is merely a placeholder until the channel's needed for more important communications. Another theory that's been thrown around is that the tower that emits the buzzing sound is connected to Russia's missile system. If the signal is interrupted as a result of a nuclear attack, an automatic nuclear retaliation will be triggered. But ultimately, the true nature of this radio broadcast is still unknown. However, when you're trying to sleep tonight, think about this. It's possible that an antique radio station built in the 1970s somewhere in Russia could malfunction and trigger a nuclear war at any given second. Sweet dreams. As the world celebrated the close of 2019, a call went out to the US Coast Guard from Bahamian authorities. A 29-foot Mako Cuddy cabin vessel carrying 20 people on holiday had disappeared while bobbing along in the waves over the Bermuda Triangle on its way back to Lake Worth from Bimini. Rescuers searched an area covering 17,000 square miles for days without turning up any evidence that a boat had been in the area at all. Significant resources were used during the search for the boat, including HC-144 Ocean Century aircrew from Miami and a C-130 Hercules aircrew from Clearwater. The US Air Force, Coast Guard, as well as the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Bahamas Air Sea Rescue Association and Patrick Air Force Base units were deployed in the search. Despite such a significant search and rescue contingent, no evidence was found on the whereabouts of the boat. Ultimately, on the Friday morning, after more than 84 hours, the search was called off. The fate of all 20 people on the vessel is now one more mystery that's been swallowed up by the Bermuda Triangle. The infamous history of the Bermuda Triangle, or the Devil's Triangle as it's sometimes referred to, began in the early 1950s, when several journalists reported strange disappearances in the area. The first noteworthy disappearance happened 5 years earlier on December 5th, 1945. Flight 19 consisted of 5 TBM Avenger bombers participating in an overwater navigation training exercise. All 14 airmen participating in the training disappeared without a trace. To make the event even more bizarre, a 13-man crew was dispatched from Naval Air Station Banana River to search for the missing Flight 19. The search party also mysteriously disappeared while looking for the original missing crew. An eerie message from the doomed Flight 19 was later released to the public. Over the radio, the flight leader was heard saying, "We're entering white water. Nothing seems right. We don't know where we are. The water is green, no white." This was followed by radio silence. Over the years, more than 30 disappearances have occurred in this notorious stretch of water. Numerous explanations have been put forth trying to explain the bizarre occurrences. Everything from compass variations and dangerous currents to wild weather and human error have been suggested. It should be noted that the official word from the US Navy and US Coast Guard is that no supernatural activity is responsible for causing disasters and disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Did Dr. Mary Neal really go to heaven? An orthopedic spine surgeon, Neal certainly seems believable as a woman of science and logic. However, her claims require faith in the unknown if they are to be believed. The good doctor was kayaking while on holiday in Chile in 1999 when her kayak pinned her at the bottom of a waterfall for 12 full minutes. When medical aid arrived, the ice-cold body of the doctor had no heartbeat or breath. Ultimately, she was without oxygen for a total of 24 minutes. Amazingly, Dr. Neal was revived without any long-term damage to her brain or body. While she was unconscious, Dr. Neal claims that she arrived in a place full of structures where spirits roamed. Overjoyed to see her, these beings were focused on nurturing and protecting her. They informed her that she needed to return to her body because she had more work to do. This place was allegedly so comforting and magnificent that Dr. Neal protested returning back to the living. Finally, the beings gently guided her down the path to be reunited with her body. However, they delivered a message to her before she should go. The beings informed her that she would suffer the great tragedy of losing her eldest son. It was a piece of knowledge that Dr. Neal tried to shake off after she returned to her life. For a decade, she kept the secret to herself out of fear of upsetting her husband and children. However, she received a phone call 10 years after her spiritual experience in Chile, informing her that her son had been killed in a car accident caused by a distracted driver. Neal claims she received the news of her son's death the day she finished her memoir. While Arkansas may be known as the natural state, an alleged supernatural happening has drawn a lot of attention. The situation became so serious that the Arkansas National Guard was asked to step in to confirm whether or not the soil in a small town called Midway was being used as Satan's placement. As summer 2018 drew to a close, a flaming sulfur-emitting hole appeared in the ground near the town of Midway, Arkansas. The 2-foot hole was shooting flames reaching 9 feet high at times. Residents reported sulfur odors as they watched the ground burn up in a perfectly circular shape. Early theories ranged from a deadly gas leak to a portal to hell. Local officials took a more tempered approach by declaring the spontaneous fire circle as definitely man-made. The most plausible explanation was that a person had simply dumped some paint thinner that eventually caught on fire. However, some oddities were discovered when the Arkansas National Guard unit was brought in to use specialized equipment to test the soil inside the hellhole. What the unit concluded was the hole contained high amounts of sulfur dioxide that would not be found in the ground under normal conditions. They also found that the hole went down more than 3 feet before making a sharp 45-degree turn. The mystery behind why the flaming hole of Midway was created was not solved. However, local enforcement officials are adamant that the hole was man-made. The official conclusion is that the hole was part of a prank. However, no pranksters have ever come forward to take credit for bringing hell to Arkansas. Chicago's Graceland Cemetery is home to one of the prettiest sculptures ever created. A bronze sculpture called Eternal Silence is an eerie work of art with a dark story behind it. Locals often refer to it simply as the Dexter Graves Statue of Death. In 1831, a man named Dexter Graves led 13 families on a voyage to settle Chicago. While Graves passed away in 1884, it would be 75 years before the statue that is forever associated with him would be created. In fact, Graceland Cemetery itself wasn't founded until 16 years after Graves passed away. So how did this settler come to be associated with Chicago's biggest statue? Dexter had a son named Henry who left behind a sum of money totaling around $300,000 US, create a statue in honor of his father. When Henry died in 1907, instructions were left to create a monument in Washington Park in honor of a racehorse named Ike Cook that was beloved by his father. However, the horse-inspired monument was never actually built. Curiously, the funds were redirected to a statue built by Laredo Taft that featured an eerie hooded figure. The statue has haunted Chicago's Graceland Cemetery since 1909. Standing 10 feet tall, the bronze statue draws clear comparisons to the Grim Reaper. The statue has become something of a grotesque tourist attraction in recent years. According to folklore, anyone who looks into the eyes of the hooded bronze figure upon entering the Chicago cemetery will see a vision of their own death. There have even been reports that the statue's arms move throughout the day, often in such a subtle way that passers-by would never notice. At night time, witnesses say that eerie screams can be heard in the vicinity of the statue. Up until the 1970s, a pernicious rumour suggested that the statue wouldn't show up in photographs, adding to its mysterious lore. This theory has obviously been disproven, but it adds another layer of intrigue to the already eerie statue. So is this statue in Chicago's Graceland Cemetery haunted, or is it just a case of an intricate layering of urban legend? One way to find out for sure is to stare deep into the black veil of the statue and wait for a vision of your own demise. Viewer Ken Criswell sent us this eerie footage. He believes something unusual has taken up residence in his house, and judging by the clip, he might be right. The beginning of the video gives a brief overview of the house where the shadow entity is said to be. Ken explains that the house is only used for storage right now, but is being renovated so that he and his band can practice and record music there. The reason he's walking around with a camera is that he's showing a mate some of the damaged roof that needs repairing. This one I've got the leak fixed. For quite some time, Ken and his family have suspected something's off about the house. In the past, two of Ken's bandmates swear they saw an unknown person walk by while they were practicing. When they looked around the house, there was no one to be found. In the video he sent us, we see Ken filming what needs to be renovated in the house, showing leaks in the ceiling. About 20 seconds after he starts speaking, he turns the camera to face a corridor to the left, see if he can spot anything weird. That's one spot. And then you got another spot. Viewers can see a very brief glimpse of what seems to be a shadowy figure down the hallway. That's one spot. And then you got. Here it is again in slow motion. Ken continues speaking for a couple of minutes about the house, seemingly unaware of the dark figure that seems to be looming in the background. That's hefty. You have a piece of the kid placed on the roof. And then this one, I've got the leak fixed. But we need to replace the tile on both of them. There. Oh, and check this out. Look at my solid frame. Here's a still frame with a shadow. It's a solid black anomalous formation. Ken goes on to explain that the basement door was latched shut during the entire video, but the shadowy figure seems to have emerged from the door nonetheless. Family and friends of Ken have had experiences similar to this one, seeing and hearing bizarre and inexplicable sights and sounds. Since filming this footage, he has gone back to the house, where he's heard knocking coming from the basement door. He refuses to open the door and explore the area until he can do something to get rid of the alleged spirit. Viewers have come up with quite a few suggestions, such as saging the house, getting a priest to come and bless the room, or simply selling the house and never looking back. It's clear there's something in this home, but just what kind of presence we still don't know. What kind of vibe are you getting from this strange figure? Let me know in the comment section down below. That's one spot. And then you got another spot. In March 2021, YouTubers UrbXMX had an eerie encounter in a cemetery in Mexico. In the video, the group of explorers wander around the eerie graveyard at night time. It's creepy in its own right, but about 8 minutes into the video is when things take a turn for the worst. One of the explorers notices something and points in the distance. They wander around the graves, calling out into the night to see if someone or something would respond. What they spot is truly unsettling. Oh. A dark and menacing-looking man seems to be resting in an open grave. They call out to the man who sits up in the grave looking up at the camera. Come on. They begin to question the man who claims he was just resting in one of the graves and was doing nothing more. The man then stands up and leaves, disappearing into the night. Viewers were very concerned over the fact that the YouTubers had dared approach the man. They believed that he was up to no good, perhaps even robbing the grave. Other viewers took it a step further and suggested he was performing some kind of ritual in the open grave. And so while nothing paranormal was captured on film, finding a masked man inside a grave in the middle of the night is surely enough to give anyone the chills. Facebook user Ben Lewis managed to capture a potential ghostly child playing around the back of Pulteney Street in Corning, New York. The footage was captured on a wire security camera on the 21st of October, 2020. In the video, we can see a parking lot with a couple of buildings in the background. Immediately in the center of frame is what looks to be a small, transparent figure riding across the ground. According to the Facebook user, it's rumored that there's a family of ghosts that haunt the neighborhood. In particular, locals tell of a little girl named Emily. Some say you can hear her laughing or crying at strange hours of the night. Locals believe this is the first hard evidence that her spirit really does haunt the town. This isn't the only chilling tale that haunts the streets of Corning. Just a few miles from where this footage was taken is Lindenwald House, a Victorian-era mansion built in 1877. Originally built to serve Civil War widows, Lindenwald House quickly became a refuge for the homeless, as well as sick and dying elderly residents without close family. The basement of Lindenwald House once housed a crematorium. If a deceased resident didn't have the money for a funeral or had no local family, they would be sent to the basement. It's said that the local government would pay a fee to Lindenwald House for every cremation that took place, preventing further government expense on burials. Over the years, entities have been spotted in the house. People claim they've seen ominous figures staring at them from the upstairs windows, only to vanish seconds later. In 2014, the Elmira Jackals hockey team took up residence in the building as part of the team home program. Rumour has it that they broke lease early because the players were experiencing very weird and very creepy things in the house. Things would go missing, there were footsteps in the attic no one could explain, there were cold spots and disembodied laughing experienced quite often too. These two reports are just a few of the countless reported hauntings in upstate New York. With so much alleged paranormal activity going on, it makes you wonder if there's something about the area that causes spirits to linger on after death. A Facebook video uploaded by user Illashiba Michael seems to show something strange hovering near the moon. The video begins with a wide shot where we can see the moon in the sky. The camera then zooms in to get a much clearer and more impressive view. Take a look at what was captured. There seems to be two objects that move just above the surface of the moon. It almost looks like two pieces of floating debris. It could be something floating in our upper atmosphere, and the perspective makes it look like it's floating just above the moon. Commenters had a lot to say about this video. Some brushed it off as CGI, while others were more prone to believing something bigger was at play. A few commenters suggested that these objects could simply be satellites or something similar, while others were sure this clip was proof of aliens. The question then becomes, what do you think? Let me know your theories down below. Is there anything scarier than hearing a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the night? For YouTube user El Pinche Macas, the answer is a resounding no. A video captured by the YouTuber shows this exact situation come to life. The video begins by showing security camera footage outside the viewer's home. We can hear dogs barking in the background. About 10 seconds later, we hear the first hair-raising scream sound out. A few seconds later, the second scream occurs, seemingly from the same individual, though a little shorter this time. The uploader claims this happened at around 12:30 AM. He got out of bed and took a look around, but couldn't find anyone around or anything out of place. Seconds later, the second scream happened, yet he still couldn't find the source of the noise. Due to this and the fact that his dogs barked before the screams, the YouTuber's sure this was a ghost wailing into the night. Some paranormal experts believe that animals can often sense ghostly presences, so the dogs may have been able to sense that there was something there. Whatever the scenario, a chilling scream in the middle of the night is unsettling, no matter what. TikTok user JMC12 uploaded a brief clip that's been creeping out millions of TikTok users with plenty of theories to share. In the clip, we see the TikToker pulling something out of the water. Oh. The object seems to be some type of skeleton, though it doesn't resemble a fish usually found in the sea. The skeleton has a pink and brownish colour to it and is long and narrow. We can see what seems to be a tiny rib cage and a human-looking head at the end. The TikToker then dumps it back into the water as screams can be heard in the background. The TikToker thought this skeleton might be proof of the existence of mermaids, though other viewers threw around some other ideas. Some thought this could indeed be a sea creature, perhaps even a partially decomposed seahorse. Still, others suggested this could just be a plastic toy that may have deteriorated in the ocean waters. So what do you think this strange video shows? Mini mermaid, seahorse, or just a toy? Throw your theories into the comment hole down below. Many people love hearing and watching rainfall as it brings a rhythmic sense of calm. TikToker Melon's mum Jen uploaded a video that was meant to show a soothing rainstorm. The video, taken from a front door security camera, shows the front of the uploader's yard. You can see rain falling on the pavement for a few moments, until something eerie seems to appear in the middle of the frame. As you can see, right next to the lights on the grass in front of the house, appears a strange vapour. It glides over the pavement and disappears from view. It's a strange little clip that quite a few viewers asked for us to show. While it does look weird, it's most likely just vapour caused by the rain that's reflecting the light. However, dozens of commenters weren't so sure, claiming that the vapour could be some kind of spirit caught on film. The limited information available, you'll have to watch the clip again and take from it what you will. Skeleton scratching on your door. It wasn't just a nightmare for Texas resident John Thompson. An individual dressed in a spooky skeleton mask decided to pay a visit to Thompson's home in the middle of the night, and it was all caught on camera. In the home security camera footage, which was shared to the news outlet WZZM13, you can see the figure in question right in front of the homeowner's door.
And neighbors were freaked out. Tonight, they're talking.
The person has a smiling skeleton mask on and wears a white cloak. Even creepier, the figure scratches on the door, which can be heard in the video.
Listen closely, and you can hear the scratching.
During an interview, Thompson states that the figure went on to hide around the corner, waiting for someone to open the door. Luckily, the homeowner wasn't home at the time. He believes this was simply a kid pulling a prank, though one of his neighbours thinks this could have been a more severe situation and is now on guard. There's no doubting that the video is terrifying, though it's not easy to know what this person's intentions actually were. Could it have been a teenager pulling a midnight prank? Or was this someone with more sinister intentions, hoping to attack the homeowner and break into the house? One of the neighbours interviewed stated that this incident occurred in Texas, where people are quick to draw guns if needed, so this situation could have ended very differently. In June 2021, paranormal investigators Lalo Escalante decided to search a local cemetery in Culiacan, Mexico. They had heard rumours of strange things happening on the property. Locals often report hearing screams and spot unusual shadowy figures walking through the property late at night. The most unsettling story revolves around a supposedly haunted doll that sits in one of the graves. It's said to come alive and moving on the tombstones. Under the glow of a full moon, the investigators explore the graveyard. For the first 10 minutes or so, the YouTubers appear on edge. They claim to hear strange noises coming from all directions of the cemetery.
¿Alguien ahí?
After exploring for some time, they come across a mausoleum and look inside, find a tall doll with lengthy blonde hair standing next to a large cross and flowers.
Ay, no mames. Estoy cagado, güey. Estoy cagado, güey.
What happens next is sure to give you the chills. Watch.
Amigo, estaba así. No mames. No mames. ¿Qué queda con ella, güey? No, güey, que se movió, tío. Que se movió con la muñeca, güey. No mames, güey. No mames, güey. Sí, güey. Hola, güey.
As you can see, the doll appears to move inside the sealed mausoleum.
No, güey, que se movió, tío.
There's no doubt about it, viewers have been terrified by this clip. There seems to be no way that the doll could move without the explanation of something otherworldly. To make this incident even scarier, a month prior, a separate group of urban explorers known as Urbex MX captured the exact same doll moving on its own. Take a look. This incident was captured during a live stream. Hundreds of viewers watched in real time as the doll moved inside the mausoleum. So is this graveyard home to restless spirits? And is this doll really possessed by some unknown entity? According to these two separate accounts, it is so. In Milingimbi, in the Northern Territory of Australia, 4 young kids had a strange encounter with an unknown entity. The clip was sent to us by viewer Dallas DH. In the video, we can see 3 young boys in the center of frame. They believe that the cameraman's taking a photo, so they begin to pose. But the cameraman is actually joking around and taking a video. A few moments into the clip, we see something creepy happen. Watch. As you can see at the very bottom right of the frame, a terrifying shadowy figure crawls on the ground right behind the boys. They have a scream and begin to run away as the video ends. So what could this strange shadow be? During World War II, the remote area of Milingimbi was bombed in a series of Japanese air raids. 2 people were killed and 15 others injured during the attack. So could this clip show evidence of a lingering spirit? All across the world, in areas affected by war, soldiers and civilians alike have reported seeing strange shadowy figures lurking in their periphery or hiding in the corners of the room. Some paranormal experts believe these shadowy beings are drawn to areas where a tragedy has taken place, feeding on the negative energy. So did these kids encounter an infamous shadow figure? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Paranormal places don't just attract ghosts, they also attract the curiosity of paranormal investigators. The YouTube channel Paranormies thrives on spooky locations, attempting to catch as many ghostly sightings and events as possible. In one video shared to the channel, the YouTubers decide to explore a church in St. Elizabeth in Quebec. The tiny community was first established in 1898 and grew over time to encompass several stores and businesses. Over its history, it's seen plenty of tragedy, including the death of several children due to scarlet fever in 1910. A fire in 1918 destroyed the large barn in town that housed nearly 20 horses. Soon after, the town's barber lost his children in an accident involving an explosion of a lamp. There were additional deaths due to other fires and floodings in the decades that followed, leading many to speculate that ghosts haunt the area. The video follows the 2 YouTubers exploring the area's only church. They come across a noose hanging from the ceiling while exploring the uppermost part of the church. While inspecting the noose, they hear disembodied voices, almost like a man moaning from downstairs. They head back down, only to see their motion sensor doll going off about 100 feet away, suggesting nearby activity.
There's no way.
After some more exploring, the YouTubers decide to set up a camera in the room with the noose. As they're doing so, their MVP picks up what sounds like a British man saying the word with the word. The video then cuts to a close-up of both YouTubers' hands on the planchette, attempting to talk to any present spirits.
So you do with this planchette, you just say yes, you need to yes.
Then, the camera in the noose room begins to capture the sounds of footsteps. We're then brought back to the two men speaking to possible spirits. Suddenly, a loud sound can be heard. Investigators later find that the ladder inexplicably fell over while they were interacting with the Ouija board. The final scene of the video finds the two men back in the noose room. One of them sits down, undergoing sensory deprivation. The cameraman asks some questions. After about 30 seconds, something truly terrifying happens. Watch.
Why are you staying? Why are you staying there? You're going to
YouTuber's beanie is slowly pulled back by an invisible force. In response, the two men jump up and run out of the room.
Why are you staying?
Thousands of viewers of this video have been stunned by the beanie being pulled backwards. Many took it as a sign that the spirit or spirits of the church were starting to get upset and decided to spook the boys in order to get them out of the building. The community's history is certainly interesting and riddled with death, so perhaps it's no surprise the church is filled with such frightening incidents. If this footage is genuine, it would have to be one of the most startling paranormal encounters ever recorded on film.
Why are you staying?
People associate many things with K-pop, catchy songs, flashy outfits, and die-hard fans, to name a few. What about the paranormal? Viewers noticed something very mysterious occurring in a YouTube video uploaded by NCT Daily, which shows NCT members Mark and Yuda enjoying a meal at a restaurant. What was supposed to be a cute vlog turned into something that's making many people scratch their heads. The first few minutes of the video showed the two K-pop members arriving at the restaurant, ordering their meal and chatting about various things. Everything seems normal until one of the members mentions there's things happening in the world that are hard to explain. This quickly leads to a discussion on aliens and whether they exist either on Earth or in the universe as a whole. Soon, the conversation turns to other topics, but that's when something strange happens. Keep a look. The fork in front of Mark suddenly slowly moves backwards on its own and tumbles down to the floor. Mark looks down confused, asking Yuda if he had somehow pushed the fork. Yuda denies this, equally confused, but the boys just shrug it off and move on. What makes this video strange is the fact that the boys have been talking about otherworldly things right before the incident happened. Could they somehow have conjured up a mysterious force and decided to make themselves known by moving the fork? Or was it all just a prank, as many think? There's no clear answer, but there's no denying this is certainly a very strange moment indeed. vehicle arriving out of nowhere, picking up no passengers and seeming to vanish into thin air. It sounds like something right out of the Twilight Zone. For Slaptown viewers Lynn and Brittany M, the situation turned into a reality, with a limo captured on film outside their apartment late one night. The limo was not seen arriving nor leaving from any other camera in the complex, and no one claimed to have ordered a limo service that late at night, chilling out all who viewed the clip. We see CCTV footage of the parking lot outside of the viewer's apartment building. In the background, we can see the limo in question appear and slowly drive up the parking lot. It's what happens next that has left the tenants of this apartment complex freaked out. Watch. As the vehicle turns, it seems to disappear completely, with the rest of the parking lot remaining completely quiet. The tenants emphasise that the complex has about 20 cameras on the property that are motion activated, making it extra bizarre that the limo was not caught anywhere else. So how is it a car of this size could somehow disappear without a trace, and how is it not seen anywhere else on the property? Until this limo is spotted again or more info comes to hand, this strange incident will have to remain a complete mystery. Orbs have been a source of debate in the paranormal community for as long as anyone can remember. Are these floating balls of light really spirits? The Slaptown viewer, Stacey W. from Memphis, Tennessee, shared footage taken in her home, featuring a potential orb that is sure to arise speculation among viewers. The footage shows Stacey's kitchen at night time. Immediately, we can see the little orb of light dancing around the kitchen, first moving towards the refrigerator, where it seems to bounce around before moving back to the center of the frame. The orb continues to move around for the rest of the video, occasionally disappearing from frame, only to reappear once again. Stacey explained that she first spotted the orb when checking a security camera alert on her phone and showed activity in the kitchen. She saw that her children were sneaking in a late-night snack and that an orb seemed to be floating around in the space near them. She asked her children to go back to bed, but noticed the orb still remained. She went to the kitchen to see if she could see anything in person, but there was nothing there, though she felt a strange presence in the air before leaving. At times during the video, it seems that the orb could actually be a spider web caught in front of the security camera's lens. This sometimes happens with security cameras, giving the impression that there's an orb when it's actually just an insect floating around. Still, the possible orb's movements are very erratic, throwing into doubt this theory and leaving the mystery open for all to interpret. Let me know what you think down below. An apartment is supposed to be a home, a place to take comfort in after a long day. Unfortunately for TikToker Bunny Squid 95, the new apartment she moved into with her fiance above a decrepit house is far from comforting. Instead, the videos she's shared display quite the opposite. In the first clip, the TikToker explains that it's midnight and that she's just heard some strange noises.
Because it's 12 o'clock in the morning and I heard some weird noises.
She moves the camera around and we can see objects falling around her. In the second clip, the TikToker is in the kitchen and tells viewers that she went to turn the light on when more weird things began to happen.
Okay, so I just got to turn the light on and just still and yeah, okay.
We can see a cupboard door open on its own, a magnet falls from the fridge, and something drops from the kitchen counter.
Yeah, okay. Finish story. Continue. Okay, goodbye.
The final clip finds the TikTok user explaining that the fan in her apartment is just a regular oscillating fan. Some viewers of previous videos had speculated that her fan could be the instigator of all the abnormal activity, but she denies this. She whips the camera around to face the kitchen where objects on the counter budge.
So I was going to just record and see.
She continues to explain that most of the activity happens in the kitchen, and as she does so, more objects ruffle around.
Mostly in the kitchen.
Soon after, we can hear the sound of an object falling nearby.
All this stuff I can follow too.
Viewers had plenty of suggestions. One speculated that this could be the ghost of a cat, as the objects seemed to be knocked over as if played with by a small animal. Others thought that this was indeed a ghostly spirit that wanted to mess with the new apartment renters in order to get them to leave. People suggested that the woman sage her apartment, or perhaps even call a priest for help. So what do you guys think? Don't forget your opinions on this one in the comment section below.
Record and see.
If you walk around Boston's North End on a hot summer day, some say you can still catch the sickly sweet scent left lingering after a tragic day that took place just over 100 years ago. In 1919, a deluge that can only be described as a molasses tsunami erupted from Purity Distilling Company before ploughing right through Boston's commercial street on a busy January afternoon. The wave froze its victims in place by trapping them under a hard, unyielding veil of amber-coloured suffocation. There was no warning, other than a soft, muffled roar in the seconds before more than 2 million gallons of ultra-thick, ultra-sticky molasses overtook the streets. The deluge tore through Commercial Street to take down trucks, overturn wagons, ruin buildings, and push a train from the tracks. Witnesses who were caught up in the chaos of the day reported seeing sticky, molten waves that were 30 feet tall barreling past them at 35 miles per hour. Sadly, 21 people perished during the event. Another 150 people were injured during the molasses flood. The aftermath was so severe that both the Navy and Red Cross arrived to help rescue survivors amid a gooey, sticky, post-apocalyptic scene that required effort to pull the victims from their hardened tombs. In the initial aftermath of the tragedy, the molasses flood was blamed on anarchists sabotaging the molasses storage tanks inside Purity Distilling Company to create a roaring, rippling explosion. However, further investigation began to point to poorly built and maintained tanks. The likely cause of the explosion was a build-up of pressure within the factory's molasses tanks that simply couldn't be contained by the walls of the building. Civil lawsuits against Purity Distilling Company stemming from the incident lasted until 1925. History never quite put a lid on the molasses flood, however. In recent years, scientists have been revisiting Boston's Great Molasses Tragedy to make sense of how it all happened. Ultimately, we may finally have an answer to why something as sweet as molasses can turn so deadly. Modern researchers speculate that a shipment of molasses that arrived from the warm Caribbean, meeting with the freezing temperatures of a Boston January, helped to create the perfect recipe for disaster. The reason why the molasses was deadly once it was in motion was that the liquid hardened as it moved. As a result, people became unable to escape being trapped by a wave that was hardening in real time. A television program that aired on BBC One on Halloween night of 1992 still has people questioning if what they saw was real 30 years after the fact. This program was so sensational and controversial that it never aired in the United Kingdom ever again. Ghost Watch was a 90-minute horror film shot in a documentary style that was inspired by the tale of the Enfield poltergeist. Its subject matter was a haunted home in a London area called Northolt, where a family was being harassed by a terrifying poltergeist named Pipes. The premise was essentially to debunk the claims of children who insisted that strange sounds in their home were caused by ghosts in real time. During the program, the audience was invited to call in with their own ghost stories as they watched along to shaky camera footage from a handheld video camera. In reality, the documentary was a professional production, full of footage that had been shot weeks in advance. Viewers were left to play along, as the program's host sat with a supposed paranormal expert to determine whether the family on the screen was genuinely being harassed by violent spirits through a barrage of banging noises, moving objects, and claw marks. Of course, everyone on the screen was part of an elaborate cast of child and adult actors. Ghostwatch had such a profound psychological impact on viewers that the BBC received more than 30,000 calls from angry, scared members of the public. The British press was highly critical of the disturbing nature of the program. Many claimed that the program didn't do enough to identify itself as a piece of fiction. Sadly, the program led to the suicide of a young viewer, whose parents claimed he became hypnotized by the program after becoming convinced that the ghost depicted in the program was indeed real. Medical journals have even published several cases of post-traumatic stress disorder being induced in young children who watched Ghost Watch. This may be a case where there's good reason to avoid ever talking about this bizarre piece of television history ever again. It has cropped up in horror anthologies that are sold or aired outside of the United Kingdom from time to time. If you've ever seen Ghost Watch, we'd love to hear about it in the comment section below. Some events are so bizarre and impossible to explain that the collective subconscious of society tries to wipe the memory clean. However, the memory of the Beast of Gévaudan still prowls the French countryside that was terrorized centuries ago. Deep in the Marguerite Mountains of France, a series of attacks that took place between 1764 and 1767 by man-eating beasts with razor-sharp teeth created fear and terror. According to reports, more than 600 attacks resulted in 500 deaths and 49 injuries. The beast had a habit of attacking lone men, women, and children as they tended to livestock on the outskirts of town. Curiously, there were several reports of the beast being killed before the attacks officially stopped. From the modern lens, the most likely cause of the attacks was not a supernatural being at all. During the 1700s, wolf attacks posed serious problems throughout Europe. The high death count associated with the Beast of Gévaudan likely points to the idea that packs of wolves were causing chaos in France's Marguerite Mountains before being scared off by wolf hunters searching for the supernatural beast. One theory that has floated around is that the creature was actually a red-coloured mastiff, wearing the hide of a boar that was sired by a villager named Jean Chastel. Notably, Chastel was a farmer and innkeeper in Gévaudan in France, who was credited with killing the Beast of Gévaudan in Montrachet during the summer of 1767. A 2001 French film called Brotherhood of the Wolf, that centered on the legend, features Chastel as a character. However, some people have reviewed the ghastly incidents and have wondered whether wolves could have caused so much death and chaos. So the question remains whether something a little more sinister was stalking the Marguerite Mountains all those years ago. This one will make you want to run out to the car and check the windshield. In the spring of 1954, more than 3,000 windshields in the Seattle area experienced mysterious, unexplained pitting. Police initially blamed the blemishes on vandals. However, the pitting became so widespread that it became clear no criminal could work quite so swiftly. It wasn't long before reports of the pitting hit the mainstream news. A number of theories were floated around that spring. One was that the nearby Jim Creek Naval Radio Station was producing waves with a new million-watt radio transmitter that was powerful enough to impact the physical properties of glass. Another was that cosmic rays were shooting down over the Washington area. A tamer theory was simply that sand fleas were burrowing into the glass. Most mysterious of all was that the pitting abruptly stopped on April 17 of that year. The windshield pitting epidemic is one mystery that has never quite been solved. However, one theory that is being pitted against all others is simply that this was a case of mass hysteria. For those who subscribe to this theory, all it took for the hysteria to take off was one person noticing pitting on their windshield. That person then shared their observation with others. The fact of the matter is that a good amount of natural pitting occurs on windshields due to the general rocks and debris that exist on our roads. Once stories about pitting made the news, many people throughout the area looked for pitting on their own windshields for the first time. This led to a huge spike in reports over something that had actually been there the entire time. It's highly possible that the pitting abruptly stopped because people simply lost interest in the story after a few weeks. This next forgotten tidbit of history was widespread enough that it touched royalty. During the Middle Ages, there was a recorded widespread psychiatric disorder that caused people to believe that they were made of glass. People afflicted with the fear lived in terror of shattering to pieces at any minute. King Charles VI of France was famously so afflicted by this preoccupation that he refused to allow people to touch him out of fear that he would shatter. He also supposedly wore special protective clothing. The glass delusion was so prevalent that it was mentioned in the works of famous authors like Miguel de Cervantes, Constantine Huygens, René Descartes, and John Locke. From today's lens, the fear of being made of glass can be seen as a manifestation of anxiety. It's not all that wild to consider that people had lots of anxiety regarding physical well-being and death during a time of disease and pestilence back in the Middle Ages. While the idea of shattering like glass is an obvious manifestation of the fear of death, it's very likely that the fear of falling apart if touched was a subconscious protective measure against catching illnesses. This forgotten piece of horror from history dates back to July 25th of 1184 in what would be modern-day Germany. A number of nobles from throughout the Holy Roman Empire had gathered in Erfurt for a meeting across from the Church of St. Peter as part of King Henry VI's attempt to neutralize a feud between Archbishop Conrad of Mainz and Louis III, Landgrave of Thuringia. During the meeting, the weight of the crowd caused the wooden floor in the hall to collapse directly into the latrine beneath it. During the horrifying event, more than 60 nobles and meeting attendees were sent to their deaths, to drown in suffocating liquid excrement. Among the dead nobles were Frederick von Abenberg, Heinrich von Schwarzberg, Isa Gottsmar von Ziegenheim, Burkhard von Württemberg, and Frederick von Kirchberg. Many of the survivors avoided getting sucked into the foul pit by clinging to the rails and windows until rescuers could arrive. By luck, King Henry's positioning within a stone alcove allowed him to be spared. During the 16th and 17th centuries, artists had a very colourful way of sourcing special brown pigment that was a favourite of the famed pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood that included English authors like William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millay, Thomas Woolner, Frederick George Stevens, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, William Michel Rossetti, and James Collinson. The hue was a mix that fell somewhere between burnt umber and raw umber that happened to have an especially good consistency for fleshy tones and shadows. However, it wasn't necessarily the colour of this pigment that made it so striking. What really stands out about this hue is the way it was sourced. Mummy browns comprised of white pitch, myrrh, and the actual remains of Egyptian mummies. Both human and feline remains were used. In some cases, the ground-up remains were sourced from the Guanche mummies of the Canary Islands instead of Egyptian mummies. Mummy brown was so in demand during its heyday that the need for it often outpaced the available supply of authentic Egyptian mummies. This led to some interesting practices among suppliers. In many cases, mummy sellers substituted modern-day corpses of slaves and criminals for genuine mummy remains. The demand for mummy brown eventually died down significantly by the start of the 20th century. In fact, it had essentially dried up by 1900. Artists looking to experiment on canvas with mummy brown today can still use formulas that recreate the same hue without being sourced from natural remains. Today's mummy brown is made from kaolin, quartz, geotite, and hematite, a somewhat more palatable mix. YouTuber StepSpaceman89 created a channel in an effort to show viewers the strange things that occur in her house, which she believes to be haunted. She notes that the majority of the paranormal activity seems to be focused in the basement. In fact, even while introducing her channel, the YouTuber is suddenly caught off guard when she and her cameraman both see a strange figure standing in the doorway.
It's mostly in the basement. Right? I feel like I just saw someone standing in the doorway, and so no one, right?
Unable to find an earthly explanation for what they saw, this footage provides an appropriately eerie introduction to the other videos that showcase the supposed ghostly activity in the house. In one of the channel's earliest videos, Steph records her dog's strange behavior. She notes that the dog is ordinarily very friendly and excited to see her when she arrives home. On this day, however, the dog is focused on a closed closet door in the basement and seems to ignore Steph completely. The dog stares at the closet with a laser focus until Steph opens the door to show that there is nothing inside. Many people believe that animals are more attuned to the spiritual world and are therefore able to sense things that we can't. Does this footage prove that those things are correct? In another video, the uploader attempts to record a friend playing an electric drum set. However, as the camera pans past the open closet door, it seems to have inadvertently captured something chilling. Take a look.
I'm getting like really good at the job. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you.
As you can see, there appears to be a creepy, pale figure standing in the darkened closet. Because the light is dim, it's difficult to make out the figure's features in any great detail. However, it's clearly human in shape, standing completely still inside the dark closet, watching the unsuspecting residents as they go about their activities.
I'm getting like really good at the job. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you.
Could it be possible that this eerie figure is the cause of all the paranormal activity occurring in the basement? Since the closet seems to have some sort of paranormal presence surrounding it, the YouTuber decides to set up a camera to monitor the area. It isn't long until the closet door appears to open all on its own. Seemingly spooked, we can see a woman run past the camera. Mysteriously, after this video was released, the channel suddenly went silent. So what could have happened to this YouTuber? Did something sinister befall them? Or perhaps the paranormal activity simply stopped? For now, the fate of those residing in Steph's basement remains a complete mystery.
I'm getting like really good at the job. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you.
This video seems to show that not everyone who experiences supernatural activity is actually aware of it. In the clip, we see an unlucky man seemingly stalked by a shadowy apparition without even noticing that it's there. The footage appears to have been captured on a security camera set up to monitor a loading dock. It's late at night and we can see a trucker backing up his rig. He pulls the truck into the shadowy area, gets out and walks away. On first glance, nothing seems that unusual. However, if you look closely at the man, you can notice that a large dark shadow follows him from his vehicle and across the street. While the shadow is much darker and more pronounced than one might expect in such dim light, it seems logical that this is his shadow. However, if we go back to the beginning of the video before the truck even parks, you can clearly see that the dark figure is actually already in the loading bay. The shadow lurks in the dim light, waiting for the man to get out of his truck. Then, as the man passes the spot where it hides, it seems to attach itself to him. At one point, the man even looks behind as if he senses he's being followed. This behavior is thought to be common for the type of entity known as a shadow person. It's said that these beings can only be seen from the corner of our eyes, giving us a sense that something's watching us from the darkness. Some people believe that shadow people are mostly harmless, but others are certain that these entities are dangerous. Some even think that these beings could be manifestations from another dimension. Whatever the explanation, the man in this video would be wise to be on guard, as this shadowy figure seems to have taken a keen interest in him. It isn't unusual for a young child to have an imaginary playmate that only they can see. Most parents simply attribute them to the child's overactive imagination. However, according to TikToker Alphakui.tv, imaginary friends might not always be harmless products of a child's imagination. The father in the video recently moved into a new home with his daughter, and the two supposedly live alone. According to the video's caption, the young girl often points to an empty white chair, indicating that there's someone sitting there. In the video, when the girl is asked about the person in the chair, she becomes visibly scared, hiding her face and crying while pointing towards the chair. While this certainly seems a little creepy, a later clip appears to show something far more chilling. As the child plays, she begins pointing to the opposite side of the room. Her father pans the camera around, attempting to capture whatever it is that's causing the child's distress. A few moments into the clip, the culprit seemingly reveals itself when a stuffed toy topples to the floor. Things get even scarier when the toy is suddenly dragged into the shadows beneath the dresser by some sort of invisible force. It's unclear what could be causing these strange occurrences in the young family's home. However, the toy dragged beneath the dresser suggests that a poltergeist could be responsible. Poltergeists are often said to be the only type of spirit with the ability to move physical objects. Some poltergeists are thought to be content with playful mischief, and others could be dangerous. Based on the toddler's reaction to what she sees, this particular entity could certainly be something to fear. Wooded areas seem to be a common location for creepy things to lurk. In this case, a video shared to Reddit by user Nimrose has viewers debating whether the lurker is a man, animal, or something far more sinister. The footage was supposedly shot in Sweden, where the poster can be seen walking to a bus stop near her apartment complex. The area has some trees and other foliage, but is still close enough to a populated area that the woman appears to feel safe enough to walk through it. However, on this particular night, it seems she may have felt uneasy, as she obviously decided to pull out her camera to record her trip. Upon first watch, the video doesn't obviously reveal anything too creepy, though eagle-eyed viewers might be able to spot the culprit. Take a look. Upon a second viewing, you can see the woman continues deeper into the wooded area. Suddenly, an even figure can be seen peering out from behind one of the trees. It has a pale white face, a long nose, and glowing eyes. The figure is unlikely to be a person, as human eyes don't reflect light in this way. Some viewers believe that the face is that of an animal. However, the poster notes that the area is too small to be home to any animal as large as the figure seen in the video. What other explanation could there be for this mysterious figure then? Viewers have suggested everything from ghosts and demons to some sort of unknown cryptid. Well, what do you think it is? I'd love to hear your opinions on this strange bit of footage in the comments section below. Over the last few years, urban exploration has become very popular. YouTubers like ADGPT find old abandoned places to explore, hoping to come across something creepy or paranormal to share with their followers. This footage certainly doesn't disappoint. The video was shot while the YouTuber was exploring an abandoned building in Bandung, Indonesia. The structure appears to be completely deserted as he walks around, the only light coming from his camera. Several minutes into his search, something terrifying happens. Take a look. As you can see, just as the light of the camera illuminates a dark doorway, you can clearly see a figure in a white dress. The figure begins to ascend into the air, disappearing through the ledge above. The YouTuber believes that the entity he spotted is a Kuntilanak, a female spirit that can be vengeful and dangerous. They are said to sometimes drink the blood of men who encounter them. They supposedly emerge during a full moon, and their appearance is often preceded by animalistic noises with the sound of a woman's laughter. It's said that she can only be killed by plunging a nail into the top of her head. Understandably, viewers have been disturbed by the figure's ghostly appearance. If the stories of this creature's design to feed on the blood of men are true, then this YouTuber should consider himself very lucky to have escaped the building unscathed. Ouija boards can be purchased all over the world and are often marketed as harmless toys. However, after watching this video from the YouTube channel Haunting Jersey, you might think twice before playing around with one. The clip shows a young girl chatting with a friend via a video call. She uses the camera to record herself performing several gymnastic moves, then asks her friend to do the same. However, while preparing to do her next moves, something eerie is caught on camera. Take a look. As you can see, she's suddenly interrupted when a paper towel holder flies off the countertop. The shocked girl discusses what just occurred with her friend. Then, moments later, something else is caught on camera. Watch. A ceramic mug or bowl suddenly flies off the counter and smashes onto the ground below. The young girl runs off camera, quite scared. While these two occurrences are creepy in their own right, there is another strange phenomenon caught on camera. At around the 1 minute mark, just before the clip ends, a dark blur briefly appears on the right-hand side of the screen. It's only visible for a moment, but if we slow it down, it almost looks like a shadowy hand. The video's description notes that it wasn't until after playing around with a Ouija board that the creepy things began to happen. Could the uploader have accidentally summoned some sort of supernatural entity into their house? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Living in a haunted house would certainly be no joke, and YouTuber Sabia L seems to make this very clear in their videos. In this series of clips, we see a variety of bizarre events taking place in their home in the Netherlands. In fact, there have been so many strange occurrences that several viewers have even recommended that they send for the help of a priest. In the first video, the camera begins focused on a mantle above the fireplace. Suddenly, a clock begins to move. It slides around for a few seconds before crashing to the floor. The homeowner then hears a strange noise behind them, turning the camera towards a set of shelves. After recording for a few seconds, a cup can be seen clattering to the floor. Continues to roll around as if being manipulated by some sort of unseen force. In another video, we see the lights flickering on and off, seemingly all on their own. There are at least 2 lamps in the room, and both turn on and off without anyone standing nearby. What makes this scene even creepier is that, as the lights flicker, the voice of a little girl can be heard whispering in Dutch. Translated, she says, "Leave, and you don't belong here." Viewers believe that it could be possible that a young girl died tragically in the home and remains there in a ghostly state of confusion and anger. They encourage the homeowner to do some research on the property, as identifying a potential spirit may help to uncover the reason why it's lingering there. Now, if you enjoyed these longer episodes, then check out our previous compilations. There's one right there. Otherwise, you can binge on our giant paranormal playlists right here as well. Now, leave us a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the scariest or weirdest. We like getting your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Pam. So today we have something a little bit special. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a huge compilation of some super scary video clips that are freaking the internet out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. Sometimes the scariest paranormal entities are those that can't be seen at all. And while it's often thought that children possess the ability to sense these spirits, sometimes footage surfaces that shows that some adults may be able to see things that others can't. Take a look. This video was supposedly captured on a security camera in a large shopping center in Mexico City named Plaza Metropoli. At first, we can see a security guard standing next to what appears to be a completely empty dining table. The guard is looking at one of the chairs as if inspecting it. He continues to stare at the empty chair, tilting his head before reaching out a hand and waving it over the top. He then begins to talk, suggesting he's not actually inspecting the furniture at all, but rather conversing with an invisible person. He points his finger as if telling the entity to leave. The video then cuts to footage from a different security camera. This one shows the security guard looking around as if double-checking to make sure he's not being followed. He then opens a door that leads inside and quickly runs from view. The way that the security guard interacts with the supposed invisible entity is certainly suspicious, and his behaviour at the end of the video seems to suggest that he may have left the area in a panic. Despite the fact that there was clearly no visible presence sitting in the chair, it certainly appears as though he was spooked by something. Could this simply be a case of someone who's worked too long and late and then has begun to see things that simply aren't there? Or perhaps he was just pulling a prank on his co-workers sitting in the security office. But the most chilling conclusion of all suggests that there really was a ghostly visitor at the mall that night. Hauntings seem to occur in millions of places worldwide, though some are luckier than others, in that their supernatural encounters only last for a short amount of time. For TikTokers, Lainey and Ben, the haunting in their home seems to be consistent and never-ending. In the first video, the TikToker is sitting in her car during her lunch break. She explains that she's just received several notifications on her phone from her home security camera.
There's been a notification or a couple from our home security camera, and there's some footage that I've just seen that you don't see it.
The clip then cuts to footage of the cameras inside of her house. We can see the TikToker's kitchen where everything is still. Watch what happens next, though. As you can see, the kitchen drawer is pulled open. And soon after, a chair sitting at the kitchen table is pulled back. In the second video, the TikToker and her partner are in their living room when they notice one of their doors is shaking. They go near the door, which suddenly opens on its own.
Shut up.
She and her partner walk through the door and look at the stairs in the room. There seems to be nothing there. The TikTokers question what they saw, with one asking if there was a shadow on the stairs. Well, in the final clip, we get another view of the kitchen. Yet again, the drawer is pulled open. Have a look. As you can see, silverware violently shoots across the room. One utensil flies in a straight line, crashing into the wall. It almost looks like it sticks into the wall. The door also moves on its own. With many fake ghost videos, you can see things gently move around or even fall off shelves, which could easily be done with magnets. With the sheer force that's been applied to the cutlery in this clip, makes it hard to believe that magnets are at play. This is an ongoing mystery, as Lainey and Ben continually post the strange events that seem to be plaguing their house. As they're posting this, they have over 500,000 followers, who are eager to see what happens next. The Jerome Grand Hotel in Arizona is yet another hotel in America that is set to play home to the paranormal. Originally serving as a hospital in the 1920s, the property has seen several transformations over its nearly 100-year history. In 1996, it began operating as a hotel. Since then, both guests and employees alike have reported mysterious activity thought to be the work of the supernatural. This includes hearing childish laughter and crying, coughing, laboured breathing, footsteps, doors slamming, and voices coming from vacant rooms. Ghostly sightings are also quite common. Among them is a child who likes to watch people sleeping in their beds. There's also two women, one in a white gown, an old caretaker of the hotel, and a ghostly cat who's heard hissing and scratching at the property's doors. It's not just sights and sounds either. Guests have reported smelling such things as whiskey, cigar smoke, flowers, and baby powder when there's no clear source to be found. Lastly, guests have also noted anomalous activity like TVs randomly flickering on and off, objects becoming unplugged, and toiletries rolling around the room completely on their own. When Redditor W. Cholins and his girlfriend spent the night at the hotel, they snapped a series of photos that may just prove that the property is indeed haunted. In the photo, we can see one of the hotel's hallways. In the very back to the left is what looks to be a shadowy figure standing right next to a door. The Redditor explained that there was no one else around as it was very early in the morning, 1:30 a.m. to be exact. Immediately after this photo was taken, the Redditor took a short video of the same area. Unfortunately, they didn't post it to the subreddit, but a moderator did share several still images from the unseen video. Here you can clearly see that the shadowy figure is now completely gone. Viewers have remained split on this potential paranormal sighting. Many people agree that this could simply be another person entering their room. However, others who knew of or had themselves visited the Jerome Grand Hotel thought that this shadowy figure might have been something supernatural, as many had experienced ghostly activity themselves or heard stories from others. Based on the countless other claims of supernatural experiences, this photo may indeed show some sort of a ghost. If so, one wonders whether it's a friendly spirit roaming the halls, or could it be an entity that has bad intentions for those who visit this old hotel. Kids and ghosts, not a good combination. TikTok user Danny Chumia took 2 elevator rides with his son that seemed to turn into something much more sinister than he ever could have imagined. The videos he uploaded to the social media platform of the rides have been giving people goosebumps ever since. In the first clip, we see the TikToker and his son and pet dog get into the elevator. In a voiceover, the TikToker explains that his son seems to be talking to ghosts lately. His son is talking to ghosts. He just said the reason his son mentions that a boy is in the elevator with them, though there's clearly no one else there. He just said the boy's in here. Since he's still a fetus, I really didn't understand what he meant. Watch what happens next. What is that? On the wall. I must be tripping because it seems like he doesn't even see it. No, you see that? What? As you can see, ghostly handprints seem to appear directly above the son's bed, just on the wall behind him. I must be tripping because it seems like he doesn't even see it. No, you see that? What? The TikToker points to the handprints and the son turns but doesn't seem to see anything. The TikToker moves closer and the handprints reappear. No, you see that? What? A second video shows the father and son duo get into the elevator again. The son taps on the walls and says something indecipherable. I didn't quite hear what he said, but what the mess happened? You said it's hiding? See if you can spot what's been freaking viewers out. As the door opens, you can see an unusual reflection. Some viewers have said it looks like a black demon with horns. Other TikTokers were terrified for the father and son, claiming that an evil presence must be after the child. They even suggested that the TikToker call for a priest or exorcist to examine the son and see if there is indeed something after him. The Ninja Turtles or something paranormal. That was the question that arose in regards to a manhole cover that was seen bouncing around in Denver, Colorado. Uploaded by Next 9 News on YouTube, reporters tried to make sense of what they saw, but still couldn't find a logical explanation. In the clip, we see a street with a manhole cover in the middle. Immediately, we can see the manhole cover bouncing up and down repeatedly, seemingly all on its own. The commentator of the video explains that the reporter who caught this phenomenon on video spoke to the city's water department. The department then explained that manhole covers make occasional noise or move around as water enters the pipes underneath and air needs to be let out. Still seems to be a huge amount of movement for the manhole and suggests that something more is going on. While the reporting team was given an explanation for this occurrence, both reporters and YouTube viewers remained in disbelief after getting a glimpse of this dancing manhole.
This is more than a movement.
Some viewers stated that manhole covers are extremely heavy, making this high bouncing movement simply from air pressure unbelievable. Others shared their own experiences seeing the same situation in their own cities, stating that perhaps the government knows more about this than they're letting on. Extreme air pressure or something fishy, we may not get an answer anytime soon. People put up security cameras around their homes hoping to not have to catch something bad on tape, but unfortunately these cameras will capture something off-putting from time to time. A video uploaded by Sleuth Juice on Imager saw something that would send shivers down any homeowner's spine. The clip shows footage as seen from a security camera outside of the uploader's house. Viewers can see the porch and some of the street outside. Standing directly in front of the house is a man wearing a beanie. The man slowly climbs the stairs that lead to the house. He stops right before the porch and looks upwards. Viewers can now see that he's wearing a strange dark mask. The man stops in front of the door, looking up as if inspecting it. He stands in this exact position for 30 seconds before he quickly turns away and the video ends. Man is certainly creepy in his own right, though thankfully nothing transpired that evening. The fact that the man's wearing a mask has led many to believe that the man was a potential robber surveying the house. Others were sure the man was perhaps mentally unwell and was wandering around the neighbourhood in some time of the days. One final suggestion was that the man may have been just looking for the right address, though why would he be wearing such a creepy mask? This is a question that is yet to be answered. Playgrounds are supposed to be happy places, full of play, laughter and fun. Sadly, that wasn't the case for Redditor Miserable AD 1849's neighbours. The Redditor's neighbours were with their kids at the local playground when something disturbing decided to make an appearance. In the brief video, we see a child playing. Watch what happens. As you can see, a spooky face appears just behind the girl as she slides down the slide. Other Redditors agreed that the face certainly looked eerie, as it seemed to have very white skin and dark, sunken black eyes. One Redditor brightened up the video and noticed that the face actually seems to be a young boy. However, the parents said that there were no other children around when this video was taken. So what do you think's going on here? Take another look at the footage and decide for yourself. A video uploaded by Parasomnia MX on TikTok has gone on to terrify many around the world. In the video, we get a look at something far from normal, but certainly intriguing in its own right. We can see the back of a car that's driving ahead of the vehicle where the footage is being shot from. All looks normal at first until something freaky happens. Watch. Some kind of ghostly figure appears at the back of the car. It lingers for a few moments before disappearing completely. Here it is again in slow motion and zoomed in. The closer zoom, it seems that the figure is indeed transparent, making a case for it truly being some type of phantom. Some viewers suggested it could be a mannequin of some kind. That doesn't explain its sudden disappearance. This might be one mystery we can't solve unless eventually given an explanation from the original uploader. While some spirits are thought to be mischievous or even playful in nature, others might not be so harmless. Whether this is due to the trauma they experienced in life or even death, no one can truly know. The details of this next clip are somewhat unclear. However, the footage was supposedly captured by a group of friends as they were boating down the Isabella River in the Dominican Republic in 2018. The video should have been a memento of their trip, showcasing the beautiful scenery. Instead, when they reviewed the footage, they were disturbed by what they saw. As you can see, the clip appears to show a woman swimming under the water. In fact, upon closer inspection, the woman actually appears to be chasing after the boat. The friends supposedly alerted the local authorities, who immediately conducted a thorough search of the area. However, it yielded no results. Perplexed, the authorities continued their investigation, confused that no one had been reported missing in the area. Eventually, they discovered that a woman had disappeared in the area 1 year earlier. However, her body had apparently been recovered soon after. This is certainly a very chilling story, one that only gets creepier once you view this footage. So did this group of friends actually capture video evidence of the missing woman's ghost haunting the river? Whatever the case may be, this is definitely one boating trip these friends will never forget. In June 2021, TikTok user Clax uploaded the following piece of footage, and it's been confusing and creeping out viewers ever since. Oh. Hey. As you can see, some kind of large bipedal figure is walking slowly across the man's yard. Hey! The uploader's pet dog is clearly on guard too, as it watches the mysterious figure from a distance. Hey! The TikToker was at a loss to explain the sighting, and it left viewers wondering whether it was a trespasser or something more mysterious. Several days later, Clax gave a video update about the sighting.
Behind that swing set out of the woods, walked over behind that truck, or to that truck, and went behind it in the woods. I don't know what it was. It was brownish red in person. We have a street light, so we could pick up better. Apologize for the quality. Apparently, that will make any phones. I haven't seen it since, and hopefully I won't, but I still don't know if it was a person or a thing, whatever it was big. And it was in my yard, and like that.
So he's not seen the figure since, nor does he have any idea what it could have been. Theories in the comment section ranged from a Wendigo to a ghost, or even a skinwalker. Skinwalkers are mysterious entities that have their origins in Navajo folklore. They're said to be shamans that conjure black magic. They use their powers to shapeshift into animals and even other humans to lure their victims in before brutally murdering them. There's actually very limited information on skinwalkers because Navajo people tend not to talk about the creatures to outsiders. So could this really be a skinwalker, or is there another, more simple explanation? Drop your theories in the comment section down below. Hey! TikTok user named WinMCPix uploaded an eerie video to his account in September of 2020. The uploader explains that he's been hearing some bizarre noises coming from his bathroom, so he grabbed his phone to film it. Think of what he captured.
I keep hearing sounds in my bathroom. What it is? Listen to this thing. Holy crap. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that?
If we watch that again, you can actually see a shadow pass by in the bathroom.
Listen to this thing. Holy crap. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that?
He then looks around the bathroom, behind the door, in the shower, in his closet, but there's nothing there that could explain the shadow.
There's no way to sit that right there. I'm actually against the wall. There's nothing in the closet. Holy crap.
Even at the end, when he turns the lights off, we can see something moving in the bathroom yet again.
That's right.
So is this just a well-executed prank, or are we actually getting a glimpse at something more mysterious? Love to hear your thoughts about this clip in the comments section down below.
That's right.
Half human, half animal creatures have long been a staple in myths and legends. Most of the time, these beings are regarded with awe, and on other occasions, they're looked at with disgust and even fear. For this video, shared by Chaos Magic on Reddit, really proved that these mythical creatures might actually exist. According to the timestamp, the footage was captured just on 3:30 in the morning. We can see a dog standing in the middle of the road, just as a mysterious figure walks into shot. As the woman comes closer, keen-eyed viewers might be able to notice something unusual about her legs. Take a look. For most, it's probably not until you zoom in that the mystery becomes apparent. The woman appears to have legs similar to that of a goat. As soon as the woman appears on camera, the dog's attention is immediately drawn to her. Could it be that the dog knows something's not quite right? The woman continues her early morning stroll some ways down the road before eventually turning around and walking back in the direction she came from. Once again, the dog turns to stare at her. Its reaction similar to that of several viewers, confusion and perhaps even a little bit of fear. Throughout history, creatures with the upper body of a human and the legs of a goat or a horse have typically been referred to as Jitter-lesses or fawns. But what do you think? Could this video really have captured proof that these mythical creatures do live among us? Unfortunately, there's been no further explanation given for what's happening in this video, so at least for now, viewers will simply have to draw their own conclusions. Is this yet more footage of the ever-elusive and legendary Loch Ness Monster? 54-year-old Richard Maver was competing in the Great Glen Canoe Challenge in September of 2021 when he accidentally spotted something strange swimming in the waters of Loch Ness. While capturing drone footage for his YouTube channel, Richard Outdoors, the camera picked up something swimming in the shallow waters near the shoreline. At first, Maver didn't notice anything in the water. It wasn't until he uploaded the footage that a few keen-eyed viewers spotted the strange shape. Take a look. As you can see, there's a long object floating in the water. It does indeed resemble the classic depiction of the Loch Ness Monster, a long neck with a broad body and fins. Mather told the Daily Mirror that he couldn't believe what he had captured. He had to rewind the footage several times before the sighting finally sank in. Some analysts have suggested it might just be a log floating in the water, or even an optical illusion caused by the waves. However, Nessie dieharders are certain this is yet another piece of evidence that an ancient cryptid is living in the murky waters of Loch Ness. Usually, when a photograph is described as mysterious, it's because it shows something strange in the picture itself. Perhaps a ghostly figure lurking in the background, or even a UFO inadvertently captured flying through the sky. However, this video takes the concept of a mysterious photograph to a whole new level. Watch the clip and see if you can spot anything unusual. As the child moves about, keen-eyed viewers may notice a framed photo of a man in the background. His head and shoulders are clearly visible and he appears to be wearing a suit and tie. However, the next time the camera pans back to the right, the photo seems to have changed. While it appears to still show the same man, he's suddenly much closer and none of his tie is visible.
子供の後ろにある仏壇に置かれた家に注意してご覧いただきたい。
Of course, there could be a logical explanation for what we're witnessing. Perhaps someone quickly switched out the photo for another, or alternatively, the image could have been tampered with in post-production. While these are both possibilities, the footage does seem to come from a genuine home video. In situations such as this, one's mind often turns to the paranormal for answers. Some viewers have suggested that perhaps the person in the photo is now deceased and is altering the photo as a way to make contact with their living family. As there's little information on the origins of the footage, this is one mystery that will have to remain unsolved, at least for the time being. UFOs can be eerie in general, but when they start to multiply, that's when things get even creepier. User Conspiration ESP on Twitter shared a video that shows this event in action. The Twitter video shows an extreme zoom where we can see an evening sky with two bright yellow lights shining above a city. The lights seem to glimmer as they hover in the sky, and soon a third light joins, quickly followed by a fourth. The four lights float in the sky for the rest of the video, just slightly changing formation. There have been no suggestions as to what the four lights are in this video. The fact that the lights glimmer and don't seem to move around is certainly unlike other usually flying objects like planes or jets. Perhaps this is yet another mystery of a UFO gone unsolved. We like to think of restaurants as fun places to enjoy good food and create memories with family and friends. But, like every other place on the planet, things can get creepy once the lights turn off. Viewers can see footage as shot from the interior of a restaurant at night time. In the focus of the frame are empty tables. Immediately to the left, we can see what looks like a ghostly figure walking past the tables very slowly. The figure appears to be short and has a strange white and hazy quality. The figure walks across the room before disappearing off frame to the right. Here's a close-up in slow motion. The white features of the figure are certainly eerie, as is the slow gait of the possible ghost. The restaurant hasn't released a statement or given any indication as to what this strange figure could be, leaving this to be a complete mystery. Perhaps it's just a friendly spirit looking for a midnight snack, or does this ghost have more sinister intentions? While zombies have always been considered fictitious, occasionally a piece of footage surfaces that might challenge your beliefs. In this video shared to YouTube by All Life of Kerala, we actually see what suspiciously looks like a real zombie standing by the side of the road. The video is shot from the inside of a car that's driving at night time in the rain. For the first few moments, nothing seems particularly out of the ordinary. That is until the camera pans to the right. Take a look. As you can see, standing in the rain, there appears to be a zombie-like creature motioning towards the car with an outstretched arm. Despite what we can see, some viewers believe that the figure's not actually a member of the undead at all, but rather a human woman trying to flag the car down. This certainly seems plausible, though it's the jerky movements of the figure's arm that has spooked many viewers. Zombie or not, there's certainly something eerie about the figure seen in this video. It doesn't really prove these creatures roam the earth. Based on this footage alone, this is a call that's simply too large to make. In August of 2010, the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology was conducting a deep-sea dive when they found something mysterious in the waters of Sagami Bay, southwest of Tokyo. As the hyperdolphin ROV explored the murky depths, cameras were rolling, capturing images of the deep-sea habitat. At first, everything seemed fairly normal. Suddenly, out of the gloomy abyss, an unidentified creature appears. Its large, wide eyes are dotted just above a gaping mouth. The creature's solid frame disappears into the cloudy background. When the footage first surfaced, it went viral around the world, with news outlets running stories that a new type of deep-sea species had been spotted. Some experts weren't so sure, however, speculating that it might actually be a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar shapes and patterned imagery. It's entirely possible that this is just a rock with two well-placed shells, giving our brains the impression that a creature with a face is present. However, in the footage, it does appear as though the object moves. So what do you think? Is this some kind of deep-sea cryptid that's yet to be classified by modern science? Or is there a simpler explanation? Let us know your take in the comment section down below. Terra El Extremo is a popular Spanish channel that explores eerie abandoned places, looking to get evidence of the paranormal on camera. In this video, published to their channel in September of 2021, the crew members head out to an old abandoned cabin that's allegedly haunted. The hour-long video is jam-packed with tons of chilling content, and one of the first of the night happens at around the 8-minute mark, as the videographer explores an outdoor shack. Take a look at what happens.
Mira. Ah, no manches, Obi. Viste tan.
After this, they continue to explore the dark and rainy property. At the 30-minute mark, they get a sign that they may not be alone. It looks like there's someone off in the distance entering the old shack that they had just investigated.
Mira, ahí hay algo. ¿Dónde? Allá, ahí va entrando, ¿ya viste? Hay una casita allá. Ay, Dios. Sí.
They take a closer look, but they can't seem to find anyone there. Although this encounter surely gave them creeps, they nevertheless proceed with the search, which is when they come along a road with several abandoned houses dotted along it. Out of curiosity, one of the cameramen proceeds to film the house when something eerie happens. Have a look. Watching that again, you can make out a dark figure walking in the distance. Then there's a chilling scream. Later, once the crew are inside the house, something rather off-putting can be seen in one of the windows. Eerily, a fireplace is being lit inside the living area, suggesting that somebody's living inside of a building and is perhaps hiding from the investigators. Sometime later, they re-enter the room with the fireplace. The fire is now out, suggesting that someone recently fled the area. Terra L Extremo decided to leave the building and call off the investigation. If they chose to stay inside and investigate a little while longer, there's no telling what could have happened. The last thing we want as we rest in our beds at night is for something spooky to happen. Even worse is that those who experience these creepy events are usually too dazed from their sudden awakening to figure out what's actually going on. In this first video, uploaded to Reddit by Always Blurkin, it's not a human, but rather two animals that seem to notice the unusual incident first. Have a look. The footage shows the Redditor sleeping soundly in bed. A dog rests on the floor and a cat sleeps on the table nearby. For a few moments all is quiet, and suddenly the cat on the table lifts its head up and looks towards the door. So too does the dog. A second later, the door seems to open on its own. Both the dog and cat continue to stare cautiously, seemingly waiting for someone or something to enter the room. In the second video, the Redditor lays in their bed. They reach over to the nightstand next to them, and as they do, a book on the opposite side of the bed falls to the floor, spooking the dog as it does. Based on the pet's genuine reactions in both clips, it seems that many Redditors believe that these actions were indeed the result of something supernatural. The fact that the cat seems to react even before the door opens in the first clip reinforces the idea that animals might possess a sixth sense, which makes them more attuned to paranormal activity. Could it be possible then that the Redditor's pets knew that something ghostly was roaming right outside the bedroom door? Some viewers, however, remain skeptical of the second clip, suggesting that the ball falling off the nightstand could have a far simpler explanation. They believe that by touching the nightstand on the opposite side of the bed, the Redditor could have made the other nightstand move, inadvertently causing the ball to fall over. The original poster agreed that this could be the case, but after witnessing the bedroom door seemingly open all by itself, there's just enough room for doubt to remain. Exploring abandoned properties often leads to creepy situations, and this video, uploaded to the YouTube channel Wokiapogar Official, is no exception. In the clip, we see a pair of paranormal investigators skirting the outside of a supposedly haunted house. For the first 30 minutes or so, they don't come across anything too frightening, though they're certainly spooked by their eerie surroundings. It isn't until the 30-minute mark that things start to get a little strange. As the pair approach a dark alcove, we can see a shadowy figure scurrying in front of the camera. Although the figure is quite hard to see, it appears to be dressed in a long black robe. Just a couple of minutes later, as the camera pans over the structure once more, we can see a similar figure standing on the roof. A minute later, it reappears again in the same spot. Perhaps it should be no surprise that the paranormal team ran into these mysterious figures. After all, it seems they were on the hunt for something supernatural. So were these figures actually ghosts? Or could it just be a homeless person temporarily residing in the abandoned building? However, if the latter is true, then why were they dressed in such dark and ominous clothing? Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think these mysterious figures could be in the comment section down below. Just as with animals, the secret inner lives of children can be equally as mysterious. In this clip, a young girl is filmed as she tries to read a book. However, she seems unnecessarily frustrated for some reason. At first, it's not clear why, but as the video continues, it becomes apparent. Take a look. It looks as though several of the book's pages begin to turn on their own, as if being manipulated by some sort of unseen force. The girl attempts to turn the pages back as she grows ever more annoyed. In the video's description, the girl's mother explains that she first heard her daughter talking to someone in another room. However, when she went to investigate, there was no one there. She simply found the girl sitting on the floor reading a book. With no one in sight, the idea that the girl could have been talking to a ghost starts to align with her odd behaviour. If this was the case, was it also the ghost that was moving the book's pages? Let me know what you think's going on in this mysterious video in the comment section below. In November 2021, an Oregon local was driving down a rural road at night time with their grandkids when they spotted something eerie on the side of the road. They uploaded the strange footage to their TikTok account, Carolyn 1984, for all to see. As you can see, a shadowy figure is lurking behind a tree on the side of the road. The uploader has no idea what it is and with good reason didn't want to approach it to find out. When the footage went live, it quickly went viral, racking up millions of views, with thousands of comments speculating on the strange sighting. Some said it was a Sasquatch, a skinwalker, a shadow person, or even just a creepy person lurking in a hoodie. Given that the uploader was with their grandkids, none of these suggestions bode well. One of the most suggested theories is a hide-behinds are mysterious beings rooted in North American folklore. Accounts from early settlers tell of loggers going missing while out in the woods. Woodcutters were failing to return to camp en masse in villages blamed for hide-behinds. Legends say they're nocturnal creatures with the ability to conceal themselves behind almost any object. They're said to hunt humans for food, with their diet mainly consisting of innards. The Oregon sighting certainly does match the description of a hide-behind in many ways. So could this be one of the first real pieces of evidence that these legendary cryptids really do exist? There's not a lot of information about this eerie home video from Japan. It shows two girls exploring a shrine of some kind. But as you're about to see, this seemingly innocent video takes quite a strange turn. Watch. In the footage, the camera holder and the other woman can be heard talking about something while occasionally glancing over towards a statue that's sitting right beside them. At first, nothing seems too weird about the footage. If you slow it down and compare the statue at the start of the clip with the end of the clip, you'll see what's so strange. It appears as though the stone statue has turned its head. Here are the two images side by side. So is this some sort of trick of perspective? Perhaps someone off camera moved the statue? Or is there something far stranger going on here? I'd love to hear your theories on this strange piece of footage in the comment section down below. Seeing a deer on the roadside is pretty common for many drivers, especially while driving through wooded areas. Usually, however, deer are shy creatures and quickly disappear from sight. When Redditor, not Slim Shady, narrowly missed hitting a deer while on a nighttime drive in Kentucky, they noticed that the animal remained still, so they took the opportunity to capture a photo. In the picture, we can see the deer stand on the side of the road. However, there appears to be someone or something standing right beside it. We can see that while the shape resembles a human, it seems to be transparent and almost looks as if it's made out of a wispy, mist-like substance. The figure even appears to have an outstretched arm as if attempting to feed the deer. Fellow Redditors were quick to offer their opinions on the photo. Some suggested that the entity could simply be fog, a reflection of light, or even a totem by the side of the road. One fellow Redditor even brightened the image so we can get a better look. Here we can see what look like two eerie eyes and even a faint grin. While it's impossible to know for sure just what the uploader has managed to capture on camera, it's hard to deny that the figure certainly does possess an eerie, ghostly quality. Whether it was just an extremely well-timed photo or one that has actually managed to capture a spirit is a question that's difficult to answer. Take another look for yourself and let us know what you think in the comment section below. Imagine looking out of your window during a thunderstorm early in the morning to see a creepy figure staring back at you. While it's a common sight in horror films, to experience this situation in real life must be the stuff nightmares are truly made of. This clip, posted to Instagram by Slightly Bad Memes, has very little accompanying information, other than a single line of text that reads, "The 5 a.m. visitor." Take a look. The camera person zooms in on a mysterious figure standing on the corner. The cloaked individual remains completely still. While this simply could be just a person who's been caught in the rain, there's definitely something unnerving about them nonetheless. Why would someone be standing so still in the middle of a storm at 5 a.m? Why are they just staring up into the house? Whatever the case may be, this scene would likely frighten anyone peering outside during a storm. Perhaps it might be a good idea to take a peek out of your window tonight, just in case someone's watching you in the darkness. Now, if you want to see some more freaky clips, then check out that link on the top there. Otherwise, we have these giant paranormal playlists right there for you to binge on. Now, if you want to get your name scrolling along the top there, consider supporting our Patreon campaign. There's a link in the description box below. I think for me, I'll see you next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. So today we got something a little bit special. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest YouTube videos we've ever seen. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. For millions of people all around the world, going to church is a weekly activity that connects them with their spirituality. This next clip was aired on EXN, a paranormal TV show in Mexico. The footage starts off normal enough, showcasing a large church full of people gathered around and singing. But little do these churchgoers know that they may have been joined by something not of this world during their usual Sunday gathering. Take a look at what the cameras caught. A mysterious glowing white figure can be seen sitting amongst the crowd. What's particularly interesting here is that nobody in the group seems to notice the strange figure sitting with them. Given the setting, many viewers have dubbed this figure an angel. The fact that it's pure white and looks to be glowing has left many people in awe that this congregation may have been graced by the divine. But as always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think's been captured on camera here? Let me know down below. The following video was featured on Fox 2 St. Louis and tells the story of a man named Doug Waiters and his son Kyle, who was a football player for the local youth team in Fenton, Missouri. Sadly, Doug's son Kyle passed away at the young age of just 20 after getting into a car accident with a truck on Highway 40 at Winghaven. He was on his way to a game he was scheduled to play that day. Months later, a man named Brian Roth was taking a photo of his grandson and his teammate at the exact same football field that Doug's son Kyle was headed to when he got into that fatal accident. All seemed perfectly fine at first until Brian took a look at the photo. As you can see, there's a strange white figure to the left of the boys. Upon seeing this, Brian was equal parts fascinated and a little freaked out simply because he had no idea what was happening in the photo, so he submitted it to Fox 2 St. Louis, who covered the story. When Doug saw the story, he and the rest of his family became convinced that the figure seen in the photograph was that of Kyle, hovering over the field and giving it his watchful eye. So could this really be Kyle's spirit hanging out at the football field that he loves so much? While there's no way to prove this for sure, if it gives Doug and his family some peace of mind, then that's all that matters. The following clip was uploaded by the YouTube channel Church of Christ for the Family and was recorded back in June of 2012. The footage in question was taken by a man who was filming his daughters inside the church. As the two girls sing and the rest of the churchgoers clap along, something strange seems to happen right in front of the videographer. Look. An almost transparent figure appears to move in front of the camera. The church believes that the figure is an angel visiting their place of worship. In the description of the video, the church says that the man filming was not only able to see this apparition in the video screen, but that he also saw it with his naked eye, confirming that there was indeed something there. Is this genuine footage of an angel roaming the halls of a church? Is there another way to explain this sighting? In 2018, a Michigan couple were relaxing at home when they got an alert from their home security system that movement had been detected out the front of their home. When they checked the feed, they were puzzled by what they saw. Homeowner Glenn Foreman was stunned to see something over and over his truck. Bizarre image prompted Glenn and his wife, as well as their pastor, to believe that an angel paid them a visit in the middle of the night. The Fox News team who covered the story spoke to Pastor Don Piper about the strange image. A number of years ago, Piper was in a car accident where he believes he actually died and visited heaven, then returned back to Earth after being resuscitated. Pastor Don Piper believes Thorman's image does indeed show an angel, and that angels are around us more than we'll ever know. According to Piper, when he died, he was carried by a large number of angels up to the gates of heaven. And if the story is true, then his confidence that there was an angel in Pullman's driveway does make for a fascinating conclusion. So what do you think? Is this really an angel? I'd love to hear your take on the image in the comment section down below. Seven-year-old Asher Lyles from Texas loves to play around with his mum's phone. Asher and his family were on a plane flying back to Houston after visiting relatives in Washington. Asher got bored in the middle of the flight and asked his mother Kerry if he could take photos with her phone. The family thought nothing of it. While she was scrolling through her son's photos, Kerry noticed all of them were normal, except for this one. As you can see, there's a cloud that resembles a person with open arms. Kerry uploaded the photo to her Facebook profile. Friends and family were stunned at the strange image. Kerry believes that the figure floating around in the sky is Asher's guardian angel, saying that he's always had something watching over him and protecting him. Asher has Down syndrome, and his mother believes he's always had a sixth sense when it comes to people needing a comforting hug or a big smile. She says that she'll never know the definite truth behind the image, but is taking comfort in her beliefs and says that she was just happy her son was able to find some joy in his photos. This video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Scott Uber Official in December of 2015. It shows a large sermon taking place in a church in Pretoria, South Africa. Everything seems fairly normal until around the 2-minute mark, when the cameras catch something odd in the crowd. It looks as though a large array of white glowing figures are standing amongst the other churchgoers. Some commenters have said that this is just a bunch of people dressed in white, which is making the camera pick up on it brightly. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as there are other people in the same room wearing white that aren't glowing in any way. Most people in the comment section, however, praise the Lord, firmly believing that this is a sign from God. So what do you think? Is this a camera glitch, or is something divine playing out before our very eyes? Take another look and decide for yourself. In mid-2013, 19-year-old Katie Lentz was driving along Route 19 near Center, Missouri, when she was struck head-on by a drunk driver traveling in the opposite direction. Lentz was pinned in the front seat of her convertible. When emergency respondents arrived, Lentz's vital signs were declining rapidly. She asked the officials to pray with her, and suddenly a man who appeared to be a Catholic priest appeared out of nowhere, despite a 2-mile perimeter blocking the scene. This strange man approached the wrecked vehicle and began to pray. A member of the rescue crew said that when the man was praying, there seemed to be a complete calmness that fell over the entire scene, putting all their minds at ease and making them feel more comfortable despite the dire situation. What's perhaps even more interesting is that allegedly the firefighters that arrived on the scene said that their equipment was strangely not working. But as soon as the mysterious man appeared and started praying, their equipment suddenly started to work again. Eventually, Lentz was able to get out of the dangerous wreck. However, when she went to thank the priest for his prayers, he was nowhere to be seen. The disappearing priest was so puzzling that local authorities had a sketch artist draw up an image based on descriptions from witnesses at the scene of the accident. This fascinating and intriguing story captured the attention of thousands of people when it was picked up by national news coverage. Those who saw the story couldn't help but wonder who the mystery priest was and how he managed to help Lentz in the face of danger. Regardless of who he is, Lentz can take comfort knowing that if she ever finds herself in a similar situation in the future, her strange guardian angel may just appear out of nowhere and help her again. In May 2021, Coventry local Rebecca Glassborough took a group photo with her friends and thought nothing of it. However, when they later reviewed the photo moments later, they were all shocked at what they saw. In the picture, we see the group of friends posing together. On the left side of the photo, we see what appears to be a blurry-looking woman with dark hair and a grey face, hovering just above one of the friends. Glassborough emphasised that this was not an individual who was part of the group. After spotting the figure, the group explored the apartment for any signs of what the face could be, but found no reasonable explanation. There were rumours in the neighbourhood that a woman had died in the bathroom of the apartment that this photo was taken in. Without knowing how to explain the strange figure in the photo, Glassborough admits to having a few sleepless nights, wondering whether there's some kind of ghostly presence in her apartment. So could this ghostly figure be the very woman who passed away in the apartment? While there's no clear answer, hopefully the photo's owner can solve the mystery and get some sleep soon. While attending a ghost tour of a famous former slaughterhouse in the village in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, visitor Tanya Copeman felt a sudden urge to snap some pictures while down in the dark cellar. In the photo, we can see the cellar covered in a bright green carpet. A door stands in the middle with a sticker of an alien on it. The creep factor gets cranked up to 100 when we look at the far right of the image. While initially hard to see, we can make out a terrifying bluish face staring directly into the camera upon closer inspection. The photo's owner didn't initially notice the dreadful-looking face until later when she looked through her photos. At first, she thought the eyes of the figure were simply two bright white lights. Of course, this all changed when she saw the outline of the face. The couple then contacted the tour guide, who double-checked CCTV footage of the cellar and confirmed that no one else had been in the room with the group when the photo was taken. That's when the tour guide suggested that this could be a ghost of one of several monks who allegedly burned there hundreds of years ago. He even tried recreating the photo to see if he could catch the presence again, though he was unsuccessful. Historians say that an old barn once stood on the property. Prior to the 19th century, it was said to be used as a hideout for monks seeking refuge. One day, the barn was set alight and 7 monks perished in the blaze. Interestingly, Tanya had said that she felt her face go hot when she first entered the basement, even before knowing about the priests who had burned there. She believes the burning sensation is connected with what's been caught on film, and that there's no other way to explain what had happened besides referencing the paranormal. Now, if all this sounds familiar, it's because we featured footage from the village in Mansfield just a few weeks ago. The clip we shared shows an eerie smoke blowing through the property. This was captured by a CCTV camera during a seance conducted by full-time paranormal investigator Lee Roberts. He too referenced the tragic fire that took the lives of several monks. So given the evidence, is something supernatural really happening at this old heritage-listed building in Mansfield? User Small Bees uploaded this eerie photo to our Slackhouse subreddit. They took their nephew to the Kima Boardwalk in Texas for a fun night out. In the pic, we can see a large splash pad area, with the Redditor's nephew looking down in the middle of the frame. To the immediate right of the child, there's a strange shadow. If you zoom in, there's even what looks to be a partially formed leg. Small Bees said they took numerous photos that night and they all seemed normal, except for this one. Most other Redditors were creeped out by the photo and were sure that this was evidence of something otherworldly. One viewer did say that this could be a case of motion blur. Perhaps the original poster had captured another child in motion who appeared blurry on camera. The original poster disputed this, showing another photo of a child running in the same area. While there is a little bit of motion blur in this second image, there are definitely no dark shadows near the children. While there's no way of knowing for sure what's been captured in this image, the dark shadow and the partially formed leg does make one's mind wander into the realm of the paranormal. In 2016, the aunt and uncle of Redditor, Carol and Watermelon, were on a ghost tour of the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Kentucky. The aunt diligently took photos of all the rooms they visited, just in case they caught something supernatural. Sure enough, in a dark, dusty room that was once used as a children's play area in the sanatorium, something showed up on film that wasn't there in person. In the eerie photo, we can see a large, empty room. In the back of the room, in the doorway, we can see a small, dark shadow. From a distance, it resembles a girl. Waverly Hills was opened in 1910 to house tuberculosis patients. At the time, the local area was being ravaged by tuberculosis or the White Plague. In 1914, a children's wing was added for not only kids suffering from tuberculosis, but also children whose parents contracted the awful disease. Over the years, it's been dubbed the most haunted location in the United States. The Redditors aren't explained that in this particular room where the photo was taken, the children of the sanatorium would gather to play games. As such, many commentators on the photo believe that this is the ghost of a little girl who once played here. Some Redditors noted that the figure seems to have disproportionately short limbs. Given the morbid history of Waverly Hills Sanatorium and the years of suffering and death that have played out amongst the walls of the old building, it's possible that the spirits of former patients do indeed linger here. Reddit user Kirkster1986 captured a bizarre incident on film one night that he had to share with other ghost lovers on Reddit. On the 9th of May 2021, while taking a nap on the couch, the Reddit user's home security system detected movement in the living room. In the first picture, we see the Redditor lying down on his couch, sleeping. However, judging by the timestamp, a fraction of a second later in the second photo, a blanket is being lifted off the Redditor. On top of him is what looks like a crouching shadow figure. Here it is, zoomed in. There were plenty of theories as to what's happening in these photos. Some jumped to the idea that this figure was actually a succubus. These demonic entities have been noted in historic literature all around the world for centuries. Folkloric tales refer to a feminine supernatural energy that haunts men in their dreams. Typically, these entities sit on the dreamer's chest and suck the life force out of the victims. From Arabian mythology to Buddhist scriptures and European folklore, it's interesting that these disparate cultures all refer to the same supernatural entity. One that visits you in your dreams, sits on your chest, and sucks the life out of you. So could these photos confirm a thread of truth running through the mythology behind the infamous succubus? Take another look and decide for yourself. Haunted hotels make for the perfect spooky outing. Reddit user CPlats123 decided to get their fright on with a visit to Hotel Mead, a supposedly very haunted place in Montana. The building's history stretches all the way back to 1875, when it was first used as a courthouse. In the 1890s, it was transformed into a bustling hotel, where many of the town's big events and socials were held. The hotel was made into a makeshift hospital when epidemics hit the city, including smallpox and typhoid. In the 1940s, all the townspeople left the city, leaving the building abandoned. Fortunately, Montana State Parks decided to renovate the building and present it as a visitors center. Nowadays, visitors and workers on the building alike have reported countless sightings of all types of strange manifestations, most of them believed to be previous residents of the hotel. In the photo shared to our Slapcam subreddit, we can see a room on the hotel's second floor. On the right side of the door frame, we can see a strange strand of curly blonde hair. The Redditor explained that in 1916, a young girl named Dorothy Dunn had drowned in the hotel pool, and her spirit is said to haunt the second floor. The uploader said that they took the photo because they're fascinated by old-fashioned doorways that have internal windows on them for airflow, so they grabbed a quick snap, thinking nothing of it. Some commenters thought the girl's hair looked too vivid to be a ghost, and that there was probably just another person in the room when the photo was taken. However, the OP insists that the room is empty when they walked by and snapped the photo. So could this be a glimpse of Dorothy Dunn's spirit, or is there another way to explain the photo? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. There's someone at the door, and it's not your long-awaited delivery. Reddit user VeggieShite420 captured something with an accidental Snapchat picture that's been making people want to bleach their eyes out. In the image, we can see the Redditor's living room. Take a look at the doorway on the right-hand side. Here we can make out what looks like a dark figure wearing a white sweater and black pants. The head of the figure looks like it's sunken down into its torso. Take a look at this brightened version of the image. It's worth noting that the Redditor didn't seem to notice this horrifying figure at first. In fact, they posted the image asking about two small lights on the left side of the photo. In the pitch black under the window frame are what resembled two bright eyes looking inside the home. Most people shrug this off as either lights from an electronic device or an animal. Instead, they were far more interested in the freaky floating figure in the doorway. So what do you make of this unsettling photo? Love to hear your theories in the comments section down below. In late August 2020, two pilots on two separate commercial flights reported seeing something unusual flying through the sky. While approaching LAX at around 6:30 p.m., an American Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control to report an unidentified flying person at about 3,000 feet in the air. Listen to the call that was made.
Tower, American 1997, we just passed the guy in the jetpack. American 1997, okay, thank you. Were they up to your left side or right side? Off the left side, maybe 300 yards or so. Power else.
Then, a pilot on Southwest Airlines also reported the sighting. Take a listen. The mysterious jetpack man continued to be spotted by commercial airline pilots over the span of several months. Then, in December 2020, visual confirmation was released by the Slim Pilot Academy via ABC 7 News. A flight instructor managed to get some footage of the elusive jetpack man flying some 3,000 feet in the air. This took place around the Palos Verdes Peninsula, just south of LAX. Local law enforcement and the FBI launched an investigation into the infamous Jetpack Man, sometimes referred to as Iron Man, but were unable to track down the individual. Then, in July 2021, the Jetpack Man struck again and was sighted for the fourth time flying near LAX. The puzzling thing is, there are only a handful of jetpack manufacturers around the world, and almost all of them are not for sale to the public. Stranger still, most models available only have enough room for fuel to reach heights of around 1,000 to 1,500 feet, about half the height Jetpack Man was seen cruising at. One theory put forward is that it's actually a mannequin strapped to a high-powered drone. Recreational drone users, however, aren't legally allowed to fly higher than 400 feet. But I'm guessing if you're flying a mannequin near commercial aircraft, you're not exactly one to play by the rules. So as it stands, Jetpack Man remains unidentified. To all our Los Angeles viewers, you'll have to keep your eyeballs peeled for a sighting of a real-life Iron Man. And just a reminder, if you've got your own scary photos or videos you'd like to submit to us, head to our brand new Slapcam subreddit. There's a link in the description box below. You can also email us at the address that's seen on screen there, submissions@hammedia.net. When the weird guy in the tinfoil hat claims to have seen Bigfoot, you might be skeptical. However, when the National Park Service shares a potential Bigfoot sighting, you're probably more apt to pay attention. When this video from mps.gov began circulating in 2014, cryptid enthusiasts around the world certainly took notice. The video was recorded via one of the many live webcams that the National Park Service streams from its various parks around the United States. This particular video was recorded on a webcam at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. They shared the video because it shows the arrival of buffalo in the park. However, the peaceful scene of the buffalo walking about in the snow is quickly overshadowed by something in the background. Take a look. In the trees just behind the buffalo, several bipedal animals can be seen walking along. The creatures are only seen in the distance for a few seconds before the camera turns away. Eagle-eyed viewers quickly spotted the unusual creatures in the background of the video, immediately labeling it as one of the most credible Bigfoot sightings in history. Bigfoot is one of the better-known cryptids said to wander the forested areas in the United States and Canada. Bigfoot is typically described as much larger than a human and covered in dark hair, often believed to be the missing link in human evolution. Many scientists, however, claim that Bigfoot sightings are typically a case of misidentification. They believe that rather than a distinct creature, Bigfoot sightings are usually bears, apes, or ordinary humans. So is Bigfoot real, or simply a part of common mythology that will never actually be proven? This video seems to suggest the existence of an entire Bigfoot family. Unfortunately, we may never know the truth about the existence of one of the world's most famous cryptids. Typically, when you jump in bed, you assume you're safe and sound and then you can get a good night's rest. However, this video, which was filmed inside an elderly woman's bedroom via a security camera, shows that that may not always be the case. In the video, we can see an elderly woman tucked up in bed when suddenly something terrifying happens. In early 2019, 75-year-old Keo Sutsufa from Bangkok, Thailand was sleeping in her bed when a python managed to slither into her bedroom. As you can see in the CCTV footage, the snake rears up and bites Sutsufa on the foot. Thinking she was having a nightmare, Sutsufa awoke with a fright. She grabbed her torch and scanned the room, only to see a massive python coiled up on the floor. She managed to get past the snake and wake her son, Nakorn, who was sleeping next door. Local rescue workers were called in to help flush the snake out of the home. When they arrived, they found the python curled up on the toilet seat in the bathroom. It was captured, catalogued, and released back into the wild some days later. Authorities were puzzled as to how the snake got into the home, speculating that it may have come up through the toilet. So when you're resting peacefully in your beds tonight, remember a giant python might just be slithering out of your toilet on a mission to digest you whole. Reddit user Seaworthiness number 8416 uploaded a video of some security camera footage that was filmed at the Jacksonville Beach Pier in Florida. Take a look at what was captured.
Oh, you see this? Yeah. What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering, pulsating.
As you can see, a strange flashing object flies in from the top left-hand corner of the frame.
I don't understand what is going on. That was a trip.
Matt Bullock was the first person to notice the strange flying object in the footage when he reviewed the security tape.
Yeah.
The reactions heard in the clip definitely seem quite genuine, and they sound legitimately freaked out when they make the discovery.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering, pulsating. What? I don't understand what is going on.
It's possible that this is simply a drone flying by and that the compression rate of the security camera is making it look a lot more mysterious than it really is. So, until more info comes to hand, this strange flying object will have to remain unidentified.
What? I don't understand what is going on.
This video, published to the Instagram account UFO Sightings Footage, shows something truly unusual. Take a look.
Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic waves.
While there's a spectrum of theories breeding in the comments section of the Instagram clip, everything from Project Bluebeam to alien invasion have been suggested. This sighting is most likely one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets. While all rocket launches create shock waves, this particular flight was unusual. On August 24th, 2017, a Falcon 9 rocket was carrying one of Taiwan's former Sat-5 Earth-observing satellites. Because the payload was relatively light, the trajectory of the rocket created a circular atmospheric shock wave, as opposed to a V-shaped one.
Wow! Oh, see that?
The camera holder was definitely shocked to see the bizarre circular shock waves.
Wow! Oh, see that? Sonic, dude. Wow, the sonic waves.
A study into the incident found that the launch disturbed Earth's ionosphere so much that it affected local GPS navigation systems. Water in the rocket's exhaust system reacted with the ionosphere above California, ripping a hole in the plasma layer. For up to 2 hours, GPS coordinates were off by as much as 1 meter, potentially affecting commercial and military aviation navigation systems. And so, while this sighting is perfectly explainable, the intense circular shock waves certainly put local residents on edge, as initially they had no way of knowing the incident was due to a SpaceX launch. So how would you react if you saw this in the sky above your house? Let me know in the comment section down below.
Oh, see that? Sonic, dude. Wow, the sonic waves.
The following video was posted to TikTok by a man named Carlos Ruiz. It's some security footage taken in a gym in an unknown part of Colombia. At first, nothing seems all that unusual about the clip, as we see a man preparing to exercise. As the camera pans to the left, however, we can see a few cables on one of the exercise machines moving on their own.
aire, que hay ventilación y nada de esas vainas. Y en plena luz del día, ¿quién dice que estas maricas pasan en plena luz del día? No, es la luz. Pues fruta, pues fruta. Y ya estoy en la segunda toma, ahorita la segunda toma, y hay cosas que...
Now, keep an eye on the medicine ball in the bottom right hand corner. From here, things take a turn for the worse.
Ay, Dios mío, ¿qué le pasó? No, Dios, no, no, eso no es normal. Eso no es normal. No, no.
As you can see, something seems to grab the man. He falls over, but his right leg stays in the air as if something's holding on to it.
Ay, Dios mío, ¿qué le pasó? No, Dios, no.
Frightened, he runs away.
Eso no es normal. No, no.
A second camera managed to capture the incident.
Hay unas cosas, mira, mamá, digamos, al inicio se ve las cuerdas ahí, pero pillé eso no lo vimos en la primera toma, o sea, eso no se vio en la primera toma.
Again, you can see the man fall over and something appears to grab his leg.
O sea, sí, luego tiene que ser ahí, pero entonces, ¿cómo explicamos la caída? Ahí la ola de ahí la ola.
Sí, no, Dios mío, eso ya no es normal. No, mire como no, no es terrible, no, Dios mío. Hay que pedir.
This angle shows that there doesn't appear to be any wires or that the video is being manipulated in any way.
No, mire como no es terrible, no, Dios mío. Hay que pedir.
The man even runs to the gym's reception area to report what's just happened.
Alguien que sepa el tema, por favor, déjenlo en los comentarios. O no sé, alguien si nos puede decir qué pasó.
Naturally, these two clips have since gone viral, racking up millions of views with thousands of comments chiming in, trying to solve the mystery. The majority of people have been shocked at just how genuine the footage appears. However, skeptics said it has to be wires or CGI.
Sí, no, Dios mío, eso ya no es normal. No, mire como no es terrible, no, Dios mío. Hay que pedir.
So what do you think's been captured in this gym in Colombia? Is it all just a well-orchestrated hoax, or are we witnessing something paranormal? I'd love to hear your ideas in the comment section down below.
Ahí, mira eso, mira eso.
Eso que pasó, porque eso se
¿Sabes pesadísimo? Eso es pesadísimo. Sí, parece una energía muy mala.
Ay, Dios mío, ¿qué le pasó? No, Dios, no, eso no es normal. Eso no es normal, no.
The Norwood Hotel, located in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, is by all means a normal hotel that you would stay in for a few nights and not think anything of it. But this video, uploaded by popular paranormal investigation team, the Paranormies, proves that the hotel isn't as normal as it seems. There's a room in the hotel, room 313 to be exact, that's allegedly haunted. It's had many strange occurrences throughout the years. The Paranormies team heard a story about a woman named Christina that had stayed in room 313 at the Norwood Hotel back in 2008. She was in town for a convention, was only planning on staying at the hotel for a few nights. The first evening she was there, she awoke in the middle of the night, unable to move. She said she could see a strange man in the corner of the room, grinning at her. He put his finger to his lips and told her to shush. Unable to move, Christina could do nothing but watch this strange man staring at her. 6 hours later, she woke up ill and violently threw up. There was no sign of an intruder, and the door was still double locked. Startled, Christina called her boyfriend to explain what had happened. He thought perhaps she had suffered an episode of sleep paralysis and that the man was just a hallucination. The following night, Christina had a dream that a man was on fire floating just outside her hotel window. She woke with a fright just as the phone in her room rang. It was her boyfriend in hysterics saying that he had just had a dream that someone broke into her hotel room and did awful things to her. Freaked out, Christina grabbed her keys and left the room. She slept in her car for a few hours till the sun came up. Wanting to leave immediately, Christina headed back to the hotel to grab her things and drive home. When she arrived back at the hotel, it appeared as though the door to her room had been tampered with. The window was wide open and a few of her things were missing. She rang her boyfriend to explain what had happened and to thank him for calling the previous night. Otherwise, she may have stayed in the room for the entire evening. Confused, her boyfriend said that he didn't call her. They both checked their call history list and sure enough, no calls were made. Christina doesn't know how to explain what happened that night in room 313. In order to see for themselves how truly haunted the room is, the paranormies decided to check into the hotel for the night to conduct a series of experiments. And as you'll see, things get increasingly more terrifying as the night goes on. During one section of the video, the team sets up a doll that's motion activated, having just changed the batteries. But whenever the cameraman waves his hand in front of the doll, strangely enough, nothing happens.
The doll won't go off.
Jordan, what? The cameraman says that the doll is normally motion activated and can't explain why it isn't working properly.
Wow. Weird that she doesn't show up. What? Okay, stay there. Keep it around. I just keep this in one shot to see. What? There she goes. But she's not making any noise. That is weird. She don't see. Oh. She's not saying anything anymore.
A couple of minutes later, the crew decides to bring an SLS device into the bathroom. What they captured.
Destiny, here's your reminder. Take her pills.
This special device detects if there's a presence in the bathroom.
That is really tricky. Yeah, I'm looking behind that. It's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's just like it's sitting on a corner of the table. You hiding?
From here, the crew set up a series of motion-activated balls and spread them across the hotel room. And sure enough, one of them turns on all by itself.
You can touch any of those. Oh, this is just dead. Oh, whoa. Thank you. I didn't scare me. I did not expect that.
But perhaps the creepiest incident of the night happens when one of the crew members named Jordan walks past the mirror that is adorning the wall. Look at what was captured. Although he didn't notice it at the time, if you look closely, you can see that Jordan doesn't have a reflection in the mirror when he walks by. At first, you might think it's just the angle the camera's on. However, just moments later, another member of the team walks by the mirror and clearly has a reflection.
I'm not exactly sure what's coming from. It sounds like, like water.
The camera's showing the exact same angle as before. Later that night, while the crew members are sleeping, their REM pod and K2 devices proceed to give them an unexpected wake-up call. While this device is being set off is creepy enough, something else happens in the room that is a little more unsettling. Let's watch it again, but this time keep an eye on the right of frame. As you can see, a shadowy figure seems to get on top of Jordan on the right. So given Christina's first-hand account and the bizarre video evidence that the Paranormies team captured, it would appear something very unusual was happening in room 313. But just what the root cause is remains unknown. A woman from Barrafield, Glasgow, named Maxine Hughes, was enjoying a typical day at home, relaxing and spending time with her 2 children. Maxine says that during her day, her partner was checking the surveillance camera footage outside their home, which is when they spotted something quite chilling in broad daylight. Take a look. What appears to be a strange black mass slowly moves its way across Maxine's yard, before eventually disappearing without a trace. Maxine was so freaked out by what was captured on the security camera footage that she had to call a priest to bless her home from evil spirits. Maxine's neighbour, Debbie Michael-John, saw the video as well, and she too agrees that something is definitely not right. The clip understandably put the entire neighbourhood on high alert, as most of the town struggled to explain the strange floating black mass. Despite thousands of people watching the clip, there's been no logical explanation of the sighting. Simon Newcomb's YouTube channel currently has 2 videos published to it, one of which displays drone footage that he took while on a brisk day in January 2020. The other video, however, proves to be a little more mysterious. This particular video was not filmed by Simon himself, but rather a friend of his daughter's, and for the first little while it seems as though they're having an average rainy day outside. The group are walking through Wisman's Woods, located in Dartmoor, Devon, England. It's said to be a place of much interest in the area. Although Wisman's Wood has never been 100% proven to be haunted, the origins of its name are quite interesting and creepy. The name Wisman's Wood is said to derive from the Old British dialect word wisht, which means eerie, uncanny, or haunted. Legend has it that a pack of hellhounds once roamed the woods. They had blood-red eyes, enormous fangs, and an insatiable appetite for human flesh. The woods themselves look like something out of a fairy tale. The trees are all twisted and gnarled. There are boulders carved with ancient symbols scattered around the path. It's within this mysterious setting that the following video was captured. Take a look.
During my setting, it's getting dark.
It can be hard to spot at first, but at around the 11-second mark, just behind the camera holder, a strange shadow can be seen ducking behind a log.
It's getting dark.
Here it is again in slow motion. It's hard to say what exactly this dark figure is, but given the ancient history of the woods and its haunted reputation, one's mind does wander into the realm of the paranormal.
It's getting dark.
If you're well versed with horror folklore and urban legends, I'm sure by this point you've heard of the infamous La Llorona, or the Weeping Woman. This entity exists in Latin American folklore. It is a spirit who allegedly roams waterfront areas mourning her deceased children who tragically drowned. If you hear loud screeching noises anywhere outside, it's believed that you may have accidentally encountered La Llorona herself. And Nathan channel on YouTube might have been one of those unlucky people. In the video, Nathan, who's a security guard in an undisclosed building, is walking around the area late at night when he starts to hear some awful sounds in the distance. Oh, yeah. Guard explores the area but can't seem to find the source of the strange crying sounds. So is this the infamous La Llorona herself? Or is it someone in genuine distress? If it is, why can't he find a single person anywhere nearby? The Lamb and Lion pub, located in High Petergate, York, seems on the outside to be an average pub. However, on the inside, there's something a little more eerie taking place in the Grade 2 heritage-listed building that dates all the way back to the late 18th century. One night, pub owner Lee David Smith was reviewing security tapes when he noticed something on the CCTV cameras that shocked him. Take a look. Upon first glance, the security camera video appears to contain nothing out of the ordinary. As we watch, an employee cleans up various tables in the pub. But if you look in the corridor at the end of the dining area, you can make out what appears to be a small child. Lee says that at the time of the incident, the employee had no idea that anyone was there. But when he called her over to take a look at the footage, she was absolutely petrified. There were certainly no children around when the footage was taken. Lee also says he doesn't necessarily believe in ghosts, but admits this particular incident is making him less of a skeptic. To this day, Lee and other pub employees have never gotten to the bottom of what exactly happened that day. Some locals believe that a child passed away on the premises, and that this is the child's spirit trapped inside the old pub. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think's been captured in this strange CCTV footage? Love to hear your theories in the comment section down below. Now, if you're enjoying our longer compilations, then check out that one on the top there. Otherwise, there's a massive paranormal playlist here you can binge on for hours and hours. Leave us a comment down below, pulverize that thumbs up button as usual. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. Mr. Eerie shows one of the piece of security footage that's filmed along the motorway. The clip starts off normal enough, and you watch a couple of vehicles drive by on the road. As they pass, they don't seem to notice that there's literally a mysterious figure standing just off to the side. Figure lurks in the shadows at the top left of screen, and it's only slightly visible to the eye. Although it may be difficult to see at first, the figure soon begins to walk into the line. It looks tall and lanky with long, thin legs. Up until this point, you may be excused for thinking it's simply a person. Its next will soon change the line. As you can see, the figure suddenly drops down on all fours and runs away at top speed. It looks as though it's actually some sort of fearing creature like a large dog or wolf. As soon as it starts to run, it seems clear that it's not moving at all. Videos like these are often hard to analyse due to a lack of accompanying information. In this case, all we have is this strange piece of CCTV footage, and we're left to mull over the details in our own minds. Was this strange shadow really an animal? Have a look, and let me know what you think in the comment section. Family photos is something that millions of people do all around the world in order to preserve happy memories. However, sometimes the photographer manages to catch something they didn't expect on camera. This image, uploaded to Reddit by GLBBLV25, was captured on Christmas Day 2012. The young girl in the image is the uploader's sister who was taking part in the performance held at school. At first glance, the picture seems innocent enough. However, if you take a close look at the background, you notice something strange. There appears to be a pair of ghostly white legs. We see wispy and ethereal and parts of the experiment. In the photo's description, the uploader notes that it was taken 10 years prior, and ever since then they've believed that it shows something paranormal. The uploader also mentions that they're 100% certain there was no one standing behind their sister when the photo was taken. They go on to say that when they were in the 8th grade at the same school, 2 students who lived close by had committed suicide only a few days apart. Despite the uploader's thorough testimony, several viewers have suggested that the strange image is more likely to be the result of wrong exposure. So what do you think? Has this photo really captured a ghostly entity? Or was the uploader mistaken and there really was someone standing behind his sister at the time? This video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Viral Press and showcases a snippet of surveillance camera footage captured inside the police station in northern Thailand. What happens? Watching that again, you can see a snake slithering through the front door. It cautiously approaches the man who's completely oblivious as to what's happening. And just as the reptile raises its head to strike, the man turns. Startled, he manages to raise his leg just as the snake lunges forwards. The man eventually is able to subdue the creature. He then shows it to one of the police officers that's come out to see what the commotion was. Luckily, neither the man nor the snake were harmed during the incident, and the snake was eventually released into bushes some distance from the police station. While it's not known whether the snake seen in this video was venomous, there's still no telling what could have happened had it successfully sunk its fangs into the unsuspecting man's leg. It just goes to show that danger can creep up on you in the most unexpected places. User Haslan Happy's 97 shared this piece of footage to the social media platform in an apparent attempt for answers. The brief clip, which was captured in Malaysia, shows something strange happening at night time. Oh. Figure is some distance away, making it hard to see in great detail. He used to be wearing a long white robe or dress, and it looks as though it's gliding across the pavement. The figure's identity remains a mystery to all those who view the footage, including the uploader themselves. Most have been quite spooked by the video, noting the figure's obvious ghost-like appearance. One theory that seems to be gaining momentum is that the figure might actually be a woman dressed in Muslim prayer garb who's returning from a nighttime prayer service. While this is certainly possible, there's little denying that seeing a person walking along like this at nighttime immediately conjures up ghostly images in one's mind, especially if you're familiar with the tales of La Llorona and other similar white-lady spirits set to roam the earth alone over the path of darkness. A Reddit user named Westway09TN has a security camera set up outside their home, just like millions of others around the world. These cameras are designed to monitor our homes and ensure our safety while we sleep. However, sometimes they catch some seriously unexplainable things. The uploader notes that the footage was captured at 3:52 a.m., a time known as the witching hour, often associated with paranormal activity. As you can see, the large glowing orb proceeds to fly by the camera, before finally disappearing off screen. The object definitely looks as though it has a straight trajectory as it moves. It doesn't look to be floating around aimlessly like one might expect a piece of dust or spider's web to do. Because of their strange characteristics, it's understandable why the uploader was probably at least a little bit freaked out by what his cameras captured. Many paranormal